two.
The deck with the Intellion. She's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
See what can happen on this turn
And the
for
draw for
Reagan.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Providing through another turn. And the Paladin is going to join it.
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Mind wants to go for a sweep of his own. Scrafty has already knocked out 2 Pokemon.
He said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an ice beam.
Bastion, it rumbles onto the field and the smackdowns are adding up.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands
Hello, Pokemon fans, and we're live here in the beautiful Charlotte, North Carolina, the Queen City, where we're going to crown the next regional champions. Yes, we're here for the 2024 Charlotte Regional Championships, and I am so excited. My name is Juancho Saldana, and it's gonna be a beautiful weekend for Pokemon, especially here with my partner, Adam Skarzig Watson. How are we feeling, Adam?
I mean, it's a great city, a great town. I'm really looking forward to some massive Pokemon action. This is a huge tournament. The meta still has a lot of speculation happening right now, so I'm so excited for what the players are going to come up with this weekend.
Oh, 100%. I mean, I think this is the biggest tournament to date. I know we say that a lot, but 2,000 is a big, 2,200 almost, is an absolutely huge number. And you know what? What about you, Chip? Welcome in.
What's going on,
How are
guys?
we feeling today?
We're feeling great. So many amazing games happening out there. It's easy to lose track of time.
Oh, 100%.
I know you're always keeping your eye on the meta, and we have a lot of potential for these players to bring something new or just bring the old tried and true and play it to perfection.
100%. But you know what? I mean, this isn't our only regional today. Fun fact, guys, this is actually we're past the halfway point. Believe it or not, you know, we've done 6 regional championships. I think we have 6 left. Well, actually, I've been corrected. We're 51.3% done with the regional
That's over half.
championships. Yeah, there's a lot still though. We still have Knoxville, Vancouver, London, Orlando, a lot, and of course, leading up to Honolulu, Hawaii. I'm very, very excited for the rest of the season for sure. But anything you guys are excited for in particular?
I mean, there's a lot of beautiful towns on the map here, Juancho, and I think I'm most excited for London again. EUIC is going to be a huge meta shakeup, and it's a great town.
Yeah, looking forward to Los Angeles. First time we've had a regional championships in LA. That's going to be a really exciting one for sure. We'll see if the players are, you know, being able to pull out the stars for Hollywood out there. We'll see what happens.
I'm personally excited, of course, for New Orleans, you know,
Yeah.
NAIC, the big one. But honestly, I'm so happy to be here in Charlotte, though. This is an absolutely beautiful city. This was actually my debut last year, so I'm so glad to be back. But yeah, a ton of amazing places that we still have to visit in our for the Pokemon Regional Championships. Let's go ahead and check out the CP point breakdown, though. Of course, what these players are fighting for. Again, if you for the World Championship qualification, yeah, of course, we're fighting for those championship points. Again, for first, you have 200, second, 160, third, fourth, 130, a lot of championship points for sure. And what we need for each region, again, 450 for juniors, 450 for seniors, and 600 for masters for NA. That seems like a lot. but I feel like a lot of players are already at that threshold.
It's definitely a lot, and there are plenty of players who have crossed the threshold already, but there's tons of players still out there battling. Every single, top 128, every single day 2 finish gets them just a little bit closer to that ultimate goal of getting the World's Invite. We, of course, mostly focus on the North American region. It's where we're playing our tournaments currently. It's where the majority of the players are from, but interestingly enough, with 2,200 players in this event, it's really no surprise that there'd be players from all over the world competing. We've got players from every single one of these regions competing in this event this weekend.
And even though you can grind for a few points here and there, I know that so many competitors are looking for that big chunk of points, that big finish, or even just winning the regional championship altogether to get that automatic Worlds Invite.
Oh, 100%. If you're here, if you're flying all over the world, right, to make it to the Charlotte Regional Championship, we're 2,200 people, your aim is to win. Right? You want to make a name for yourselves, especially in the biggest tournament there is. And of course, I'd love to just win and just sit back and just wait for Hawaii.
It's pretty wild to think about where we were last season, right? We talked about Andrew Hedrick winning the largest regional championship of all time. It was Orlando last year. There was 1,500 players at that tournament. We're 700 players over that. Whenever I was playing, 700 people was a big regional championship. So to think about the fact that nowadays that many more people are competing in tournaments year over year, it's a really exciting time to be a part of the Pokemon TCG.
Yeah.
Oh, no, for sure. I cannot wait to break even more records. 2,200 now, maybe next year 3,000, 4,000. The sky's the limit. Anything can happen in the Pokemon TCG.
The venue space is the limit, really.
Exactly. Someone call the fire marshal just to make
Don't do
sure that we can, support all the outpouring of love and competitive drive that we have from our community. So many players have joined the scene because there's so many great resources now where you can learn and jump in, especially with the new rotation about to happen. That's another great jumping on point for a lot of players who might be on the fence about joining our competitive scene.
No, yeah, I mean, honestly, I still believe anything can happen. Pokemon will find a way to make sure everyone gets a chance to play at these regional championships. I mean, there's so many. Isn't it so nice to just drive to the closest one, right, Chip?
It is definitely pretty convenient. This one is an event that holds a special place in my heart. I'm from North Carolina, so this is as close as a local regionals as I get. I get to see a ton of friends here at these events that, I see at local league cups and league challenges, across the whole state, getting to come together and show their stuff at the biggest stage.
For sure. It's always a good time at the regionals. But, speaking of the regional championships, Portland just happened. We've had a ton of amazing games there. Let's go ahead and check out a recap.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. I'm Adam Watson, and I'm ready to break down the 2024 Portland Regional Championship. Charizard EX had just taken a big win in San Antonio, putting a target on its back for this event. After a wild day of competition, Giratina and Charizard were the top converting decks for day 2. And as we headed into the finals, Sam Huff would match against John Eng, both on Giratina V-Star. As a deck known for its complexity and comeback potential, this was no doubt going to be an incredible mirror match. In Game 1, John took an aggressive 3-prize lead, but was punished by Roxanne. As John reeled, Sam turned up the heat with Sableye and Star Requiem to take Game 1. In the second game, it was Sam who would take the lead with a devastating Mirage Gate and Boss's Orders play to remove John's only threat. But John continued to fight back with Sableye and Roxanne to get the win in an amazing comeback victory. For the final game, as John kicked things off, he got the bad news that 2 of his Giratina V and Cramorant were prized. But after Sam found no other basic Pokemon, he pulled off the miracle of a turn 2 Mirage Gate with Giratina V-Star for Lost Impact and the win. There's still more Pokemon events to come, so make sure you visit Pokemon.com/compete to follow along and get in on the action.
And that was the Portland Regional Championship, of course, with our champion, John Eng, and Sam Hugh with a close second. It was Giratina V-Star against Giratina V-Star. It was John Eng's first regional championship win, and against Sam Hugh, who is a Portland local, actually. And what an intense game. I was at the edge of our seat. I believe in social media, people are talking about this game as one of the best finals almost ever.
I mean, it's 2 incredibly intricate high skill expression decks going head to head in a best of 3. It's certainly the peak of Pokemon competitive at this point.
It was such a great set, to be honest. I mean, comebacks from both of the players, and then even though Game 3 wasn't on paper a great game. It was surely extremely exciting watching John pull the pieces together to get the turn to Lost Impact. Not something that this deck really does all that often.
True.
But he went aggressive turn 1, got the extra Comfey in play, and was able to get the 7 in the Lost Zone on turn 2 and KO Sam's only Pokemon.
Yeah, we're going to be scavenging clips for highlight reels and all kinds of cool top moments, I think, from this finals for a really long time.
Oh, 100%. It was a roller coaster of emotions. I mean, after seeing the prizing for John in Game 3, thinking, oh no, it's done, but then, no, never mind. Giratina can hit 280 turn 2, and with if you only have one Pokemon, unfortunately, nothing's going to survive 280. But yeah, John Eng, of course, is not our only champion here in North America. We've crowned multiple champions throughout the season. Again, we've had, starting with Andrew Estrada from Pittsburgh, and again, of course, all the way to John Eng, right now to Portland. 6 champions remaining, though. I wonder who will we be crowning for Charlotte's?
Yeah, it really puts the season in perspective when we look at this graphic, right? I mean, so many stories that have gone throughout this year so far, and you can kind of follow the story of the meta progression, right? The Lost Box decks absolutely dominating initially. Lugia rising up with such a strong Lost Box matchup from Alexander Flatos. Miraidon with the counter to the Lugia, and so on and so forth. New sets coming out. Azul and John getting the most recent victories, and we'll see who can add their name to this list in Charlotte this weekend.
I just have to say as well, like, with our mix of players is absolutely amazing, where we have a lot of the seniors who have aged up, and some of the old guard players like Andrew Estrada and some of the Poke Dads like JW Kriwal, as well as a newer face like Alexander Flatos, and of course Azul Gigi, someone I'm pretty sure a lot of people are rooting for multiple times in this graph. But yeah, again, a great mix of players. I truly believe that absolutely anyone can make it to the regional championships, to win a regional championships, with, of course, a little bit of hard work and maybe a little luck as well.
Yeah, that's very true. I couldn't have said it better myself, Juancho. These players have shown, their dedication to the competitive spirit, not just in Pokemon, but perhaps across other games, and it just pays off, and it's so nice that the regionals have become this way to make a statement and to make your mark on Pokemon history.
No, that's for sure. But you know what? These aren't our only champions. Let's go ahead and check out our the North American leaderboard at the very least. Again, these are the top 16 players right now in North America. And again, I've mentioned it earlier. Some players have already earned their invite. And here's our top 16. Again, we have Cal Connor, 859, almost to 1,000, and right behind him, Grant Manley, also in the line, also in 800s. These are big names with lots of points. A lot of players you definitely expect to see in this graphic here. Anyone of note, you can see, Chip.
Yeah, for this tournament, I mean, I see Grant Manley there at number 2. You mentioned him. He's a North Carolina local as well. So, and he's one of these players as well who we've talked about constantly. He's always making top 8s at these events, but he's never gotten the big cornerstone win. How cool would it be to see him take down the victory in his home state of North Carolina to finally get that monkey off his back and come away with a victory?
Yeah, to have that be the new style, the new trend for the regionals, as all of these players who have been in the running and have been giving their blood, sweat, and tears to the competitive scene for so long, to finally see those payoffs, because these players here for the top 16 are trying to secure those tier 1 invites for Worlds.
Also, Grant, not the only North Carolinian on this list. Caleb Rogerson there at the 12th spot, also from North Carolina. So
true.
Another person trying to make a deep run.
Oh, North Carolina seems pretty stacked, huh, Chip?
We got some good players out here for sure.
Yeah, this was the cradle for early Pokemon competitive almost.
Again, this is going to be one of the toughest regionals to try and defend, though. Again, there's 2,200 players here today. And just to make it to the top 8, to top cut out of 2,200 players, I don't even want to do the math on that one, but if anyone
36
can
match
do it,
points most likely. 12-3 record.
Oof.
That's a tough ask for
Terrifying,
sure, especially
terrifying.
with how much talent is out in the field this weekend.
100%. I feel like people aren't going to be doing that ID to day 2. If you're going for the win, we go for the win. No, but again, if anyone can do it, it's one of these top 16, or honestly, anyone in the field right now, any of our 2,200 players. But yeah, again, so many great names on here. Again, I see Raymond Long, he's won a regional, and he's only at the 15. It just goes to show how much these players really do grind the championship points. Of course, you know, if you've won a regional, you don't need to grind necessarily, but
yeah, exactly. It just shows you can't rest on your laurels. If you get a big win, you still got to stay hungry, stay abreast of the meta, keep that competitive fire lit.
Yes, of course. And you know what? We also have to check out our cousins from abroad, the EU Regional Championship winners as well, or yeah, EU Regional Championship winners. A lot of great names here. Again, from Barcelona to Stuttgart, we have Francisco Toronzo to Christian Fontana. A lot of great players here, and I've truly enjoyed watching the EU regional streams as well. And
yeah, a lot of innovation over there. You know, Snorlax Stall kind of crossing the pond, wreaking some havoc over here as well. And I love seeing, you know, just the caliber of play.
And hey, Liverpool is next weekend, the next regional championship up for EU. So you know, there's tons of Europeans tuning into this event right now to see kind of how the meta develops and maybe taking some notes, trying to figure out what they want to bring to their regional championships just next weekend.
Oh, 100%. And I truly believe that we are going to have so much overlap, though. You know, some people are right here in Charlotte. They're going to fly to Liverpool next week and then come back for Knoxville.
Yep. Exciting.
That's the Pokemon life.
That is
Pokemon life.
That is something. That is a grind for sure. And there are plenty of players who are making that trip.
I wish I could make that trip. I was trying to sign up to Liverpool, but again, we've had so many players. It's kind of tough to break in sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, we can only hold so many competitors, and that just goes to show how excited players are for these events. If you give them a competition, if you give them some stakes, the numbers will certainly follow.
100%. I cannot wait to see how much more. I can't wait to see how our game grows. But let's go ahead and check out the top 22 players for the EU region. And again, a lot of big names here. I see Alberto Conti, James Cox, a lot of big names. Demetrius Eaton as well. Great players. Anyone of note, Starzik?
I mean, Pedro Eugenio Torres jumping out to me. Very great name. And, you know, just moving up slowly. I love the arrows as well. We can kind of see how these players are fighting for their slots. Once again, top 22, trying to get that tier 1 invite to Worlds.
Yeah, Tord Reklev there at the 22nd spot, just barely hanging on. The person who many consider to be the best player in the game right now. You know, doing a lot for the game, you know, traveling all over the world, competing across the world. I saw he was actually competing at an event in China this weekend, which is pretty wild to see. And, you know, gotta imagine he's gonna be making his way back from there to Liverpool next weekend.
100%. I saw him tweet that, and I was just thinking, out of 2,200 players, at least I don't have to face Tord Reklev. No.
Yeah, no. He was over here at a few of the regionals, kind of knocking a few of the heroes out, throwing a wrench into the situation, but that's part of the grind, and Tord, you know, really embodies that. And as we continue to look at, you know, all the names here from Europe, I hope that as the season progresses, we'll even see some new names join this roster.
No, 100%. I 100% believe that. And speaking of that, let's go ahead and bring it back here to the Charlotte Regional Championships. Again, it's so exciting. Something I do want to remind the players the people at home, the viewers at home, is that the community choice, something I truly love. The new addition, well, a newish addition to the stream where you get a choice to what you want to see in the match. You know, it definitely makes our job a little bit easier when when we can start out just asking the viewers, what do you want to watch? So make sure you're tuned in to Twitch, and once Run starts, just make your vote. I'm sure we're going to pick some interesting ones for everyone at home, for sure.
So much talent out there, so many unique decks as well. We're going to be sure to find a great game.
100%. And speaking of unique decks, let's go ahead and check out the forecast for the weekend. You know, what the players are playing. I'm definitely curious. You know, what do you think is going to be the most played deck, Chib?
Well, you know, based on the last few events, Charizard has dominated. It's been the most popular deck the last several tournaments, but with the rise of Giratina in Portland, it wouldn't surprise me to see that push its way up to the top of our graph.
I mean, when it comes to, you know, just most popular, I think that it is hard to knock Charizard off of that top spot just because it is such a strong and straightforward deck to kind of pick up and play. And a lot of the other decks might have a little bit more of an intimidation factor for some of our newer players that are joining and swelling these regional numbers.
No, 100%. But I believe I do have a question for both of you here today. best or bait? Is Giratina V-Star BDIF? What do you think?
That's a tough question.
Oh, that's an easy question. It is bait for sure. Don't fall for it. Giratina V-Star, the biggest trap in the game right now. No, Giratina is a solid deck for sure, and it is the deck that you always give yourself a chance to win. You know, we talked to Dan Hugar after his top 8 finish at San Antonio Regionals, and one of the things he said is that when he's playing Giratina, he feels like he always at least has a chance. I think your biggest chance is to just Abyss Seeking multiple times. But, you know, sometimes it can prove it wrong. You know, John Eng, of course, getting the win in Portland. Congratulations to him. Giratina is still a solid deck, but it's not one I think I would choose.
Chip, how can you say that?
It is a deck that I think masquerades as a really good deck very well, right? When it's doing well, it looks amazing, but when it's doing poorly, it looks like the worst deck. It feels so binary, and it's easy to write off its wins or its good performances as, oh, it was just a fluke. But every Giratina player that we talked to in Portland said that the deck is just incredibly complex, and perhaps the player base as a whole is growing into that difficulty curve. We've seen a lot of decks too, right? They'll have a really bad clunky start, but they get to still pretend to play the game. They still get to draw cards, do a half setup. Giratina feels a lot more all or nothing, so when it goes bad, it looks like bait.
Yeah, I'm not going to deny Giratina's power level. The power level is absolutely there, and your options are there, right? A myriad of different attackers to choose from, and even your main attacker, the Giratina, you have multiple different attacks to choose from, the Lost Impact or that Star Requiem V-Star power.
Or that Abyss Seeking, yeah.
Or that, you know, the Giratina V, that Abyss Seeking. The most popular choice. I actually had a discussion recently with someone of, like, on average in the field, what do you think the most announced attack is in the Giratina V-Star deck? Abyss Seeking, you know, Spit Innocently is probably up there.
Yeah, definitely.
Lost Impact could be, but oftentimes, you know, you Lost Impact one time and then you Star Requiem one time. So I feel like Abyss Seeking makes a pretty good case for being the most used attack on average in the Giratina V-Star deck.
It's a little bit better than, you know, Read the Wind or Rule the Region, I think. Some of the other, like, terrible start attacks that we've seen across the metas.
I can see your doubt, Chip. How can you say that, though, after Portland Regional Championships?
No, listen, I'm not going to deny the power of the deck. I'm not. It is very, very powerful. You have a ton of options. But where I think it does come up a little short is consistency. For me, is ultimately one of the most important things, if not the most important thing, choosing a Pokemon TCG deck. And I don't know, Giratina, while it can still win a big event, and especially in the hands of an excellent player like John, and even Sam Huff getting second place, you know, 2 excellent players, it's still just not overall the most consistent deck in my eyes.
No, 100%. I think, you know what, that's where we can agree. I think the only way one of Giratina's weaknesses is really itself, and I think we saw that at the regional championships where, you know, Sam lost to himself. He could not get a second Giratina V-Star, a second Pokemon in general. He literally started the Giratina, and the best you could do is Abyss Seeking, like you said. But then there are also the times where you get 3 cards into the Lost Zone turn 1, get that Lost Impact turn 2, maybe lead into a Star Requiem, maybe attack with the Greninja. So many options. It's Giratina. It's Giratina. That sounds like Giratina to me.
If nothing else, it is Giratina.
Yeah.
For sure, for sure. Another deck I do want to talk about, though, is a deck I've seen a lot of yesterday, actually, in the 100-plus person tournament we had during Friday, the Goldengo. Is it going for gold? Our Pokemon 1000. This is a deck that is actually close to my heart. This is something I've been testing a lot of lately. It's one of my caster picks, spoiler warning. But I think it's just a lot of fun. If it's not, I won't say it's the best deck in format. Nowhere close, maybe. Maybe it's tier 2 best. But I think it's one of the most fun decks to play and has the capability, I think, to really make a name for itself here at the Charlotte Regional Championships. I mean, when you have sky's the limit on your damage output, and when Charizard EX or Giratina V-Star, these 2 prized Pokemon are making a name for themselves, Golden Go is a good time, especially when you draw 2 for free when in the active. It's just a lot of draw. I think it's great. Well, what do you think?
I mean, players love to draw cards. Like, there's no disputing that fact. And when you've got the coin bonus, you're drawing cards, you once again, you get in that situation where you feel like you've always got outs, you have a chance to stay in the game and win. I know that players were very, very excited for Goldengo when it came out. Goldengo. I know chat's ripping me apart right now. But I like the utility that now that's discovered being, paired with Palkia, having that threat of Greninja has really opened up the doors for this deck to find a foothold in the metagame.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the online events that have been happening the last couple of weeks, Golden Go has been the 3rd and 4th most popular deck pretty consistently in these online tournaments, and it's been doing pretty well in addition to that. I mean, and if you look at the meta right now, it's got a pretty decent Charizard matchup, to be honest. 260, a lot of HP. It's pretty annoying to hit. It's got a pretty decent Miraidon matchup. 260. It's a lot of HP. It's pretty annoying to hit. I think where it does fall short is that Giratina matchup. Of course, Giratina can get that one-hit KO. It's got the path to the peak, which is very annoying for Golden Go to deal with. You even see players being prepared for that with the heavy worker counts in their lists. But yeah, I think there's a decent shot we could see Golden Go make a decent run here at this tournament.
Yeah, I think the biggest struggle that comes to mind for me when it comes to that deck is just trying to get the Gimme Ghoul set up. Sometimes it's really awkward. You only have one, and it's similar to Gardevoir, right? Where if you don't have that route set up turn 1, the deck doesn't seem to really take off. So hopefully, Palkia can do a lot of heavy lifting as well to patch up those rough starts.
No, what's scary for me is the end game, where you maybe feel like you've used a lot of your resources, you've used your superior energy retrievals, and you're playing against Giratina, and you just know what's gonna happen. Roxanne, path to the peak. What am I going to do? I hope I draw into my worker so I can use my Goldengo's ability. That's probably his biggest weakness, but if you can get through that, if you just somehow draw a little bit lucky near the end of the game and you can close it out, maybe you have your Palkia set up so you have an attacker.
Yeah.
There's a possibility. I've even seen Milotic. Okay.
Yeah.
I've seen it because I played it.
I mean, it's the old, Lost Box Kyogre conundrum, is trying to play your entire game plan towards this very thin margin of resources in your endgame scenario.
No, 100%. And, another deck I do want to talk about because it's about to make its way out of the format. I'm actually very sad about that now that I think about it, is, of course, Mew VMAX. Is it, do you believe in Max Miracles? Because this is a deck that has just been so prevalent in our metagame since its release. And it's so sad to think that it's, 2 tournaments away from rotating out? And I believe you mentioned it earlier, Chip. Well, you mentioned it off camera, that it had a great placing in Portland, right? I believe multiple Mew VMAXs in the top 16. I'm curious, are players respecting it in today?
Yeah, that's ultimately the big question. It did take 6 out of the top 16 placements in Portland, and that's really enough for a lot of players to, I would say, choose to respect it. We'll see them pulling the Spiritombs, the Drapions out of their binders, sleeving them up, putting them in the deck for the weekend, because they know that Mew is a real threat. But honestly, Mew usually is a deck that has answers to those different things. Spiritomb has been prevalent in the metagame for several weeks now, and we even saw players like Ian Robb and Vance Kelly rolling up to Portland, getting those top 16 plus finishes with the Mew VMAX. They were playing that traditional DTE Mew, but they even came prepped with a couple of Fusion Strike energies. That one Alessa Sparkle, because they know Spiritomb is a threat, but if I can just get a couple of those Fusion Strike energies on my Genesect, I'll be able to draw enough to still win the game.
Yeah, whether Mew is, it's so sad to see this deck go, or if it's finally good riddance, that's a very divisive subject, I think, for a lot of players. But I will definitely credit Mew VMAX for kind of establishing, I would say, the new style of Pokemon decks. What your deck is able to do, that base power level, when Arceus V-Star started to come up as well to contest Mew way back in the day. I think it's really established that modern style of deck building that we can all, I think, appreciate going forward.
No, 100%. I'm going to miss so much saying Fusion Strike system, draw, or use Alessa's Sparkle.
Players love to draw cards. I'm telling you.
100%. I mean, that's why we still have Golden Go. And no, I kid. But yeah, I mean, Mew
One of these
VMAX
things is not like the other. One card with coin bonus, or 6 with Fusion Strike system.
Drawing lots of cards, metal energy attack something.
Sure. We'll give it to you.
Weakness to path.
And something I'd love to see is just compare how the Mew VMAX decks have evolved throughout the years. Starting with the whole Alessa Sparkle with Meloetta, to just the DTE variants, to back to Meloetta, to even now, imagine we're playing Mew VMAX DTE, but we're still putting Alessa Sparkle just for Spiritomb. Sometimes we have a Grabber, sometimes we have Luxray.
Sometimes Excelgor. Like, that would be a great segment in and of itself to go over all the different variants and forms of Mew, how it's been able to adapt to its own counters over this entire course of time and just be that immovable object, that rock for so many players in our community that have not played anything else and haven't really needed to play anything else.
Honestly, something I'd love to ask everyone at home, maybe Twitch chat can answer as well, is what's the craziest tech you've seen in Mew VMAX? Wheezing. Remember that?
Oh, There's been some crazy ones. The Aerodactyl V-Star was really popular for a long time.
That was very silly.
Mew VMAX is playing Manaphy to counter the Kyogres that were very popular at some point in the metagame. I'm even thinking back to like when Mew first came out, people were playing the Latios from the Fusion Strike set so that you would be immune to Pokemon VMAX damaging you. The deck really has evolved so much in the last few years, and when E-Block rotates, it's definitely the most powerful card leaving us in the rotation, that whole archetype, the Fusion Strike archetype. And players, some are going to be happy to see it go, but there's going to be plenty who miss it as well.
I'm definitely going to miss it. I was a huge VMAX stan from the beginning. I've put literally everything into that deck. Have you ever put Darkrai V-Star in your Mew VMAX? You get 6 power tablets. A lot of people judging me, probably.
That is something you can do. Should you? How did it go, Wancho?
No, it was earlier in the format. It was just part of the testing. It was a lot of fun. No,
got it. Makes sense. That was my answer.
For sure. Again, a lot of cards will be leaving us in the next format. Something I do want to talk about next, though, is the players to watch out for this weekend. Again, out of 2,200 players, there's a lot. There's a lot of people playing out there right now. You mentioned a lot of great names, but here's 3 of them: Aiden Coos, Guy Bennett, Isaiah Bradner, all great players. Who are you excited to see, Chip?
Yeah, there's a lot. I mean, really all 3 of these guys. Aiden being the Charlotte Regional Champion last year. We'll see if he can come out, defend his title. Isaiah Bradner coming off of a big win in a exhibition match this past weekend. So we'll see if he's riding that high with that Giratina V-Star, something that he has been loving in this format. And then Guy Bennett there in the middle. He is a North Carolina, a Charlotte area local player. He's not someone who goes to a ton of Pokemon events, but he has been playing the game for well over a decade at this point, competing in this area. Everyone who plays in League Cups and League Challenges in this area definitely knows who Guy is. He's constantly making top 8s and top cuts at those tournaments. And he's always also someone who is always willing to play unique and interesting decks. Last season at Charlotte, he ended up getting into the top 16. He made a splash at another tournament with a 18 energy Miraidon deck, which was not something people were playing at the time. Nowadays, it's not that crazy to see with those Peony builds that are out there. But yeah, looking forward to seeing all 3 of these players compete this weekend.
Yeah, that's a great breakdown, Chip. I always have my eye on Aiden Coos just because he's known to throw a lot of curveballs into the metagame, depending on what he's going to bring out. And maybe, I'm not sure what he's on, but I know it's going to be pretty amazing to watch in action.
No, 100%. I mean, Isaiah Bradner is definitely someone I have my eye on. That exhibition match, again, was just so impressive. I cannot wait to see if it actually helped out, if he brought the same deck to this regional championship. Again, it was just such a master class to watch for sure.
Yeah, trying to figure out, what was it, Giratina versus Gardevoir matchup, like seeing exactly where the cards landed in that space.
Yeah, and it's a very interesting matchup for sure. But yeah, with that, these are the players to watch. Now, I want to know what cards to watch out for. I want to see the caster predictions, what we put our money on to win the Charlotte Regional Championships. And just to start it off, we have Chip, Miraidon, and Mew VMAX. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, I think Miraidon, solid choice this weekend. Charizard is not the best matchup, but really, if you look at the rest of the field, Miraidon does pretty decently, and it's really on the back of the Iron Hands EX. Being able to take those extra prize cards on, Curlias and Ralts and Comfeys and, even little Gimme Ghouls if you have to at some point in there. Miraidon EX with the versatility of its myriad of different attackers. You've got that powerful Raichu V for the end game. And, looking at Nicholas Moffat's list from Portland, he got top 8 there. And I think he really unlocked something with the EXP share, including that in the deck, a way for you to retain energy in play so that your Raichu can be really, really powerful at the end of the game. And also just slapping that on a Mew, allowing you to potentially use that genome hacking in an unexpected spot. I think that's a good potential for Miraidon this weekend.
No, yeah, I agree. I mean, the genome hacking on the Mew, I've used that multiple times to try and, lost impact a Giratina sometimes.
So good, yeah.
Hitting those key numbers. And what about you, Adam? I see a crab in your a little cloth.
Yeah,
We can always count on Skarzig to throw us a curveball.
I mean, now, I actually like that you brought up the Miraidon as well, Chip, because that kind of ties into my philosophy with both of these picks, is consistency and just getting an attacker established and just start hitting the opponent. This is an enormous tournament right now, and I think that once the numbers get to a certain threshold, you can't really expect to hit a specific matchup, and if you can play something that's just upfront, aggressive, and consistent, I think that mathematically it's just going to pay off, and Cloth is, the new people's champion. I love when that deck pops off, and maybe we'll get another, James Musser kind of scenario where we just see a beautiful dismantling of some other deck on stream with it.
All right, real quick before we talk more about the caster predictions, the community choice is live now on Twitch.
Nice.
So make sure you're voting for what match you want to see. I cannot wait to definitely start the round. But yeah, again, for the caster predictions, let's talk about the Cloth.
Yeah, the Cloth, I'm telling you, it's great to just have a nice single prize attacker, pivoting around with the poison. There is some intricacy there, and it's just a fun deck to pick up. And sometimes when we have these decks that are really on the fringes of the metagame, players just don't really respect them or properly account for it, and you can get a lot of at least early wins by just playing your deck straight up consistently and finding those attacks. And I think that perfectly, again, couples with Miraidon EX, not only having a straight-up game plan, but also massive utility and flexibility it's demonstrated over the course of the day. But, Wancho, I saw you had the Golden Go, which you teased earlier, and the Giratina. I didn't realize that you were a believer.
I'm definitely a Giratina believer after watching the Portland Regional Championships. And I mentioned it earlier, I've been playing a lot of Golden Go. Again, it's a lot of fun to play, and that's typically my style. I like to draw cards. I like to hit hard. Nothing hits harder than Giratina and Golden Go. But yeah, I'd love to talk more, but I think the matches are slowly getting underway. I just want to remind everyone at home to definitely check out our socials. Don't forget to follow us on YouTube and Twitch. Of course, don't forget to follow us also on X and Instagram, #PlayPokemon. Some of my favorite parts of the regional championships is seeing how everyone enjoys the regional championships. I love the photos. Sometimes even like the pet photos watching the regionals as well. Those are some of my favorites. Share them on our social media pages and we'll do our best to feature them on the stream. And again, don't forget to follow everything, follow all of that. Do vote on Twitch. A lot of fun here at the Pokemon Regional Championships. With that, I think we're about to just get ready for the round one here. First stream match here at the Charlotte Regional Championships. I'm going to go ahead and toss it to the casters.
Thank you, Wancho. Always great to hear from the Giratina Hater Lounge over there. I am Jeremy Jallin here with Kyle Sablehouse. We are Saballin, and we have the largest regional championship for y'all this weekend. 2,100, 21 Masters.
Can you do something for me?
Maybe.
All right.
It's going to be a great weekend of action here today. Let's go ahead and take a look at a video explaining the format for this regional tournament.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokemon TCG matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All Swiss and Top Cut matches are best of 3. The trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 will advance forward to Sunday, Day 2. Day 2, trainers will continue playing Swiss rounds until Top Cut is determined. The competition then shifts to a single elimination bracket where trainers battle until a single champion is crowned. Who will take home the title of Regional Champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
And these are what these players are playing for this weekend. cold hard cash, $10,000 for first place.
Sign me up. Yeah, even the rest of the players, they're $7,000 for second place. It's not a bad prize for, you know, taking an unfortunate loss in the finals that we've seen maybe once or twice this time around, and a lot of other great prizes to go. $5,000 in the top 4, $3,000 for top 8. Sign me up.
Yeah, not only do we have a record number in Masters TCG, we also have a day 2 for seniors here this weekend. That's going to be pretty exciting for those younger divisions.
That's exhausting for the parents. They're used to going home early, but yeah, that's I mean, that's great news for them. Just continuing to grow further and further. I feel like that also helps those seniors prepare for what Masters will be like later on down the road.
Yeah, it's always great to see, and these players have been putting in a lot of work and time throughout this entire season. Could this be the one tournament they finally make it in and get that invite to Honolulu?
Yeah, a lot of players still competing for that, and obviously we're about at that halfway mark of the season, so players really starting to decide, do I need to turn it up, turn up the heat, or do I need to play something crazy, just go for that one big win? Who knows?
All right, well, it looks like, I believe we have our day 1 meta breakdown coming up. Go ahead and take a look and see what decks people are choosing to bring for this weekend. Charizard, no stranger to that top placing spot.
Yeah, it's one of those decks that you always have to consider when you're thinking about the metagame. It's very easy to pick up. It's very accessible. It's Charizard. Everyone loves Charizard.
Everyone.
And it's just going to consistently be one of those decks that you have to think about. A very strong attack, consistent approach, Pidgeot to help out with all the quick searching. Everyone's going to be targeting that. And sure enough, that's why you see the rest of this breakdown with the Lost Zone Tina following up.
Yeah, taking both finals spots into Portland, still riding high on that big win. Lost Zone Giratina has one of the best matchup spreads across all the decks here this weekend. We'll have to see if it continues its success. Meanwhile, Miraidon creeping back up into the spot, kind of took a little break. And then, of course, Roaring Moon showing up. 4th on that graphic, 205 people playing it today, and a lot of big names too.
Yeah, a lot of popular players are going to be playing this deck, and the archetype is something that you need to look out for. It's got a very similar power point as the Giratina V-Star. Just being able to knock out whatever you so choose. It means that you're very open in a field like this to knock out a bunch of different decks, and thankfully that means that you can knock out high hit points like 330 that you may be seeing.
And then rounding out Mew and Gardevoir, not too bad. Both of those 3 prize Pokemon weak to Dark. Maybe that might come in a little bit later, but Gardevoir is still sticking around, still a very consistent deck. Just has a little bit of awkward matchups in this field.
Yeah, it's run into some issues for sure. The Iron Hands is something that players have been attempting to avoid as much as possible. We've seen some interesting tech inclusions to try to combat that. And the same thing with Mew, where it's such an interesting deck. It's taken on so many different forms. And I feel like it's obviously it's at the end of the road. It's trying to get one more win, and a lot of players are going to give it that respect, that nod, and see if it has the potential to get one big regional win at the very end.
I believe it's possible. It is one of those decks that just will not go away. Like they were saying in the opening, there was 6 out of top 16 in Portland, but usually with the way these tournaments are spaced out, it kind of does really good one weekend. Next weekend, not so much because people are teching for it. Then maybe Liverpool. That's when we're going to see Mew shine.
Yeah, well, I'm interested to see which of these decks we will be featuring on stream. Could be one of these. We'll see what you chose in the community choice for round 4. Got some great names on the table there. some former regional champions, and Landon Caitler, who won previously with that Squavit in Portland a year ago. Maybe trying to run that back here. Reagan Retzloff, Ian Robb, some amazing players on this list, and excited to see which you chose for our round 4.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look. And y'all just don't like Arceus, I guess. It is Arceus superior up against that other deck in
Miraidon.
Miraidon, yeah. It's going to be pretty great here. And I believe both of our players are still waiting to get set up, so we're not going to talk too much about anymore. But it's going to be either a very fast one or maybe exciting.
I mean, that's honestly what you get when you play Miraidon. You understand that in matchups like this, you definitely have an opportunity to knock out an Arceus on the very first turn. Yeah, you can get very aggressive. So I'd like to see how that plays out.
Just waiting on our players to get those headsets on. We can start talking more.
I mean, that's our job.
Yeah.
Let's get the headsets on.
You excited for this weekend, Kyle?
Absolutely. No, it's coming back to this venue once more and just seeing how many players are here now as opposed to over the last few years. It's definitely been something to watch. It's unbelievable how many competitors that we have nowadays. And it's not all new faces. A lot of these players have been playing for 20 years, and they're coming back into the scene. They're getting excited again. They're starting to feel the competitive juices flowing once more. And it always gets me excited again, because I want to get it back out there too.
Yeah, East Coast events always bring out the old heads, as we say, and there's no shortage of them here this weekend. Former world champions in the crowd, former national champions. It's going to be pretty crazy to see. And this is the tail end of this format that we have here. And we're going to start seeing maybe the same kind of decks creep in yet again. We'll like, oh, we've seen this top 8 before. There could be that one deck that just squeaks in and no one really knows. I'm hoping it's that Origin Form Palkia V-Star. Maybe we'll see it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, this is the most cards that we've had at a point of a season. So this is where you're going to see the most archetypes. So thankfully for us, that means a lot of interesting decks and a lot of different matchups that we can see. When we do have the new set, that's a perfect opportunity for new players, returning players to come back into the scene. The card pool is smaller, but it's going to continue to develop. And then you've been there from the start. You get to watch as the scene develops, the meta shifts, and you get to add new cards. It's an absolute blast. And I'm expecting to see a lot of more players as the events continue to grow like this.
Well, speaking of seeing players, let's go ahead and go down to the stage. Our players are ready, and we'll see this matchup that y'all chose for us here. And it's going to be Arceus V-Star, Superior V-Star, up against Miraidon EX. It's going to be an interesting one. Classically, Miraidon has a pretty good matchup against Arceus, able to do that. 220 damage as soon as turn 1 with Photon Blaster against those V Pokemon that Arceus is trying to keep in play.
Yeah, it's obviously it's back to our classic Arceus plus ham sandwich can get the job done. This is a ham sandwich. 100%. It's a ridiculous Pokemon to include in deck, but it also works. it pairs against so many different cards in the meta so well. Having that grass typing, you can get a lot done, and being able to move energies around has been very beneficial. As you know, often you're not going to be sticking around in that active spot with a Pokemon like Giratina and whatnot on the other side.
Yeah, Vincent Benevent and Landon Caitler, as we mentioned before, landed one Portland last season with that Squavit. Fun fact for him was Squavit. So
that is a fun fact. I can see the laser eyes in my mind.
But now he's going to have to face down his opponent's Squavit.
Oh man, that's I don't know if I'm ready for that. would it go against Landon at a time like this?
And it is Vic's first time on stream here, so going to be a pretty interesting matchup.
Ooh.
Double generator prize for Landon, though.
Yeah, and that's a lot of reach, too, with the Raichu. Often that is going to be a solution that you need in order to win against the high hit points that you'll see in the active spot, like the Arceus V-Star.
Yeah, this is reminiscent of Nicholas Moffat's list from Portland, so it is playing 2 Raichu in the list. And meanwhile, Vic does prize that Choice Belt, which the only upside down card.
and it's a one of.
Yeah.
Judge!
Really hoping to maybe use that to take a knockout on something like a Raichu V or Raikou V as early as turn 2 with that Arceus V-Star, but not going to have access to that here.
Yeah, looking through the rest of the list, looks like Vic has a lot of those classic strategies, the Arceus Path Judge that you so often love, and Landon with a fun surprise seeing the Arceuses. Yay! I can knock those out.
Oh no, this hand is a little bit saved with that Bravery Charm here.
Hold up.
All right, some technology here.
He wasn't ready.
Fun fact, both of these players are playing multiple copies of Judge and Path in their lists. So
this is all right. I'll just let you take the wheel then, bud.
Perfect. So 270 for this Arceus V. I think that's going to stick around until next turn.
Yeah, you can look through and see that there's no Raichu, but even then that would have been a miracle with double generator in the prize cards too. Where are the energies coming from?
There's 2 Raichu, Kyle.
You play 2?
That's what I just said that.
All right, well, I was a little more excited about the Arceus side, to be honest. There's potential to get knocked out.
All right, and as you notice, we have a little new technology on the layout today. We got energy supporter retreats, so you'll see those highlighted up when the players play each of those cards for this match. Hopefully keep things a little copacetic. And Landon is starting things off with that tandem unit, finding a Raikou and a Mareep. Classic Miraidon.
Oh, yeah. Well, not if you're playing.
Yeah, not if I'm
You don't have Mareep.
I hate you.
All right, Forest Sealstone along with the Beach Court. Things are moving on Landon's side, and escape rope means that free retreat Mareep is going to be hanging out.
Yeah, might as well. You don't want an electric generator into Mareep here, but this might be an awkward discard with this Professor's Research here. Has Flaffy and Iron Hands. Iron Hands just benches one of those hands and has to discard the other one. Only going to have to play with one hand for this entire game.
Yeah, it's an awkward patty cake.
4 lightning energy found off this Professor's Research, and not much else. This is going to be a pretty slow start for this Miraidon, and perfect for an Arceus V-Star deck.
Wow. Yeah, there's not much you can do with a hand like that. And sure enough, that means that you need to use the Forest Sealstone to try to figure this out. Typically, the strategy from here is Electric Generator. Try to find a way to get some energies in play, get some relevant damage onto this Arceus V so that you can knock it out next turn. But 1 energy means a small attack from a Raikou, and 2 means you can attack with Miraidon. Well, we saw 4 energies in this hand.
Yeah. If it wasn't for the 4 energy Flaffy in hand, Squawkabilly might have been a choice. But just revealing him, only 1 energy. We're going to have to attack with the Raikou V here this turn. Still getting some damage, especially with that Bravery Charm. Not too bad. Does set up a 2-hit KO for that Arceus V-Star potentially.
Yep, and a little benefit as well when you see Bravery Charm on the Arceus V means that a card like Choice Belt isn't going to surprise you, knock you out for 210 on the following turn from an Arceus V-Star, so maybe you feel a little better about having those energies in play without those experience shares that we will see later on potentially.
And there is that retreat. We're going to see a fleet-footed here. And that was due to the escape rope bringing up that Mareep, and Beach Court giving it that free retreat. Second tandem unit here is just going to look through the deck, maybe thin it out before you draw that card with fleet-footed.
Yep, always a good strategy. If you can get this extra card out of your deck, then maybe fleet-footed finds you the card you're actually looking for. Nobody wants to draw this Raichu off the top.
And with it on the bench, still pretty safe here. But with 2 generator prized, it's going to be a struggle to get some energies.
Yeah, this is not the most impressive turn that we've seen from Miraidon, and Vic is obviously ecstatic to see that this is all that could be done. 2 energies in play and a Flaffy in the discard. You can work with this.
Yeah. Vic has an energy for the turn and drew Professor's Research, so has the option between that and Iono. Just depends if you want to keep this boss and switch in hand or in the deck. This is going to help out Landon a lot, putting those energies back in the deck as well.
Yeah, no complaints from either side at this point. Obviously, Vic needs to find some additional Pokemon. Arceus V-Star would be incredible just to find some access with Starbirth to some additional resources.
And there is that Ultra Ball. And a lot of energies that you don't really need too much, but at least you found another Arceus V that you can charge up with Trinity Nova.
And looks like Sharon's Care as well in the hand, too. That could be an interesting card, as we've already noted that energies are scarce right now. This might be a 3-shot on an Arceus V-Star. And if you've absorbed 2 attacks from your opponent and then you clean up all the damage, you might be winning.
Yeah, that is if Vic doesn't bench another Pokemon here off the Starbirth. But it also just would help if you get stuff set up. And there we see that Starbirth, such a powerful V-Star ability.
Yeah, for the longest time, this has been the ability to look out for. It's so consistent. Obviously, Arceus pairs with so many different resources, and then being able to find some disruption has always been something very beneficial for these players. So not only do you get your own setup, but being able to find cards like Pat to the Peak to slow down your opponent would have been nice on first turn, but we'll take it on turn 2.
All right, it does look like Vic chose Slacking V for the first card here, eyeing down a Path to the Peak for the second one. Now, if that Slacking does hit the bench, that means this Raikou could take the knockout, I believe, 160. And that wouldn't be too good.
Yeah, Bravery Charm is no longer active. This is an evolution Pokemon, so not helping yourself out in that case. But you also want to add some additional Pokemon to charge up. Is it just going to be the Arceus fight for the longest time? And it's a tough debate right now.
Nest Ball is the other card of choice, so I think we're going to see a pretty full bench here from Vic. But this allows Landon to take the knockout next turn in what would have been a pretty awkward turn.
Wow, the hand behind for Vic is not great.
Just energies. And Sharon's Care that you can't use now.
Yeah, really hoping that the Arceus V-Star would stick around to maybe get some additional use out of it, be able to pick this Pokemon back up and continue to attack, but it's going to be all on the Slacking from here on out.
Well, you're going to have to do what you got to have to do. There's 3 Grass Energy on that Slacking V, and now it is Landon's turn. Going to give another quick shuffle of the deck here, and with Landon having the knockout, now you can kind of take the turn back a little, charge up Miraidon on the bench, or whatever you want, really. Maybe try to get energies for that Raichu.
I mean, it's not often you use Starbirth and you're left with a hand this poor. It is V-Guard and Sharon's Care from here on out. Landon obviously would assume otherwise, so maybe there's still an opportunity for Landon to play a card like Judge or Iono in this spot.
And I think
still
he is
thinking
going to.
that there's some benefits there, but also if you watch your opponent play the cards from Starbirth, it was Nestball Slacking. He showed the cards too.
That just means you have a professor's research in hand.
Gotta
now.
be.
Yeah.
Gotta be.
After a couple Ultra Balls thinning the deck out of that Squawkabilly EX, Landon settles on that Flaffy, the last Flaffy in the deck, and there is the Iono, and this is going to help out Vic so much here.
Absolutely baited.
Yeah.
No, that's obviously, with Landon playing, this is half of the draw supporters right now. You're eventually going to be left with a hand where Iono or Judge is the optimal choice. And it just ends up working very well for Vic on the other side.
I don't know about very well. Let's take
it
a
has
look
to
at
be better than the other cards?
No, not really.
No.
Do you like Superior?
You weren't kidding. Oh, there's Squavit. We're fine.
Okay. And there is that Lightning Rondo for the knockout here. Bravery Charm is not doing anything, like you said, with that evolution Pokemon. And Landon's still missing those electric generators in the prize cards.
Yeah, I mean, the hand off the Iono, there's no additional energies played out other than attach return, using Flaffy, no experience shares played. This, I mean, once again, Vic is dodging bullets.
All right, we got Jet Energy boss's orders, but you can't even attack with Slacking yet because Path to the Peak is not in play.
Landon sees his spirit animal on the other side, gets excited.
I think we're going to see Jet Energy Squavit for 1, hope to find
Rip Path?
Probably B-Barrel in the Path, but yeah, sure. Eventually Rip Path. Oh, doesn't play the Jet Energy.
Wow.
Me and that guy go way back.
1 card. It's Escape Rope.
It is not nearly as good as when Landon uses it.
And just a pass back of the turn, and Landon is in full control of this game now. You have 4 energy in play, Dynamotor, and energy for the turn. That means a boss's orders could take the knockout on that Slacking and pretty much seal the game up.
Yeah, you see the switch in hand too, so no worries on this side. Continuing to accelerate by way of the discard pile now with that Lightning Energy in the discard pile for the Flaffy. The energies will continue to flow, and that means that taking a knockout on a relevant Pokemon here, taking 2 prize cards if possible with a card like Boss or maybe Escape Rope into another Pokemon could easily lead into a Raichu closeout on the next turn.
I'll play a switch.
And there's a switch to the Raikou. Get that fleet-footed. Try to get an extra card here.
I'll use a fleet-footed.
Does find another Ultra Ball. That's not really going to help, but you can thin out a little bit more before playing this Iono or Judge. But again, your opponent has 1 card in hand. Do you even want to play it?
Yeah.
I will Dynamo.
Right now, you're removing the Bidoof as well, which
there's 2.
Okay, well, yeah, it's hidden. I mean, there's not much pressure on you at this point to play that and give your opponent a new hand.
Lightning Rondo for the knockout.
Yep.
And Landon finally gets one of those electric generator from the prize cards. Vincent's going to have to rely on another Squavit, but top deck's an Iono here. Rope to get that Raikou V out of the active spot. And Landon pushing that Raichu.
Yeah, at this point, you understand that you've played a lot of your switching resources.
Nice.
So as much as you'd like to push up a card like the Iron Hands, you know that it might get stranded. So sticking with the low retreat there, along with the Beach Court as well, is going to take the L there if you need to.
Yeah, I would have loved to see the Rope bring up the Squavit just to be able to free retreat.
Yep.
But Vic does find B-Barrel here.
Yep.
And a Path to the Peak and an Energy, so we can see an attack this turn. It is that double turbo energy, though, so it's going to reduce your slacking V a little bit.
Yep. Still relevant knockouts on everything on the board. But this is all the eggs at this point. And you have to assume that that's not going to be able to last for much longer. We'll see what Landon has on the following turn.
Yeah, well, one thing he has is that Zapdos to be able to boost your damage with that ability to take the knockout with Photon Blaster of that Miraidon EX on that 230 HP slacking.
There you go. Lightning symbol paying off.
Ultra Ball does find Arceus V-Star. Get that down before you Industrious Incisors here. Does find a V-Guard energy that would help if Raichu was attacking it.
Yeah, it doesn't really work the way you want it to in this spot. Not everything is V.
Yeah. I'm at 3 prize cards anyway, so.
They're clarifying slacking V's ability. Doesn't allow you to attack if you're at 2, 4, or 6 prize cards, but that Path to the Peak shuts that ability off. And there we see an XP share on Iron Hands. It's one of the new technologies from Portland that we've been seeing a lot. And I believe it's very good. Just helps you keep up.
Yeah, I mean, we heard a lot of mixed feelings on how this card plays, but ultimately the results say that this should be an inclusion right now in Miraidon.
Okay, I'll go for turn.
And wow, I mean, it's a basic turn, but ultimately this is the only Pokemon that's attacking right now. It's on Vic to find another resource, and sure enough, has the double turbo ready to roll. The Arceus V-Star is going to be ready. This is kind of turning around at this point. There's no Raichus.
Yeah, the Iono was very good for Vic here. It shuffled away that Zapdos to the bottom, and there's just energy left in the hand for Landon.
I mean, yeah, he showed the judge, but doesn't want to play it. Remembered that Landon's on a pretty bad hand at this point.
Sounds good.
But I mean,
there is a possibility where Landon just wins with an Iron Hands EX if Vic decides to attack with slacking.
And then marker on this.
Well, there's that Nest Stash for 1, Industrious Incisors, Boss's Orders found. I like Boss's Orders on this Iron Hands right now.
Yeah, that's certainly the biggest threat.
Yep.
The opportunity to absolutely just win the game from the next turn, and you still get to continue to have the pressure on that Raikou V. That's going to be a Boss's Orders away from closing out. And it looks like Arceus is going to be able to knock out some of these Pokemon too, so not too bad.
Well,
wow, Boss's Orders
is finally not lounging around. Taking 4 prize cards, puts Vic down to 2 to Landon's 3, and Landon has a knockout lined up right now, but can he get the last one before something like this Arceus takes the knockout on Raikou?
Yep, you need to remove the slacking from play. It's the most dangerous. There was opportunities where you could just try to boss stall and buy more time, but it looks like Vic would have more opportunities to draw than you would.
Vic, I think, has the Boss's Orders in hand. As long as he has the energy, this is game 1.
It is in hand.
What a comeback. Wow. Grass Energy, Boss's Orders, and we're going to be going to a Game 2 here. Arceus Superior taking down the Miraidon in Game 1. An awkward matchup for Arceus.
Not on my bingo card. Oh, wow. Yeah. I mean, truly, it speaks to the power of Judge Path once more. It is so impressive. Iono Path this time around, but it was everything that you needed. Landon was trying to thin out and make sure that the resources were around, but there were some tough decisions that had to be made because there weren't enough energies accelerated early on in the game. And with the opportunity to either lose all your switching effects or the Raichu, a really tough decision was made, and Landon didn't have the resources to close out.
Well, there was that early Lightning Rondo with the Raikou, put some damage, then you clean up that knockout on the Arceus V-Star, and Landon taking another knockout on Bidoof before this Slacking starts to take control of the game. Big knockout impaired with that Iono and Path to the Peak meant no Zapdos, and just another Raikou attack. Boss's Orders on the Iron Hands, and there's just a Boss's Orders on the Raikou to clean things up. And just like that, Vic taking Game 1 on his first time on stream.
Yeah, the odds on that one, certainly for Vegas, that was looking wild. And once more, see the prize cards, just the one Raichu this time around, and not too bad on the other side for Vic. He can work with those prize cards. How can he work with his hand?
Yeah, Landon's going to have access to all 4 Generator if he wants this game now, and start things off with an Iron Hands in the active and a Nest Ball to find that Miraidon EX. And now we're going to see a good tandem unit, maybe find a Mareep and something else, but pretty good. Except for, I don't think there's an energy in hand to attach for the turn.
Yeah, I'm not sure yet, but obviously the benefit of being able to have full access to your deck at this point, find cards like Squawkabilly, not have to worry about finding that the opening stadium where you know that your opponent could just play a turn 1 path, which is why Landon chose to go first in this situation.
And then I'm going to tandem unit again.
Certainly could be a very strong turn where you set up for the future, and here we go.
How do you like this choice, the 2 different Mareeps, huh?
You know, I don't hate it.
Yeah. They both have 60 HP, 1 retreat.
Yeah, they're equally as special, too. It doesn't matter that one's a little shinier than the other.
One has a silver border, though. I like the silver border.
Good for you.
No energy here, but that 4 Seal Stone could have been used. Decided not to use it here.
I mean, this is a setup approach. This is not what we're used to seeing from Miraidon. Typically, it is throw all my cards away, go ballistic, find energies, and try to knock stuff out. Instead, this is like a double Flaffy, take your time, and eventually you're just going to knock out V-Stars back to back to back.
Yeah, we're going to have to see if it is fruitful or not for Landon here, using those binoculars.
Got to get funny photos for later.
Nest Ball does find Bidoof for Vic here. Has a lot of Pokemon in hand, and is going to be forced to just Iono this turn, most likely. Maybe Judge.
Yeah, this is incredibly awkward because you see Iono and then you realize, oh, I'll never see an Arceus V-Star again if I do this. So the hedge instead now is keep those around and then use the Judge. You see less cards, but you have more opportunities to find the Arceus V-Star later on. But this is a worry because now you only have 4 opportunities to see an energy. And turn 1 energy is the most important part of Arceus.
What?
I think.
Okay, yeah. I think you're right.
For the last 3 years, that's been correct.
And there we see that powerful supporter, Judge. Each player shuffles their hand in their deck, draws 4. And like you're saying, Vic needs to find energy here. And really, if you don't see anything else, energy's probably just good enough. And then you can just draw into the Arceus V-Star next turn.
I'm calling it's the Jet energy. And then he has to he has to promote his Arceus V to the active with it, and he's never lucky.
Double Boss's Orders, switch Ultra Ball for Landon. Not a good hand, and wow. Energy, Arceus V-Star, Path to the Peak, Boss's Orders for Vic here.
Do you play the path first? I mean, you have nothing to follow up.
I don't think
but
you do.
You could completely ruin your opponent.
What do you mean? Tandem unit was already used.
What are you drawing, I guess?
Fleet-footed?
Yeah, depends.
Watch, the Fleet-footed's going to get the 1 card. No, there's 4 Seal Stone, but
this hand's not great.
You got 4 Seal Stone, it's fine.
you joke, but here it comes, Fleet-footed. Ah,
XP share. And That's so awkward. Was there any route to using the Force Seal Stone before playing the Switch? But I guess if you're going for a Professor's Research, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I can't remember if I saw an Ultra Ball in combination with the Lightning. There was an opportunity to use Flaffy, get the energy onto the Raikou, and then do this promotion. Maybe that would have been a better choice.
Well, the XP share was drawn, so yeah, that was available in Landon's hand. But I guess you're still going for that turn 1 knockout with that Miraidon EX and Photon Blaster. And Ultra Ball Flaffy is going to make it a little bit easier.
Yep, still Beach Court's able to be drawn into, and then you could, for your treat, move this Pokemon around. You're expecting to see cards like Generator when you use Iono, as you haven't seen any of them so far.
I will experience share
So
and play an Iono.
plenty of resources left to be had off the Iono.
And you wouldn't realize it, but that's hurting Vic a lot here.
Those are 2 good cards.
Ooh, out of these 6 cards, I do not see good cards. There's no Electric Generator, no energy to speak of.
Yeah. Yep.
Talk about slow.
What attacks do we have for 1 energy over there? Rear kick?
Rear kick, yeah.
Gonna forego that.
Now there is an out to path in Vic's deck. It is Lost Vacuum.
Nice.
But we're not going to see that in hand. Awkward hand here off this Iono.
Yep.
I think we're going to see a Nest Dash.
Oh, sorry.
Nest Ball taking a look through. There's that Squavit down at the top of the deck.
Oh, yes. Welcome back, old friend.
Sure.
Going to take a quick look through the deck to see what resources you have available. Lost Vacuum is in there. Vic took a quick look. It's all going to be off this Nest Dash and Industrious Incisors, Kyle. Do you you don't even attach the energy you have. It's a V-Guard. Just hold out for that double turbo energy.
Exactly, yeah. If it's the double turbo, then you really have a debate there. You could choose to play it slow and attach that to the active and then just consider just charging up some Pokemon on the bench, or you can go all in at this point, which seems to be the appropriate play. See if you can find all those resources and really start to take a big lead.
Superior V-Star. Nest Dash is pretty good at drawing V-Star Pokemon. We've seen it in the past. Oh, it's a V Pokemon. All right.
All right. Play it down. Now you get 5.
This does allow Raikou to fully
that's a good
attack.
Need a little more help, and that's not it.
Not good enough. I think we might see a Trinity Charge from the active here. No?
I would think so, too.
All right, we're just going to attach it to the bench, pass the turn back. Landon has another Ultra Ball to get the second Flaffy from the deck, but there's no Lightning Energy in the discard.
This is the volatility that we've spoken of with this deck. Is you usually find that setup strategy around turn 3 or 4, but you have to have that explosive opening in the beginning where you're throwing away all those resources, the Lightning Energies into the discard pile, and eventually you have those for the mid-game. But the cards didn't really play out this way, and Landon's just working with what they got.
Yep. He Professor's researched away a Beach Court, but does not want to bump that path to the peak and give Starbirth available to Vic. Does find Escape Rope, 2 Lightning Energy, and an Electric Generator, so we could see a big attack here this turn.
There's one.
All right, just one. That should be enough, though. With the Escape Rope, you can bring that Miraidon EX to the active spot and knock out a Bidoof from Vic's side of the board.
That's once more just the awkwardness of the way that this game has progressed. That's not a Pokemon you want to attack for 220.
No.
And give the opportunity for Vic to get some really relevant damage onto your side of the board. But also, you got to start taking prize cards. If you wait around, you probably lose. Your opponent can build up a lot.
Attached to the Raikou here. It's going to retreat.
Dynamotor.
Is there an energy in the discard? No.
We're walling and stalling.
All right. Just set up the Photon Blaster in the active for next turn. And here we see Arceus V-Star on the active. If there was a double turbo on that, we could have seen some fireworks, but Switch was drawn.
Was found. I mean,
This allows Vic to start attacking, and that's all you really need for Arceus V-Star.
And if there was, what, an attack into this Pokemon, it would have played right into Sharon's Care. So, I mean, you played around everything besides Top Deck Switch. it was ready to go, though.
Ooh, here we see a Judge off the incisors. Could be pretty good. Landon did just play a research last turn. Judge Path, you got to love to see it.
You don't have to.
No, you have to.
Okay.
Especially when you're with me.
Wow, that's so great.
I got some interesting numbers for this Charlotte Regionals. Last season, there was just over 1,100 players in the Masters
Which
division.
is huge.
Yeah. One of the biggest ever at the time. This season, the official number, I think, is 2,133.
Wow.
Yeah. Insane.
That's, I mean, the fact that we're able to accommodate for that many players and the continued growth is just unbelievable. I mean, look, seniors basically doubled from 135 to 250.
Juniors more than doubled. Wow. 96 to 195. That's Pokemon. It just is going to keep growing, especially with this prize pool, with just the ease of getting into the game. A lot of available resources for any player that wants to try to start playing. This Trinity Nova is going to deal 180. Charge up that Superior V on the bench. Slacking is missing, and that's one of the cards that is able to take these big one-hit knockouts like we saw last game.
Yeah, I saw the Radiant Alakazam inclusion here as well. That's a card you may have to look out for later on down the road as just a way to clean up Pokemon, but it is always for one every time on this side, isn't it? I guess you can't complain, but, well, yeah, I guess you can too.
Now, I don't know if Landon realizes you can hit 2 energies off Electric Generator. He's only hitting 1.
Oh, he definitely knows.
I don't know. He was saying that he hasn't hit 2 yet.
Yeah.
It's round 4.
I don't know if it's up to them.
Energy on the active means you can Photon Blaster if you want. And then there we see another Judge, Judge Path. You love to see it.
Mm-hmm. Love. So much. This is, I mean, you don't see Pokemon like this anymore, Jeremy.
No, you don't.
This is awkward. This is 2 guys just punching each other and not taking knockouts.
Oh, we got 2.
You called it. It does work. But it's also great. Like this is wild. We're so used to the one-hit format. Always. That's just how it seems to go. Games last 10 minutes and it's been wild back and forths, but
I mean, to be honest, we were a little worried this game was going to last 10 minutes.
Yeah. Well,
not anymore.
Nope. I've seen so many dice. This is great.
Energy drawn for the turn for Vic here. Has boss's orders in hand, but not much else.
Yeah, the one turn you don't have Sharon's Care ready to go, and here you have all this damage on the active. Squab it.
Yeah, we're
take us home.
Nest Dash. Let's try to get some of those berries.
Yep.
Sign me up.
What's your favorite berry, Kyle?
Blurple.
I don't know if that's a berry. Mine's boysenberry.
Good for you.
Industrious Incisors for 4 here.
Ultra Ball. That continues to extend this, though. There's another barrel ready to go. We're going to see cards. Multiple cards.
Multiple cards, yes, indeed. 4 of them, to be exact. There is, what, the 1 Sharon's Care in the list.
Cut, please.
Big incisors here.
One time.
Yo, okay, the Lost Vacuum does
Hold
it.
up. Hold up. We got
haven't
Wombo
used Starburst.
No, you're right. Yeah, no supporter.
And no supporter for the turn either.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Lost Vacuum. Get rid of that path to the peak. We're going to Starbirth here.
All right, Vic. You've won me over. This is a flex.
Yep.
All right. Oh, we're going straight for it.
Absolutely. Immediately identifies the line.
Do we even need a
Who
second
cares
card?
about the other card? Just let your opponent pick one. or
shuffle the deck.
play
you
the
pick
rest
one.
of the game. Fine, whatever.
Another boss's orders could be handy, but with 2 in hand, that makes it a little more Iono weak.
Sure.
But I guess when you have Squavet double B barrel, nothing's going to stop you.
You're going to see all the cards.
Landon is no stranger to Arceus V-Star, having won that Portland Regionals with it. And big Charon's Care. Oh, there it is. All that hard work attacking turn 3. Has already attached for the turn, but is going to bench down Radiant Alakazam. This will help clean up damage on that Raikou V. You're already taking the big knockout here, so 2 damage to that Raikou. Oh, just 1.
You can do 2. But can I move it? Has to be the same.
Oh, they're asking. All right, he's looking for verification that you
Okay.
can't split the damage up. No, this isn't like a Sableye drop. You have to, if you're gonna move, you can move 2, but it's just to 1 Pokemon. So, although you're thinking of the 190 from the Superior, taking the knockout here, you might as well just move 2. It doesn't matter. The damage is being removed regardless.
Yeah, that ability we've called painful fork instead of spoons.
Yeah, with only 2 prongs.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll EXP share.
And there is the knockout EXP share. Gets the energy on that Miraidon EX. And here comes that Iron Hands.
All right.
Okay, and then I'll drop return.
The 2 damage on that Raikou is very relevant.
Whoa, Boss's Orders top deck? Does that change things?
You get 2 prizes off a B-Barrel.
That's what I'm saying. You don't do much with your board, obviously, but were you intending to anyways?
Thank you. And you failed the energy?
And Vic did fail the Trinity Nova here. Okay. So all the energy is basically in hand or in the prize cards.
Yeah, this is a tough call. Landon wanted to see more of the deck this turn. But when you get a boss's orders, I think you have to play the boss's orders.
Oh, wow.
No, he's gonna hold it, not play either card now, understanding the value of that boss's orders. You can't just discard it.
The bench is pretty full of awkward support Pokemon here for Vic, though, this game, too. Double B-Barrel, Squavet, Radiant Alakazam. It's going to have to rely on that Superior V-Star to try to clean things up, and it's doing 190.
Yep.
Escape Row Boss's Orders could help clean up some damage here.
Yeah, can you
Or just
continue?
Boss's Orders.
Can you continue to ignore the Iron Hands, though? It seems so dangerous.
I'll go for the.
I mean, if you Boss's Orders, you're taking the knockout with this Arceus V-Star, but it allows Iron Hands to take 3 prizes, and Vic is just not playing anything either, and is attacking with that Arceus. This Iron Hands is going to have free reign to amp you very much.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Because of Vista, yeah. You're right.
My pleasure.
What?
Photo tap.
I'll tap.
Does Landon even need to play anything?
That's honestly where we're at this point. This is ridiculous Pokemon. But it's also, at some point, it is correct. You need to remove this threat. Also, for Vic on the other side, this is the only Pokemon he's scared of, so you just have to continue to attack into it. Sure, we're in theme deck mode, but it's also what you need to do.
Now, I would be very scared of a Raichu V for next turn. Taking the knockout, you need to set up another Pokemon. But
yeah,
no!
We're not even going for slacking at this point. There's an Ultra Ball in hand.
There was an Arceus V double Turbo Energy.
What do we do if this Pokemon's gone?
Vic is relying on this Superior V-Star to take this last knockout on Raikou V. Landon has a big hand, has the Raichu V double Flappy.
I mean, you play like you have no cards in hand, and sure enough, this is what can happen.
I think Vic just kind of realized that once the Raichu V came down.
He's like, oh, yeah, that wins. Maybe not this turn, but it definitely removes all of my outs. Yeah, all you can do is really laugh at that point.
What a weird game, too, here.
I mean, there was plenty of opportunities there for Vic to continue to draw, use Squavet, use the B-Barrel, try to find Iono, judge, whatever it is, continue to limit your options for your opponent. Said, nah, we're chilling. I don't even want to set up another Pokemon. We're chilling.
Professor's Research discards the hand for Landon here.
We'll try a generator.
Generator. Finds one.
Augers.
At least both the players are having fun here too.
Yeah, you know what? I'm having fun too.
Me too.
This has been ridiculous.
I will play a beach court. I will retreat.
Beach Court will allow you to keep that
I'll do
energy.
it this way like you wanted. Dynamotor.
Double Dynamotor just charging up.
Dynamotor.
And you have to think this was the vision all along for Landon with that opening setup of the double Mareep to eventually get to a point where you have all of these energies and Raichu just continues to close out back to back, taking knockouts and trying to take this game too.
Needs 5 energy total off this dynamic spark here.
Considerations now are just for boss's orders stalling at this point, but we see the escape rope in hand, so is not worried about the Iron Hands being left in the active.
It looks like Landon has this game pretty much locked up now.
Just attack with Squavit. Come on. what else are we accomplishing this game?
Superior Choice Belt. That's not doing anything.
Yeah,
Arceus V, that's not doing anything. Turn too late here for Vic. I would like to see a concession in the game 3 here. Not much time left remaining, just over 12 minutes.
Yeah, that's a great point. You have to understand the position that you're in. This is sub 1% at this point to buy enough time. Obviously, your opponent is going to knock out whatever is in the active spot with the Miraidon, whatever it is. And I was going to say, if Iron Hands is the promotion, that's the only way that you get stuck, right?
Oh.
This could be...
Okay, you definitely can't kill that.
Yeah.
All right, yep. Raikou V in the active spot. This still technically gives an out to Vic.
This almost got really sweaty. I mean, yeah.
You draw path and hope Landon doesn't find a way to get out of the active, like an energy.
Yep. And
or it just draws an energy off the one Iono.
That has to be so refreshing. That got very scary.
And Vic found the path, too.
Oh, it's not, there you go, not quite the bottom one.
Nest stashed. But this is just taking so much more time.
Precious time being ticked off. Man.
Those cards aren't going to do anything. Energy, Dynamotor, Photon Blaster. We're going to a game 3 here.
And that's all you need to get the job done. The single lightning energy off the top. It's going to take us into game 3 with limited time left, hoping for what, 9 minutes maybe?
Yeah.
To play the game.
Not been treating me well today.
Got to shuffle quick, got to play quick. There's opportunities, of course. This we know Miraidon is very explosive. We know that the power of Judge Path on these opening turns can also be very detrimental to setups. So maybe we do see some quick prize cards. It would be great, as this has been a wild set to start things off here in Charlotte.
Yeah, we thought that Lost Vacuum able to open things up for Vic there with that Charon's Care off the Starburst was going to potentially almost seal up the game, even having that Raining Alakazam move that 2 damage to the Raikou V to clean it up later. And he chose to attack into the Iron Hands EX twice here, but this is the big turn. Not setting up another attacker allowed Raichu V to take the big one-hit knockout and have Landon basically seal up this game too. And Vic just taking a little more time trying to play to his outs that weren't there.
Yeah, there were definitely opportunities for Vic to play that cleaner. There were strategies where instead of going for that Radiant Alakazam, you just focus on the Arceus as your attackers, and then you have the energies able to shuffle back in and then load up on a Slacking later on, and then you really aren't worried about that not having the ability to close out. We are in game 3, though.
Love it.
And it is time. You see Vic's going to pull out all the stops, even throw down the Spiritomb here, too.
And Spiritomb is going to shut off that fleet-footed from Raikou V, and it's really the only thing that it shuts down in Landon's
That's
deck.
all we care about.
Yeah, the one extra card is pretty beneficial sometimes, especially depending on the hand. And
Oh
wow,
my-
looking at
whoa,
Landon's
whoa,
hand.
whoa.
That Spiritude's putting in a ton of work. Talk about fettered in misfortune.
Yeah, I mean, for Vic, maybe you have to read into the where you are at in this situation and play to the active and just hope, but he's going to play it onto the bench.
Wow, Miraidon EX drawn for the top. Still not going to do much anything, but it will allow Landon to get at least some Pokemon down, and you don't lose to a Choice Belt next turn.
You get to thin a little more, find some resources, maybe start to attach energies to these Pokemon instead, but this hand stinks.
This hand stinks.
What do you do?
Attach energy, pass, and hope Vic plays the Judge in hand?
I mean, you can play Path and try to slow down your opponent at this point. You're avoiding Starbirth on the other side, and maybe that's what Vic is hoping to see, especially with the double turbo attached to the bench. Usually getting that Pokemon in the active includes the Starbirth ability.
Well, we are just over 8 minutes left in this game 3. It's going to be a slow start from Landon, and this Path to the Peak is going to make it a slow start for Vic here. Only a Lost Vacuum is going to help. Does find another Arceus V-Star, double Ultra Ball, Judge, and wow.
Yeah, I mean, you got to do what you got to do at that point. There's definitely some avenues to some craziness right here. If we see Lost Vacuum,
yeah,
we see Knockout. We see
was
Jet
Lost
Energy.
Vacuum in the prizes? Have we looked at the prizes yet?
I don't know. There's options with Jet Choice Belt right here to find avenues to knockouts, and
4 big cards.
They look
escape
average-sized
rope
to me,
energy,
but that's an escape rope. Put the pressure on,
and still has a Professor's Research for next turn. This is going to be really great.
Let him cook.
Trinity Nova charge up that Arceus V-Star on the bench. That can take a knockout on the Raikou V in one hit.
All good. Part of the fun. 180. Yeah.
Wow. Sub 7 minutes left in this final game 3 here.
And it's looking all Arceus right now, depending on Landon's hand. Does have a Judge, Energy.
These are the games that Arceus wins.
Yeah.
Where you have this clean setup path locked in play, although it was your opponent's, who cares? But you have all your energies in play on both these Arceus. You're able to find Sharon's Care when you need to eventually, and you just avoid knockouts and place solid damage back to back to back.
And Landon starts things off, Energy on the Raikou V, and a Judge of his own had the Beach Court in hand and is just hoping to find something like a Switch or Escape Rope, but only having 3 of those outs compared to already having it in hand with that Beach Court. Wants to keep that Path to the Peak in play.
Oh, this is getting sweaty, Jeremy. 4 cards. An opportunity to get a solid attack off if you could find...
Found the generator, and so if he attached to the active and this generator hit, could have attacked with the Raikou V. But might just have to settle for a pass of the turn here.
Oh, no. Wow. Complete whiff on the generator. Action back over to Vic now.
Boss's orders could be useful next turn.
I mean, we're in a spot where
we need to start picking up the pace here.
You could start doing Boss's orders onto the Raikou and then just get both these Pokemon like in range to be Radiant Alakazam'd and stuff.
Like you can knock the Raikou out with the Arceus on the bench.
Okay.
You just retreat with the double turbo energy.
There's plenty of energies in hand too. You could just.
Oh no. Oh, just 180.
He's going for the cute plays. Okay. This is Radiant Alakazam gameplay.
I don't know if there's enough time for Radiant Alakazam gameplay here, especially with Path to the Peak in play.
I'm gonna drop for turn. Oh, so I'll wait. Okay. Sounds good.
Man, under 5 minutes to go. Still neither player taking a prize card.
Professor's Research here for Landon.
Trying to cook. His words, not mine. Oh, that's getting closer. That's so much closer.
Ultra Ball, Flaffy, a ton of energy in hand.
Triple energy in hand. You can get these
Seal
lightnings
Stone
into the discard pile. Have double Dynamotor ready to roll.
We could see a knockout with Raichu maybe even.
We're honestly not that far off. With the attachment from hand, the 2 energy you get from the Dynamotor.
We would need 2 off Electric Generator, and then the retreat.
Yeah. Yep.
5 cards, flipping them over.
Sometimes you get there.
And sometimes you don't.
Still not bad. We take those.
Not a point to complain right now.
Under 4 minutes.
Plenty to work with. But it looks like 2-shot range is likely where we're at now. Which walks right back into that Sharon's carrier strategy, you know?
We would have loved to see the knockout last turn, but again, playing into that Radiant Alakazam is just going to have to stare down this Iron Hands EX arm press. Ooh, we don't see the Force Seal Stone get played just yet.
And I'll arm press for 160.
Okay. Arm press is enough to put some pressure on. Clearly, the hit points are the most important piece here. 230 is a very difficult number to reach without the slacking in play.
Ultra Ball found. Can use it to go ahead and find something like that slacking. Get a double turbo energy on it and just hope for the best.
Oh, Vic once more in that awkward spot again. Doesn't want to play Judge because your opponent only has 1 card in hand, but it's the last resource really there. Slacking, ready to get charged up now at this point. Has the double turbo ready to roll and the Judge.
Might not even want to play it. Again. Still does knockouts.
It's a big boy.
And is gonna use the Trinity Nova here.
I mean, this is just set up for wild combos from both sides now. Ampy very much is going to be taking big knockouts for additional prize cards. There's so many Pokemon in range of being KO'd from Radiant Alakazam combos. Although it doesn't look like 6 prize cards could be taken in this amount of time, it certainly can.
That is true. Less than 2 minutes left. Force Seal Stone is going to find a Professor's Research here for Landon. Going to have a brand new hand of 7. Has the Ampy very much already ready to go in the active spot.
Okay. Play Professor's Research, cut if you like.
No time for high fives. Got to get moving.
Electric Generator found. There's an energy.
Obviously, see Landon understands the time crunch that we're in right now. Have to take those prize cards and see your opponent draw a card. Minute 20. Thankfully, should be enough time for a couple more turns for Landon.
And I'll amp you very much for 3 prizes.
All right, Landon going down to 3 prize cards thanks to that Iron Hands EX. Vic is going to promote Arceus V-Star here. And then there we see the draw for turn. Professor's Research had the Judge, but you kind of want more cards right now.
Yep. Honestly, it doesn't matter much what your opponent's doing. It's more so on you to get rid of that path, start to find some of those combos. There's Ultra Ball in hand, but nothing else.
No, there's 3 Pats of the Peak.
Nothing else in this hand.
Ultra Ball can go ahead and grab that Radiant Alakazam, maybe?
Oh, you have to think about all the outs potentially, even finding like Bidoof in a situation like this to have more draws for next turn. Instead, it is onto the Radiant Alakazam that you can't even use the ability right now.
It is really, he's going to have to rely on Raihan, find the Lost Vacuum the Pats of the Peak, move the damage, take the knockout.
That's, yep. That'd be cool. I don't see Lieutenant Surge anywhere though.
Nope, I'm gonna have to wait till next turn. Trinity Nova for the knockout. Arceus V-Star doesn't get knocked out.
So I get 2 more turns?
All right.
And time was called on Vic's turn, so he's
Before
turned
the draw.
0.
Oh, that's so brutal for Vic. That is a sigh of relief for Landon. Turn 1 and turn 3. The best turns.
The best turns.
And you only need 3 more prize cards. Awkwardness here now. Attacking into any colorless Pokemon for a non-knockout means Charon's Care could make this game unwinnable. Double Boss's Orders would be the strategy if you try to knock out some of the lower hit point Pokemon.
But I don't see a boss's orders in Landon's hand.
That's where we're getting.
Oh,
This is tough. There's still no Starbirth used.
Yeah.
So any way to counter that stadium means that Vic would be able to protect the hit points.
And honestly, Landon saw Vic try to use that Raihan last turn. Does that mean you just don't attack into Arceus, but then you play into the Charon Scare, which Vic also has in hand?
Right. I mean, you see Raihan and you think, oh, well, yeah, maybe. I mean, there's less options for it to be Charon Scare, but it is in the hand, ready to go.
But if Vic Charon Scare, he's not going to be able to take the win.
Yeah.
Unless you draw into the Lost Vacuum. Worst thing for Landon right now would be to play a Beach Court.
The win got infinitely more difficult. Obviously, you still have Radiant Alakazam. You have the potential to move the damage up, knock out the Raikou, have boss's orders to do other things, but it basically has to be Lost Vacuum off the top.
Oh, there is a boss's orders in the hand. So I think Landon is going to go that route. Having attached to the Miraidon, can still use Raichu. Take a big knockout on the Arceus. You know what I want to see? A Nest Dash into the Lost Vacuum. And then you can't use it.
You're nuts. Why would you do that to him?
All right, Landon, retreat for the turn.
Wow, healed it too.
That's a big switch cart.
That's clutch. I mean, this. It has to be knockout on. I'm like, I mean, we're Lost Vacuum away.
All right. Big
it's all or
card
nothing right
off
here.
The top for Vic here. Last turn of his round 4. Trying to play for the win. Arceus V.
Arceus V. There's Iono.
You have to Iono here.
Doesn't matter if you thin at this point. All these cards are going to the bottom of the deck. You're going to have 4 cards separating you from potentially closing out this game in ridiculous fashion. Of course, options for Squavit too if this doesn't happen, but these are going to be the biggest cards of the game.
No.
It's not there, but there's Nestball for Squavit, but then you can't do it. I mean, I just want to see it go to the hand.
Yeah.
Don't you?
Me too. Jet Energy is going to allow the Slacking V to get brought to the active.
Where is this? Where is the vacuum? Oh, the energies are moving. The knockout has occurred. This is turn 3.
Oh, the Squavit was in the prizes.
Man, wouldn't that be cool to know?
Beach Court retreat to Raikou. We need a boss's orders off this. Fleet-footed. Nope. All right, maybe you play the escape rope and Vic brings up the Arceus.
One time?
One time.
Is this the last turn of the game? Okay.
This is the last turn of the game.
Right.
All right.
Escape rope?
Real pressure situation.
Play to your outs.
What do you do, Vic? Wow,
Right.
calculated. Huge play.
Arm press. So GG, man.
All right, and just with an arm press, Landon goes down to 2, and we have a tie on stream for our round 4. Both of these players now 3-0 and 1.
Wow. I did not see any of that coming. That was wild. So many different scenarios could have played out. Just a bunch of intricate decisions trying to be made, calculating for what resources you have to draw into, what your opponent could be holding on to. Felt like there were a couple missed opportunities back and forth. And I mean, you really feel like Vic could have found that at the end, and sure enough, it just wasn't there. Unfortunate.
Yeah, there's that game 1 yet again. Landon going up 3 prizes to 6, but Slacking V is just putting in a ton of work. Kind of lazy, no more. Taking a knockout on Raichu, taking a knockout on Miraidon, and then able to clean things up with a Boss's Orders energy on that Raikou V.
Yeah, that was when the deck started to look very impressive. It was a really big comeback in Game 1. And then we saw an interesting approach from Landon on the other side in Game 2, going for the double Mareep, not getting a big opening, and sure enough, it just led to opportunities like this, where you have so many light energies in play. Eventually, you will find the resources to start to knock out some of these bigger Pokemon. I mean, look at the setups that these players had. That was at 6-6 prize cards, and you see upwards of 7 energies on the side for each player. It's wild.
This was the big swing of Game 2. Sharon's Care, pick up the Arceus, take a knockout, set up some damage with the Superior, but not having a secondary attacker. And here, Game 3, I believe Vic had a route by retreating to that Arceus, take the knockout on the Raikou. You see there, 180 damage, was waiting for that Lost Vacuum with that Radiant Alakazam, but just did not have it. And Landon unable to draw that Boss's Orders off the Iono. And we have here a tie.
Yeah, maybe a little trigger happy there, seeing the Radiant Alakazam, thinking about the combo. There was a nest ball to go find that Pokemon. Maybe instead in those situations next time, you go for Bidoof, thinking about down the road you're going to have opportunities to draw out of this. And we just didn't see the consistency that we typically do of having double B-roll, the Squavit, and just being able to refresh over and over again to find that one interesting non-draw supporter card that will find a clutch strategy to win out, like Arceus always tends to do.
Yeah, well, who would have thought we would have gone to time with that game, but it was pretty cool to see. And Arceus Superior has some interesting matchups going forward in this tournament. Meanwhile, Miraidon is Miraidon. You're gonna, if you hit those electric generators, you're gonna have a good time.
Yeah, you know what to expect on both sides. You also have the Judge path, the Iono path, whatever it may be, to slow down opponents. It's funny when it's happening to you because you're also pretty susceptible to the strategy. Because what can you do? You can top deck a Judge and then try the exact same thing your opponent just did.
Yeah.
And it turns into nothing for both players, which apparently leads to ties.
Really?
As we've seen.
Yeah, I mean, I always love Judge Path, so getting to see both players using it, I'm pretty happy for this round 4 here.
Yep. I like taking prize cards, so yeah.
the other way?
Yeah, I would do the opposite of this.
I don't know. I believe both players still in very much contention for day 2, starting off with a pretty good record here. It's going to be put into the tie bracket, though, so maybe having to face down a couple of Snorlax or some Gardevoir, Lost Zone.
Also like slower opponents in general, players that are a little newer to the game, taking more time, and that can be a frustrating process for especially some of the top level players too. So it's unfortunate taking ties this early, but also it's also part of the game. You got to be prepared for that and adjust your strategy accordingly.
Yeah, still undefeated, technically.
We take those.
Yeah.
Unless you do it like 7 times, then it's just useless.
Still undefeated.
Yeah, but you don't get a trophy.
Participation trophy, maybe.
Yeah. I mean, Pram got one of those one year. I'm
the
sure
good old World Championships.
Yeah, I'm sure he appreciated the third place Worlds a lot more than that.
What?
Yeah.
Big deal. All right, I think we are all finished up with our round 4. Do you think we have an interview lined up already? So if we're ready, let's go ahead and take it down.
Thank you, casters. How's it going, everyone? Juancho Saldana here, and although the last game did end in a tie, I do have a special treat for everyone here. I did get to walk the field and find someone who's running hot. Currently 4-0, Vulcan Turtle TCG, or Brendan Gleason. Thank you for joining me, Brendan. How are you feeling right now?
I am feeling absolutely amazing. This is like the best regional I think I've been to ever. It's just so much fun with all these amazing people here.
Yeah, it's one of the biggest. I mean, almost 2,200 masters. It must be absolutely intimidating, isn't it?
Yeah, but also no, because, everybody here is so nice, like you feel intimidated, but a lot of those people are there to just like hang out, have a good time, and just want to be friends, you know what I mean? So you feel intimidated, but once you really start playing, it's like playing another friend, you know what I mean? It's just fun.
Yeah, that's the exact mindset I love. I mean, we go to these events, we play Pokemon. We're all here because we do all love one thing. We all love Pokemon. So yeah, I love meeting new people. When we go to this, hey, you could potentially meet 2,200 new people. But yeah, again, you're running hot. You're currently 4-0. Tell us what deck you're playing.
I am playing Roaring Moon, and you can't stop me from playing it.
Roaring Moon EX. I love that card. I think it just hits hard. Do you have a choice between 2 attacks? Tell us why you decided to bring this deck to this tournament.
I decided to bring this deck because I felt like the meta was shifting more towards Giratina and Charizard. So I thought, being able to just OHKO those things and also being able to swing 220 on a Giratina with different options in order to get into the active would help me speed along the games a little bit quicker. Because sometimes 50 minutes, depending on what you're playing, can really hinder you in order to get a win. Sometimes you get a tie like we saw in the last match. So I think the reason I wanted to play it so badly is because it's quick, it's fast, it's efficient, and you have a lot of great matchups.
Have all your games been really, really fast? Have you gone to game 3, gone to time or anything like that?
I think all my game 3s are because I scooped in game 1 because I knew I wasn't going to get anywhere, and then game 2 and 3 were pretty quick. But me and my last opponent, I think we spent maybe 15 minutes, 10 minutes playing 2 games.
I love that. Haven't run into a Snorlax stall just yet.
Oh, thankfully no. Thankfully no.
I want to talk about that real quick. You mentioned you'd scoop up game 1 or game 2 just to proceed to I guess, have a better start. Tell us about the mindset there when you decide to take a scoop.
I feel like if you play a deck long enough and you know it well enough, the best thing that you can do is to understand what your outs are going to be and what you currently have. So if you know that you can't actually meet the prize trade or you can't, catch up in any way or stall them or disrupt them, it's probably best to pick up, start over, and conserve that time so that way when you go to game 2 and 3, you can finish out a match instead of, unfortunately, getting a tie if you're not looking for a tie.
Oh, 100%. Another question I do have for you. You're currently 4-0. Tell us about the mindset you have right now. There's still a lot of Pokemon to be played. How are you? What are you telling yourself to keep yourself into game? Keep yourself in this winning mindset.
Just have fun. That's my big thing. It's I'm here to have fun. If I don't make day 2, I don't make day 2. As long as I have some fun, I get to meet some amazing friends and just hang out, I'm fine with it. But if you want a good winning mindset, it's just keep pushing. Just if you take a loss, stand up proud, lose with grace, and keep pushing. That's all you can do in order to make sure that you can get another win.
I love that. Tell me about how you prepped for the tournament.
I didn't.
Okay, yeah.
No, I played a lot of Roaring Moon, and I just love the deck so much. I was even telling people, oh, I'm going to play Golden Go, but decided against it. I love the deck. I've been playing it to a lot of locals, a lot of my local stores. And yeah, one day I was just like, you know what? We're playing this. No more shenanigans. We are playing something hot, and I'm glad I did.
Wow. Okay. Well, Golden Go though, that's my caster pick. So.
Oh, is it now?
I really love that deck. But
dang,
no,
maybe
Roaring
I should have
Moon,
played it.
No, you're doing great with Roaring Moon. So tell me how far back then? What was that point where you just it's Roaring Moon and this is all I'm gonna practice? I'm guessing. Was it a couple of weeks back? Or?
It was the last regionals. I noticed that there were quite a few players that were near the top 8 and got into day 2 with wildly different Roaring Moon lists, and it got in my head that we don't actually know the good 60 yet because everybody plays it so differently. But some of the key elements and the core elements of the deck are the same. So I took out some things, I put some new things in. I kind of got my own original 60 that I'm running today, and I love it. It's just so much fun. So I've been working on that since the last regionals.
Wow. Okay. I'd love to ask you about the spice you're bringing, because again, Roaring Moon, I feel like you could run it with so many things like Greninja, Iron Hands, even cross receivers, but maybe we save that just in case we pull you up on stream or whatnot. I guess I just want to ask you now, what advice would you give to someone running who would go into their first regional?
Ooh, that's a good question, actually. The first, good advice that I give to someone to their first, I actually played someone who was at their first regional today, and they were kind of nervous. So the first thing that I can, really advise someone that's going to their first regional is it can be chaotic and it can be loud, but if you're going with a good friend group that can keep your head on your shoulders, and you're not the nervous type, but even if you are, it doesn't matter. Just have fun. Just go to where you need to go, play the people you need to play, and try to get to know them, talk it out, and just kind of picture it like it's a game night at your place. Just have fun. Because at the end of the day, win or lose, if you're not having fun, you're not really playing the game correctly.
I love it. That's the mindset we have to have. Just the positive mindset. We're here to have fun. I love this interview. Thank you. Thank you so much for coming in. But yeah, Okay, before I let you go, I want to make sure you get into your next game.
Yes.
Anyone you want to shout out?
Yes, the Shuffle Squad, my amazing sponsors. Also, my wife, Charlotte, and my daughter, Matilda. My testing group, John, Laura, Chase, and Jeremy. All of you amazing people back home. I love you all. Thank you for letting me do this.
Ah, your wife, Charlotte, and you're here at the Charlotte Regional Championships.
I know.
Maybe.
Hey.
No, all right, but thank you so much for this amazing interview,
No, thank you, Wancho.
But yeah, with that, let's go back into the action. We're going to throw it back to the casters.
Thank you, Wancho. Thank you, Brendan. Great interview. And we had a pretty exciting round 4. And we're waiting for round 5. I think we could go ahead and take a look at some social media posts.
Okay.
Some zeets.
Ooh, zeet it up.
Overload events. Round 1 has begun, and TCG is breaking records. This is the first time in North America that TCG Masters has broken 2,000 players with 21-21. Do something for me. And the first regionals where TCG Seniors has day 2 with 249 players. You love to see it, Kyle.
Yeah, I mean, this is absolutely historic, and I mean, I don't know if I love this hand. Looks like that's a pretty difficult decision to make. But yeah, this has been such a great start for us. Obviously, we see the numbers. We knew that these East Coast events were just going to continue to grow, have that opportunity here, and I mean, it just makes you think, what's this going to look like next year?
I don't even want to think that far ahead.
Then you don't have to, Jeremy. Let's live in the moment. Let's live in right now, as we've obviously seen this already from Overload, and got some other players out here looking to have a champion time. Okay, it's a good mindset to have.
Representing with the Charizard and that Mega Charizard X. Did I get that right? Yeah.
Don't ask me. It's a cool looking Pokemon for sure.
Very cool looking Pokemon. Always love to see just every type of game throughout these regional championships. VGC, Go. Eventually, we're going to have Unite, maybe.
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 I mean, the opportunities to play Pokemon just all over when you come to an event like this. We have a lot of casters that just continue to play all the different events. I know this guy.
Yeah, this one's me. This baby can hold so many Pokemon trainers.
Yeah, and spaghetti, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is going to be an unbelievable event. Obviously, we love being here in Charlotte. It's such a great city to be in. There's a lot of other events going on too, sporting events and everything. There's a lot happening here. It's been a good start already to the weekend.
Yeah, I love it. Love watching Pokemon, and with how many players we have, there's going to be a lot of Pokemon this weekend.
We're going to take over Bank of America Stadium at some point, man. Like,
yeah, I mean, at least someone can win in there.
Ooh! Oh, okay. Bryce Young, sorry about your season. Maybe next year.
All right, well, with that, we're going to go on a quick break, but don't go anywhere. When we come back, we're going to have round 5 for y'all.
Before a big match, I just like to think of it as the same game that I've been practicing with. You know, it's really just the same as my practice games. And I like to remember that we're just here to have fun. So I like to go into every set just wanting to have fun and play it like I'm practicing.
I think nerves are definitely inevitable because I've been to a few of these things and I'm still nervous, but I actually call my mom and I talk to her for a minute and then I listen to music when I'm in the hall around everybody, so it doesn't get as overwhelming and as loud. So
yeah, something I do to calm my nerves before a match, I like to flip through my binder and just check out my cards and like really just try to not think about the match. Because yeah, it helps a lot because yeah, if I think about it too much, game's not going to go good, but yeah, that's what I do.
Something I do to calm my nerves is first I just take a breath and try to remember that at the end of the day, this is just a fun game. We're both here to have fun, win or lose, no matter what.
I think spending time alone as well as like being able to like take time for yourself and focus on a match especially is really important. I find that like sometimes like even talking to friends or even just like being alone and relaxing, it's really just it helps a lot with like calming down nerves, and especially for a big match, it really just takes the focus onto the game and lets you play at your best, basically, with the best mindset possible.
So before a big match, I tend to get pretty nervous, and I usually like to take some deep breaths, kind of focus on the moment. Nothing else matters, just this next game. So really, I've just been focusing on my breath and, yeah, just trying to stay in the moment.
Norwegian Pokemon trainer Tord Reklev has amassed over $120,000 from tournaments, earning a reputation as potentially the best. But his journey started humbly in Oslo. Playing Pokemon on Game Boy and learning the trading card game from his mother. Tord's skill began to blossom, winning 3 Norwegian national championships and a top 32 finish at the 2012 World Championship. Global recognition was limited until the 2017 season with the introduction of the International Championships. EUIC 2017 was the first chance for him to show the whole Pokemon world how great of a TCG player he was, finishing top 4. While he didn't win the tournament, Tord's performance earned him recognition around the globe. Riding this wave, Tord triumphed at the inaugural North American International Championships, the largest Pokemon TCG event at that time, clinching the title and drawing global attention. He continued his streak with another win at the European International Championships in 2018, setting the meta for one of the strongest decks for months. Then, at the Oceania International Championships, he became a 3-time international champion, sparking debates about his status as the greatest player of all time. At the 2019 World Championships, Tord reached the top cut, but lost to former world champion Shintaro Ito, fueling his drive to do better. In the 2023 Latin America International Championships, Tord piloted the newly released Lugia V-Star. After a back-and-forth 3-game set, Tord finally did what no one had ever done before. He won all 4 international championships. Yet the World Championship title has eluded him. In 2023, Tord's Gardevoir EX deck took him all the way to the finals, but Vance Kelly's Mew VMAX deck outplayed him in the closing game, denying him the title, despite his remarkable consistency and a record that outshines any active player. The debate of who is the greatest TCG player ever to play continues alongside Tord's quest for a world champion title.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Charlotte Regional Championship. It has already been an explosive game of Pokemon. We're just getting started. My name is Adam Watson on the desk, joined by Chip, Richie as well. This is such a fantastic tournament and I can't wait to see what we have in store for us, Chip.
Yeah, not even halfway through just yet. We're getting ready for Swiss Round 5. We've got 9 rounds of action today. Of course, 6 additional rounds will be played tomorrow, whittling us down to the top cut. We'll eventually crown the Charlotte Regional Champion. Can't wait to see what's going to happen here, Scarzik.
Yeah, there's a lot of players here in town, and they are ready to throw down. If the player is going to take the crown, then they have their work cut out for them.
Oh, man, you missed out on the fourth iteration of the rhyme there.
Bars denied. But that is
yeah.
okay. We have our next match picked out, and it's going to be a banger.
Yeah, can't wait to see what will happen here. Two very well-respected players here in North America, trying to make a deep run, both starting 4-0. As good as you could hope to be at this point in the tournament, but it's far from over. There's been many times where players start with these really strong 4-0 and 5-0 records, and then the wheels kind of fall off as the day continues to go. It is a long and strenuous tournament day. Maybe you hit some bad matchups in the last couple rounds. Maybe the, tournament stress gets to you and you make a couple mistakes, and all those things can add up. So you got to stay focused here. Even though you're 4-0, you're feeling good, there's still more tournament to come.
Yep, and we can now take a look at the Swiss standings as well to see which of these players have had that strong 4-0 start. Look closely, folks, because these are the players you got to keep your eyes on moving forward.
Yeah, right up there at the first seed, Luke Morosa, Celio's Network, well-known content creator in the space, showing his stuff. He's got running that Gardevoir EX deck this weekend. We'll see if he can continue to pilot it to success. Liam Halliburton, right there at the 7th seed. He's 4-0. He's playing Snorlax once again. He got 10th place, I believe, back in San Antonio with the deck. He's been a real big believer of that stall archetype, and we'll see if he can keep pushing it forward.
forward. Yeah, I think that, especially with the field being so wide, that's what a lot of players have said. The meta is very wide open, and players might have just forgotten about Snorlax, and that's when it shines.
We see Michael Pramel out there at 13th seed right now, 4-0 start. Pretty solid beginning for our top 4 finisher at this year's World Championships. And Cal Connor, someone who just barely made it into this tournament. He's still here at the 16th seed, 4-0. I heard he got in at 6:30 a.m. this morning.
Wow.
Rolled up, and yeah, he's here starting 4-0. Pretty good start to the day.
And when you get off that airplane, you got to hop on. It's already like, 20, 30 minutes from the airport.
Yep.
Just to make sure you get registered, get in on time. And a player of his caliber knows he's not going to have the extra tournament nerves that might affect his abilities. And hopefully the prep will certainly pay off and carry him through these early rounds. Then he can be well rested for perhaps a day 2 berth.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here in these next couple of rounds. Some excellent Pokemon TCG gameplay for sure still to come. One more name I do want to point out here on this list. At the 15th spot, Chris Dillers. Not someone who most people will recognize that name, but here in the North Carolina area, very well known. He's a strong local player. He does a lot of judging in this area as well for local, league cups, league challenges, those sorts of things. So love to see someone at their kind of home tournament being able to represent and doing really well, starting with 4-0.
Yeah, it's a nice reward for not only playing competitively, playing well, but kind of also giving back to the community, helping run these events that make the world go round. Let our competitive scene continue to grow and thrive. So Chris Diller, a big shout out to you and good luck.
Yeah, we'll see how the rest of the tournament goes for these players. Still so much action yet to come. And what's interesting here as well with 2,000 players, there's still so many other 4-0 players that are outside of this top 16. In fact, neither of the 2 players that are in our upcoming feature match are in this top 16. We're going to be having Jared Grimes up against Jake Gearhart in this one.
Yeah, Jake Gearhart, another big name in the community. Has a lot of opinions about the metagame. It's very, I think, a nice guiding hand for a lot of players on what cards to kind of keep an eye on, what decks might be underrated, and we kind of touched on it earlier, was part of that show match with Isaiah Bradner, trying to kind of prove where certain more disputed matchups might lie. So I'm excited to have a chance to showcase this player on the stream.
Absolutely, yeah. Guiding hand for sure, but guiding them away from the iron hands definitely has been one of the biggest, proponents of how strong that Iron Hands EX card is. And while it hasn't maybe dominated quite as much as Jake would have predicted back whenever the card had just initially been revealed, it has still proven that it is a top-tier contender of a card. I mean, we see it dominating in the Miraidon archetypes. We've even seen Roaring Moon players, including the Iron Hands, in their deck lists. And then, of course, those Paradox Lost Zone decks popping up as well.
Yeah, the fact that you have a card like that, my exposure certainly, I think, to attack of that nature was Stoutland V. Back in the old Lugia days, and I know how detrimental that can be to a metagame, and so I certainly do appreciate Jake, trying to be the cautious one to warn us about that coming over the horizon. But it's great when a powerful card like that settles into a nice niche and doesn't begin to take over. But I think when we consider decks that are taking over, that kind of loops us right back around to Giratina, Charizard, and perhaps even Miraidon, with the Iron Hands, a deck that both you and I were believing in as just a nice consistency deck to kind of play into this larger field. You can see everybody out here getting ready and sitting down for their matches.
Yeah, those green tables right there are actually reserved for the senior division players who, at this tournament, we always talk about the Masters division here. And while it is the largest ever Masters division tournament, it's also the largest ever seniors division tournament. 240-ish seniors competing at this event, which meant they had enough players to trigger a day 2 Swiss, something that has never happened before for the seniors division. Normally they only play 8 rounds of Swiss. It's a 1-day tournament, and then top 8 will play on the next day. But now they've got the full 9 rounds of Swiss day 1, 5 rounds of Swiss in day 2, and then a top 8 cut. Love to see it for our junior players.
Yeah,
junior and senior players.
Exactly, and these are the players that's the next generation. This is the cream of the crop. These are, when they age up, they're going to hit the ground running, similar to Reagan Retzloff or Bodie.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, some of the best players in the game right now. I mean, even our most recent regional champion, John Eng, he got recognition initially for being such a great senior division player, winning tons of regional championships in that division. So the players that are competing at this event are going to be our future masters that are someday going to be dominating the game.
And again, I love the ecosystem and the way it all ties together with how accessible the game has been, all the resources for these younger players to very quickly increase their mastery of the game. Back when all of these players like Tord Reklev and whatnot were coming up through the game. They were, you know, really blazing a path and having to do all this data analysis and matchups and prep themselves. And now the resources that are there and the information available allows anybody with that, you know, that hunger and that competitive spirit to just jump in and be very confident and well prepared for potentially their first regional tournament, even if they are in a younger age division.
Yeah, and that experience that they garner in these younger divisions will help to make them so strong later on in the future. I mean, there's a reason that, you know, the players that we see dominating that are younger here in the Masters division, you know, they've been playing the game for such a long time, and they've got that experience that can give them the edge over their opponents in a lot of circumstances.
Yeah, very well put. And, you know, when you are preparing for your match, we also have to prepare for our match. We've got the players finally ready at the table. That's a little awkward of a segue there, but it's whatever I need to do to get Pokemon gameplay for the people, Chip. That's what I'm trying to provide. So we're going to head down to the table and jump into this game number 1 shortly. Jared Grimes on the left with Chen Pao Baxcalibur versus Jake Gearhart on the Gardevoir EX.
Yeah, Jared Grimes, some would say Chen Pao's strongest soldier. He has been championing this deck for quite some time, dating back to NAIC last year where he had a standout performance at that event. He has continued to learn this deck, improve it, and make sure that it stays relevant in the metagame. It's not something we've seen too much of, but ever since that LAIC this season, it kind of fell off just a little bit, but it is still very strong. Jared starting 4-0 here.
Yeah, I think that Chen Pao kind of owes a bit of its fall off to the rise in Miraidon. For a while, both of those decks were competing for the same niche of, I have a nice, you know, 2-prize basic Pokemon, a nice EX, I'm just going to get set up and start attacking you, and then the awkwardness started to show with the Baxcaliburs, a lot of players just going after those immediately.
And Jake Gearhart, of course, on the other end. You know, if Jared Grimes is one of Chen Pao's strongest soldiers, Jake Gearhart is absolutely one of Gardevoir's strongest soldiers. This is a deck he has been playing extremely consistently, but if you take a look at this deck list here from Jake, something interesting to note, his kind of cornerstone card that he's been preaching this format, that Deoxys V and V-Star, he's choosing not to play at the tournament this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, something's got to give. You have to decide, even though you have a signature card, something that's really giving you a lot of success, is it going to be worth it for this event?
Right.
And it looks like Jake is opting for a little bit more consistency, but still having those great options to adapt to the anticipated metagame.
And I think one of the big pluses of the Deoxys V-Star is that it is a good answer to the Iron Hands EX. You can KO it pretty reasonably with that V-Star power, but whenever you look at the metagame recently, it does feel like Miraidon has started to decline just a little bit. And so because of that, Jake felt like he didn't need it for this weekend. Prize cards going out for both players. We do see a Chen Pao EX in the prizes for Jared. He is playing 3 copies, so not too bad. That one Cresselia in the prizes for Jake Gearhart, though, is definitely annoying. That can be really nice early on in the game. Moonglow reverse, snipe down some of those Frigibacks on the bench. Take those out of play before they can become Baxcaliburs, and then also prep energy on your benched Kirlias so that you can do more damage later on.
Exactly.
Doesn't have access to it, though, at this game 1.
Yeah, without the Cresselia, you know, Jake has probably already experienced this exact scenario in this exact matchup. You know, a player known for doing so much prep with the Gardevoir deck can lean into Screamtail a little bit more for some of that sniping ability. But it looks like Jared's going to open us up, starting Bidoof in the active, and has a Nest Ball. Going to have that opening deck search. Knows there's going to be one Chen Pao in the prizes, of course. But off this Nest Ball, what is the first grab usually with these Chen Pao decks?
Yeah, it really depends on what the rest of your hand looks like. If you have an energy card, maybe you go get that Greninja right away, use concealed cards, get an energy in the discard pile, activating all of your superior energy retrievals, but then also giving you that extra card draw. Maybe it's a Chen Pao EX so that you can use that Shivery Chill ability to go grab a couple of energy cards out of the deck to start building your hand. And that really is the name of the game here for this Chen Pao deck. You want to have access to tons of different energy cards so that you can load up and go for a big, strong Hail Blade. Now, Jared Grimes is also playing the 1 Iron Hands EX and the 1 Lightning Energy. Those are going to be massive cards in this specific matchup. One of the main reasons that he plays the Iron Hands is for the Gardevoir matchup, but not a super strong start, just that Frigibacks, and then attached to the Bidoof. Back over to Jake.
Has the Mysterious Tail Mew in the active. This is also a great cornerstone for the deck, an extra shot at getting that Battle VIP pass or a level ball, something to get you off of the ground at the very least. And with Jared kind of picking up that Frigibax off the nest ball, I think that does mean that he really wants to make sure I've got that super cold. I want to lean into this Iron Hands even more for this matchup.
Yeah, not the best start for Jared, and really not the strongest of starts for Jake. It looks like it may very quickly become a Mirage Step angle in this game. Level Ball can find that one, Ralts. I don't know if there is another search card in this hand at the moment, though.
Yeah, but just one Ralts, things get very dicey. Mirage Step has consistently been a card that's kept Gardevoir into these seemingly unwinnable games. You get off to a terrible, terrible start, and Mirage Step can bring you back into it. And when we look across the table, of course, at Jared's start, Jake is most likely considering that line already. Hey, since my opponent wants to give me the extra time, perhaps I can go ahead and play towards the Mirage Step.
Now, this is a big card to find pretty quickly. That Manaphy with that Wave Veil ability. It's going to prevent the potential Moonlight Shuriken of a Radiant Greninja on Jared's side. Normally a way that you could target down both Ralts that your opponent puts into play. But thanks to Jake having that Manaphy in his opening hand, he's not going to have to worry about it.
Yeah, so your foundation is protected, and now Jared Grimes has his work cut out for him. This isn't going to be the sort of game where early Greninja sealing the deal anymore. This is going to be a straight-up Chen Pao needing to take all of these prizes, and Gardevoir doesn't mind playing that sort of game. It's almost a pseudo single-prize deck until the late-game scenarios come to happen. Iono is going to be the second card now off after the bench Frigibax. Needs to find a little bit more here. There wasn't, of course, a Rare Candy, Baxcalibur. Even the Radiant Greninja, even though it's not going to be able to attack from this position, is still, I think, really good to have the extra card draw. But we'll have to see what we grab here.
Yeah, Jared would have needed quite a bit off this 6-card Iono to pull off an attack. It would have needed to be a Chien Pao plus a Baxcalibur and a Rare Candy. So not super likely to happen. I think he's going to be content just searching his deck here with this Earthen Vessel. And this is a key card to find early on so that you can get that Lightning Energy. And with this deck, one of the very first things you want to do is put the Lightning Energy in the discard pile so that all 4 of your superior energy retrievals are going to be easy access to that card throughout the game whenever you try to attack with the Iron Hands.
And the Ultra Ball makes that come true. Lightning Energy going to the discard pile, prepping for that Iron Hands down the road. Ultra Ball probably just has to grab a barrel at this point.
Yeah, the barrel is an option. Could also be that Radiant Greninja. There is an extra energy card in the hand. The barrel is a little bit awkward. It does have 2 retreats, so you wouldn't be able to move it out of the active if you just evolved before, attaching. You would need that extra energy card. But Jared maybe realizing at this point that he's not going to do much this turn most likely anyways. He's okay to get that extra energy on the Bibarel, and then if you do pull off the 2 energy retreat. In a lot of decks, that feels very costly, but in Chien Pao, when you can combine it with that super cold, it's not that bad.
And this is, the cornerstone, I think, of Chen Pao decks, where they can get off to very aggressive, explosive starts or very awkward starts like this, where it takes a lot of time for them to get set up and actually get a threat in play. Fortunately, versus Gardevoir, you feel more comfortable having that time, and eventually Radiant Greninja and Chen Pao are found thanks to that. And the retreat, Chen Pao comes into the active, uses Shivery Chill. You can search your deck for 2 basic water energy, put those in the hand, and now the threat potential is being presented properly by this Chen Pao deck.
Yeah, shout-outs to the old school energies as well from Jared Grimes. Like to see it. Those are energy cards from EX Power Keepers way back in the day.
The old energies, they really do go hard, I'm not going to lie.
Did find a Pokestop, it looks like. It looks like we're going to spin that wheel as well. 3 cards discarded from the top. Down goes Baxcalibur and a Bibarel and another Pokestop.
Ooh.
Jake Gearhart likes to see that.
The Pokestop giveth and taketh away. Super Rod has to be the card now. Get that Baxcalibur back in the deck. And a Frigibax as well, just for good measure. And because of superior energy retrieval, Jared, of course, is just going to keep those energies in the discard pile.
And it will be the pass now from Jared. Jake over on his end. Are we going to see that turn to Mirage Step? Is that the play?
Fog Crystal can get the Kirlia. Actually opts for a Psychic Energy. Yeah, it looks like he's already prepping for that, getting the Mew out of the active.
Yeah,
I don't know if I saw the Kirlia in hand already, though.
Yeah, not sure if it was in hand or not. Does need to find either a Level Ball or an Ultra Ball to get that piece out. Fog Crystal just grabbing that basic energy for now. It looks like Worker will have to be the move.
Beautiful. Finds the
Ultra Ball.
Yep, finds the Ultra Ball. Can grab Curlia now
and
for the Mirage Step. Now, the issue, too, is that you're taking another kind of slower play while this Chin Pao is in the active, while that Baxcalibur had just been shuffled back in with the Super Rod. I think you have to go for it here, but it's not a very comfortable choice.
There's a rare candy found off this Mysterious Tail, a very strong card to have access to. Maybe not this specific turn. Well, there is a Gardevoir EX in the hand, so we could see that turn to rare candy into Gardevoir. I don't think Jake could do too much with it. I mean, technically he could go for the Zacian attack, but that would not really be worth it. He really should value his setup here.
Mm-hmm.
And with the Curlia being brought to the front of the deck and this Ultra Ball finding Mirage Step, I think that's the angle we're going to see.
Yeah, Mirage Step, getting all the additional Curlias in play allows you to always have something that can evolve into Gardevoir to keep your attackers going, to have that Gardevoir EX ready and available. And it just means that that's much more threats that Jared has to kind of chew through with the Chien Pao. And if Baxcalibur does not hit in order to make an attack happen finally on this next turn, it means that this Mirage Step Gambit from Jake Gearhart won't be appropriately punished at all.
You're not able to grab 3 Curlia, only 2 bench spaces available, but getting the pair of Curlia into play is still pretty solid, and it does, of course, have that 1 Ralts to work with on the next turn.
So here's Irida now in the hand. You grab a water Pokemon and the item card, and this is, the perfect combination to grab the Baxcalibur and the rare candy, whichever one you might be missing.
Yeah.
And now Super Cold going to start hitting the stage.
Yeah, sometimes you're missing both of them, which seems like it was the case here for Jared Grimes. The big question for me here is, can Jared get to the Iron Hands EX this turn? That is really what he would like to make happen. He has an Iono already in his hand. Can't use that. Did play the Irida. Is going to just draw with the Bibarel. Let's see what he gets.
Just 2 off the Bibarel. Nothing really to play down. Can go for Shivery Chill now. I didn't see a way in the hand to get the Iron Hands EX.
Yeah, he's going to need 2 pretty good cards off this Radiant Greninja to pull it off. Needs a Superior Energy Retrieval, and then also a way to get the Iron Hands. It is still possible, but literally needs that 2-card combo.
Let's see.
There's Superior. Oh, and Bibarel, not a way to get Iron Hands EX into play.
So close. But what is nice here, though, Chip, is that the threat of the Iron Hands is always going to be hanging over Jake Gearhart's head. And for now, it looks like Chien Pao is just going to be able to take a single prize.
Yeah, and this is really awkward, though. This is not the prize you want to take. Using your Chien Pao, which is a 2-prize Pokemon, to only take 1 single prize, it does put you ahead, but that is going to activate all of Jake's most powerful cards in his deck. Counter Catcher, Reversal Energy, both being online and options available to him at this point.
And then you're just getting rid of those 2 energy, and we've seen Chien Pao decks struggle sometimes when they have to take a lot of awkward attacks early, and you're incredibly over-reliant on those superior energy retrievals and super rods just to keep your threat potential alive.
Yeah, Jake's hand is very good here. I think he's got the option to do basically whatever he wants in this spot. Gonna play that Fog Crystal initially here.
Oh, grabbing Scream Tail, that's a nice threat. Start chipping away at the Bibarel, get rid of that second Frigibats, etc. with the Roaring Scream. This means, of course, that Gardevoir EX is going to be entering the play area soon.
Yeah, probably will even just take out this Baxcalibur, to be honest. It's almost like the math lines up perfectly. It's almost like the Scream Tail was made with Baxcalibur in mind. If you have those 8 damage counters on the Scream Tail, it does the perfect 160 damage to knock out the Baxcalibur on the bench.
And after this level ball's found off the Mysterious Tail, that's going to be resulting in even more grabbing out of the deck, just thinning down. Finally, Rare Candy being used. Gardevoir EX now entering play. Psychic Embrace going to turn all of these bench Pokemon into potential threats. How many Psychic Energies do we have access to, Chip? Just 5 for right now.
Yep, all he's going to need at this point. Can even get an extra energy attachment maybe onto a Curlia if he wants it. Psychic Embrace will put 2 damage counters on that active Mew, retreating it to the bench, and now 4 energy can be brought onto this Scream Tail. Have to imagine Baxcalibur is going to be the target, especially with Jared having no extra energy cards in play.
Had to play a full Irida to get both pieces to get this Baxcalibur down. So if Jared Grimes can't get another Baxcalibur immediately to keep this, up and running, this whole Chien Pao engine,
another option could be to KO the Bibarel. Take that out right now. Jared doesn't have another Bidoof in play, and that way your Ionos later in the game become a lot stronger. That is another potential strategy that Jake could employ.
And both of those seem like fantastic options, Chip. Taking out the Baxcalibur to just deny the attacking potential, or playing towards the late game by taking down the Bibarel.
Now, we do know Jared did have that superior energy retrieval in his hand last turn, didn't choose to use it. And something you can do as a Chien-Pao player if you're worried about your Baxcalibur going down is load extra energy cards into play on the turn before you think it could be KO'd. So Jared could have potentially done that, gotten a couple extra energy cards in play significantly on the Chien-Pao EX in the active, so all he would need to do is attach one more energy card, but now he's going to be looking for a way to piece together another rare candy Baxcalibur.
Yep, Screamtail does take that attack, and Jared's going for the heavy ball. There is that Chien-Pao in the prizes from earlier that can be grabbed. That's access to potentially 2 Shivery Chills to get some extra water energy in the hand, but without the Baxcalibur, it becomes so difficult to get the Chien-Pao set up for Hailblade. It needs to have at least 2 energy minimum attached to it.
Yeah, that one superior energy retrieval in the prize cards is also something we're going to want to keep our eyes on, something that could definitely matter later on in the game. These are the last 2 energy cards in the deck being pulled out now with this Shivery Chill.
And it means that Jared Grimes is going to be fully reliant once more on these item cards to keep this attacking chain up and running. Radiant Greninja has to find the Baxcalibur.
Does find that Irida at least, so we can see Rare Candy Baxcalibur. The question to me is going to be, can Jared pull off the Iron Hands this turn? And he would need quite a lot. He needs to put 2 energy cards on the active Chien-Pao in order to retreat it to the bench. He needs to get the Iron Hands EX on the bench and then load 4 energy cards up onto it.
And I think that this is just too tall in order. Jake Gearhart has, especially if you're taking out that Baxcalibur, it's forcing Jared to take these awkward off turns, these in-between turns to reestablish the engine, to reestablish the threat potential. And now that Jake Gearhart kind of has the tempo with this Screamtail and the Gardevoirs coming to take its place once it goes down, I don't know if Jared can ever really threaten the Iron Hands.
Yeah, I think Jared is maybe a little unlucky, to be honest, in this spot to not find off that concealed cards either a Nest Ball, Ultra Ball, or Rare Candy. If he had gotten just one of those 3 cards, he would have been able to use Irida to get whatever other piece he needed, either the Rare Candy or the Ball Search card to get the Iron Hands out to pull off the attack this turn. As it stands, though, he is going to come up just short, and once again, we're probably going to have to see yet another Hailblade. Now, something he could do to work in a 1 prize attacker is we could see 2 energy go onto the Chien-Pao and 1 energy onto this Frigibax, and we could see the Chili, a 1 energy attack that only deals 10 damage, but it is enough to KO this Screamtail with 80 damage on it.
Unbelievable. Chili for the knockout. Screamtail goes down. Jared's going to take 1 more prize, and by having a single prize attacker in the active, you're able to keep manipulating this prize race in your favor. Try to buy just 1 more turn for Iron Hands EX to come through and be the real threat. Jake promoting the Shining Arcana Gardevoir into the active spot.
And some pretty powerful cards in the hand as well. A couple of Counter Catcher and a few different supporter options here. There is the Avery, which lets you draw 3 cards and then forces your opponent to discard a Pokemon from play. And then also the Iono that you could levy as a disruption option. Jared has been doing a good job of building up his hand. Plenty of options available to him on the future turns.
And if the Bibarel does ever go down, as you said, the Iono becomes that much more effective. Jake decided not to take it down, so might hold back on going for heavy disruption.
Yeah, Jake, in this spot, I think I would like to see him go after the Baxcalibur once again. Jared is down 1 Baxcalibur in the discard pile. He's also down 1 Super Rod already. He is only playing 2 copies of Super Rod. We do see Baxcalibur players sometimes working that 3rd copy into the list, but Jake has seen cross switchers in Jared's deck.
Right.
And while cross switchers are extremely powerful, from a deck building perspective, they take up a ton of space. You basically have to play 4 of them for it to really make sense to play that card. So Jake can probably make a pretty safe assumption that Jared is not playing 3 Super Rod just based off the fact that he's seen the cross switcher already.
And after the Avery, Jared has to make a decision here to discard. Chen Pao is potentially being eyeballed here, wants to keep the Radiant Greninja, needs the card draw, has to keep finding resources out of the deck. Counter Catcher was activated, and that means that we don't need Screamtail to take down the Baxcalibur any longer. Comes up into the active spot, and now things get very dicey for Jared.
Yeah, I think for Jared here to work his way into this game, he's going to need to take two prize knockouts in a row, and it's going to need to be Iron Hands, or something like Iron Hands, then Chien Pao KOing a Gardevoir EX.
And if I'm remembering correctly, Chip, I think that other Super Rod is in the prizes.
Oh, is it? That could be a big deal, because that means both Baxcaliburs are in the discard pile. So that would be really bad if that is the case, because that means there's no more Super Cold through the rest of this game.
And Chili was enough to deal 10 to take down the Screamtail, but this Gardevoir is hanging out with a little bit more HP than that, certainly. Radiant Greninja promoted into the active.
A couple of Cross Switcher in the hand, and there is an Irida as well. If there is a Super Rod, we'll probably see it right now. Ultra Ball can also be used to get any Pokemon out that Jared does want. He needs quite a bit here. Let's see what the Irida finds. Is Super Rod in the deck? I don't see it. Oh, no, there is that Super Rod in the deck. He does have access to it. It's a little hard to tell when every single card that Jared is playing that can be gold is gold. They do blend together just a little bit, but sure enough, Super Rod is available.
All right, so Crisis averted. Super Rod can be grabbed. Get the Baxcalibur back into the deck at the very least. And you have to find the Baxcalibur all over again, get the Chien Pao set up, and once again, attacking with an awkward two-prizer in the active. It's still not looking too great for Jared.
Yeah, Jared, I think this turn needs to establish the Baxcalibur and then pull off the cross-switcher KO on Gardevoir EX. That's the play that Jared really needs to go for this turn. It's quite a bit to piece together. It is entirely possible to do. He, I think, has all the cards to do it.
For Hailblade?
That's right, and he's got 2 energy in play plus superior energy retrieval, so he should have access to all of those options.
Attachment for turn onto the Frigibax.
Yeah, I maybe would like to see Jared use that energy as a discard option off the Ultra Ball he needs to play, the Superior he needs to play. You know, there's lots of ways he can get all these other cards back from the discard pile. Oftentimes, Ultra Balling away a Water Energy just to retrieve it later with the Superior Energy Retrieval is pretty nice. Of course, has not used concealed cards yet, I don't believe, so that could be something else he tries to utilize here. Let's see how he sequences this turn.
Yeah.
Also, in addition to getting down a Baxcalibur, he does need to get down another Frigibax.
Yeah. If you don't have the Frigibax, then it's just Baxcalibur getting knocked out again and again and again. And that's been the story of this entire Game 1, Chip, is Jared just scrambling to get the Baxcalibur back in play.
And we will see the Ultra Ball, but not playing the Super Rod first.
Wait.
Yeah, I think we got to play the Super Rod first.
Yeah.
Jared even saying, I forgot to do something.
Yeah, you can see how many layers Jared's been calculating down, thinking about attaching the energy to Frigibax, trying to set it for Buster Tail, considering the Iron Hands now. Now with Chien Pao in the active spot, thinking about Shivery Chill. I don't even think there's any more energy in the deck, as you already said, Chip.
Yeah, there isn't any energy in the deck, but there is an energy that can go back with this Super Rod. And I think that's what we're seeing here. Now, I will say, with what Jared has access to, I think he needs to put back Baxcalibur with this Super Rod. Both Baxcalibur, I should say, because if he's only putting back one Baxcalibur, then Jake knocks out that one Baxcalibur. Jared actually does not have a way to get it back.
And what's great about this deck, too, is when the Baxcaliburs are getting knocked out, it's like, oh, sure, you're taking a bunch of single prize attacks, but it's a single prize attacker that enables every other attack in the deck. So you're also defusing your opponent's ability to even punish you for taking this incredibly slow line to victory.
And by choosing to just put back the Baxcalibur and then the one energy card as well, I think this is Jared saying, I don't think I'm going to have the resources in this game to pull off a fourth Rare Candy Baxcalibur. And in fact, it's actually impossible because he only plays 3 Rare Candy. So this is the last time that he can utilize it. Is able to find those pieces. Rare Candy into that Baxcalibur. Shivery Chill can go get the energy card as well that he just put back.
And if this Baxcalibur goes down, that means that the Iron Hands is just completely off the table as well. This was a powerful Pokemon for the matchup. It was something that Jared had set up turn 1 by getting that Lightning Energy into the discard pile. Radiant Greninja, find Iron Hands right now. Get that on the bench. There's a Nest Ball.
There is a Nest Ball, but I don't think Jared can load enough energy
Yeah, there's not
into
enough to go
play.
around.
There's not enough to go around, right? 8 Water Energy in the list and the 1 Lightning Energy, and you have to discard 6 Water Energy in order to KO this Gardevoir this turn.
And Superior. All right. So it's going to be all in the back of Chen Pao from this position.
Yeah, I have to assume that Jake is going to be really going after the Baxcalibur at this position. We'll see how Jared spreads his energy in this spot.
And then this final Nest Ball just brings out another Chen Pao, I guess.
Potentially.
He may drop a couple bonus energies on there.
He may hold on to it, and he actually may even just discard it right now with the Superior Energy Retrieval, depending on what's available still in his deck. But it will be discarding the Battle VIP Pass and the Irida instead. And it looks like 4 basic Water Energy being the choice.
And this is kind of reminding me a bit of Lost Zone, Chip, right? Where there's like very specific counts of where your energy needs to go, thinking so far ahead of time. And normally, I think that Chen Pao just has a reputation for, I got set up and I'm just kind of doing Hail Blade and I have Super Cold and things are all hunky-dory. But this thin energy count, squeezing in the Lightning Energy as well, means that you have to be much more specific where everything is going.
Jared here really having a hard time piecing this together.
Yeah, he's really deep in the tank.
Yeah. It looks like it is going to be 4 energy. He does find himself in a pretty awkward spot, and it's really tough as a player when you're playing a deck like Chen Pao that just has so many different options at any given time. It's really hard to identify what the correct singular one is. And really at this spot, Jared is kind of having to hope to get lucky, I think, to win this game. He can take this KO, take the 2 prize cards on the Gardevoir EX. He'll be pretty reasonably far ahead, but all Jake is going to need is to KO this Baxcalibur, and then the game is all but over, to be honest.
And every single slow attachment onto a potential attacker is just telegraphing the Pokemon that you're trying to pivot to close out.
Yeah.
And then Jake, again, with that tempo, can just very easily take it down. Counter catcher reversal still online as Jake Gearhart has piloted this position to Gardevoir loves to fight from behind, similar to Giratina V-Star, and it's just paying off here as he's taxed Jared Grimes' resources over and over and over again.
Yeah, even hits an extra energy card off that Shining Arcana to get 1 more energy into play. A little nice bonus effect of the Gardevoir. It'd be good enough if it just drew you 2 cards, but how about accelerating energy cards into play as well?
And we've seen that matter a lot, Chip, in certain matchups where you need to hit that additional number of damage.
Now, as Jake in this position, what he needs to be thinking about is, okay, if I knock out this Baxcalibur, I'm going to be very far ahead. I've got a pretty good shot to just close out and win this game. How do I avoid ever putting myself in a position where I could potentially lose? And one of the ways that Jake could find himself in a tough spot would be if Iono came through. But yeah, just Jake knocking out the Baxcalibur is going to be enough for Jared to say, I can't win this. I'm going to concede. Let's go to game 2.
Yeah, and just having the 3 rare candy, even though he was able to find it, just wasn't enough to actually protect the Baxcalibur. And this has been, you know, the big weakness of Chen Pao, I would say, is just an over-reliance on that Pokemon. And now, getting into game 2, Jared can hopefully pivot, get lucky with the early Iron Hands like he was meant to do, maybe get 2 Baxcalibur set up, and you can already see like the early awkwardness of having to discard 2 Water Energy just to take 1 prize on the Mirage step. Baxcalibur number 1 going down to Screamtail. Even though you have the second Frigibax ready to go, it's just not enough to keep the pressure on.
This is a top moment of the day, regardless of Jared winning or losing this game. Chili for 1 energy, 10 damage, takes out the Screamtail. Chili becoming the strongest soldier, but not quite enough to ultimately close out the game.
Yeah, and then there was that awkward decision, right, with the Avery having to discard a Chen Pao in order to keep Radiant Greninja in play to have a couple shots at getting some card draw.
And Jake, this is where he set up just the ultimate board that Jared really had no way to come back from. Jared there, I think, is playing to an angle of really hoping Jake maybe prized counter catcher boss's orders and wouldn't find the pieces to get the KO on that Baxcalibur. If that Baxcalibur had hung around, Jared definitely could have won the game on the next turn, but
yeah,
Jake just had way too many ways to deal with it.
And when we head into game 2, it's going to be a completely new ball game. We saw the potential for Iron Hands in those early couple turns to come through, take a handful of early prizes to really build up a lead for Jared Grimes, but Jake has just been very cool and collected, has had the game one in the palm of his hand, and setting up now, Frigibacks in the active spot, Ultra Ball being the case, and there's the Iron Hands in hand.
I gotta tell you, as someone who has played Chien-Pao to a tournament, this little bugger right here is just about the most annoying thing you could start in your entire deck. The other Frigibacks has one retreat. If you start it, you can just retreat into a Chien-Pao, Shivery Chill, get a bunch of energy into your hand, and then you're chilling, right?
Mm-hmm.
Chili is chilling in the active spot with 2 retreat right now, so all those plays are taken off the table. This guy is so annoying to move out of your active. You basically have to cross-switcher or attach to it 2 times. Jared could have had a pretty solid start here as it stands, though. Ooh, does find the VIP pass. That's, I think, going to make up for it a little bit.
Okay. And Jared already had taken a very slow start in game number 1 and is probably happy to still play things a little bit slower here now with the fat Frigibacks in the active. And this is potentially not too bad now.
Yeah, it looks like another Frigibacks and a Bidoof potentially being the option. Could also get a Chien-Pao into play. You really want to utilize that to get some extra energy into your hand at some point. Again, because Frigibacks has the 2 retreat, he can't do it this turn. And I did see the Iron Hands already in Jared Grimes' hand. So if he can draw enough energy cards and also find his lightning energy, we could see that turn 2 amp you very much.
Yep, so just going to pass over. The reason, of course, the players play this 70 HP Frigibacks, despite its detriment as a starting Pokemon, is just to have that extra insurance versus Sableye.
Really good versus Iron Valiant as well.
Oh, very true, very true. And Jake Gearhart opens up with Ultra Ball, discarding 2 Psychic Energy, which you need to get those into the discard pile for your Psychic Embrace later on in the game. Taking a look through the deck now, evaluating what those prize cards are and where the opener's going to start.
Yeah, the Jirachi's pretty useless in this matchup. Really not something Jake wants to put into play. But, you play so many tech Pokemon in your list, you're going to be bound to start them at some point. And really interesting right away to see Jake super heavily valuing this Manaphy. He knows how bad it can be for him to have his board Moonlight Shurikened away, gets that Wave Veil protection into play right away because of that.
Yeah, even if you're sacrificing a couple bench spots with the Manaphy and now the Jirachi, the rest of your routes will do plenty of heavy lifting to keep you in the game. We know that Jared is in a position to most of the time only be able to strike at whatever's already in the active spot, and you know that those routes are going to continue to be safe.
The turn 1 Iono here, pretty good for Jake, but also not too bad for Jared. I think he had a pretty clunky hand, a pair of Super Rod in that opening hand, one of them already being discarded.
Yeah, and that means that the Iron Hands is going to be back in the deck now.
It's true, it's true. You don't want to commit to it too early because you're not guaranteed to pull off the turn 2 amp you very much, so it makes sense to not bench it. And now with it being shuffled back into the deck makes it almost even less likely that he'll be able to pull it off.
Fog Crystal for a Mew. This is a lot of Pokemon that aren't routes, Chip. Now I'm starting to get a bit worried.
But that's why we get the Mew, so that we can find ways to get more routes potentially. And of course, you always have that insurance of going for that Mirage Step angle.
Yep, Attach, Retreat, Mysterious Tail, looking for Battle VIP Pass, Nest Ball, something. Fog Crystal, anything, just a rare candy.
Yeah, just a rare candy is going to be the grab here. And there is a little bit of danger here for Jake. Only 1 Ralts in play. Jared is playing the cross switcher, so. And he does top deck the second one. Okay, and you can see Jared he's got the wheels turning. He's got a Chien-Pao in the hand. He's got an Irida. He has the pieces to KO Jake's only Ralts in play.
Irida is going to find the rare candy back. Excalibur, cross switcher is going to bring that Ralts into the active with Chien-Pao for Shivery Chill. And Jared does not want to missequence this at all, just taking his moment to think through.
Yeah, I think he was debating just going for Pokestop to start with instead of the Irida, and even we heard him for a moment there saying, the last thing I want to do is mill my back Excalibur, playing it safe, going for the Irida first. But I do feel like a Pokestop is in the future.
Yeah, once you get your important cards out of the deck, definitely go for it, because even if you were to Pokestop first, what are you hitting that you can't just get later on?
Yeah. Rare candy.
Ultra Ball, Nest Ball.
I mean, but you've got the
Pretty good card.
Irida.
Yeah, but it would be nice to get one of those cards in your hand, so then you can Irida for something else, right, to help you prep for something in the future. But as it
That's
stands,
certainly a great debate. How greedy do you want to play it when you've got one route sitting on the bench served up on a silver platter?
Yeah, and I think Jared wisely just going to play it out in this way. He's going to go for the Shivery Chill, and Jake saying, my one route's going down. I'm going to be too far behind. Let's scoop this up. We're going to game 3.
Wow. You can see the potential, the volatility of this match. We know that Gardevoir can have these awkward starts, and it happens a lot with only one route that's in danger or 2 routes. But your opponent needs to be able to punish that. And fortunately, Jared Grimes getting that second cross switcher in the hand made it all possible.
Yeah, really fortunate sequence there for Jared. If Jake had not played the Iono, Jared wouldn't have maybe found all of those pieces, but ends up working out pretty solidly. That concealed cards into the VIP pass was huge, though.
Yeah, and if the cross switcher wasn't there, maybe Jared does extend a bit, right, with the Pokestop, trying to find those pieces to get the punish. When you only get the one routes, you can't get off the ground anymore. It's basically a mirror of game 1 where your important Pokemon that supports the rest of your deck just continuously gets sniped down and you cannot get the attackers up and running.
18 minutes left. Should be enough time for us to finish a full game 3. I do love to see the concede from Jake there. You know, hold out, see if your opponent is able to pull off the cross switchers. If they're not, of course, he could get that turn 2 Mirage Step and feel like he's in a decent spot, but with that Ralts going down, he knows I've just got to go to game 3 if I want a good shot to get to 5-0. And that's a huge prize, the Iron Hands EX.
Oh no, it was so important for game number 1, definitely the difference maker of victory and defeat in that game. And then game number 2, fortunately, was not needed, but here in game 3, when all the chips are down, I think it definitely is going to be a requirement. Hopefully Jared can fish out of the prizes quickly, but Jake opens up, Screamtail in the active, level ball, searching through the deck and finding something that can turn the rest of this deck online.
Yeah, a little awkward. Has a bunch of Kirlia in his opening hand. I think there is an Iono as well, so it can actually be nice to have those Kirlia in your opening hand if you're going to go for that Mirage Step play. Because
Reconsiders the level ball, of course, always respecting the Radiant Greninja.
Yeah, and then has a Fog Crystal to go now get that Ralts. He knows he wants to get that Manaphy into play. A little interesting, though, could have made an argument to actually just hold the level ball because level ball guarantees a next turn Mirage Step.
And just passes over. Pokestop for a little bit more research. Goes for the concealed cards first of all.
And
discards lightning energy. Beautiful.
Yeah, that's normally really nice. Get that lightning energy in the discard pile, but Jared's going to get the sad news off these nest balls that there is no Iron Hands available.
And this is great, too, because you know Jared is already thinking, oh, yes, the Iron Hands. I've got the lightning energy. This is great. But after looking through the deck, there is one heavy ball in the list, however. So hopefully Jared can find that out, pick it up with the Irida.
Yeah, there's plenty of ways to find it, and that is going to be something Jared definitely is making note of here. He still can pull off that Iron Hands, but he's going to have to work a little harder to do it.
And this is important to note as well, Chip, you know, with the double nest ball, going for the Frigibax and the Bidoof, not trying to get cheeky with the double Frigibax, needs to have the guarantee of some additional draw with that Bibarel.
He does still need another Frigibax, though. If he only puts one Frigibax in play, there is a chance of a turn 2 Cresselia from Jake. It is a little unlikely. So not the...
Oh, no!
What?
The Iridas, no! We need those, Chip, to get the Hisui and Heavy Ball for the Iron Hands, to get the rare candy.
Yeah, he doesn't need it this turn, but yeah, he needs it at some point. And with 2 Irida going down right off that Pokestop, that is really not good.
If Giratina is the biggest bait deck, I think that Pokestop is the biggest bait card. It's just bias from the stream, I guess, but I always see it be completely disastrous.
Well, how about a hand here from Jared Grimes? 6 cards from the Iono, 2 Battle VIP Pass. He's going to be able to get that extra Frigibax into play. He's going to get another Bidoof even, it looks like.
Ooh.
He could fill his bench and get a Chimpao as well, but that would mean he doesn't have the bench space for the Iron Hands. That's something he's going to want to consider. I think I'd like to see a Frigibax and a Chimpao come down and then maybe leave a bench space open.
Yeah, if you leave the bench space open, you're always going to be able to threaten that Iron Hands against the opponent at any time. If you fill up the bench, then Jake can breathe a sigh of relief and say, okay, despite everything, I know that I don't have to worry about Iron Hands. So keeping that threat potential is certainly key.
There is even a Chimpao in the hand right now for Jared Grimes. He could even save this Battle VIP pass in the hand. Can't use it next turn, but it's great discard fodder for Ultra Ball and for superior energy retrieval.
Ooh, very efficient.
Instead, going to use that Battle VIP pass now to get a Chien-Pao out of the deck, and now that Chien-Pao in the hand can become some of that discard fodder, so it does work out. And
Yeah,
also,
and then you're getting a card out of your hand to set up for Industrious Incisors.
Exactly.
So there's a lot of different ways to slice up this turn for sure.
Shivery Chill, that's a nice way to do it as well. Pull those 2 energy into the hand and just make it easy to piece together something next turn. Jared really going to be looking for that Hisuian Heavy Ball. If he can find Heavy Ball next turn, he's going to really have a good shot to pull off the turn to amp you very much.
With 2 Irida down, however, getting the Rare Candy in the back Excalibur is going to be a little tougher.
He's going to need a lot, for sure. But it is entirely possible.
Yep, so Screamtail getting an energy attached to it right off the bat. Iono now. Now, Jake was already setting up for the potential Mirage step.
He's going all in on the Mirage step here because he had another Ralts in his hand. Chose not to bench it, needs to find a way to get Mirage step, and I don't see it in this hand.
Oh, no. What a punish. Pokestop.
He's going for the Pokestop. No way to find it there either. He does at least have an Artisan that can get another Ralts into play. But Jake really went all in on trying to find Mirage Step here, choosing not to bench a Ralts.
And the Iono just completely shut that down.
Bite him. Yeah, and he's actually even going to go for the Mew here. Mysterious Tail. This is extremely risky. If Jake does not find a way to get a Ralts into play, we could see a Game 2 situation all over again.
So your Mysterious Tail, you've attached to Screamtail, retreat to get Mew into the active. Even if you get the Mirage Step, how do you get this Mew out of the active?
He can't get off the Mirage Step this turn, but he can get his board developed a little bit more, thin more cards out of the deck. Going for that Mew there is definitely a little risky, but it is going to pay off. Level Ball can still at least find one more Ralts. Oh, it's actually going to be another Curlia to keep drawing cards. Okay, we're abandoning the Mirage Step. Our bench is a little full. We just need to draw some more Ralts here. That makes sense, too.
Okay, and again, pivoting into the Mew rather than the second Ralts means that Jake is also stretching thin with this Curlia to grab something for a second Ralt.
But there's no second Ralts here.
Oh my goodness.
This is something here. This is quite the turn, and this is quite the opening as well for Jared Grimes. Can he do what he did in game number 1 and pull off the double cross switcher? Rare Candy back Excalibur already in the hand. Ultra Ball is going to thin a couple cards out of that hand and grab the Bibarel. We're going to see a ton of cards drawn. Even with 2 less Irida in the deck, Jared is going to see a ton of cards this turn.
Yeah, after drawing all of these cards, there is, of course, the threat of just finding the Hisuian Heavy Ball, getting the Iron Hands, or just taking the prize with Chien-Pao. Double cross switcher always lurking.
Yeah, Iron Hands is great, but here at this point, it's just all in on KO this Curlia. Doesn't find really anything to help him get there with this hand. Feels a little bit less likely now at this point.
Shivery Chill, Radiant Greninja.
He does still have
there's something there
as well.
Oh yeah, and the Pokestop.
So it will be 2 energy from the Shivery Chill. That concealed cards, like you mentioned. Seeing 2 more. He's got the superior energy retrieval in hand. Really all he needs off of the top 5 cards of his deck is 2 cross switchers, right? If he can find them off the concealed cards, off the Pokestop, he's going to be so far ahead in this game.
But if it does not come through, Chip, right? If we think about the other side of the equation, Jake Gearhart has the Curlia, has the refinement, gets some routes, maybe gets the Gardevoir down. It's still looking pretty awkward, I think.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, even if Jared does not find everything to pull off the play, Jake is still not in a great spot.
All right, Pokestop.
Spin the wheel first.
Super Rod, Superior, Ultra Ball.
That's no outs to the cross switcher.
Yeah, the hand is still getting pretty filled up, pretty awkward.
Here we go, 2 more cards.
Is there any sort of potential to do concealed cards and then Pokestop? Does it matter?
Yeah, if you Pokestop first, you might be able to find Ultra Ball or Nest Ball to thin some cards out of your deck before you go for the concealed cards. I think that's what Jared was thinking there.
But yeah, everything in the hand's so good, you don't even want to thin down any further.
Yeah, so it won't be the perfect turn with the cross switcher, but still getting ahead here by taking this knockout with Chien-Pao EX is going to be pretty solid for Jared Grimes.
Ooh, and after grabbing that Super Rod, you know, can get rid of this Chien-Pao as discard fodder, as you predicted. Getting some energy now to feed into the Super Cold from Baxcalibur and start taking knockouts.
You're debating leaving some energy in the discard pile. I think you should respect the potential of that screen tail that's on Jake's bench to take out your Baxcalibur, maybe something to think about. So loading some extra energy into play doesn't seem too bad.
Yeah, with the Manaphy there, having the threat of Moonlight Shuriken is still pretty good. Just have that extra single prize attacker you can promote, deal 90 to something.
Jake just going to have to send up the Kirlia. Does have that reversal energy in hand. Pretty nice. Will make it a little bit easier to get this KO on Chien-Pao EX.
All right, discards Battle VIP Pass for Refinement, finds Level Ball and Iono. 8 minutes left on the clock, almost 9. Has to bring this game to a conclusion soon. And when you're fighting from so far behind, it becomes difficult to take all the prizes you need to as quickly as you need to.
Yeah, that could ultimately become the issue for both of our players here.
Evolves into Gardevoir EX. Psychic Embrace is now online. Jake can power up Screamtail to take out the Baxcalibur. Instead, just goes for the counter catcher to bring it into the active.
Yeah,
plus Iono.
I don't think he had enough energy cards. I think that was the issue to get to the Screamtail KO. So just goes for the counter catcher.
Yeah, with only 1 refinement.
If he does find enough energy cards to discard here with something like an Ultra Ball, which he's pretty close to, he could still go for the Screamtail, and I think that's what we're going to see. A little unfortunate that he did burn the counter catcher to do it, but it ends up, I think, being overall worthwhile. You give yourself the chance, if you don't find enough energy to put into the discard pile, that you can still get the KO regardless. And then if you do find the energies, you have the retreat into the Screamtail.
And Jake is looking, of course, at Jared's discard pile, seeing how many energies are there, knows that there's another, superior energy retrieval potentially coming up.
And we're actually going to see Jake choosing to take out the Bibarel. He could have gotten that extra energy into the discard pile, but it would have forced him to go down to 0 cards in hand. So he didn't feel like that was worth it, choosing instead to take out the Bibarel, which is another decent line you can go for with this deck.
And this was exactly what we were exploring in game number 1. There was that split path of, do I take down the Baxcalibur or the Bibarel? And now without the extra draw power, Jared Grimes might have more difficulty finding the energy and finding those necessary cards to keep up the threat potential from this spot.
That Earthen Vessel is going to be solid to grab a couple energy cards out of the deck. Jared can try to establish another Bidoof here. That could be decent. Of course, that Iron Hands still in the prize cards, but if Hisuian Heavy Ball could be found or an Irida, that is something that could be on the table. Jared, I think for the first time past a turn 2 in this set, is going to not be pressured to find a way to get a Baxcalibur back into play.
And that's a huge sigh of relief as well. Pokestop finds another superior energy retrieval. Another Irida goes down. She is not wanting to show up here in game number 3. It's going to be all on Jared Grimes soldiers. Not going to be able to take the easy way to find these item cards. And now with Bibarel gone, looks like the Hisuian Heavy Ball is completely off the table from this point.
Yeah, unless he just draws into it, which is entirely possible. Of course, 2 cards to come from this concealed cards. He's got a shot.
All right.
Doesn't find it, though. That Manaphy is honestly pretty decent, though. Putting Manaphy into play does protect you against future Screamtail.
And you still have the extra bench spot for the Iron Hands whenever you need it. Jared just going to Ultra Ball first.
He could take this turn to just get another Baxcalibur into play. He does have a couple of rare candy in the hand, so use that now to protect against your Baxcalibur going down. That is an option, but might not have all the cards that he wants to do it.
With the superior energy retrievals and the Ultra Balls, there's so many cards that you have to consider. This is not really a good card right now, but I might just want to keep it in my hand so I can discard it later. And now the Manaphy, after weighing the options of do I want to protect myself from Screamtail versus just an easy discard target, opts to get rid of the Manaphy to get the second Baxcalibur up and running.
Yeah, it does have the rare candy into the Baxcalibur, but the tough thing here, oh man, the sequence is pretty awkward, honestly, from Jared. I think he could have gone for the Superior first, potentially. Go for the Superior, get those extra energy cards into your hand so that you can save the rare candy, because now he has 3 rare candy in his discard pile. So if both of these Baxcalibur go down, there's not realistically a way for him to pull off another one, but he might be saying, hey, at this position, if Jake is taking the time to KO these 2 Baxcalibur, I'll be okay. I'll be able to get far enough ahead. That'll give me enough time to get Iron Hands. And it's really hard to go after Baxcalibur whenever your opponent has an Iron Hands EX in play with 4 energy on it, 3 water energies and that lightning.
Jared also opting to keep more energy in the hand because of the double Baxcalibur.
One thing to point out as well, by the way, I mean, this is ridiculous for Jared Grimes. 3 Irida in the discard pile from the Pokestop, and that 4th Irida in the prize cards.
Prizes. So again, the ability to quickly search out that heavy ball to get the Iron Hands is just not there. Jake Gearhart, however, just responding back immediately with the Mirage Step.
The late game Mirage Step, a pretty rare play, but it's what Jake has to go for here. Concealed cards on Jared's end. Doesn't find too much that's helpful.
And what's great about the Mirage Step is even if you get it late, oh, there's the heavy ball.
This could be the time. I think he's got enough energy cards to do it. Are we throwing those hands?
The Iron Hands puts Jared Grimes in such a good position. Because of the Mirage Step, we know that the Shining Arcana Gardevoirs and the Gardevoir EXs are going to come out to play. It gives you massive targets to take multiple prizes potentially.
And this is the nightmare Jake Gearhart foresaw months and months and months ago. Iron Hands EX pumping his way into the active, using that Amp U very much. There's going to be plenty of energy cards to do it because of the superior energy retrieval in Jared Grimes' hand.
All right, so after the energy retrieval, you can discard the VIP pass and probably the Bibarel. Yep, get all those energy cards out of the discard pile, plus that lightning. And here it comes. Attach, return, super cold, retreat, Iron Hands into the active. Amp you very much for 2 prizes on the Mirage Step Curlia.
Insult to injury, pumping the hands. And Jake
it's a tradition at this point.
It is such a huge mountain to climb at this spot. Jared has 2 prize cards remaining. Iron Hands in the active, 2 Baxcalibur in play, and Jake has barely done anything this game, and he's having to refinement away a Gardevoir EX.
After the rare candy into Shining Arcana Gardevoir to draw a couple more, you've got to take down the Iron Hands, obviously. You take 2 prizes, but Jared just has so much time now and potential to just knock out 2 easy targets. I'm already foreseeing a line chip where Jake Gearhart is going to have to promote the Gardevoir EX, something with massive HP into the active, and hope that Jared doesn't got it.
Huge hit there on the Pokestop, discarding the boss's orders. That's something that could have been nice later on in the game. Worker is going to discard that stadium now, draw 3 cards, does find the Super Rod. Could put something back, but Jared, as it stands, is going to have a shot to win the game on the next turn.
Yeah, still 2 minutes left on the clock. With the +3 scenario, Jared definitely has plenty of time to just announce a couple attacks and let it go. I think that he has 1 more superior energy retrieval available.
Yeah, he's counting them right now. There's 3 in the discard pile, and I'm not sure if there was 1 in his last prize. I know that the Irida was one of those last couple of prize cards.
And as you're trying to count, look at the heavy ball, look at the Baxcaliburs, might just be one of those cards that you didn't get around to actually checking the count of earlier in the game. But after the Gardevoir is set up, thanks to Gardevoir EX's Psychic Embrace plus a Reversal Energy, Iron Hands EX does go back to the discard pile.
Jake taking 2 prizes to go down to just 3 remaining. An energy found there off the prizes is pretty decent. And Jared spreading out the cards. There's not a lot of cards left in his deck. He must feel like he's got a decent shot to just hit what he needs here. There's the cross switchers in the hand. All he needs is that last superior energy retrieval. It's not in the prize cards. Heavy ball does fail that search. And he's got the concealed cards to draw 2 here.
There is 1, is looking, oh man, if I go for concealed cards, do I have enough cards left in the deck in order to not deck myself out?
See it, needs superior. Super Rod. I think that's going to be close, though, because he can Super Rod the energies back. Iono can draw the rest of the deck. Does he have the superior in the deck is the only question here. And if he does, I think he's going to have the pieces to win the game. Well, wait. The problem with the Iono, though, is that he's only going to get 2 cards. There is a chance that the last card is the superior.
Unbelievable. I think that Jared Grimes just has to go for it. And it's like, in this scenario, when it seems like you're so far ahead, you've got the Ampu very much, you've got that prize lead, but
even with the Baxcaliburs in play, with the Chen Pao, with all of this energy, trying to find the resources to put together your attacks becomes such a tall order.
Jared does not have to win this game, this turn, right? He is going to be turn 0. I think time has now just been called, so he'll have access to turn 2 as well. So that's something he really needs to think about here. You don't have to win the game this turn. You could, but is it worth, like, risking a chance of you just missing it and then giving your opponent a way to force a tie potentially?
Yeah, and Jared is spending a lot of time calculating the odds, has been in these multiple awkward situations, having to make incredibly difficult choices. Super Rod, do I just put 3 energy back? Do I want to try to bring this Iron Hands back from
another
the
win con.
discard pile? But it all rides on this 4th superior energy retrieval.
He says it has to be in there, so he's thinking through, knows that the superior should
count it
be
slow
in his
for
deck.
us, Jared. Let's have a look here. All right, so Super Rod for 2 water energy.
And we'll see what he does here. I mean, if he goes for the Iono, he doesn't have enough cards to discard for the superior. He could use the cross switchers and then Iono. Okay, so here's what he can do.
Okay.
Cross switchers, bring up the Gardevoir, and then Iono putting the water energy in his hand on the bottom of the deck so that he can guarantee draw the energy from the Shivery Chill after the Iono. So if he hits the superior energy retrieval, he can just discard that.
Okay. So let's see if Jared Grimes finds that same line. Attaches the water energy.
The thing is, as well, he needs 6 energy cards. So it's a lot to try to hit here. He did just put 2 back. And he's going for the Iono, not using the cross switchers here. So I think he's recognizing the situation, says, I don't have to win this turn, isn't going to go all in with the switchers, and is just going to try to get a 1 prize KO this turn if he can.
Yeah, just the way the prize map and the tempo is played out in this game, Jared does have a nice buffer now to close out the game. Draws 2. One of them indeed is the superior.
He has to retreat into the Chien Pao in order to Shivery Chill. We know there's 2 energy in the deck.
And you can Shivery Chill for just 1? Does it matter?
You can just get the 1 if he wants to. There's a Super Rod remaining, double cross switcher, but it's going to be kind of difficult for Jared to find the 2 cross switcher next turn. It's going to come down to really the Radiant Greninja. But if he takes just the 1 prize here, he doesn't need nearly that much to knock out just a Gardevoir.
Yeah, and then when you assign this energy, right, you put 2 on the Chen Pao, and this other energy, does it go on to the second Chen Pao just to prep for the Hail Blade? Are you trying to play around something getting brought up into the active installed?
Yeah, I think that's something you have to consider all the different things your opponent could do here in this position, because Jake is going to be aware of the situation and knows he cannot win this game any longer, most likely. There is a chance because he'll be turn 1, so he goes 1 prize into 2 prizes. But he might recognize that with Jared having such a low deck size that it's going to be pretty easy for him to pull the pieces together. He might have to go for some sort of counter-catcher stall play if Jared did run himself out of resources unintentionally.
So Nest Balls the play, puts the Frigibacks down. The remaining cards in the deck are 2 cross switchers. So after the draw for turn and then a concealed cards is going to guarantee double cross switcher for his next turn. And things are getting down to the wire, and you can see both players are being very specific about their calculations and where things are being assigned, just to not only avoid bricking yourself entirely out of the game, but avoiding deck outs, avoiding what your opponent can potentially do, where Jared's playing for the win, Jake potentially playing for a tie. Goes down to 1 prize card remaining, and it's the Irida.
Does have cross switcher that he found off the prizes, so that is pretty decent.
Okay.
But he may not need it. He just needs to get through whatever Jake's active is, most likely. Jake really trying to figure out what is his chance to win this game. And if you take 1 prize, you have to assume that your opponent is really likely going to be able to pull off the KO. Jake is going to send up the Gardevoir EX, so that tells me we're going to try to see probably a Boss's Orders or counter-catcher play onto the Baxcalibur, probably the Radiant Greninja, honestly. Doing a Baxcalibur doesn't do anything for you, but if you can take out that Greninja, it can get rid of some of your opponent's potential draw.
Yeah, and we knew, I kind of figured that Jake was going to end up in this position, right? Gardevoir EX in the active, has a lot of HP, and just hope that this can hold the fort, and it's very difficult for Chen Pao to reach those levels, right? To find here at the bottom of the 9th, the 6 energies you need to discard.
2 energies found. 1 more can be discarded with another refinement. Thinking through all the options here. Going to go for potentially that Shining Arcana first. I think he's got a Super Rod in hand as well. The Zacian in the discard pile could be the easiest way for him to close out the game next turn on a Chien Pao, for example.
Yeah, so you want to maybe save the Super Rod? No, just put the Zacian back in, right? Because there's a chance you naturally draw into it. You don't have to dig as much.
Yeah, I mean, he also could just close out the game with a Gardevoir pretty easily, so doesn't really need to worry about clogging his deck with that piece. Going to put back the Cresselia, though.
And so Jared Grimes has the potential win next turn with 1 attack. Jake Gearhart trying to prep for 2 turns worth of attackers and having enough resources in between them. Shining Arcana finds a Psychic Energy.
That's pretty nice. That's 1 less damage counter you may have to put on the Gardevoir EX. If Jake could have found 2 energy on a Shining Arcana, he would have actually been able to not damage his Gardevoir at all, which would mean Jared still needs the full 6 energy cards to get the KO. But, you know, with 1 damage counter likely having to be placed on this Pokemon, Jared will just need 5 energy to close out the KO.
That is very important to note. Another Shining Arcana found. Evolves and draws 2. Grabs Screamtail and Cresselia. Screamtail hitting the bench. Great way to snipe down those Excaliburs, as we've seen time and time again, Chip. And now that time has been called, the players know exactly what needs to happen for both of their win conditions here.
Countercatcher is going to bring up the Frigibax. So what we could see is Frigibax being stalled in the active. It's got 2 retreat and doesn't really have great attacks. We saw Chili get in there, and then maybe Screamtail try to snipe around it a little bit. That could be the play.
All right, and this is, yeah, looks like the attached return. And now Iono.
And that does put that Superior Energy Retrieval on the bottom of the deck here for Jared Grimes. Only going to get 1 card. Jake thinking through all the different scenarios here.
Yeah, and this is a bit of a big punish too, right? With the Frigibax now stuck in the active, 1 card on the Iono.
I think we're going to see the Screamtail. Jared with only 1 card in hand, even if he gets the Superior Energy Retrieval, it's not enough to play it. So maybe Jake took note of how many energy cards were in Jared's discard pile. If he doesn't have any energy left in the deck, you know that Chili is not on the table, so you can go for the Screamtail to KO something on the bench. We could also see the Screamtail KO just the Radiant Greninja.
Yeah, and Jared Grimes is looking very distraught here, knows that, you know, the victory versus the tie is all up to a couple draws from this position. And now with Screamtail kind of entering back in the game, it might be messing up his calculations, his vision for how this end game is going to play out.
Very few cards left in deck for both players. Cresselia found off this Fog Crystal. I think what Jake is debating here is how likely is it that Jared has just a single energy card? And if there is no basic water energy left in the deck, he can safely go for the Screamtail KO, but he's actually going to choose to pass. I think, and this is Jake recognizing low chance to win the game, does everything he can to make sure that he doesn't just tie. And Jared left, or doing everything he can to make sure he at least gets a tie out of this. And Jared draws for turn, has a Super Rod, has a cross switcher, but just no way to close things out here.
Yeah,
he has no plays.
Yeah, no way to discard for the Radiant Greninja, can't get the Frigibax out of the active, and it is a tie.
Wow. What a game. What a wild situation, to be honest, there.
The late Iono to put that Superior Energy Retrieval down on the bottom, denying it's when you go down to, you know, low prizes versus Gardevoir, it's similar to Giratina in that way where it's built around having these come from behind victories.
I gotta feel like that game just got away from Jared Grimes, to be honest. He, I think, was in an excellent position in those closing turns, and then just that last turn, things just kind of fell apart for him. A few maybe awry decisions, not really doing exactly what would set him up for winning on a future turn, thinking a little bit too much about winning immediately. I'm not sure what the situation was, but he comes up just short, and this game ends in a tie.
Yeah, but certainly Chien Pao versus Gardevoir, a much more grindy matchup than I was certainly anticipating, Chip. Both players going down to just a handful of cards left in the deck. Every single ounce of resources squeezed out of both lists, trying to put together these attacks. And even in Game 1 and Game 2, we saw how explosive the early turns can be for determining the victor. And then Game 3 was much more on an awkward trajectory from the get-go because Jake went so far down the path of trying to find Mirage Step and whiffed, but then Jared was playing this kind of long con towards the Iron Hands and didn't try to go aggressive and punish that.
And then Game 2 here, I mean, Jake starting Jirachi super suboptimal, really not ideal, and then Jared with the turn 2 double cross switcher to KO Jake's only Ralts, and Jake just saying, yeah, can't win from this position, let's go to Game 3.
And then the Iridas all clocking out for the day. 3 in the discard pile from Pokestop alone, and the final one was in the prizes. It meant that Jared didn't have the easy access to Hisui and Heavy Ball he really wanted to run away with the game.
And Screamtail put in a bit of work here. KOing this Bibarel was super important for the end game. We saw Jake ultimately closing it out with really Iono being the game-winning card.
Exactly. After the Iron Hands finally came through and we saw the amp you very much, I thought for certain that Jared was eventually just going to just take some easy prizes, kind of just stroll his way to victory. But Jake, with the comeback on that reversal energy with the Gardevoir, getting rid of that big threat, and plus the disruption of Iono, meant that Jared was struggling to recoup these energies from the discard pile to keep up the chain of attackers.
And then the Iono and the pass, Jake saying, hey, I can't win this game. Super unlikely that that would happen, so I'm just going to pass, not give you any real outs. And Jared just had no real outs and just has to pass it back, and this game is going to end up in that tie.
But 4-0-1 still ain't nothing, ain't too bad.
Yeah, it's definitely solid, but it does feel bad whenever you had a really good shot to just get those 2 extra match points. You know, you got to,
especially in a tournament of this size.
Exactly.
You
like,
got to get the wins.
The margin for error to really have a deep run at these tournaments is so small. So you really want to capitalize on every position that is presented to you in order to give you the best shot to get as many match points as possible, to give you your best shot at day 2, best shot at top 8, and then ultimately best shot at becoming a regional champion.
Exactly. That was a nice mixture of, you know, good luck, bad luck, and then just kind of awkward draws. And that's, I think, the essence of Pokemon, is you want to make sure that you're playing enough games, you're playing well enough where that variance tends to even out. And, you know, Jared already learned, I think, a lot from that game, and if he fights against any Gardevoirs going forward in the bracket, they're going to get that salty Iron Hands coming out to take those extra prizes, I think.
Yeah, the Iron Hands being really kind of the big card of the Chien-Pao deck, and one of the main things I think that keeps it sticking around as a relevant option, being able to be a strong attacker into any deck that plays Comfey, any Gardevoir deck, of course, and then you know, the Charizard matchup always has been pretty decent for Chien-Pao, just being able to pretty relatively easily KO, one-hit KO a Charizard EX. Yeah. You need those 6 energy cards, which can seem like a lot, but the deck is really built to be able to find those pieces.
Right, and Charizard is also not very disruptive, just kind of hits whatever's in front of it, so your back Excalibur is a little safer, and you can also play at a very measured pace, make sure you're getting your rare candies and everything set up. So Chien-Pao versus Charizard, I can understand why Jared Grimes did like the deck. It's just this time came through as a tie.
Yep, it's going to be a tie at this spot for the players, but like you mentioned, 401 is still a decent spot. You know, plenty of rounds left. You need to at least get to 6-2-1 to make it into day 2, but I mean, to be honest, 6-2-1 going into day 2, you're basically going to have to go 6-0 in day 2 to make it into top 8.
With the match points required. Like, just taking a tie or taking an early loss can be very disheartening. And what can I say, Chip? It's just a matter of keeping your head in the game, you know, shaking it off and going next. We could see from his expressions, you know, that Jared was very heartbroken at the end of Game 3, seeing a win become a tie. Seeing a potential defeat become a tie is a little bit better when you're on that side of the equation.
But Jake was definitely happy to come away with a tie in that game. You know, he did kind of get away with it there, you know, finding the line to close up at least the 1 match point, because, you know, if that game plays out any longer, it's almost certain that Jared Grimes is going to become the victor.
Yeah, especially after, you know, just the buffer from the Iron Hands was so big, such a big, important piece of that deck's success and that matchup specifically.
Yeah, and in many matchups as well throughout the day. I mean, we even saw it in our earlier game today, that Arceus versus Miraidon deck, it's really kind of interesting how nicely the Iron Hands numbers add up, right? You do 160 with that first attack, and then 120 with the Ampu very much to take the extra prize cards. I mean, that's good math into any of the V-Star Pokemon.
Yeah, that is important to be able to set up the math for the Iron Hands. It's not just about taking single prize knockouts to get that bonus. When you prep the numbers correctly, Chip, you can still take that additional prize down the road on something bigger. But I'm just getting word that we do have a special side interview segment with Juancho Saldana. So we're going to head out to the floor of the Charlotte Regionals and hear from some of the folks here that are visiting us today.
Thank you so much, casters. Juancho Saldana here, and I have a very special interview for everyone here today. I have a very popular Twitch streamer, Sunny TCG, or John Sundstrom. Sunny, good to see you. How are you doing today?
Doing all right, Mr. Wizard. Thanks for asking.
So we did get to talk about your record real quick, but how are we doing?
Yeah, so unfortunately, we're not really on the winning side of things. 1-1-3, just, unfortunate situations, based because of the deck I'm playing and all that. But, we're still chilling. We're still having fun. That's all I'm really here for.
That's the key, right? We're here to have fun. What deck did you decide to bring to the tournament?
So I brought Gardevoir. Basically, it was online for me to play for weeks ahead of time, I think, in my opinion. Even when I was trying all this other stuff and everything in between, it just felt like the right deck to play. Still, everything else was just smoke and mirrors.
Oh, for sure. I think Gardevoir is a very, very powerful deck. Just like we saw on stream. Unfortunately, there wasn't a winner on that stream, but we got to see the power of that deck. So I don't blame you for the pick. Again, I think it's a really hard deck to play, though. Gardevoir, there's so many micro decisions, so many Pokemon you have to evolve, so many choices you have to make. Let me know, how did you prepare for this tournament?
Basically preparing for the tournament, primarily playing on PTCG Live. Can't really go to my locals too much like I would like to, not enough free time in the day. And between work and personal life, it's kind of tricky. But generally I do play online. Gardevoir is a deck that, after I tried it the first time around, after it did well over in an online tournament, I was just like, let's give this a try. And then playing it for a few things, a couple of online tournaments on top of that, I decided, hey, this feels pretty good. This deck is a pretty decent matchup spread, in my opinion. And we stuck with it. We kept fine-tuning the list and made a few changes last night, teetering between both VIP and no VIP lists. I ended up going with a no VIP list myself. And, aside from the record, the deck was running pretty well. Just one or two bricks that kind of did me in, a little more than usual. I don't know if we call that the IRL curse or not, or or just being lucky on a computer game. But I would take it, though. It is what it is.
Absolutely love it. Sunny, so there's 2,200 people here, almost 2,200 masters anyway. But despite that, I think it was really hard to get here, huh? I was following your social media, and I was a little bit worried there you wouldn't make it there for a second. Tell us about your journey to Charlotte.
Oh, boy, do we have a journey. So started at literally 4:30 in the morning when I literally just woke up. I live all the way down South New Jersey or whatever, around about Atlantic City. And basically, the idea was just, get up, get in the car, pick up my friends, which some of you may know. Celio's Network is also a popular YouTuber. My friend Luke picked him up and his mother, headed over to Newark Airport. Since that was the cheaper one to fly out of at the time, we got a really good deal with that. We thought literally the weather was going to stop us, which that's what we had our eyes on the entire time. It was snow flurries and all that stuff. But would you believe the thing that got in our way was literally going up in the air, being in formation, and them saying that the plane wasn't really pressurized properly, so we had to go all the way back to Newark, wait for an hour for a new plane to show up, and then fly on that one.
That seems like a lot of work, but I'm so glad you're able to make it to the tournament. Looks like the next round looks to be setting up quite a bit, so I want to make sure you make it to their next round. Is there any last words, anyone you want to shout out before I let you go?
Well, basically, huge shout outs to Luke and Joan for traveling with me, and there's way too many people to shout out in the first place, but major shout out to, all my friends and family back home, everyone who actually does watch me on Twitch. I do appreciate it. Thank you. Not to go too far in that, but there's just a lot of you to thank. And, thank you for being a good friend as always.
Oh, for sure. Thank you so much, Sunny, for the interview, and good luck with the rest of the rounds. Hope you have a lot of fun. And with that, I'm going to throw it back to the casters. A lot of Pokemon action to be had.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the desk. Adam Watson here with Chip Ritchie. We're getting prepped, as he already said, for our next round, but I want to take a quick look at our regional schedule. We're here in Charlotte, North Carolina right now, but there's still more events to come. If you weren't able to make it to this one, folks, check out one of these other fantastic locations we have coming up for another exciting Pokemon competition.
Yep, there's no better time to start playing the Pokemon TCG than now. And whether you're someone who's just been playing at your locals and hasn't really ever thought about going to a regionals, or if you're tuning in for the first time, the game is in such a great spot right now. There's so many different deck options that you can play, tons of opportunity to, express skill in the deck building aspect, but also in the gameplay. We'd love to see you out here at one of these mini tournaments remaining through the end of the season.
Yeah, so make sure you mark your calendars, folks. We have the dates there towards the bottom. It's not just about the place, but also about the time, and I'm looking forward to seeing you there.
Yeah, it's going to be great. So many more amazing events, 2 more international championships as well. I love the ICs, getting to see, players really not holding back, pulling out all the stops. Any little tech card that they've thought of throughout any time in the last season, they're bringing out for that tournament to potentially play to let themselves become an international champion. And EUIC as well coming up is going to be the first tournament post-rotation with the E block leaving us. So that's going to be exciting as well. I believe there's the new set as well, Temporal Fates, that's going to be coming out then. Yeah, lots to be looking forward to in the Pokemon TCG.
I can't wait, Chip. Like, the post-rotation format's going to be so excited. I know a lot of our players are looking forward to that, and our folks at home are looking forward to the next match. So we're going to go to a quick break, and when we get back, we're going to have the next round of Swiss available for you on stream, so don't go anywhere.
Very interesting final match there. JW made it all the way back, won with Miraidon.
It's a deck that some people still don't really give the credit to, even after its multiple successful performances.
Yeah, it looks like he likes to take about 4 to 5 years off before every regional win.
I've been playing this deck since Worlds in Yokohama, so I know the matchups pretty much inside and out. There were some funky things that I'd never seen before, but thankfully I was able to overcome those. My strategy for this tournament was to make sure that I could play more games of Pokemon than my opponents. The more that you have the resources to play the game, the more that you have pressure put on your opponent, the more that they can stumble, and the more you can take advantage of that.
Oddly enough, Miraidon of all decks, if you give me a chair, I've got a chance.
My most difficult matchup in Swiss had to have been the Urshifu and Teleon deck. That is tough with the Urshifu VMAX. Just has a lot of HP and can one-shot your fighting weak electric types. On top of that, it can also snipe things on the bench with its second attack. So I never felt stabilized in that game. I was able to take one game off of him, but ultimately I couldn't close out the set.
It did not look like it was going to be one of the more popular decks in day 2. JW doesn't care.
My most difficult matchup, without a doubt, in Top Cut was the Goodra Lost Box deck, and my opponent played spectacularly. He didn't set up a Goodra because he knew if I could gust it for a knockout, then that would accelerate my game plan and he would be too far out of it. So he basically played it like a one-prize Lost Box deck, which made it really tough for me to gain an advantage. Pretty much any Lost Box based deck, you always have an opportunity to lose because they can put on the early pressure. They have the second best, in my opinion, turn 1 attack in the game right now with Cramorant. When I'm trading 2 prizes for 1, it felt horrible, but I was able to come away with a win in top 8, and I'm here now.
Let's see if he can get there with Miraidon EX. Generate his way to a win here.
I have played a lot against Gardevoir, and I knew I was going to win when I took that 4th prize, because then it is near impossible for them, no matter what they do, no matter what they try to gust up, no matter what they try to set up, there's no way they can route it in a way that I can't take my last 2 prizes.
Take him to the chop house.
JW taking down Toronto with Miraidon EX.
The win is a lot of validation for me. I had won a couple of regionals. I was sitting on top of the world then. And coming back to play, I had been trying to find myself in the competitive scene. I had some decent placements, but none of the spikes that I really needed. Was able to get there here in Toronto, and it feels fantastic to say, here I am again, a top player.
Prepare for a battle of the ages in the Pokémon trading card game, Scarlet and Violet Paradox Rift. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack.
Oh, the legends are told of the heroes who won the hearts of the world. They were born champions. The deeds were well known, and the word of them spread, and they vanquished their foes. Wherever they tread, they came for the glory, they went for the fame. They go down in the books. We'll remember their names. Can tell as they fight, my look in their eyes. They came to win, they came to be immortalized. 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 Immortalized.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the beautiful city of Charlotte, North Carolina, where we are holding another Pokemon Regional Championship. We are underway in day number 1 of competition. These players are fighting tooth and nail to accumulate enough match points to qualify for day 2, potentially top 8, and potentially taking down the whole championship. My name is Adam Watson, joined on the desk by Chip Ritchie.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. Really looking forward to this next one. We've got 2 top tier North American players. Can't overstate it enough. I mean, 2 former regional champions, 2 players who have had so much success in this game, 2 former world's top cut competitors as well. This is going to be a really exciting one.
And of course, these players, we can't hype them up any, it's not possible to reach the amount of, hype that they deserve, is what I'm trying to say. And I think that in recent times, especially with the numbers for these tournaments, the competitors swelling so much, we've really leaned into being very welcoming to the new players, the up-and-comers, but the old guard, as they've come to be known, these long-time players that really set the stage for where we're at now, are still forces to be reckoned with, and I'm glad that we're able to showcase that for our viewers here in the next round.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great example, from our previous round in the Swiss round against Jared Grimes versus Jake Gearhart. I mean, those are 2 real up-and-comer players. They've had solid success, but really have just burst onto the scene in the last couple of years. I mean, when we're talking about these next 2 players, it's going to be Xander Perot up against Michael Pramawat. I mean, these players have been playing the game for years and years and years at this point. Michael Pramawat got 2nd place all the way back at the World Championships in 2010. He competed at the very first World Championships in 2004. And Xander Perot is someone, he won his first tournament in 2011 when he was a junior division player.
Wow.
The National Championships with his signature Bear Hug deck. I mean, just 2 of the best North American players. Really looking forward to this.
Yeah, this is a matchup that you hope will line up for you during the Swiss rounds, especially since they're both doing very well in the opening parts of the day. So it's perfect that we get to showcase their potential, meteoric rise throughout this massive tournament. Is it the biggest tournament of all time again, Chip, breaking the record over and over again? And they're still here, still proving that they're consistent players. This is not a fluke, ladies and gentlemen. These are players that are establishing the caliber of play that you do need to see success, and in a way establishing the meta game itself. Both of them now sat down at the table. I think they have their headsets on because I want to talk about what they brought to the table, Chip.
Yeah, let's go ahead and get down to the match. These players are getting set up, and it's going to be a high-octane Mew VMAX mirror. We're going to see tons of cards being drawn in this one.
This is a very specific matchup, because before Mew VMAX in its earliest days was, okay, I got my Mew, my Genesect set up, I just jumped out with a very roaring lead, and I am just going to run away with the game. But now that Mew, over time, through trials and tribulations, has become forced to adapt and disrupt the opponent and play a much more intricate game, we have this wild hybrid Mew with the double turbo energies and the fusion energies, path to the peak, all kinds of different ways to really mess with your opponent being able to either get established or be able to push their lead. And these players are going to really showcase how the modern Mew mirror goes.
Bramawat, of course, coming off a top 4 finish at this year's World Championships. I mean, that top 4 finish at Worlds secured him an invite to the 2024 World Championships. So he's kind of just free rolling here at this event and any event that he competes in, just trying to do as good as he possibly can. Of course, Bramawat also the winningest player in regional championship history with 7 titles under his belt.
And when you've been playing for as long as he has, that's just something you're going to naturally accumulate, I would say, just through mathematics, right? And, you know, Michael Bramawat is just the player that a lot of others look up to. The fact that even though he's qualified for Worlds, still wants to come out and compete, you know, hang out with the crew, and just figure out how the metagame is developing leading up to that Masters competition just speaks to his caliber of a player, where you just don't want to kick back on your laurels. If there's a big competition near me and I can make the time to head down there, why shouldn't I?
Here we go. This game is underway. Both players starting a Genesect, and Xander Pro is going to kick things off with that ever-powerful Battle VIP pass.
The best card for Mew, gets it set up, gets all those powerful Genesect V down onto the bench, and it's just great fodder for later on in the game. You know, you can just discard it as an item card for the Cram-O-Matic, Ultra Ball, etc. So overall, I think that Genesect V, Mew VMAX in general, one of the best users of Battle VIP Pass.
Yeah, and this is really one of the most powerful decks in the entire format, especially when you just consider the draw power. Now, Fusion Mew, a little bit less consistent than something like the straight double turbo Mew. There's a few more things that can clunk up your draws, all those Fusion Strike energies, the Alessa Sparkles, things of that nature. And looking at the two players' lists, there's really not too many differences between them. Xander is playing Ice Cube. That is something that Michael Bramawat does not have access to.
Yes,
and then they're both kind of playing the standard searching cards. Michael Bramawat is only playing one copy of Alessa Sparkle, however.
Yeah, that's going to be more difficult to get the Meloettas established. I know that players have really started to gravitate back towards the Fusion builds just because of the early aggressive potential and for the Fusion energies protecting your Genesects from the Spiritomb.
Pretty awkward opening hand here from Xander. He does have a Cram-O-Matic, which is usually pretty good, but I think he might just want to guarantee the card draw with something like the Ultra Ball, discarding that. He also has a few Power Tablet in this opening hand, and he also did prize, or no, I think it was Bramawat prize the Power Tablet over on his end.
Yeah, when you don't have the Power Tablets, it does become difficult to hit those Mew VMAX numbers. It's an awkward cadence of needing to set up a 2-turn KO on that big 3-prize Pokemon, and then your opponent potentially being able to, you know, use that Psychic Leap and undo that damage. It's going to, hopefully, best case scenario, you want to just do KO Genesect to Genesect to Genesect or something.
Something Xander may want to try to do, you see this sometimes from these Mew VMAX players in the mirror match, when they're going first, is trying to put 2 1-prize Pokemon in play and pushing one of those Pokemon into the active spot to end your turn so that your opponent doesn't get a 2-prize KO to start off their game.
Yeah, and after the escape rope puts Mew V into the active, finds a Fusion Energy from Meloetta, another Fusion Strike system to draw back up, another Battle VIP pass. Now, glorious draws here for Xander.
And this is the big question for me. Are we going to see another Genesect to draw more cards, or are we going to see the Ice Cube come down to be that 1-prize buffer, potentially? And it looks like Xander's just going to value his setup and maybe kind of cross his fingers that Bramawat cannot find a turn 1 2-prize KO.
Sometimes, especially in the mirror match, right, the Mew players want to, if their draw quality on this opening turn is good enough, you've got all of your draw with the Fusion Strike systems, you've got your Mew VMAX or a way to grab it, then maybe you just slam that path to the peak and make it awkward for your opponent to get off the ground.
Forest Sealstone, excellent to put into play. Probably doesn't want to utilize it just yet, but it's nice to have down so that if your opponent puts a path to the peak down, you're going to have that option. And speaking of path to the peak, that is the one thing here I think Xander would still like to find if he could.
Yeah, and then that's another decision point. Are you just going to use this immediately to get Pat to the peak to try to run away with the game, or do you save the Forest Seal Stone for down the road?
There's the big flip, and it is a heads. Xander can grab that path and try to slow Michael Pramawat down.
Yeah, you get to have your cake and eat it too now. Path to the Peak going to shut down Michael Pramawat's ability to draw cards with the Fusion Strike system, and then you have Forest Seal Stone to seal the deal on the game later on.
And I got a sneak peek at Pramawat's hand. While he doesn't have a stadium bump immediately, he's got a lot of really strong cards. He's got the Feather Ball, Nest Ball, and Battle VIP Pass. He can get a ton of basic Pokemon in play, and it looks like even a Judge to go with it. And now with that top deck, even has Cramomatic to potentially work into the mix.
Yeah, there is 4 copies of Lost Vacuum in this deck as well. Trying to find a way to answer Path to the Peak. So still a lot of draws to happen yet, Chip. A lot of ways to find, you know, that possibility. But if Michael does whiff on this, you know, bumping the Path to the Peak, he's basically going to be out of the game, I want to say.
Yeah, he's going to have the Judge to do it, and there's plenty of cards he can find. We also may see him go for the Cramomatic, discarding the Feather Ball potentially. It's pretty tough. You like to get that extra Pokemon into play, and there's a chance the Feather Ball, the Cramomatic flips tails, and you don't get any value from that Feather Ball, so you probably just want to go the safer route of getting the Pokemon down. I think Pramawat did prize a Lost Vacuum, so that does decrease your odds a little bit of finding an out to this Path to the Peak.
All right, goes for Cramomatic,
Here
discards the Feather Ball, and
it
it's
is
a
a heads.
heads.
That is huge. This can get that Lost Vacuum, get rid of the Path to the Peak, and then still go for the Judge here.
And even though, you know, you're spending a few resources trying to get this outcome, bump the Path to the Peak because of the Double Genesect V and all the cards that you're going to draw to make up for that, you know, expenditure of resources on your first turn, I think that overall it's you know, going to pay off. We're heading into a much more even game now, Chip.
And Pramawat, I did misspeak a little bit here. He probably does not want to go for the Judge. He definitely wants to try to find the Alessa Sparkle. He only plays one copy of it, so he's going to need to most likely Cramomatic for it or use that Force Seal Stone for it. So we will see that Path to the Peak going down and that Fusion Strike energy going on to Meloetta. 3 cards to draw here. Let's see if he can piece together a turn 1 2-prize KO.
And one more. Forest Seal Stone, also a way to keep on reaching for those important cards, Chip.
Yeah, not too bad. A little awkward with the other cards found, though.
Ooh, Lost Vacuum also going to scoop up Xander Perot's Forest Seal Stone, trying to seal those options. One more Fusion Strike system to draw up to 4 cards in hand.
And Ultra Ball does mean we can keep going here. Can get rid of the Judge and the double turbo energy potentially, but it looks like he's going to accept his fate, recognize, hey, I need quite a bit to get the turn 1 KO, so I'll just play it safe, go for the Judge, and see if I can maneuver something in a future turn. Getting rid of the Forest Seal Stone on Xander's side makes Michael feel probably a little bit better about this. If he can find now his own path, it's going to decrease Xander's opportunity to try to make something happen.
Yeah, and because of the, okay, I drew a bunch of cards this turn, I got set up, I'm prepping for this line of play, capping it off with Path to the Peak to stop your opponent from disrupting your play, you can see we get this nice back and forth, this fencing match between the 2 Mew players. So in Heavy Ball was found. No Pokemon in the prizes, of course, for Michael Pramawat. Just going to fail that, get it out of the hand, but does pick up an extra Genesect V, so we have one more chance to dig, Chip.
Yeah, drawing up to 6 once again. Don't think that he has found a switch just yet, and we are going to see him flip the V-Star marker, using that Forest Seal Stone to go get any 1 card from the deck, and yep.
Path to the Peak.
Xander even laughing at that coming into play.
Yeah, having the double Lost Vacuum was so huge. Getting rid of the path to open up your turn, to draw all the cards and get established, taking out Xander's Forest Seal Stone, and then ending the turn with Path to the Peak means it's very difficult for Xander to get out of this spot.
And Xander, I don't think, has anything in this hand. The Path to the Peak totally shutting him down. He has his own Path to the Peak. He's got a Battle VIP pass. Retreat to Meloetta and pass, I think, is going to be the play here.
Yeah, it can just evolve into Mew VMAX, and that's it. Using his single prize Pokemon buffer, as you talked about, Chip, to just buy some time. Has one more draw off the top to find a way to get around this Path to the Peak.
Now Pramawat does attach the energy to Meloetta, and he says, hey, if you can't do anything, Xander, maybe I'll just pass it right back.
Doesn't need to try to jump through a lot
Pass
of hoops to get
again.
to Genesect. Both players in an awkward scenario because of the path, but with the double turbo energy, Michael Premwat is able to attach and
He's got a
retreat to bring up
boss.
Meloetta.
And he does have a boss in his hand, so we could see him go after a Mew V or a Genesect V to try to take 2 prize cards. Doesn't have that extra energy that he's going to put in play because he attached that double turbo for turn, though. So just knocking out the Meloetta, still pretty solid. And Xander top decking at the exact wrong time. That Alessa's Sparkle, that would have been a way for him to attack on the previous turn. He's not able to do it, and now is going to play it, choose these 2 Mew, but isn't going to piece together an attack this turn.
And now we've got Mew V in the active with an energy attached to it. Meloetta just kind of sitting there in the active. Now there's, again, 4 Fusion Strike energies, 3 double turbo energies for both players, and the Melodious Echoes only get stronger and stronger as Michael Premwat's able to keep finding these Fusion Strike energies. There's a couple power tablets already in the hand that he's eyeballing.
We could see the energy mix for turn, and I think that is going to be the play, but Premwat has another Fusion Strike energy in hand. Melodious Echo is going to take 2 prizes this turn.
And now, once you've gotten this far ahead, Michael Premwat was the one that came out on top with this Path to the Peak war. So important for the mirror match. And as Xander just continues to draw and pass, it allows Michael Premwat not only to take prizes, but also to continuously establish additional attackers moving forward. There's Mew V going down, Meloetta claiming another victim, 2 more prize cards for Michael Premwat. Xander Perot is not out of the game yet, however, promotes Mew V Max. There's plenty of energy attached to it.
Ultra Ball can find any Pokemon from the deck. It's going to be another Genesect, most likely. However, he just doesn't have much else to work with. If Xander could have maybe found something like his Iono, that would be really strong. Disrupt Premwat and take out his only established attacker. As it stands, Xander's going to have to take this 1 prize KO, and he's still super far behind in this game. And Premwat has had multiple turns to just stack tons of strong cards in his hand. He has been holding on to this lost vacuum for quite some time.
Yeah, that's the difference maker in this matchup for sure. Xander Perot just knocking out the Meloetta, taking 1 prize, but still far behind in terms of tempo. Has maybe 2 more turns worth of draws to get a Forest Seal Stone or a Lost Vacuum to bump this path and really start to come back into his own.
Now, Michael does have an opportunity to potentially win the game. If he can play 4 damage modifiers, he can 1-hit KO the Mew VMAX and just take the win.
Heads on a Cram-O-Matic is a great way to start that off, Chip.
And Choice Belt is a decent damage modifier to grab. If he can combine this with 3 power tablets played this turn, he can get a 1-hit knockout on this active Mew VMAX.
There's 1 tablet in the deck, 2 in the hand. The final one is in the prizes.
So he's got a decent shot. And honestly, I'm not sure if it's in the prizes or not because our picture over here is from before he played Hisuian Heavy Ball.
Oh,
so,
very true.
Yeah, so it might be one of these pieces in his hand.
And then, of course, as you talked about, Chip has the Lost Vacuum in hand, so can go ahead and get rid of that stadium if he needs to.
Yeah, I think he
open up the Genesect
is probably just thinking through how likely it is that he can pull this off. Is it worth going for at this spot? Because he knows that this Path to the Peak has really slowed Xander down quite a bit. And since he's taking action here, I feel like he thinks he's got a pretty decent shot to piece together the 1-hit KO. He's got a good amount of the pieces already in this hand.
Mew VMAX evolve in the active. 2
Double
power
tablets.
tablets played. Choice Spell attached to the active. Ultra Ball to discard 2 remaining cards. The hand is now empty.
And Xander even laughing along at this spot, recognizing the situation. You know, he has played maybe more Mew VMAX than anyone else, even offering classes to fellow Pokemon trainers. You know, he knows this deck inside and out, so he knows there is a decent shot that he does not get to survive this turn.
And so after failing the Ultra Ball, rather getting the Genesect V off of it, empty hand, drawing up to 6.
Needs an energy card and a power tablet. There's the tablet. No energy just yet, though.
Ultra Ball to discard 2 more.
He can still dig quite a bit.
Yeah, we have switch or retreat back into the Mew VMAX.
I like this decision as well from Premwat. Almost Ultra Ball discarded the Battle VIP Pass, but choosing instead to discard the Mew V. He holds on to the Battle VIP Pass, which normally, of course, not a very good card in a situation like this, but if he draws into Cram-O-Matic, it is an item card he can discard to give himself that 50-50 to find the game-winning energy.
Yep, and then, of course, Ultra Ball finds Mew VMAX, which you can immediately evolve onto that Mew V on the bench, thinning down the hand as much as possible. There, of course, now
all he needs is an energy. 3 Genesects still to utilize. 5 cards from this one.
Double turbo energy is found. There's the attach on the Mew VMAX, and Xander Pro scoops up game 1.
Yeah, and that was a perfect display of how strong Path to the Peak can be. I mean, Xander went first. He had a good setup, but Michael Pramawat stuck that path in play, played the judge, and Xander just really didn't find anything for many turns after that. Michael's able to come away with game 1.
Yeah, it was looking so good for Xander Pro after that first turn, you know, getting the Path to the Peak established, but Michael Pramawat comes roaring back out with the double lost vacuum. Not only getting rid of that Path to the Peak to open up all the draw for the turn, but getting rid of Xander Pro's Forest Seal Stone really sealed the deal on this game.
Yeah, that was absolutely the big deal there. Pramawat getting rid of that Seal Stone so that Xander did not have that easy out on board already to deal with his disruptive stadium choice.
And I think that as we head into game number 2, both players recognize, you know, this is how the matchup is going to go. We've seen it time and time again. Even this new build with the Fusion Strike energies, having Meloetta as an additional buffer with the single prize attacker, just means that the early game becomes a bit more volatile. There's the threat, you know, of that early Alessa Sparkle, being able to take 1 or 2 prize cards before a player can get established, and if one Meloetta does get set up, Path to the Peak becomes even more threatening.
It's an interesting choice here. Does Xander decide to go first or second? Of course, by losing game 1, he gets the choice if he wants to go first or second, and there's really arguments for both. If he goes second, he has the potential to get a turn 1 Meloetta attack to take 2 prizes and get really, really far ahead. But by going second, he gives himself a decent shot to be locked down by Path to the Peak. It is a risky gambit. He decides it's not worth it, choosing to go first so that he can get his board set up. And it's really going to pay off nicely as well. Pramawat actually had a Meloetta in the prizes and 2 Path to the Peak. Those are really bad prizes in this mirror match.
And so Xander Pro opting to go first is not going to be feeling that much pressure, can finally get established and hopefully play another clean game to take us to a game number 3. After this Battle VIP pass searches through the deck, Xander Pro is getting an idea of what was in the prizes. Nothing too detrimental on his side, fortunately.
Yeah, one thing I'll definitely say about this matchup is we are going to have a winner. It is very unlikely that there will be a tie in a Mew VMAX mirror match.
And I remember, you know, back in the early days when Mew first hit the scene here as it's just about to rotate out of the format, when it first hit the play and we saw this matchup, this mirror constantly chip. It was just, boom, I knocked out 2 Mew VMAX and the game was over.
Yep, it's really all it took. And you know, these days, you know, usually going for like a 2-2-2 line is going to be pretty good. You know, 2 prizes, 2 prizes, 2 prizes. And then, of course, attacking with your single prize Meloetta somewhere in the mix does make things pretty solid.
Right. The capability of this deck to one-hit knock out the Mew VMAX with enough damage modifiers is still a pretty tall order, right? It's still a lot of cards that need to be drawn, a lot of Cram-O-Matic heads that need to turn up to make that happen. And you can see Xander discarding the power tablet, recognizing that I'm not going to try to play for that sort of line.
Just valuing his setup even more, grabbing another Genesect. He would probably like to get 2 Forest Seal Stone into play. He does play 3 copies of the card, because if you get just 1 in play, what can happen is what we saw last game. Your opponent gets rid of it with the Lost Vacuum. You're kind of in a tough spot if they judge path you. But if he gets 2 Forest Seal Stone in play, it's a lot more difficult for Michael to be willing to commit 2 Lost Vacuums to get rid of that card.
Right, and Xander had, you know, the Forest Seal Stone and didn't use it, went for the Cram-O-Matic and got the Path to the Peak instead. You know he's the type of player that wants to save that Forest Seal Stone as long as possible to close out a game. Heads on the Cram-O-Matic, even though it went off screen. You can see him nodding his head and searching through the deck. And what is the pick here, Chip? He's going first, so doesn't really need a supporter, probably just grabbing a Path or a Forest Seal Stone. It depends on what else is in the hand.
Yeah, it looks like he did grab the double turbo energy, which I like a lot as well. Even if you do get stuck with a Path in play, if you at least have a double turbo energy in play on one of your Mew V, all you need to attack the next turn is a Mew VMAX. So any Ultra Ball, any Mew VMAX gives you that chance to pull off an attack, even if your opponent does shut you down.
Beautiful. Has the double turbo now. Still have attacking potential against the Path to the Peak while it's in play. Michael Pramawat starting Genesect. Doesn't seem to have a way to get this out of the draw for turn.
Yeah, he's got plenty of ways to get it out of the active. There's switch and escape rope, but there's no bump to this Path to the Peak. And no supporter card as well. So this VIP pass is really strong. It's definitely the best card you want to see in your opening hand as a Mew VMAX player. And this, I think, example right here with this card coming into the play to end Xander's turn is exactly why, even though he lost game number 1, he chose to go first because he knew the path is an out for him to slow Pramawat down, but it's also a way that Pramawat could try to slow him down if he had ever chosen second.
Right, and in game number 1, Michael Pramawat was really down in the dumps until he was able to have that lost vacuum. That was incredibly fortunate for him.
I think we're going to see the energy mix from Michael's end of the field. Not the attack you really want to be going for, but it's not too bad, and especially in this situation, Michael just doesn't have anything else going on. He's hoping for a top deck, but at least by using energy mix to get a double turbo energy out of the deck, attaching it to the benched Mew V, with the Mew VMAX he has in hand, he can do something guaranteed next turn.
Yeah, and sometimes this is what happens. You know, the early path to the peak sticks, neither players are drawing cards off the Fusion Strike system, and it kind of turns into a top deck war anyway. So if you have those strong cards in your hand and you can get set up, Michael Pramawat could still maybe come back into this game despite having just a Genesect V.
And similarly to game 1, where Michael Pramawat was the person with Path to the Peak locked in play, holding on to Lost Vacuum, waiting for the opportune time, Xander Perot does just that. Recognizes Michael didn't do much. I don't need to bump the path with my own Lost Vacuum and try to draw a bunch of cards. I'm going to hold on to my Vacuum and see what Pramawat wants to do. And
ooh, I love this. The retreat into the Genesect V plus Escape Rope. I don't want to hit into this Mew VMAX. I want to strike at something smaller, try to get some prize cards.
Pramawat can play this hand all the way down, is going to choose to do it, but only 2 cards
going
to be drawn from this Genesect. Cramomatic's not a bad one, but no item card to discard.
Oh, this is heartbreaking. There's the Techno Blast.
2 prize cards. That ties the game up at least, but you look at the board disparity between these 2 players, you can tell who's ahead here.
Yeah, especially with the Path to the Peak being forced to be bumped by Michael Pramawat. Xander Pro can draw a ton of cards here, has a massive opportunity to just simply reestablish another Path to the Peak. Alessa's Sparkle going to thin some Fusion Strike energies out and turn Meloetta into a big threat as a single prize attacker.
Yeah, and I think I would still like to see Xander attack with the Mew VMAX this turn. Save that Meloetta as a way that if you just get 1 more Fusion Strike energy in play, you can pretty easily KO just about anything Michael throws in front of you.
Yeah, and because as a single prize attacker, it's awkward for Michael Pramawat to try to hunt that down.
Yeah.
And you just keep this great split pressure going.
1 card being drawn. It's another power tablet. Not something I expect that Xander wants to utilize here.
No Forest Seal Stones in play. Xander Perot has some awkward lost vacuums that are clunking up the hand, making it hard to draw with the Fusion Strike system.
Cross Fusion Strike will copy the Melodious Echo, does take the knockout. Pramawat draws for turn, does find a Forest Seal Stone. He's got just barely enough to try to hang on here.
Cramomatic discards the Power Tablet, and this is a beautiful Tails.
Not what Pramawat wanted to see. Does at least have that Seal Stone. And now can get any single card out of the deck. And it's really tough when you find yourself in these situations as the Mew VMAX player because you don't have your Battle VIP pass anymore. It only works on turn 1. You don't have any great consistent way to get more Pokemon in play so that you can have the powerful turns that Mew VMAX is known for. Pramawat, though, eyeing up Iono, realizing that his only way back into this game is going to be through Disruption.
And look at this, goes for the Iono, doesn't set up the path, says I might be able to get a couple Genesects off of this, still draw some extra cards, plenty of time to draw into another Path to the Peak if I need to.
And Ultra Ball is a workable card here, and he actually has 2 Ultra Ball. But no, Pramawat says he doesn't think he can win from this position. Maybe not having enough Genesect left in the deck. He decides to scoop this one, and we are going to game 3 with 30 minutes remaining, Adam.
Yeah, a lot of time to make sure that this resolves in a winner. I don't think there was ever going to be any doubt, but Michael Pramawat did a really good job of, still fighting back with that early Path to the Peak. And now heading into game 3, this is important, Chip. Pramawat's the one who gets to choose to go first, potentially having a strong opening play and capping it off with that Path to the Peak.
Yeah, Pramawat is playing 3 copies of Path, so he's a little bit more likely to find it. Xander does only have 2 copies in his list. So Pramawat going first is going to give himself a decent shot and try to lock Xander down right away.
Yeah, even I loved the retreat into the escape rope, still finding those extra prizes by taking down the the Mew V, and it just wasn't enough, unfortunately. Because once you have your Mew VMAX in the active, you're giving Xander Pro all the time in the world to just draw tons of cards, find those damage modifiers. It's just definitely too tall of an order, especially if the Mew VMAX just gets hit. Doesn't even need to be a one-turn knockout. Then you'd have this huge 3-prize liability floating around.
5-0 start for both of these players. Excellent position without a doubt. They're wanting to get as many match points here in day one. These are both players who always have their eye on the prize, looking towards top 8 and eventually a shot at this regional champion title.
We've got a monstrously strong deck in the hands of monstrously strong players, and it's no surprise we're going to game number 3. Michael Pramawat has to take a mulligan here. No basic Pokemon in the active. Very rare, but it can still happen.
Yeah, I mean, there's a decent amount of Pokemon in this deck, but if you, even with 8, 9 basic Pokemon in your list, if you shuffle up and draw a new hand 100 times, there's going to be some times that you don't have a basic Pokemon. That's just how statistics work.
Right, and of course, Xander now going to be starting with an extra card, gets one more chance to draw into maybe a path bump or something to nullify Michael Pramawat's turn 1 advantage here in game number 3.
Prize cards going out. Oh no, 2 Genesect for Michael Pramawat. Not ideal. A power tablet for each player as well is not super great. Lost Vacuum on Xander's side and a Fusion Strike Energy. Really not great prizes for either of these players. Pramawat is going to get bailed out here a little bit though, because he actually is playing that Hisuian Heavy Ball. We saw it in game 1, and I'm pretty sure Skarzig, I saw it in his opening hand.
Featherball is the option, seeing that the Genesects are missing. And, maybe it's fine, Chip. Maybe you don't need to draw cards because Path of the Peak is just going to be in play all game between both of these players, right? So you don't need Genesect V. It'll be fine.
Like you taught me in our opening, Skarzig, if there's one thing Pokemon players love, it's drawing cards. So I totally expect to see Pramawat fill this board with Genesect, try to draw as much as he can, and then lock in that path.
Yep,
slow Xander down as much as he can.
Heavy Ball grabbing the Genesect V, plus the Mew V on the bench. Ultra Ball to thin down. It's looking pretty good here, Chip.
Yeah, he can thin this down pretty nicely as well, discarding this Judge and then playing Pal Pad to put the Judge right back. Now, burning the Pal Pad resource doesn't feel great in this opening. It can be really strong to get follow-up boss's orders later on in the game, but these games are usually so fast that that is something that really doesn't come up nearly as often as it might in other matchups.
Right, and again, you have to capitalize on going first, and Michael Pramawat wants to just draw as many cards as possible, thin down the hand to keep drawing back up with the Fusion Strike systems. There's always a chance, Battle VIP Pass to be found.
3 cards from this Fusion Strike system. He does have the Lost Vacuum in hand, so would love to see a pass, but no, a really awkward
Attach belt, vacuum belt.
That feels really bad, though, because belt is really strong and your vacuums are really strong, so...
Yeah, it doesn't go for the greed. Just says, you know what, fine, I'll just draw some cards then. And there's the pass, and it's fine, right? Now that you have the Lost Vacuum, you aren't concerned about getting locked out entirely of your draw engine. And with 2 Genesect down, it's fine. I can bump the path and just keep drawing cards and really come out swinging. It's difficult for Mew, to do the turn 1 attacks without, crazy Meloetta start, Ellis Sparkle, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, and that's exactly what Xander's going to be eyeing up here. His eyes definitely widened a little bit when no Path to the Peak came into play. We'll see if he can piece it together. It's definitely something he's got in his mind and he's going to try to go for. It would let him jump pretty far in the lead pretty quickly.
I'm definitely committing one of the biggest follies of underestimating Mew's ability to draw and combine very specific cards together very early in the game to make miracles happen.
Make miracles happen indeed. And Meloetta is going to try to sing its greatest song in this position.
Yeah, it's game number 3, Swiss round 6. You're trying to keep this massive win streak alive to have a strong, berth into day 2. And you're doing it against one of the best players ever to play the game. So if anybody's going to do it, it's Xander Perot. Meloetta hits the bench. That's step 1.
And he's got a few Fusion Strike Pokemon in his hand already, a Mew V and a Genesect. And I think there is a Forest Sealstone as well. This is shaping up to be a pretty strong turn for Xander.
Mew V is benched. Genesect V for Seal Stone.
Even has a Cramomatic in the hand if he draws into an item card. Just one.
Draws 2 cards off the
in
first
play.
one. Cramomatic discards the power tablets, looking for a little bit more here. Battle VIP Pass, something to extend this.
It does
was
hit
a
the
head.
heads. Wow.
Oh.
And he's already got a Genesect in his hand, so there's a chance he goes for something else, one of the other combo piece cards he may need. And it looks like it will be that Alessa Sparkle. He knows he's still got that Forest Sealstone. This guarantees that Xander is going to be able to pull off the turn 1 Melodious Echo here. He's got everything he needs to do it.
Well, I'll be Doubters in shambles. Skarzig in shambles. Turn 1 Melodious Echo. I never should have doubted.
Yeah, here we go. That's what the deck likes to try and do in these matchups, and it's going to jump Xander pretty far in the lead in this game. I mean, we saw him recognize the situation like, if I pull this off, I'm going to be really far ahead. And that's why we saw the Cramomatic be willing to discard something so strong like a Power Tablet, which normally you want to try to use to extend for a one-hit KO on a Mew VMAX in this mirror.
And finally, after drawing off of this last Fusion Strike system, gets
So
another
good.
Genesect.
And a Fusion Strike energy as well. He's not even going to have to use that Forest Sealstone if he doesn't want to. And he has a Path to the Peak in his hand as well, let's not forget.
That is amazing, Chip. Having your cake and eating it too. Finds a Battle VIP Pass. The bench is full, can't burn that out now. But just save it for later. Nice discard fodder, nice fodder for Lost Vacuum.
Yeah, this is just an excellent, excellent turn here for Xander. Path to the Peak as well, like we mentioned, 2 prize cards. This is Xander's turn 1, and this exact situation is why so many players have hated Mew VMAX for so long. But Xander has been the one to say, you know what, why would I hate on something so powerful? He's been the one riding this wave.
Yeah, and you know, for a long time, Meloetta kind of wasn't in the mix for these Mew decks for a while, and now it's come back, and we all remembered that we've just been living on borrowed time, Chip. We've been living in fear of Meloetta for so long, we just never realized it.
Premawat having the great response with the Lost Vacuum, and now is going to draw 5 cards with a Fusion Strike system.
Find some Forest Sealstones, a Path to the Peak to cap off this turn once he responds beautifully to this Meloetta.
And does have the energy card to guarantee the attack here that this Meloetta will go down.
3. Ooh, nice. Cramomatic can get rid of this useless Battle VIP Pass. Keep on digging in the deck. Remember, there's 2 Genesects in the prize card. No, 1 more in the prize cards from the Heavy Ball. So there's still 1 more left in the deck to be found here if Michael Premawat can draw just a little bit more. When you're behind, when your opponent's got this 2 prize lead, a dangerous Meloetta in the active, all you can do is just draw cards, Chip. Just draw to make the pain go away.
Draw and draw and draw some more. Now, Premawat being down 2 Lost Vacuum is a little unfortunate for him. He does play 4 copies of the card, but it's something he's going to have to be looking for to bump his eventual Path to the Peak that'll come into play this turn.
Drawing 4 more. Has a boss's orders. That's pretty nifty. Couple paths. And yeah, it's just going to have to be a 1 prize knockout, or because you can't leave this Meloetta up, right?
You could leave this Meloetta up if you boss KO'd the Mew V with the Fusion Strike energy on it. Take 2 prizes, and then it's a little more difficult for Xander to get everything he would need to get this 1-hit knockout with the Meloetta, but Michael recognizes it's really not worth it. Goes for the judge, is going to go for this 1 single prize, and then look to get the massive 4 damage modifier turn that we saw in game number 1 once again, so that he can go 1 prize on Meloetta, 3 prizes on a VMAX, and then 2 prizes on something else to try to win the game.
And I suppose, ideally, Michael Premawat does want to find like a Lost Vacuum off of this to get rid of that Forest Sealstone as well on top of the Path to the Peak.
It would be really nice. He is down 2 Lost Vacuum, however.
True.
And something he's going to have to think about, because he needs to use Lost Vacuum to bump his own path as well.
There is a Cramomatic. Michael Premawat thinking, do I want to go for this now? Put a card in my hand. Instead uses his Forest Sealstone to go grab that Lost Vacuum indeed.
Yep, gonna try to disrupt Xander as much as possible, and this is probably what Michael has to do here. He's down 2 prizes right at the start of the game. If he wants to fight back and have a chance to win, he's going to have to slow Xander down somehow, some way.
Yeah, this is how Michael Premawat won game number 1, sticking that Path to the Peak, also getting rid of Xander Perot's Forest Sealstone, and then there just was no way for Xander to draw cards and truly respond. If this judge left Xander without a Mew VMAX, it becomes a struggle from here.
And Xander, luckily this time for him, does have the Lost Vacuum. So he'll be able to draw plenty of cards here. Did get rid of the Ice Cube, and he's got that Alessa Sparkle in his hand as well. Really not a great card to see because he's already used his Fusion Strike energies.
Mm-hmm. And so now we're pivoting to the Mew VMAX side of the deck, where now it's going to be bringing up these Genesect Vs and these Mew Vs to take other knockouts. After the Escape Rope, Mew V is going to be promoted into the active.
And this is massive, by the way. Michael Pramawat only got one Mew VMAX in play, so Xander's use of Escape Rope functioning pretty much like a boss's orders in this situation.
Yeah.
Forcing a 2-prize Pokemon into the active, it's going to allow him to, if he can find the pieces, get a one-hit knockout here, take 2 prize cards, and then put himself in a position where he just needs one more knockout to try to win the game.
3 cards off the Fusion Strike system. Lost City as well.
Yeah, that's one more way to potentially get rid of a future path.
And then just reading, and you can see how intricate this looks. Even though Xander Burrow is seemingly in a really strong position from here, double-checking the discard pile, seeing what's available. Lost Vacuum, because the Lost City's in hand, is free to use the Lost Vacuum now to get rid of the Choice Belt, preemptively setting up for this Mew VMAX to be in a safe spot. This is a very important judge for Xander Perot. Still needs to find some way to get Mew VMAX.
Yeah, it does still have one Genesect left, so even after this judge does have a little bit more card draw available. Can, of course, play some of the 4 cards that he draws into, hopefully, depending on what he sees, to thin his hand down and really cross his fingers that Mew VMAX is found.
Yeah, and that Lost City is now somewhere in the deck. That'll come in handy later. But if you get set up, Chip, and you are just established on board, you don't have to worry about the path to the peak. You're just swinging for knockouts.
Yep. Now, Xander did find the Ultra Ball, but he's got kind of a tough choice of what to discard here. He either has to discard a double Turbo Energy or a Power Tablet. Looks like he'll choose to hang on to that energy card, knowing he'll need it for a future turn, potentially, and does lose the Power Tablet.
So Mew VMAX finally found. Can be promoted into the active. Very smart. Still has, of course, one more Fusion Strike system to draw a few more cards, and it would be glorious here for Xander Perot to maybe find another path to the peak to close this out.
It does find another Genesect, so he can keep drawing just a bit more. Also another Mew VMAX. What he wants to do is set up to give himself the best chance to find a boss's orders next turn. That is going to be his easiest path to potential victory.
And Cram-O-Matic, get the 50-50. Just going to go for it right now while you have the nice fodder in hand. And just not wanting to get disrupted from the judge.
Yeah, it does hit a Tails, but still worth playing here. You don't really want to draw that Battle VIP pass if you're anticipating getting Ionoed or Judge.
Yes. And so after that, Mew V goes down, and Xander Perot's remaining with only 2 prizes left. Michael Pramawat has to respond. Second Mew VMAX hitting the stage, attaching Fusion Strike energy for turn, and now an Escape Rope. Xander Perot is in the fortunate spot to be able to simply promote a Mew VMAX. Michael Pramawat is down 1 Choice Belt.
Yeah, and I believe only playing 1 copy in this list. That's what most people are on these days. He does find a Cram-O-Matic here. This could be a huge flip, Skarzig. Heads means he gets any card out of his deck, and he is able to hit that.
And after the Cram-O-Matic heads, just going to evaluate what's in the deck right now. Picks up Iono, trying to disrupt, make it so that Xander Perot can't close out this game properly. From this point, it becomes so awkward to try to find the resources needed to take KOs. Michael Pramawat earlier had burned that PAL pad, doesn't have this, boss's orders, recycle kind of line of play that sometimes Mew is able to use. But after the Iono, we'll have to see where these cards end up.
Now, Pramawat did use a Power Tablet early on in this game and hit the discard pile early on, and his Choice Belt is already in the Lost Zone. So that means he doesn't have a way to one-hit KO this Mew VMAX from Xander's side. Now, he could if he got enough Fusion Strike energy in play, got his Meloetta out of the prizes, and played 1 Power Tablet. That could get him there, but he recognizes that it's not super likely that's going to happen. I'm just going to have to go for a 2-hit KO line into this Mew VMAX, and that means Pramawat is at minimum 3 turns away from winning this game, where Xander only needs 1.
Yeah, 1 final knockout is going to be key. After, does pick up the Meloetta, however,
I think it was
still going to
prized
keep
in
this,
game 2 is what it was.
Yeah, just going to still keep the threat potential alive, having potentially a single prize buffer.
Yep.
there's always a chance to still buy yourself another turn, especially if Michael Premawat does get fortunate enough to have a Path to the Peak stick, and then Xander Perot is maybe in a position to only be able to strike at whatever's in the active, or just have a nice pivot off of the escape rope. Cramormatic number 2 for the turn is a Tails.
Yeah, and Premawat did not like to see that. It's going to be 2 cards drawn off this Fusion Strike system. Another Fusion Strike energy.
Finds Path to the Peak, however.
Ideal. I think he needed to not find the Fusion Strike energy most likely. What he needs to do is attack with this Mew VMAX, and then have it not go down, have Xander not win the game, and then on his next turn, he needed to try to attack with the Meloetta, but because he drew his other Fusion Strike energy, it just makes it a little bit more awkward. Xander's going to be able to attack with the clean Mew VMAX on the bench here if he wants to.
Yeah, maybe there's a world where Xander Perot can disrupt, but yep, just has the Forest Seal Stone, can find the boss's orders, and that's going to be the game. Boss's orders bring up a 2-prize Pokemon, and Xander Perot takes game number 3. What a fantastic back-and-forth mirror match, Chip.
Yeah, Xander keeping his composure, losing that game number 1. He knew what he needed to do, and you know he's played this deck, like I mentioned, probably more than just about anyone in the game. He knows the lines, he knows what his best chance is to win, and he's able to take down Michael Premawat, and he's the one moving to 6-0.
Yeah, and I think that I speak for everyone at home especially, right? This wasn't a game, a best of 3, where one player just plays Path to the Peak turn 1 and their opponent's completely shut out, and then it's just a runaway victory. This was back and forth, both players doing what they could to draw into those stadium bumps, still fighting back very aggressively, even under the influence of Path to the Peak, using those Forest Seal Stones and Lost Vacuums to counter the Forest Seal Stones quite effectively.
Tons of cards being drawn. That's the name of the game with the Mew VMAX deck. I mean, it was a dominant game number 1 for Michael. That Path to the Peak just really shut Xander down completely. And then Xander in game 2 really gave Michael a taste of his own medicine. Michael had a worse setup thanks to that Path to the Peak being in play, and Xander pretty quickly ran away with it.
Yeah, there was that really greedy line of using like double vacuum to try to completely clear your hand, draw a ton of cards, see what you could do, but just going to scoop it up here and head to game number 3, and this was also just a back and forth, just slugfest. The Meloetta being the difference maker, I think, for Xander Perot, getting that early 2 prizes.
That turn 1 Melodious Echo was just massive, and it let Xander jump out ahead and go for that classic 2-2-2 line that you try to map out as a Pokemon TCG player to just close out the game.
Right, and because Michael Premawat was the one that was behind in tempo, had to keep bumping the path and drawing a bunch of cards and not necessarily being able to reestablish path, it gave Xander a lot of freedom to draw tons of cards, go for these Cramomatics, and find the pieces needed. And his strategy of trying to save Forest Seal Stone as the final play for the game that he'd been really leaning into over the first couple games paid off finally there at the end.
Yeah, without a doubt. The interesting thing as well for Xander's deck is that there's really nothing interesting about it. He's been the one who's been known to find these unique techs, the surprise Aerodactyl V-Star. I think he was the first player to really adopt that, and that became the meta way to play Mew VMAX for months and months after that. You know, he's played Dreepy in his Mew VMAX decks
the
before.
Dreepy, the Infestation Lock, I think it was called.
Yeah. He's played the Manaphy in his Mew VMAX deck, but this time just kind of going with a classic, consistent Fusion Strike build. Really nothing spicy here.
I know. Oh, he's got the Ice Cube.
Sometimes you don't need anything spicy, though. Sometimes all you need is just consistency, and that's what Xander is focused on for this tournament.
Yeah, the true spice, the tech, the innovation from Mew VMAX is just the friends we made along the way.
Without a doubt. Plenty of friends that Xander will certainly remember for many years to come. Aerodactyl, Manaphy, and the like.
Yeah, bling out your Mew VMAX decks, get the golden power tablets, the whole shebang, and just put it in a little case on the shelf and just celebrate the unholy run of Mew VMAX throughout its entire tenure in Standard.
Yeah, that's what many Mew VMAX players are going to do. I mean, there's tons of people. I mean, Colin Merrily Matthews is one who we've seen plenty of on our stream recently. He got top 4 earlier on in the season in Pittsburgh, I believe, to start things off with the Mew VMAX. He's basically only played Mew VMAX, like dating back to Salt Lake City 2022, the first tournament back after the pandemic, right?
Yeah, and if I'm remembering correctly, Vance Kelly, our current World Championships, also just a Mew VMAX one trick.
Yeah, he's played Chien Pao a little bit. He played Chien Pao a bit to start the season, made a couple day 2s.
Bad juju.
Yeah, the Mew VMAX has been his tried and true, right? Of course, winning Worlds with it. I mean, how could it not be your favorite deck if you win Worlds with it, right?
Yeah, at that point, you're contractually obligated.
You just got to bring the Mew because everybody you play against wants you to be on the Mew. They want to beat the world champ on the world champ deck, right?
Yeah, that is the goal for many people, you know, just win every single game that they can, and if it means taking down some of the best players in the game, it's what you're going to have to do at some point to make it happen.
Yeah, and Xander Pro just had to take down one of the best players in Micro Pramawatt, and now we have him available for an interview so we can hear some very specific and well-rounded insight from the Mew Master himself. So let's head over there to check it out.
Thank you so much, casters. I'm here with our round 6 winner, Xander Perot. How are we feeling?
I mean, it feels pretty good. Definitely good to be undefeated so far. 3 more rounds today, but at the very least should be able to lock up a day 2 spot tomorrow, but hoping to go 9-0 today.
Oh, I love that mentality. Yes, 9-0. That's what we're hoping for. And with Mew VMAX, I 100% believe it's possible. So 6-0. Again, this is the biggest tournament of all time, biggest regional of all time. 2,200 people, almost. What's the mindset you're going into to making sure that you're in that winning mindset?
I think mindset-wise, just kind of coming in prepared, sort of just understanding like what decks I want to face, kind of playing the deck that I know in and out the most. I mean, I played Mew VMAX basically all year and last year too, so knew that I had to come in, play a quick deck, so trying to go 12-3, make sure I get 36 match points, lock in the top 8, and sort of just playing what I know and playing it well.
Yep, 100% there. And again, you're known as the Mew VMAX Master. I was listening to the casters talk on the booth, and they're talking about how many different techs you've been able to build into the Mew VMAX. You're the one who's pretty much been able to revolutionize the deck, some would say. But tell me about the specific Mew you brought here today.
So in terms of like stuff before, Dreepy, Aerodactyl, Manaphy, it's all fun, but honestly the format's not that centralized right now. So best way is just play strong deck. Fusion Mew has the tools to deal with Spiritomb and Drapion with either the Fusion Energy or the one prize attackers sometimes, so decided to play a strong deck. I knew Path to the Peak would be pretty popular and Mirror too, so then I have a little bit of care for that, so added in a 4th Lost Vacuum this weekend. Kind of just using that to deal with the stadiums, deal with the Forest Seal Stones, and be able to play more games even if maybe don't play the Feather Ball and be able to set up. But been able to set up so far today, got enough Pokemon in the deck, so 4th Lost Vacuum has been really good.
Oh, for sure. I've been able to see you set up indeed, getting that turn 1 Meloetta attack with the Path to the Peak. That's scary. It is. Some would say that's the reason why people don't like Mew.
I know people are upset when that happens to them or they get Judge Path and everything, but I mean, if you don't hate it, just join it. Like, just play Mew. It's a great deck. Nothing wrong with it. Just start playing Mew.
Yes, just join Mew. Just play Mew.
Exactly.
But again, we only have this deck, the Mew VMAX, for maybe what two more tournaments, 2 more regionals, North American regionals. Anyway, how are you feeling about that?
I mean, I'm a little sad. This has definitely like been my pet deck for the past year or so. Loved like making the little card combinations, putting in the tech cards. So it'll be sad to see it go. And it's for the best though. You know, you got to keep it fresh. Let another deck, but hopefully I'll find the new charm that draws me where I can start doing that too.
Fun question there. Like, what would you play if Mew VMAX rotated out?
I think I would go back to school and start studying. I would wait till rotation, but in all seriousness, maybe like Giratina, maybe Charizard or just something similar sort of deck, just drawing and paper.
For sure. What matches were you trying to avoid, what matches do you want to avoid and want to see with Mew VMAX?
I would say main I want to avoid is Charizard. That's just kind of difficult overall. They've got the 330 HP Dark type. They can one-shot the VMAXs. You've got some ways to make it work, but it's pretty difficult. And as for what I want to see, I would say probably pretty much everything else. Lost Box can be a little bit scary if they're playing multiple Dark type guys like Roaring Moon, Moltres V, or like the Drapion. But other than that, I mean, basically everything I'm comfortable into. Even stuff like just slotting in a Drapion or a Spiritomb into some decks, I still think it's pretty good.
Yeah, definitely. You're not afraid of anything like Giratina with a Spiritomb, for example.
No, it's still favorable, and hopefully I can showcase that later on this tournament too.
For sure. Again, great pick, I think, bringing it into this tournament. And with 6-0, you must be feeling over the moon.
Yeah.
Roaring Moon, scary? No.
Nah, it's not scary. Drop Ice Cube, drop Meloetta, put Path in play. 50% of the time they don't have a stadium and you win the game. Other 50% of the time you play the game, they knock out the Ice Cube or Meloetta, and then you just use the other little guy, take 2 prizes, take 2 prizes, take 2 prizes. So same thing, you're trying to go 2-2-2. Make sure they only take 1 prize card in their first turn if you can, and it's still solid. Like, it's definitely a little scary, but I would say it's still fine. I'm not scared. I'm not scared.
Love it. This man has an answer for everything. Yeah. This is a master class here. Maybe we.
Yes. I was gonna say master Kushimyu. You know, master over here. Love to teach people how to play the deck. You know, get more fans on it.
I know. I'm taking down notes. How about Charizard? No, I can't. We'll save it. We'll save it for the rest.
Yeah. Next match.
Oh, for sure. I'm sure you can take Mew all the way. Would love to see more of you in the future rounds. Any last words before I let you go?
I would say shout out to everybody, all my friends, John, Isaiah, Reagan, Sam, Rahul, Michael Slutsky, Justin. Great friends, great testing partners. Shout out to all my friends watching back home from Boston. Hopefully they're still here. And then I guess just everyone else in the community. Very nice people.
Awesome. Thank you so much. With that, I believe we're going to head back to the desk. I think we have a couple of fun games in store for everyone here at home. With that, we'll throw it to you, casters.
Welcome back to the desk, everyone. You know, Skarzig and Chip still hanging out, still preparing for the next round, but we got to check up. We got to do our due diligence, Chip, because we had some predictions of our own. We predicted what we thought was going to be strong. Talked a little bit at the top of show, right? Chip and I both believe in the Miraidon. I think Cloth, another just very simplistic. But what if I hit you though? Kind of deck is going to make the run. But Giratina V still kind of waiting in the wings. A very complex deck that has seemingly good matchups into everything. And Roaring Moon also finding a leg to stand on perhaps in the metagame because of that frenzied gouging and just being able to take down these big Pokemon, which has become so important, Chip.
Yeah, looking at some of the results from this round, several different people who are 6-0 right now. There's a couple of Miraidon, so we did pretty good on that one. I will say the best Cloth right now is sitting at 3-2-1, so
3-2-1.
Still hanging in there, but
it's an underdog deck.
Yeah.
You gotta make it spicy for the folks.
Yeah, it's definitely the run back type of deck for sure. A couple of Roaring Moons doing really well, so kudos to Kyle Sablehouse with that prediction, to be honest. Plenty of all these decks really hanging around still.
Yeah, the Golden Go and the Palkia are kind of two sides of the same coin, where, again, it had a very big showing in a lot of online tournaments, a lot of international events, and players have slowly kind of become convinced by it. And this is how Miraidon got its start, right? It was a deck that was a little underrated, felt like it wasn't really doing what it wanted to do, but after some of the more dedicated players did the research, did the time, and it started to get these results. Once the adoption rate went up, it just creates a momentous snowball effect of different techs and different weaknesses of other matchups being discovered.
Yeah, without a doubt. That Radiant Charizard pick from Jeremy as well. There's some Lost Box decks still hanging around, rocking the Radiant Charizard. Of course, Giratina, pick from both Wancho and Kyle. I mean, Tina, second most popular deck in the room. You know, it's no surprise that there's still some people doing well with it.
Yeah, and I think that's a small nod to Entei Iron Valiant. That's what I like to think. But the community has also gotten involved in trying to predict what is going to do well here in Charlotte, North Carolina. They've been voting on what deck is going to be the best, what's going to succeed, and we have a bracket here of all of the decks that our fans at home voted for.
Yeah, well, I think the vote is going live now, actually. So we want you to make your vote heard. Which deck do you feel like has the best chance to win this event? We're going to have these decks all pitted against each other and see who comes out on top eventually.
Yeah, if you had to vote, like if this was a real top 8 bracket, like at the end of day 2, is there a certain deck here that based on matchups just kind of has a free run, Chip?
Yeah, I mean, Charizard's got a tough go in the Inteleon right away. Honestly, Mew VMAX looking pretty good there. Decent shot to beat the Roaring Moon, and then if you assume Inteleon's going to beat Charizard, Mew would beat that. So we'd see the Mew in the finals most likely on that side of the bracket. Miraidon versus Gardevoir, you got to give the slight edge to the Miraidon with the Iron Hands. Really a solid edge to the Miraidon with the Iron Hands. And then Tina versus Lost Box. Tina's probably got a few more options, the high HP. And then you've got Tina versus Miraidon. Maybe you give Miraidon a slight edge. Really either Miraidon or Lost Zone Box. It feels like Mew VMAX has a decent shot against both of those, so
I think just the fact, I mean, looking at this full 8 decks that we have to choose from, I feel like Mew does solid into all of them except for Charizard and Gardevoir. So with the fact that Gardevoir probably goes down to Miraidon in the top 8, and the fact that Charizard probably goes down to Inteleon in the top 8, I feel like it would be Mew VMAX's bracket to run away with.
And that is important to note, folks. Sometimes that even though you've got bad matchups, sometimes they get knocked out of the tournament. You got to worry about it anymore, even if it is a huge part of the meta share, right? You know, Charizard and the Roaring Moon, all of these decks are some of our top 8 decks from the overall meta breakdown. And we're getting word here that Charizard EX was able to overcome that bad matchup in Inteleon VMAX. I know.
Apparently in the community vote, yeah. The community might need to play that game a little bit more, I feel like.
I mean, if you definitely, they've gotten G-Max Rapid Flow too many times, and they're getting their revenge now by just letting the Charizard advance. Maybe it was Azul piloting it, and he's the only one who's strong enough to pilot through that weird matchup.
And then I think our next poll is going up here soon, that Roaring Moon versus Mew VMAX. So let us know who you think is going to have the edge in that one, Roaring Moon or Mew VMAX. You can vote now over on the Twitch channel.
Yeah, and we actually have, you know, a little bit of a spoiler because Xander Perot reminded our audience, you know, that Roaring Moon, the matchup doesn't seem as bad as it looks at first blush, right? Roaring Moon has a great darkness type attack to really just knock out those big Mew VMAXs to take 3 prizes, but really struggles to deal with the new renaissance of single prize inclusions in the Mew decks. And maybe that could throw a wrench into things, Chip, if players are like, oh, if you're just thinking about a classic Mew or this new modern hybrid build.
Already getting word. It's looking like Mew VMAX winning that poll as well, taking down the Roaring Moon. So Mew versus Charizard. Oh no, my Mew dream has started to fall apart here. That's a tough semifinal match.
Yeah, especially when the community is going to be voting because these are 2 decks
I
that
gotta
they
get
both
in on
like.
these votes here. I'm pulling my phone out. Hang on, give me a second.
We got to jump in on the Twitch stream. If you are watching the stream right now, make sure you have chat pulled up so you can see the community vote and get in on the action, folks. This is a great time to not only, you know, not just worry about the matchup, but also just vote for your favorite deck. You know, even this is a card game. So even if the matchup is very favored on one side or the other, you know, things can still get buck wild once players start drawing cards and things start happening. And we've seen some very, very one-sided matchups go in the completely opposite direction on the stream before. But Miraidon versus Gardevoir tends to be pretty even. Miraidon has a big edge thanks to the Iron Hands EX. But early on the stream, we saw it be, you know, maybe trying to find a difficult, you know, idea. You know, Chen Pao hits that same idea with the Iron Hands, but if you aren't able to get it set up early, maybe you lose that edge.
Yeah, I will say Miraidon is much more consistent at getting out the Iron Hands than Chen Pao is. Chen Pao is really built to attack with Chen Pao or Radiant Greninja, and then you have that tech option of the Iron Hands. Whereas the Miraidon deck, I mean, it is still a Miraidon deck, but really it feels like an Iron Hands deck right now. And I think that's the biggest reason Miraidon is doing well in the format at the moment, is just because it is the best way to play Iron Hands EX.
The thing too is that players, you know, you can't focus too much on the Iron Hands. You just get set up, use that tandem unit, get established, and just start hitting stuff. Don't overthink it. Sometimes you just got to hit stuff.
And I do believe Miraidon EX was able to win the poll here in this matchup. So we've got 3 of our semifinal decks set for now.
Yeah, the Giratina V-Star versus a pure Lost Zone box is going to be a matchup that's going to require a little bit more research. We're going to have to think on that one, Chip, and we'll resume our community polls later on. But for right now, these are some very well-established decks, and I think some very good contenders that are going to make, you know, top 8 or at least top 16 once we get towards the end of day 2.
Yeah, I'm kind of regretting opening up my phone to vote now and looking at the Twitch chat, because the very first message I saw when I opened up my phone is, Roaring Moon is just a bad deck people need to stop trying to make work. That's a Roaring Moon hater right there.
It's a very divisive deck, because Roaring Moon, it seemed so good when it first hit the scene, and now that it's gotten some more science done and the meta shifted a bit, it's coming into its own. So if you were an early Roaring Moon believer, maybe you got burned a bit.
Well, I'm hearing while we're waiting for this next round, we've got a new trivia game we're going to be playing, and that is called Attack or Not. So we'll see exactly how it works out. We're going to get to see an attack presented to us, and we'll be guessing as well as you all at home guess along with us.
Yeah, and
we
if
got
you,
3 choices here.
And maybe
four choices.
Which is not an attack for Pikachu. Pika Bolt, Skull Bash, Max Balloon, and Thunderbolt. Now
we lost the choices. What the heck?
Now Pikachu, that's a very big blanket term because Max Balloon is Flying Pikachu VMAX, if I'm not mistaken.
It is Flying Pikachu VMAX, which is technically a different Pokemon from Pikachu.
Yeah, and then are we including VG? Because I think Pikachu learns Thunderbolt and Skull Bash, obviously.
Yeah, I think Pika Bolt is just made up and not even a real attack, to be honest. So I think A gets my vote for sure.
Not an attack, yeah. Pika Bolt, I think, is going to be not an attack.
Yes, I hope you guys are playing along. A Skull Bash.
Okay.
Pika Bolt is an attack?
Okay.
That must be on some TCG card, I guess.
Okay, so we aren't including VG then maybe, but that would be a bit outside of our wheelhouse.
Is Skull Bash an attack in VG?
Well, maybe not in the modern era.
Yeah.
I'm an old like VG boomer when it comes to like the attack pool, so I wouldn't be able to tell you.
All right, we are confirmed this is only TCG attacks, which makes sense, you know, keeping it on theme here with our show.
Okay, they're giving us an easy one here, Chip. One of these is not like the others.
Which is not an attack for Squirtle? Water Gun, Withdraw, Electro Ball, and Tackle. I mean,
I'm gonna fall for the obvious bait of Electro Ball. If this
I feel
is
like it's
somehow
gotta
like
be bait,
on a Delta species Squirtle somewhere that had an electric attack, it's got to be.
I don't think there is a Delta species Squirtle. Now that you say that, thinking back to it, I think there is a Squirtle from Crystal Guardians, but I'm pretty sure it is still a water type. Yeah, Electro Ball seems like a good choice.
Thank you for the easy one.
Yeah, giving us a layup there after we Pika Bolt obviously being an attack we should have known.
All right, but which is not an attack for Charizard EX? Burning Darkness, Wing Attack, Combustion Blast, or Flame Ball?
So I'm pretty sure the Charizard EX from 151 has... I'm pretty sure it's Wing Attack as its first attack. I'm not 1000% sure. Its second attack, I think, is the Combustion Blast. So I think this one is a little bit of bait here. Flame Ball, I think, is going to be my choice. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's Flame Ball. I think Flame Ball, if it's not a real attack, was on like Charizard V-Star or something like that.
Yeah, maybe so. And not a Charizard EX.
We had a lot of Charizard enjoyers, you know, in the chat that would probably know exactly where Flame Ball is, but we don't think that's the attack, and we're right.
Yes. Able to come away with it, so we'll take it. We'll take it.
Yeah, the Burning Darkness, we all remember that, of course, from the new terastallized Charizard EX.
Yeah, that Terra Charizard EX. We've seen Burning Darkness plenty of times.
All right, but which is not an attack for Gardevoir EX? Shining Wind, Crimson Dive, Luminous Blade, or Miracle Force? Now, I recognize Miracle Force, obviously, but is there another Gardevoir EX that I'm not aware of?
There's an old one.
Oh, that's right, the original printing of
the
EX.
Original EX, but it only has 2 attacks, so I think this might just be... Well, there. Oh, wait. There is the. Okay, there is a Gardevoir EX from like the X and Y series, but it's like it's capital EX. Our current EX is lowercase EX, so they're technically 2 different classifications. But I think Luminous Blade, I think Shining Wind. I'm gonna go with Crimson Dive. Is my guess. B. What do you think?
I'm gonna go with Luminous Blade. I think that's more of a Gallade attack.
I think that might be the attack of the Mega Gardevoir.
Ah, Crimson Dive.
I think Mega Gardevoir EX might have that Luminous Blade attack, so...
Okay. Yeah, I know that Chip has that encyclopedic knowledge of
It's been a
really
minute for
cards.
a lot of these, though, to be honest. I can only retain so much, you know?
I know, it's like, we also have to rotate cards in and out of our own consciousness as the formats change and develop.
Constantly changing.
But what's not an attack on Miraidon EX? Cyber Drive, Techno Turbo, Photon Blaster, or Aero Dive. Now there is the 2 Miraidon EXs now.
There are 2 Miraidon EXs in the format. I think Aero Dive, maybe? That doesn't sound like a Miraidon attack to me. Photon Blaster is a Miraidon attack. Techno Turbo, it might be that one on the Obsidian Flames Miraidon that you accelerate the extra energy into play. Cyber Drive, its first attack, I think.
Yeah, like
it's A or D for me, I think.
All right, which one do you want?
Oh, I'll go with D.
All right, I'll take A. I think that Cyber Drive is a bait. Oh,
Better
man.
luck next
I was
time,
trying to reverse psychology the guys backstage. But arrow dive, I mean, it's some kind of like flying, windy attack.
Yeah, that's not fitting for Miraidon. You know?
I mean, Gardevoir had Crimson Dive, so at this point, I'm completely lost in the woods.
All right, here we go. Not an attack for a Lugia. We've got Arrow Blast, Wind Pressure, Photon Blaster, or Gust.
I mean, Photon Blaster, I think, is definitely leaking in there from the Miraidon EX. I don't think that Lugia's got that attack.
Yeah, I'm not so sure either. Wind Pressure sounds made up to me, to be honest. Like, I'm not convinced that that's an attack.
It sounds like it's the name of an ability.
Yeah, something like that. Gust, I feel like Lugia, even though it's not a very powerful flying type attack, you know, for pulling parallels from the video game, I'm pretty sure there are some Lugias, some like basic Lugias that are not EXs, not ultra rares, that just have that Gust attack. So B or C, I mean, obviously, I think Aeroblast, that's like Lugia's signature attack in the video games, right?
Yeah.
So it's got to be B or C. Photon Blaster, I agree, doesn't really sound like it, but I might lean towards B, honestly, just because I feel like I've never heard that before, that phrase. I don't know, you going to go with C?
I'm going to go with C.
I'll stick with B, Wind Pressure.
Oh, yeah. So it wasn't a bait. I was wondering maybe there's some, like, Lugia where it's like a tag team or like a combo with another Pokemon that has a lightning
Lugia
attack.
tag teams, yeah.
But, you know, they gave us another easy one. You're feeling bad for Skarsgård here on the desk.
All right, let's see what else we have
And
here.
I wonder how our
Attack or
audience
not.
at home is doing with these, too.
Make sure you're playing along with us in the various chats, whatever channels you're participating with us on. We want to know if you're able to pull some together as well. Are you maybe a little better at it than we are?
Yeah, I know that, you know, the players who really like Gardevoir, really like Lugia, are going to know all of these old attacks and all these old cards. They're looking through their binders right now.
Yeah.
I remember that card from back in the day. But the nostalgia trip is over. We're going to go to a quick break. When we get back, we're going to get right back into the nitty-gritty with more competition here in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Hui, he leo kono keia, ia auko e hele mai I Hawaii, I Honolulu, I ka makahiki, I Wakalua kumaha. We want to invite you to Honolulu, Hawaii in 2024. We look forward to seeing you here. Ahui ho aku no.
Maybe when I was like 7 or 8 on the Game Boy, you know, Fire Red, Leaf Green, that's the first games, and then start from there. Mudkip was my favorite. It's just some guy back from Knoxville. In the competitive scene, I look a lot to Aaron Zhang. He's just a great content creator, and I think he's just a great face for the community, and he's one of the reasons why I got into VGC. Really, really great guy. Flying after today, the Salamence, so that'd be kind of cool with all the bird types. My favorite Pokemon is Pancham. I always bring him to every event, and he's just kind of there. It's just kind of my persona. So yeah, there he is. My favorite part of Pokemon events is meeting new people and just playing just like new players and just anyone I haven't faced before. It gets like a strong challenge, and it's always great to just meet new people overall. My go-to event snacks will be protein bars. I usually have one on me all the time. They're just very convenient, and they're easy to eat. Am I Team Rocket? I am not Team Rocket.
I had a couple friends at a few card shops that played locally. They got me into it. They wanted me to go to a few events, but I didn't have the chance to. It was on and off. And then one of my friends recently wanted to get into it more, and we started to enjoy it more and everything about it. So we just kind of picked up fast in the last few months.
A lot of new faces. This is what I always hoped to see, Kyle, is some new names
making their places known.
I've always enjoyed card games, but I've always just enjoyed being competitive as well. I played a lot of sports, played football, track, stuff like that. I do like the intricacy between card games. So I just really like the competitive edge. It makes it a lot more fun in the sense that I like to take on better opponents.
That is a way to win Pokemon, I'm sure. There's nothing much to do other than laugh at that point.
I think it's just you wanting to win. It's just that competitive edge. Someone just has the drive, and you find something you like to do, and you want to do good at it. Like I have that. I want to just keep competing to win.
Alexander is going for it. Frontier Road. Alexander Flatos is the Sacramento Regional Champion.
I probably respect almost every person I played here. One of the bigger names I played was Azul. He was a very fun opponent. He was the seriousness he had in the game, and after it was very friendly. You know, it was just that aspect. He was probably one I respect a lot. Ooh, typing. My typing would probably be fire. I think I just enjoy the color red first off, but if I could breathe fire, that'd be pretty insane.
Prepare for a battle of the ages in the Pokemon trading card game, Scarlet and Violet Paradox Rift. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack.
Hello, Pokemon fans, and welcome back to Charlotte, North Carolina, home of the regional championships this weekend. The largest regional championships that we've had so far in the Pokemon TCG history, at least for North America and all that stuff like that. I am Jeremy Jalen here with Kyle Sablehouse. We are Sabalin, and we have been through 6 rounds of Pokemon TCG action so far. Round 7's coming up shortly, but how have you been feeling, Kyle?
I feel great. I've seen a lot of great gameplay already. See a lot of big names, 6-0. It's going to be an exciting day. A lot of opportunities for that 9-0, obviously. We talk about that being the fabled accomplishment so many players are trying to achieve, and ultimately that's going to be your best bet in making the top 8. You need all those points. You need to bring all those with you into day 2 if you want to have any chance of making top 8.
Yeah, exactly. Round 7 is paired up. We're still waiting on our players. So let's go ahead and take a look at some social media posts from y'all at home or here at the event and see, good old me. Featuring my own post on stream, you know, it's worth it, you know. When you're as funny as me,
you're just printing money at this point, man. Look at you.
If they paid money,
well done. Give Wancho a little bit of love there. See some players sticking by, doing some play testing along there too. Boot camp testing for Liverpool next week with the Charlotte stream going. Love to see that. It's always a fun time, just getting together with all your friends and getting ready for the next tournament. Obviously, having the stream playing in the background is something that a lot of players enjoy doing as they're getting ready for the next event. Maybe you find some inspiration for which deck you want to play next week, or maybe giggle along with us too.
Yeah, I mean, get to listen to us.
Hey,
what's better than that?
Like 3 more. There's got to be something better.
At least 10 things.
Yeah.
Hello, Pokemon fans. I'm so excited to watch the regional championships today and would love to draw some more fans. If you like your own drawing, feel free to comment a reference and your favorite Pokemon. Well, there's a reference right here if you want to draw Kyle and I. It'll be pretty fun.
I need a hat. I don't like my haircut right now, so I'll take the ball cap for sure. And which Pokemon do you like the most? Ooh, that's tough. There's some good ones.
Morpeko or Psyduck, I think. That's very cute.
I think I like Haunter.
All right.
Let's go for it.
Yeah. Stoked to be playing in the Charlotte Regionals today. I'll keep this thread updated throughout the day. Good luck, everyone. Let's have some fun. Hashtag TSS win. Hashtag play Pokemon. And Jarek, doing pretty well.
Yeah?
Well, at least Jeremy is
okay.
doing well.
Someone's doing okay. I know Cal's doing good.
Yeah.
Which makes no sense. He slept negative hours this week and somehow is still doing well with a stall deck.
Yeah, a lot of players having some travel issues with the snow up in the Northeast. Hopefully making it work here. And so far, these players have been a lot of players to go through.
Yeah, it's you're battling a lot of elements in order to win an event, and sometimes you need a little luck. Is this the hand to get it done?
We're starting Alexam going second against Golden Goat. I want to believe
You have a battle VIP in hand. You're not allowed to complain.
Yeah, that hand's great.
Yeah. You can figure this out. No, retreating kind of stinks.
Yeah, that's a little bit hard.
We'll get there later.
Maybe the opponent plays like an escape rope or something.
Yeah, just trick them. Whoa! I remember when they released this.
I wanted one so bad.
I didn't have $150, but I did want it.
About to start. Squirtle Watch always goes hard. Let's see if we can make a run today. First ever regionals for me, so super excited to be here. Major thanks to my boys, Nick Moffitt and Luca, for helping me out. Well, Nate, hope you're doing well.
Did they give you the watch, or are they helping you test?
Yeah, I don't know. Time will tell.
I need better friends, man. Yeah. If my friends could give me a watch, that'd be sweet.
I'll watch you.
Oh, thanks. Professor Turo?
In the flesh?
Got him. Look at that. They
Picking
got
up
everybody
some Pokemon
here.
over there.
It's a good card.
Yep.
It's an okay card.
Okay card, yeah. Gets discarded a lot for like Ultra Ball.
Yeah, I mean, it's at least made it into some 60s, which is pretty good.
Let's see. I believe that's it for our social media posts. Be sure to use that hashtag #PlayPokemon for all y'all at home and at the event if you want to be featured on the stream as well. I mean, I've done it twice. So.
Yeah, it's
easy.
definitely anyone can do it. If he can get on twice.
Yeah. Looking at all of our players there, just a massive amount of people in this venue. It's crazy.
Yeah, there's so many players. A lot of people having a great time. Some people starting to realize that their day is coming to a close.
Yep.
As it tends to go, you can't win them all. You can surely try.
You need to win at least 6.5.
Yep. And some of the more competitive players, as soon as they lose 3, they decide to make this a social event. So go ahead. There's plenty of things that you can do once you get to this point, and there's side events and all sorts of things that a lot of players enjoy doing with their time. You can come hang out, watch the stream. We've got a setup over here, so a lot of players end up doing that and following along with all the action. It's a good time.
Great time. I mean, vendors too.
Yeah.
Pick up some nice Pokemon swag, some plushies, pins,
Sign me up.
cards.
I'm just looking at the top table right now, and it's just there's so many good players back to back to back.
Oh yeah, Connor Fitton 6-0.
Right next to Xander.
Right next to Xander. Right next to Kreckler.
Yeah, I mean that is a stacked table for sure.
On one side.
See Michelle over there too.
Ooh yeah.
All right.
Playing deck she's never played before for this tournament in Giratina. So.
Hey.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Trying to, take the wins away from a lot of players.
I mean, that's a good deck to win with.
You wouldn't believe it from the other.
I know.
Other casters here.
Yeah.
Like,
Can we talk about that for a minute? That was ridiculous.
Listen, it just made the finals of both places in Portland, and you're counting it out.
Also,
no.
When we were talking about how everyone's doing with their caster predictions, they didn't even say Giratina at any point in time.
Yeah, they didn't even say Palkia either.
Well, maybe for better reason there. But they mentioned the Roaring Moon, but they're not even going to mention all the 6-0 Giratina players there are right now. It's just, as soon as Chip sees that, it's just mind blank.
Listen, we're a bunch of Giratina fans here. We know you are at home.
Yep, ride or die with the worm.
Is it a worm?
It's a worm. The same way that Snorlax is a cat. If Pramawat says it's a worm, it's a worm. You just have to believe him.
I guess. All right. Yeah.
Ooh, I see Ryan.
No, you too.
Yep.
6-time regional champion?
Yeah. I mean, he's certainly one of the 2 that could catch Pramawat. It's just him and Azul out there, right?
Yeah, Azul starting off a little bit rough this tournament. I think 1-2.
Yep, I saw that. He was getting ready to drop. I don't know how that turned out for him. I've got a minute, though. Let's go ahead and take a look.
Let's see. I don't know. I've been enjoying it. There's just a ton of players here, and that means a ton of friends that I get to see walk around.
Oh, he can run it back.
Oh,
he's playing against Patrick Orgel right now. It's 3-2-1, so 3 wins.
Damn. I mean, he's done it before.
He's done it, every tournament, it feels like.
He is on probably one of the best heaters we've seen in a while.
Yeah.
Top 8 in the last 3 or 4 regionals, winning one of them.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just imagine the consistency of all of his top 16s a year ago that we made fun of him for, and now they're all converting into top 8s and wins. It's just like, oh, he's good.
This guy might be good at Pokemon.
When the worst thing we can do is make fun of all the top 16s you have, you know that you're good. Like there's nothing we can make fun of at that point.
And be sure to follow the Twitch channel and YouTube as well to be updated on any time that y'all want to watch some Pokemon. This weekend, Charlotte. Next weekend's Liverpool.
Yep.
Weekend after that, Knoxville. I mean, weekends are filled.
Gonna be doing a lot of Pokemon.
Yeah.
Sign me up.
I mean, what else are you going to do on the weekend?
Sleep.
Hang around?
Play Pokemon, yeah.
I hope all of y'all are enjoying the stream for this weekend. We, again, waiting for our round 7 players to get set up here. Any interesting matches that you've seen, like walking about throughout the day?
I mean, I've seen a lot of interesting takes on decks, and obviously we're going to be looking for what you guys at home are looking to watch as well. We've got those interactions where we're wanting to see which decks you want to see on stream, so be sure to follow us on all our channels so that you can reach out, be a part of those interactions too, and we can see what your vote will be when we eventually do have round 9 we'll probably have another community choice, thank you. So that'd be fun to follow along with too, and we'll go by names at that point, which will be fun. It's you get to see your favorite players try to close it out.
Of course, I do think our stage is ready now, so let's go ahead and take it down, meet our players, and get things started. Now on the left we have Ayana, and they are playing Roaring Moon EX up against Nathan Brower playing Charizard EX, Pidgeot EX. Ayana owns at least every version of Charizard printed. That's
hold up.
That's pretty
Wait,
good.
Even like Shadowless and all that?
Has to be.
You're rich. Let's go.
They definitely spent a lot of time building that collection to not play Charizard too. That's
the
most popular deck in the room.
Well, it's it doesn't mean that you can avoid Charizard, however.
No.
As on the other side, we have Mr. Nathan Brower. It's been obviously a long-standing member of the community. Been playing against this guy for upwards of 15 years now, it feels like. Been playing in the Georgia area for so long, and it's just great to see him once more back on the big stage. And he will be playing the Charizard, so can't run away.
Nope, can't run away. And talk to me about this matchup, Kyle.
Well, it's certainly interesting. We've got the Roaring Moon on one side, having the ability to knock out the high hit points regardless of how much you have remaining can be very important. Just having that opportunity to remove these Pokemon from play starts to get a little bit awkward. And you wonder, is Nathan going to be able to have the consistency to continually promote those threats, have opportunities to answer, maybe include those Charmanders to knock out Roaring Moons that are already damaged? That's going to be an interesting back and forth.
Yeah, there is the Emergency Jelly in Ayana's list, which they can use to kind of prevent that after.
That's going to be a big
attack.
piece for sure.
We'll have to see how things go. Looks like there is a mulligan for Nathan here. Taking a quick look at the hand. Dark Patch, Energy, not too bad.
Yeah. Obviously, the consistency of Charizard is something that many decks are jealous of. It's able to find its answer so quickly. And once you have that Pidgeot roll in, you continually find your answers, whatever it may be, finding the additional rare candy, boss's orders, and that pressure that you're able to maintain is something that can certainly put Ayana on the back foot.
All right. It looks like our players are almost ready. Go ahead and take a look at the prize cards here. That Radiant Charizard, Rotom V as well.
Oh, yeah, that's double Dark Patch as well isn't great to see. Poor Sealstone.
What is great to see is that Pokemon catcher in the prize cards. Ayana is going with a full 4 in this list. We saw Tyler Jameson do well with it in day 2 in Portland.
It's pre-errata, too.
Yeah, pre-errata, yeah. That's much better.
Yeah. Imagine they don't even go to flip. Just say, nah, it works.
All right. I believe our players are all set. There's the fist bump. And it looks like Nathan is going to start things off with a Charmander in the active spot. It is that one that deals 40 for 2, which is a good way to get a knockout on something like a Roaring Moon after a heavily damaged.
Yeah, we see the level ball to start things off. Get some Pokemon into play. I believe the Ultra Ball was in hand too. A lot of fire energies in the opening, which is uncharacteristic. Typically, finding the fire energies can be difficult. It's 6 or 7. It's going to be 7 in this case.
Yeah, it's going to be a little rough for Nathan. This deck kind of wants to go second, utilize that Arven supporter. And having the Arven in hand, but not much else. And Ultra Ball could find something like a Rotom, but it's in the prize cards.
Yeah, it's pretty frustrating when you have an opportunity to take advantage of the fact that you don't have an attack, but you can end with 3 additional cards, and it's gone.
All right, level ball for the Mew. Energy to retreat. We're going to see a Mysterious Tail, hopefully finding a Battle VIP pass. It's the bread and butter of this deck. How about another Ultra Ball?
Eventually, you run out of cards you feel comfortable discarding. And I think we're at that point. you would lose your hand if you played both of these Ultra Balls.
Definitely a rough turn 1 here for Nathan, and this is why the deck does not like to go first. I guess you can find the Super Rod, Ultra Ball away a couple fire energies, Super Rod them back in, and that way you just get to keep your resources a little bit, but no. We're going to see an Ultra Ball discarding the Super Rod and a fire.
Wow.
There's 2 Rod in the list, though, compared to just the one we normally see with 7 energy.
Exactly, yeah, that's interesting, as we've seen so often players typically go for that 6 and the 2 Rod, but sure enough, that gives you the flexibility here that you need. You can take that resource, throw it away, and eventually find what you're looking for. And I think Nathan has realized that it's not there.
Yep.
There is no Rotom.
No Rotom. Can go ahead and find a Pidgey if you want, but again, this Roaring Moon deck is so fast, and with Pokemon catchers, can really target down any Pokemon and take a knockout. So Nathan's opting to grab a second Charmander here just to mitigate that scenario.
Wow. Yeah, at this point, can you even go for I mean, there's nothing else to do, right? You're just stuck with Charmanders.
All right, Iona's turn now. They draw a Trekking Shoes, have Squawkabilly EX in hand. Trekking Shoes finds that Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. They say nah, finding that Earthen Vessel instead, and that's going to be pretty good here.
Yeah, this is Wombo combos. Not only the Battle VIP Pass to go along with it, find all of those Pokemon, and preferably going to find some of those Darkness-type Pokemon to hit the board, along with that Radiant Greninja. Get those energies into the discard pile. You can use the Earthen Vessel, discard the energy, grab more, throw away another, and then, yes, there are 2 Dark Patch in the prize cards. There's also 2 in the hand, Jeremy.
2? That's more than 1. No, this is going to be a very good start for Iona, this game 1. And even the Pokestop to go along with it if you want.
The whole hand can play out. This is perfect.
Except for the Town Star.
Well, just play it really quickly.
They go ahead and grab 2 Dark Energy from the deck.
Oh, is this the every Dark Energy is different?
Yeah.
I didn't know we had that many. How long? I mean, I guess basic Dark Energy's been around for a while now. I remember when they first printed that.
Listen, they're a person after my own heart here. With the double Dark Patch and the discard from concealed cards here, this is a stacked hand. Even drawing a couple extra cards, don't really need those.
Yeah, there's another Vessel if you really want to just throw away a bunch of the energies. So often that is a strategy you go for with this style of deck.
But there we go, double Dark Patch. This item's been around for a while, then went away, then came back, and it's being utilized yet again in this Roaring Moon deck, and it is a great item to use in these dark decks.
Yeah, Nathan's seen this with Darkrai EX forever ago. He's having flashbacks.
Another Earthen Vessel for Iona here.
There's the good one, the Heart Gold Soul Silver. Basic Dark. That's a winner.
And the promo one as well.
1.5.
Now, Iona is going to be discarding a lot of energies here, but It's going to be pretty good because you have something like that Professor's Sada to be able to get extra energy in play. There's that Squawk and Seize. Doesn't find that supporter just yet.
Yeah, it looks like a ton of item cards. There is the energy switch, which is going to be nice. Provides that opportunity to attack with the Roaring Moon without any of the additional energies thrown down. And, of course, some energy acceleration by way of the discard pile is going to be nice with the Glaring Moltres V.
Yeah, basically a dark patch in itself. And going to be pretty helpful here with those energy switch. We could even see energy switch on the Morpeko, get an attack off on the Mew, take a knockout, and kind of save your Roaring Moons.
You want to use this escape rope here and take a knockout on a Charmander?
A little bit better, yeah.
All right.
Oh.
Hey, there you go. I don't care either. Throw them all away. At some point in time, you realize that not all these cards are meant to win games. If they're just getting in the way of the good stuff.
Now, one thing I would like to see maybe is if you still want to attack with that Morpeko, or not. We're going to Roaring Moon it here.
Yep.
Escape rope.
Nathan's... I don't know how he feels about this, honestly. Because, yes, you're losing a Charmander, but honestly, you might need another opportunity with that Mew to find some help. This hand is not going very far. It's just Farvin and Prey.
And Calamity Storm takes the knockout for Ayana, going down to 5. Nathan takes a look at his hand. A long look. Artisan does not use the Pokestop here.
So not that desperate. That's usually a good measure of how the turn is going to go. But certainly still a very difficult position. Not only no Pidgey, so no explosive turn here, but if you do find the rare candy and the Charizard, you're still not taking knockouts. You're still in the spot where you're going to put most of your fire energies down too. It's not the greatest.
Second Charmander found off the Artisan here. And I have not taken a look at Nathan's hand as just yet. Oh, Charmeleon Boss's orders, I think, and the fire energy. It's a little bit rough.
Yeah.
Mysterious Tail. How about Lost Vacuum?
Every time that Nathan finds a card he can use, it involves losing more cards from your hand. And there's just, that's a very precious resource. So let's play again.
Yep. All right. Nathan scoops it up super fast here in game 1 of round 7. And Ayana going up 1 game, 1 more to go to 6-1.
Yeah. I mean, that's obviously this matchup can certainly go that way. You see on paper not only the pressure that Ayana is able to give out with easy turn 1 knockouts and the consistency of the deck, puts a lot of pressure on Nathan to find the right resources. And without the Rotom, there's no draw. There were no cards in hand. There was basically nowhere you could go from here. And if you find the Charizard, sure, you're just going to get Frenzy knocked out immediately afterwards.
Yeah, Roaring Moon EX having that 230 HP puts it out of range for a single KO Burning Darkness. And just like that, very quick game 1. Nathan's going to have to find some different cards if he wants a game 2.
Yeah, I think a little surprised for both of our players, the speed of the opening game, but that is how things play out here so often. Just going to have those hands, those situations. I don't think you can draw up a better hand for Ayana, though. That was exactly what you're looking for. All the cards played out. It doesn't even matter what the prize cards were at that point.
Oh, yeah, no. Anytime you have double Dark Patch and a way to get energy in the discard, it's going to be a pretty good game.
Yep. We didn't see any of the additional acceleration by way of the Sadas or anything. It just happened. It's pretty good.
Now, if I believe correct, Nathan's going to opt to go second this game. And again, both of these decks kind of want to go second. Taking those prize cards. 2 Professor Sada's Vitality. Ooh. Meanwhile, 3 Ultra Ball in the prize cards for Nathan here.
What is happening?
Also starting a Jirachi. Not very good in this match, but wow.
Wow.
Ayana attach, pass.
Yeah, Nathan, although starting the Jirachi, that was by choice. There's a Charmander, I believe, in that hand.
I think it was drawn for the turn.
Okay, but there's, I mean, it's better than Luminion, okay?
Yeah.
But there's a Battle VIP pass. And,
That's better than both of those.
That's gonna be just dandy.
Battle VIP Pass is going to go ahead and fetch Nathan a Pidgey and a Rotom V here. You have that Charmander in hand and an Arven, which can go ahead and get an item and a tool card. So this is the kind of hand Nathan's been looking for.
Yep. Arven could lead into the other Battle VIP for the Charmanders. Have the standard setup that you're looking for. End the turn with the Rotom drawing 3 additional cards, and maybe you just find the Charizard instead of the Ultra Balls, because you're not going to find the Ultra Ball.
No, not at all. I mean, unless you find it with Arven.
Yeah, once. That's it, buddy.
It does look like Pidgey and Rotom V are the choices for Nathan here.
Looks like the Charizard is already in hand, so one step closer. Obviously, plenty of resources that can help out the Force Seal Stone that's found here. It's going to be a great resource for next turn.
And a second Battle VIP pass to go along with it. I think we're going to end the turn with 3 Charmander in play. Or do you go 2-2 split on the Pidgey and Charmander?
Yeah, it's not as likely that your opponent is going to have the resource to boss the Pidgey, so you have a little bit of flexibility there. So I don't mind the Mew.
What are you talking about, boss Pidgey? There's Pokemon Catcher in this list, Kyle.
It's not going to work. I forgot I'm not using it. Maybe it will work.
Nathan has energy for the turn as well, so you can retreat this Jirachi to Mew, try to find rare candy. Take a look at the top 6 cards here with Mysterious Tail. Another Battle VIP pass, rare candy, there we go.
Yeah, passing up the Battle VIP pass, but rightfully so. You already have the Charmander, you have the rare candy now. So not only could you find some help with the Rotom, but if you find nothing, at least you have rare candy Charizard for turn 2.
Second Charmander hits the bench for Nathan, and we're gonna see a pass of the turn after an instant charge. Ayana draws for turn. Galarian Moltres V, that's not really going to do it. Really needed a way to discard an energy here to turn on that Professor Sada's Vitality. But yeah, they unfortunately don't have anything.
Yeah, you start to think about all the ways that you could potentially get that card into the discard pile. And, I mean, it's not that unlikely. There's Ultra Balls, the Earthen Vessels, whatever it may be. This hand is not cutting it, though.
Or at least it's cutting it with a dull knife. Nathan draws another rare candy off the top. Has the Force Seal Stone for Pidgeot. Or
is Pidgeot in
hand?
Hold up. Well, he all of his luck from game 1 he must have saved for this moment. It's all here.
The gang is all here. Mysterious Tail is going to try to find some more resources for Nathan. Countercatcher, that's not really going to be doing too much when you're going to be attacking first.
You expect to be in a winning position with a hand like this, but might as well throw it in.
Rare Candy, Pidgeot EX, Quick Search now available for Nathan. Such a powerful ability that has been brought back into this game. Able to search your deck for any card.
Any card?
Any card.
Ooh. Yes, please.
What do you even search for? Like, you have everything.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of the awkwardness of this situation is you could put pressure onto the Roaring Moon if you want. It's an energy away from punching you in the mouth, and then you're sad. You lost your Charizard. So instead, you could put pressure on the Galarian Moltres, just get some damage on the board. But you're not in a situation until your opponent starts taking some knockouts to where you can really threaten the one-hit KO.
Now Nathan charging up that Charmander on the bench. It does have that attack 1 for 30, so a way to clean up after a frenzied gouging. But Ayana does play Emergency Jelly and has one in hand, which is a great way to get out of range.
Well, calculations have been made. Boss's orders, along with 2 potential options here. You can have the energy in hand that could go for the Charizard, or you can incorporate the Charmander early into the mix.
And there is that boss's orders, bringing up that Roaring Moon that's ready to attack next turn. Nathan has another energy in hand. But we're going to see her the retreat to the Charmander here. Just get that 30 damage on right away.
It is funny to see. You have a Charizard ready to go, but it's also just, it doesn't feel like the right play. And Nathan understands that and is like, you know what? I don't like that at all. Let's just punch this, get it in a more awkward situation. Ayana, thankfully, finding that strategy of retreat to get the energies in the discard pile. And maybe something's going to get rolling here.
And Professor Sada finds Radiant Greninja. So another way to continue to extend this turn. Finds a Dark Patch. But I don't know if they have another energy in hand. The Shoes needs to find the energy. Ooh. Is there two
Kinda like an
energy in
energy.
there?
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah, there is. It's unfortunate they could not use the Switch Cart on the Roaring Moon to heal the 30 damage.
Yeah. All right. Pressure's on. This could be a big flip. Wow.
All right.
Targeting down the Charizard, and wowee, there is a Switch Cart and double Dark Patch. Make sure you sequence that correctly.
That was almost scary. Now they do have a fully powered Roaring Moon EX, but again, this Switch Cart here really not being utilized to the best. You can get it out of the active spot, but this Roaring Moon would have to knock itself out if you want to Frenzied Gouging this Charizard EX. Ultra Ball here.
Oh. Nathan sees the technology now. It's just jelly, though.
Now Ayana is going to find Mew EX.
Okay.
It's going to be able to restart, draw 3 cards. Three cards is going to matter a lot. There's 0 cards right now, and Ayana needs a lot.
Yeah. There's certainly nobody ready to attack on this next turn, so maybe access to another Roaring Moon would be helpful. It's any Dark-type Pokemon seems fine, so...
How about a Morpeko?
That sounds fine.
All right.
They
still have not attached
I don't
for this
love
turn
it,
either.
but...
No attachment yet. Saving it for concealed cards, but there's the frenzied gouging. The Charizard gets knocked out first, then the Roaring Moon.
Do I see my prize cards first? Or
Again, they're just making sure to sequence everything correctly with a double knockout of who promotes first. Do you get to see the prize cards before you promote? And looks like the 2 cards that Ayana is going to grab from the prizes is going to be pretty good, and that Professor Sada's and a Trekking Shoes.
Yeah, certainly that help is going to be necessary. Nobody ready to attack next turn. Sure, you can accelerate at least 1 energy with the Galarian Moltres, but the issue here is there's still a Pidgeot.
Yeah.
Finding the resources for another Charizard seems pretty likely for Nathan on this following turn, so the pressure is going to be right back on.
And it looks like Nathan promotes first here. Running a little thin on energies. There's 4 already being used, 1 in play, 3 in the discard.
Yeah, I think, the calculation, if you were to promote the Mew, would be what are the odds of potentially finding a rare candy and not having to waste quick search for that? You see, obviously, you've already played 2 with the Candy Pidgeot, Candy Charizard early on, so it's not super likely. Let's just avoid any awkwardness of retreating and losing energies.
how many cards in your hand?
No. With the way the board is and the way Nathan's hand is, he does have the Charizard with Ultra Ball here and a boss's orders to bring up the Mew EX, take a knockout. That could stymie Ayana's draw power.
Yeah, you could go for the Moltres as well. Either way, you're taking 2 prize cards.
You're not even taking the knockout on the Moltres, though. Oh, no, you are. You're 2 prize gone, yeah.
Get that Pokemon out of here. The issue would be that in that situation, you want to make sure that at least you're able to bench 1 more Charmander. So you're going to go for the attack instead of going for any of that hand disruption, which seems fine at this point. Sees the 4 Sealstone is in hand as well, so Quick Search will be able to find 1 piece, and then you have the Force Seal Stone for the second. And Nathan should be able to continue to chain those Pokemon.
I was about to say, is there another rare candy left?
Would really hope so. We're going to need one more after this, too. Unless Radiant Charizard wants to get the job done, which also certainly can be done.
Quick search for the rare candy. Rare candy, Charizard EX. And we're going to have Infernal Rain yet again. Get the energy out of the deck, charge up your Pokemon. And now with the boss's orders here, Nathan's going to be able to take 2 prize cards, go down to 2 more, and that's just 1 more boss away. It'll be interesting to see if Nathan does play that Force Seal Stone for a Charmander.
Yeah, I would have liked to see that before the Charizard came down, because you could either go for the Radiant Charizard or the Charmander and already place that Fire Energy preemptively so that you're not focused on finding those energies down the road or whatever it would be.
Galarian Moltres V is going to be the Pokemon of choice for Nathan and this boss's orders.
Yeah, the 3 cards of the Mew can occasionally come into effect, but I think at this point you're trying to avoid any energies being the pivotal 3rd energy for a Roaring Moon. And with Energy Switch on your mind, just get this Pokemon off the board.
And there is that Force Seal Stone Star Alchemy fetching a Charmander, maybe a Nest Ball into a Charmander. Is there even Nest Ball on this list? No.
There's Level Ball.
Level Ball, yeah. With that, though, it does give Nathan an out to a potential Frenzy Gouging Roaring Moon attack, but it is not the Charmander that can respond with a KO, so it'll be interesting to see if things actually happen here. It's going to be a big trekking shoes for Ayana this turn. Needs to find a Roaring Moon. That's not a Roaring Moon. That's not it either.
It would have been a few turns ago. Yeah, that hand doesn't go very far. Radiant Greninja has an opportunity to see some more cards. Maybe you can try to play this hand down for... I don't even think it plays down for Mew.
Yeah, just too many cards in hand. But
well,
they're going to try.
I guess you can. You can Dark Patch to your Morpeko and start to play out some additional cards.
Yeah, but again, not where you want to be. Ayana thinning down a little bit more. Are we going to see the attached Dark Patch here? You still have concealed cards, though.
I mean, you can. Yeah, I don't know if we love this because now you don't have the energy for the Radiant.
Oh, okay.
Battle VIP. Oh no.
I think with that, we're gonna be moving on to a game 3 here, Kyle.
Yeah, probably.
I don't know. Do you think Nathan has the boss?
Well, if you could search for any card.
What card would it be?
We shall see. I mean, you might as well send up your free retreater.
Draw. Quick search. Who's the boss, Kyle?
You are.
And we are going on to a game 3 in our round 7. Ayana versus Nathan. I guess the good news is Ayana gets to go second this game 3.
Yeah, it certainly matters in this matchup. We've seen the difference in the way that these opening hands can play out. It looks really awkward to go first in this matchup, and understandably so. The pressure that you're able to put on as Ayana when you're attacking on that opening turn, knocking out a potential Charmander or whatever it may be, that's pretty difficult. And on the other side, I mean, Nathan lives and dies by that Arven.
Yeah, it is all about that supporter. Granted, there is some plays where you can just draw into the Battle VIP pass. Mysterious Sail finds it, but this was just a great start for Nathan. Double Rare Candy into Pidgeot and Charizard, and getting that 30 damage on that Roaring Moon. Ayana not really having the fast start that they want in a matchup like this, and was just forced to not really have much going after that Roaring Moon. Another knockout there, and it was just a simple boss's orders to clean it up for Nathan that game too.
Yeah, it's difficult to maneuver through that last turn, trying to find the optimal way to find the resources for potentially that Roaring Moon. Ended up only finding that one card, and of course it was Battle VIP Pass. Makes it very easy for Nathan to close out a situation like that. But that is good news for everyone at home. We are in Game 3 now with exactly half the time remaining. We'll definitely have an opportunity to see a winner here and see one of these two players move on to 6-1.
Again, still not a win in for these players. Gonna need to find another match point somehow with a tie or another win.
You better find 3.
Yeah,
I don't want to hear anything about no IDs.
Mulligan from Iana here. Now, looking at Nathan's hand, he did have an Artizone. Didn't see what he started with, but that's at least 2 Pokemon.
Sign me up.
That's good enough.
Don't say that. It's a good start. I mean, I'm very excited to see what Iana starts with.
Another Mulligan here.
It is such an explosive deck. Obviously, the way that you're drawing the cards, that when you draw them at the right time, it has to work out. So, a lot of moving parts on trying to make sure that you find all the right resources at that time. Sometimes it's up to you, sometimes it isn't. But when it works, it looks really good.
Yeah, it's one of those decks where it can win pretty much any game. It loses to itself mostly.
Yeah. Which is what I've heard about Tina for the longest time now.
Another Mulligan here. If those of you who are watching that aren't familiar with the Mulligan rules in the Pokemon TCG, if you don't have a basic Pokemon, shuffle in, draw a new 7. But your opponent gets to draw a card for every time you do that. Nathan starting 3 extra cards. You gotta hope to find a Battle VIP Pass in those.
I'm hoping that you have to explain Judge Ball to these people at home. As
I don't wanna.
That is a mythical creature that we have not seen in a while. I don't think this has the stream ever seen Judge Ball? I think maybe one time.
Maybe once.
Yeah.
All right, Pokemon catchers galore in the prize cards. Dark Patch and 2 Energy. Radiant Charizard and Charmander along with that Jirachi.
Woo! Yeah, we're off for a good one. Sound the alarm. Game 3 underway here.
Whoop whoop.
That's not the alarm.
Wee wee.
There it is. Thank you.
Our zone, the Stadium of 4. Nathan here, going to allow you to search for a Pokemon that doesn't have a rule box. Most likely is going to be that Mew if you're trying to dig further for those Battle VIP Pass. It'll be interesting to see how big, or with the hand being so big, how many cards you can actually play.
Yeah, obviously, for Steelstone or Battle VIP Pass is the real way to open it up. It's not there. It's not there.
Oh, this is so risky if you go for the Mew, too.
Oh, you know it, though. You can use the Ultra Ball first, technically thin out that one additional resource of a Pokemon, and then try to go for the Battle VIP Pass. I mean, he's done this a million times, but I don't know if he's dedicated to the percentages like I am.
All right, Mysterious Tail saving that Ultra Ball. Battle VIP Pass off the top 6. Oh, he finds it.
Sometimes lucky.
Sometimes lucky, all the time lucky. Come on. Battle VIP Pass is going to fetch Nathan a couple Pokemon now. Eyeing down maybe just 2 Charmander, like he was trying to do that game 1.
Yeah, ultimately, you have the Ultra Ball. You can search out the Pidgey. So you have the Pidgey and the 2 Charmander. You're going to draw back up with the Rotom. You know that you're likely to keep your hand. Disruption isn't always a factor in a matchup like this against the Roaring Moon that's focused on itself. So I think you just play down as many cards as you can. Get those resources down so that you do have the potential to have that explosive Pidgeot and Charizard, everything that you need. Because once you get that rolling, it seems very difficult to stop. It's typically just boss's orders or rare candy, and you can continue to take knockouts from there on out.
With using this Ultra Ball, though, that is the out to a Charizard EX the following turn for Nathan. He does have an Arven, but at least with the instant charge, you can fetch a little more cards at the end of this turn. So he's going to be grabbing that Pidgey and hoping for the best. He did discard a second Fire Energy and that Choice Belt. Choice Belt's not going to be a card that's very useful in this matchup at all.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of players move away from the Vitality Band over to the Choice Belt, trying to target specific matchups, but this is not one of them.
All right, instant charge. Draw 3 cards, but it ends your turn.
Is there anything more intimidating than a grown man saying okie dokie and then drawing 3 cards in front of you? Oh, actually, that was a pretty good one. I'm going to start saying okie dokie. Got Arvin for Sealstone Energy.
All right.
Okie dokie.
He already had all those in hand, by the way.
Let's go. Now he's got them all.
All right. So it looks like Ayana has Battle Pass of their own, or was this an Ultra Ball?
It's a Artisan.
Oh, Artisan. That's right.
Mystery.
Yeah, mystery.
Are you in a hungry hurry?
A little bit, sometimes. I had lunch earlier, so not as bad.
This certainly is one of those turns that could be explosive. Obviously, you played for this. You went second in this matchup, understanding that probably going to find a knockout in this situation.
Hand's very awkward, though.
Still have to maneuver this opening.
Squawkin' sees those 7 cards to the discard. Professor Sada's found, but no Roaring Moon just yet. Galarian Moltres V, still no Battle VIP pass.
You have
Earth
in.
Oh, no.
Saw too many cards.
7.
We don't love that.
Yeah. And they know what's going on here. You see that extra card, it gets shuffled back into the deck, but there's going to be a double prize penalty.
Yeah. It's always a bit of a debate, especially amongst players who've been playing for a long time, that it is a double prize penalty. If you've been playing in the era as long as a lot of these players have, it used to just be spirit of the game, put it back, and we'll be fine. But also, with the stakes that we play at this point, it's pretty understandable that this is going to be a prize penalty.
Yeah. We're just going to get confirmation as the judges get confirmation themselves. But Hana's been here before.
Yeah, honestly, I don't think the prize penalty is the biggest issue at this point. This is a very frustrating situation to be in. Not only are you in Game 3 where you have the potential to earn that 6-1, but that hand had the potential to be glorious. There was 4 Sealstone. If you have any Pokemon to attach that to and find your Roaring Moon, you're going to have a turn 1 attack and be in a perfect situation. Instead now, you're staring at this hand where what? You're going to Earthen Vessel, throw away and just find more energies, and hopefully the Trekking Shoes bails you out.
Yeah, basically.
You think about the odds, and maybe you were in a 60% chance to win this game. Instead, it goes down to like 10. It becomes very difficult to maneuver this situation.
Especially when you're a deck that damages yourself with Frenzied Gouging. It really is just a hard matchup in the first place, too.
Exactly. You're surrendering prize cards in this matchup. That's just how this goes. A Charmander is going to take 2 prize cards that could essentially win a game.
Yeah.
It does not feel great.
Now, like you were saying, there is a little bit of play. Earthen Vessel, thin out the deck. If Trekking Shoes hits a Battle VIP pass, then we can see something. Double Roaring Moon, Professor Sada's Vitality, get things going. It's going to be rough, though, and the rest of the hand isn't doing much, so those 3 cards off the Sadas are going to have to put in a lot of work. Nathan's waving to the family there.
Yep. I mean, you just do your job at that point, and you've done everything you need to do. Played a great match so far and has a pretty great setup for a player who didn't want to go first. But, hey, you basically got to Rotom on turn 0 with all of those mulligans, so that worked out pretty well. I believe was there a Radiant Greninja in the hand too?
No.
Okay. Well, maybe I'm just forgetting things.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we draw that and then get out of this situation and find other cool cards.
Yeah, maybe. All right, looks like the judges have everything ready to go. They're going to explain the penalty to the players. And then we'll explain it to y'all. Ayana said they hate it. So most likely that double prize penalty here. That means Nathan's just going to have to take 4 prizes to win this game. Then have to take all 6. You're going to see those highlighted red most likely on our graphic there. What was that sound again?
It was boop, followed by boop.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's better than your alert that you did earlier. That was ridiculous.
Earthen Vessel thinning the deck out here.
At this point, just try not to play flustered. The sequencing is important. Although you are playing to some slim odds, this is what you need to do. And Trekking Shoes could be the bailout button. There's resources that you could find. There's Pokestops, Battle VIP Pass, Radiant Greninja, Ultra Ball. There's a lot of cards. So even just seeing 1 or 2 cards is not the end of the world here.
My favorite card to find off trekking shoes is trekking
shoes.
Yeah.
Yes. And then we make the joke that they come in pairs, and we all giggle.
Yeah.
All right. I'm ready for it.
2 energies to the hand. Trekking shoes. Town store. That's not going to do it. Ooh, Roaring Moon.
Hey, we found it. Well, that was good.
A sign of vitality here. Was that bad?
Yeah.
All right.
It was, I mean, we're fine. Hey, Radiant Greninja.
What's not bad is those 3 cards. Finds Battle VIP Pass and Radiant Greninja.
I mean,
it's still going to be...
This is
a rough...
a climb.
Yeah.
For sure.
Going to find that Galarian Moltres V and that Roaring Moon EX. Full bench now. Supporter's already been played for the turn. Still has an energy attachment. And maybe you draw into switch card.
I'm looking for the
Energy
Pokestop
switch.
into shenanigans. There's
all right, concealed cards. Draw 2 cards. Pokestop.
There we go. Come on, shenanigans. Do the thing.
Say shenanigans one more time, Kyle.
I refuse.
Pokestop, Ultra Ball, Battle VIP Pass, and Squawkabilly. Squawkabilly doesn't go to hand. This is an awkward hand for Ayana here.
Yeah, we've talked about this. This is something that will happen with this deck is if you don't find the cards in the right order, the deck starts to look not so great. But when they do draw, and certainly we've seen it before, you can have 6 energies turn 1. You can have knockouts on anything on the board. You can be attacked with Morpeko, whatever it may be. Instead, now it's just going to be past the turn.
For a second, I thought we were going to see a Motivate.
Motivate.
But Charizard just eats Squawkabilly EX alive.
He can join his friend in the discard pile.
3 Arven in hand for Nathan. Draws a rare candy for the turn along with that 4 Sealstone already in hand. Mysterious Tail. Probably going to find another rare candy here. Ultra Ball even.
Wow. Yeah. Great resources there. At this point, it looks like you'll have not only the pitch up, but the Charizard to go along with it.
Ultra Ball is the choice here. And Nathan has everything. Ultra Ball's going to discard Arven and a Collapse Stadium. Don't want to get rid of that Squawkabilly sitting on the bench, just ready to take a knockout whenever you want. Now we can see the Pidgeot here. And paired with the Arven, you go and grab that Charizard. An embarrassment of riches for Nathan and this Charizard EX deck.
This is absolutely where you want to be. Now it's just about playing out these resources in the right order. If the Forest Sealstone, the Forest Sealstone's already in hand, maybe there's a world where you're trying to use the Arven instead, and then you can like throw away a forest, like a second Forest Sealstone, and hold on to some of those additional resources. But if you're not trying to use the Arven in this spot, if you can do this without the Arven, then you have opportunities to maybe boss's orders, take a knockout on a 2-prize Pokemon. But I don't know if the rest of the hand is conducive with that. It seems like a lot to ask for.
I think we're going to start off with the Arven here. Artie has the 4 Sealstone in hand.
Yeah, so that's why I didn't love this, because you could have used the Ultra Ball, thrown away one of the 4 Sealstones.
Well, there's only one in the list.
Okay, well then you can grab the Choice Belt or whatever, something that isn't very helpful, unless that's already gone too.
The Choice Belt was discarded turn 1.
All right, then I love this.
Yeah.
Arven only finds 1 card, so who cares? Just use it.
All right, rare candy. Oh, you can find the Technical Machine Devolution.
Okay, then I hate it.
Yeah.
Because we should have thrown away this. We don't need that card.
All right, going back in with Quick Search. We'll be able to find Charizard EX and get things rolling here. He's only going to be taking a knockout on a Morpeko.
Yeah.
It's probably the worst Pokemon to take a knockout.
You
only need 4.
Yeah, no, absolutely. For the map, this is not fun. But you can put the pressure on your opponent to then have to damage their own Moltres, walk right into a Charmander knockout, and maybe from there you don't have that much pressure to have additional resources to close out.
Yeah, part of me also thinks just maybe not attacking this turn, but then you run into the potential Pokemon catcher shenanigans from your opponent.
That would be a situation where maybe you wouldn't want to use the rare candies. You hold back, you wait a turn, but it seems like you'd be playing a little too slow at that point.
Now, Nathan did only grab 2 energies off that Infernal Rain here. Does Super Rod back 3 into the deck, has 1 in hand for the retreat on the Mew. Still no Force Heal Stone seen yet.
Yeah, what a tough spot. I mean, surely you see the prize cards, you understand the advantage that you have here, but this knockout does not feel great. You haven't set up anything else other than
the
Charizard. So yeah, taking this turn is going to be the play, and it means that you have the boss's orders most likely for next turn. You can target the Squawkabilly, take the 2 prize cards, and then from there, you know if this this Charizard's being knocked out, there's going to be a damaged Pokemon in the active spot to clean the game up.
Now, Ayana could have a pretty big turn here. Professor Sada's Vitality charging up both of those Roaring Moon, finds Pokemon Catcher. And if Ayana has Emergency Jelly, that could be a way to get out of range of that Charmander attack.
Yep.
But they don't have it in hand just yet. Can still, has already drawn with concealed, no, okay. Can still concealed cards here. Emergency Jelly off the top. Ooh, Trekking Shoes.
Along with a Dark Patch. So, resources galore.
And again, this is all relying on a flip from Pokemon Catcher.
It's heads.
Oh, Trekking Shoes into Trekking Shoes.
Oh, we love to see those in pairs.
And a Trekking Shoes into Dark Patch here. All right. They do have a knockout. Just depends on if they want to play this Pokemon Catcher.
And also, do you go with another strategy at this point? Last time you went after the Charizard and it didn't work out. There was a Pidgeot that continued to find all the other resources. Do you instead go for the Pidgeot and then hope that you slowed your opponent down from finding the second Charizard? Because if you only have to deal with one, maybe this is a winnable matchup.
Well, it's all for naught because Pokemon Catcher was Tails. They errated it mid-game.
Yeah, but that doesn't read anything like the one that we just saw.
Couple Dark Patch along with the Dire Flame Wings can go and net a couple more energies.
Oh, yeah, we haven't seen the Pokestop yet.
Can't find Jelly, though.
We wanted a catcher.
Couple cards found, Earthen Vessel and that Energy Switch.
Yep, just a battle of I don't want to knock out your single prize Pokemon.
Do we pivot and just take the knockout with Morpeko here? I think that could be the play.
It's not the worst.
They have not attached for the turn just yet. Have an Energy Switch in hand. Morpeko is in this deck for the free retreat, but it does have a sneaky good attack, 70 damage. You use it in matchups like Lost Zone, clean up those Comphase.
Yep.
And here, where you can take a knockout on a Mew.
Yeah. And then when your opponent goes to knock it out, you already moved those energies away.
Yeah.
In a hurry.
Hungrily. It is an awkward line to see, but here we do see the Energy Switch. Oh, yeah, we're going to the active Energizer Wheel. And this charges up that Roaring Moon EX on the bench, and Nathan's in the same spot again, but now has access to Counter Catcher or Boss's Orders to be able to take a knockout.
And you're dealing 30 more damage. Woohoo.
That means those Roaring Moon EX on the bench are still safe.
Yeah, it doesn't matter yet.
But you can go ahead and take a knockout on that Squawkabilly EX that's been sitting there.
Yeah, and from this point, it's on Nathan to attempt to maneuver a checkmate. If you can set up both Charizard, have the boss's orders to knock out the Squawkabilly, you're likely going to find a situation where you're in an unlosable spot with the double Charizard facing down what will be a damaged Roaring Moon.
Looks like Boss's Orders is found off the quick search here. And Ultra Ball, discarding a couple resources. It's debating that Collapse Stadium. Could also hold it after the Boss's Orders, but it's really just semantics at this point.
Right. I don't know if it ever is going to be beneficial to you, and at this point, you're just focused on setting up this checkmate, which seems pretty cut and dry at this point. You have the Forest Seal Stone. You can search out that rare candy. You have the energies ready to go because you search those, place those back into the deck with the Super Rod, which was the plan all along when he threw away all those energies at the beginning.
Rare Candy Charizard EX, Infernal Rain, charging up the Pokemon yet again. And like you were saying, this checkmate seems to be pretty good, and it's all thanks to that double prize loss.
Yeah, which is frustrating because that's obviously something that Ayano was never going to be able to play around. So you can't win games like this when you're staring down two Charizards that are that you can't knock out without damaging yourself.
Yeah.
This is a deck that has to always go down to the last few prize cards just by the way that it's built. And that's going to be the bad news of the Boss's Orders, knocking out the Squawkabilly. 2 prize cards remaining to be taken for Nathan in order to close out the match here.
Now Ayana taking a look, promotes that Morpeko. And we found the Pokemon catcher.
Well, you can go after the other one.
Yeah, it's really just the writing is on the wall here, and it's in permanent marker. Not even energy left in the discard.
Yeah, it's not like you have that Darkrai V-Star where you have an ability to place all these energies and eventually find a huge knockout, preserve all your resources, not damage this Pokemon. It always has to be basically knock yourself out.
Yeah.
And that works very well for Nathan.
And even so, just quick search for Boss's Orders yet again.
Yeah. You will find 2 prize cards fairly easy at this point, and Ayana certainly recognizes this.
We do see the jelly too. But they're going to start things with that Professor Sada's.
I mean, you might as well set up the best board you can, right? Let's show off what this deck could have done had I had those 2 additional prize cards to work with.
And honestly, this game would be kind of close towards the end.
I mean, a Pokemon catcher last turn, this game could have looked a little different as well. There was a huge opportunity there to capitalize on either knocking out a Charizard or removing the Pidgeot and maybe avoiding the second Charizard altogether. We see where the Jelly would have slowed down and avoided the Charmander knockout in this situation.
And there's not much else you can really do here. And they just Frenzied Gouging, pop the Jelly, heal 120 damage. Great technology for this matchup, just unfortunate circumstances here leading to this game 3. And Burning Darkness for the knockout, and there you have it. Nathan Brower moving to 6-1 here, winner of our round 7.
Yeah, 6-1. And has 18 match points now to work with 2 more matches to go here in day 1 of Charlotte. And this means a lot for him. Obviously, been playing on the East Coast for a long time, has this opportunity to once again show off his skills. And I mean, I remember playing him in so many different events. He's played so many different decks. He's just really able to just pick up and go with any deck that you hand him. And definitely is one of those great players to continue to watch out for.
Yeah, well, there was this really fast game 1 here. Iana taking the quick knockout on the Charmander thanks to Escape Rope. And Nathan just scooping it up, going to game 2, trying to preserve as much time as possible. Meanwhile, this game 2, very different start for Nathan. 3 mulligans from Iana and that instant charge. Even though you're going second now. That was game 3. I'm getting a little ahead of myself.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, going second seemed to be the strategy for both players, finding that opportunity to really advance your board state to a point where your opponent wasn't going to find the answer. Nathan was certainly able to do just that. There was nothing left on Iana's side of the board. Just moving these energies to a Mew and saying, well, we'll see what can happen. And you see the hand for game 3. The opportunities were there. 1 battle VIP pass, the hand is absolutely cracked, and you potentially just outright win from this point, taking prize cards left and right. And this led to that issue. We saw the 7th card drawn, double prize penalty. Morpeko tries to take some additional prize cards, but it's not enough at this point. There's boss's orders, double Charizard remaining, and when you only need 4 prize cards, you can see the writing on the wall.
Yeah, it is just a rough way to end things, but Iana's still not out. 5-2. Gonna have to do a little bit of work to make it into day 2, but Roaring Moon is one of those decks this tournament that a lot of people have just decided that maybe it's time, and we'll have to see. Nathan waving to the crowd, getting that win. Another match point can seal up that day 2 for the Georgia native.
Just a proper young man, you know?
Yeah.
Classy too, got the button up.
Apologizes for the the double prize loss.
We got the golly G or whatever it was. Yeah, I mean that was everything I needed.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, okie dokie. Thank you. Yeah.
And that's a Pokemon now.
That's what we're looking for. Don't say that. All right, I don't want to learn any more of these Pokemon.
You'll eventually have to, Kyler.
That's true. Hey,
more sets are coming out.
If it turns into a good card, I learn it. That's how this works.
Yeah. You know what's a good card? Charizard EX.
Yeah, it was certainly cooking right there, and we've come to expect that. Everyone in the field knows that Charizard is going to be a deck that you will likely face at least 2 to 3 times throughout your opening 9 rounds. You're going to have to be prepared for it. I would argue that Iana is certainly prepared for that situation.
Yeah.
You have 4 Pokemon Catcher, you have the ability to take knockouts as early as the first turn, and when your opponent eventually does evolve and find either the Pidgeot or the Charizard, you can target that down immediately without skipping a beat, get the energies accelerated, and move this Pokemon in the active spot. It could all be so simple, but it wasn't.
Yeah. That's the thing, though. It's Pokemon. Things happen. There's rules set in place for a reason. A lot of money on the line, a lot of prizes, just a lot of notoriety, trying to become the next Tord Reklev or Azul.
Ooh,
you know?
That sounds fun.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty hard to do.
Yeah. There's a lot of consistency that needs to be had there, as well as playing when you're on the main stage, all the lights that you have on you. It is difficult for some people. Not me.
You saw Nathan take off the headset. He's like, whoa,
yeah,
the white noise.
Obviously, he knows a little bit about that too. He used to help assisting with the grassroots streams a long time ago. I remember back in, 2017, I believe, him and his family were all running the grassroots stream and casting over all of that. I got to play back then, so it's fun to have that role reverse. And now I'm casting over his matches here on the big stage in Charlotte.
Good old 7 years ago.
Yeah. I used to win back then, you know. Not the whole tournament, but at least on stream.
Oh, is it Charizard's time yet again?
No.
No?
Nope.
All right.
It was not in my prediction.
Well, we're going to have to hear from Wancho and Nathan and see if you're wrong.
Prove me wrong.
Go ahead and take it down.
All right, thank you, casters. I'm here with our round 7 winner, Nathan Bauer. Nathan, are we feeling good?
I'm feeling great, actually. Yeah, I'm quite excited.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I believe we should be guaranteed into day 2.
I believe so.
Yeah, and Charizard EX against Roaring Moon. I feel like that this matchup, well, how do you feel about it, actually?
I feel overall pretty positive about the matchup. I think it's definitely tough. Like, I mean, it can obviously go wrong real easy. But you know, I mean, if you go second, you get your guys going. It's not the worst. You get the Charmander that can do 30 damage. It's pretty good. And,
Oh yeah, definitely. I caught that in the match where that 30 damage. Sometimes 30 damage doesn't feel like much, but you're definitely playing the long game there, making sure that when they knock you out, they knock themselves out as well. That's something you don't see every day on stream. But now that Roaring Moon's more of a deck, we're gonna see maybe a couple more times.
yeah.
So tell me, why Charizard into this tournament?
So I played Lugia all last season, and I think Charizard is the ex-Lugia player deck. I've been kind of locked in on Charizard for a bit, and it's been going pretty well. So I just thought I'd bring it here.
Any matchups you want to avoid as a Charizard player?
Rapid Strike for sure. There's definitely a few that's running around. A friend of mine, Zach Elliott, is at the same record as I am. So I want to dodge him. Yeah, Rapid Strike's pretty bad, but other than that, it's all. I mean, Tina can be bad too, but not bad.
No, for sure. And let me know, how did you prep for the tournament?
How did I prep? I play tested. I slept a lot. Last night I got a lot of sleep. Had a nice breakfast, oatmeal. It was pretty good.
Actually, those are very, very key tips, I think. We were talking, Nathan actually has been playing this game for a very, very long time. So this is like your 100th maybe tournament, give or take.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, for sure. And sometimes those simple tips, so they go a long way. These events can go for a really, really long time. Imagine, we're in round 7. We've been playing Pokemon for what, 7+ hours? Gotta get that, gotta get a rest, gotta eat your food and all that jazz. You don't want to misplay, that's for sure.
Nope.
And but yeah, again, we got to see the whole Charizard checkmate. Have the rest of your games throughout today, like, have you been able to set up properly and all that?
Yeah, I've been drawing pretty well. I've been hitting some. I mean, actually, I've hit quite the smorgasbord of matchups. I've hit like pretty much everything now, I think. I've just been setting up and kind of locked in, feeling good.
Great, that is amazing for sure. And I want to know something. Let's do a fun question.
Okay.
Tell me a fun fact about yourself.
Fun fact about myself.
Since you've been in this game for a very long time.
Oh gosh, putting me on the spot here. Fun fact about myself. Well, I used to help out with the Battle Factory stream back when it was grassroots streams. I used to do a lot of the artwork and behind the scenes stuff for that, and a little bit of casting here and there. Yeah, it was pretty fun.
I was talking to a couple of casters in the back, and they tell me you have a lot of history, so I just had to ask.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, that is great. Anyone you want to shout out real quick before I let you go?
Oh, definitely all the Georgia gang that drove up with me. You guys, we got. I mean, my family back at home for supporting me and playing Pokemon all these years. I love you all.
Awesome. Well, with that, I think we're going to go ahead and take a quick break. Thank you so much for the interview, Nathan.
Thank you.
And congratulations again for winning the round.
Thanks.
All right, with that, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, Break here.
I'm Break too.
Great interview from Nathan Brower there. Moving on to 6-1. Still not locked up for day 2.
Hey, did I call that fun fact or what?
You did, yeah. Always great to see Charizard EX win on stream, doing what it does.
Yeah, and he's played so many different decks throughout the course of time. I remember a ridiculous Groudon matchup we had. He was playing the Primal Groudon, and I was like playing the Slurp Seismitoad thing.
Oh yeah.
I'm slowly chipping away. It took me like 12 turns to knock him out. It was awful, but we're having just an absolute blast. You'll never see him without that big smile on his face. He's always having a good time playing Pokemon, and he continues to find success. So seeing him win on this stage, it's absolutely great to see, and maybe he will be one of those 8-1s and get a bunch of points.
Maybe. Well, speaking of a good time playing Pokemon, let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule we have for the rest of the season here and see where y'all can have a good time playing Pokemon in the future. This weekend, Charlotte, 2 weeks, Knoxville, and from there, some of our favorite cities.
Yeah, we get to take a little bit of a break there. We'll see, obviously, near the later stages of March, we'll get to visit Vancouver, absolutely beautiful city. And then not too long later, we have the European International Championships in London, which is always a good time. Obviously, you have to think about the numbers that we could have at a venue like that. we could see a very big tournament.
Yeah, and big tournaments in Orlando, Indianapolis, and Los Angeles as
Yeah.
well. And then closing things out in New Orleans for NAIC, the first time ever. And it's going to be probably one of my favorite events.
You're calling it already?
Already, yeah. I mean, New Orleans just as a city is amazing. Great culture, great food, great Pokemon.
The Cajun region,
Yeah.
as Chip has once said.
And then closing things out at the World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii. First time in Honolulu, I believe. They were in Kona.
Yeah,
the past
we've
few
bounced
ones.
around. I'm not sure, but I think this is our 4th time overall visiting the islands, and it would be a first for me. Every
Same.
time that I've been a player trying to play for the spot there, I've had the opportunity for the invite, but not the prize of the travel allowance.
Same.
And I was left in a difficult spot where I just had to keep playing. And guess what? It didn't work out.
You're just a kid.
Yep.
Doesn't
Back then
really-
I didn't have money.
Nope.
That was a difficult thing to work around.
I mean,
But,
you don't have money now either. You can't afford a $150 watch. Like, what's
that's
going
true.
on?
Yep, we might have to revisit the contract.
I do believe we have some of the bracket decks to come up, maybe some community interest, but we can. Oh yeah, we do. All right. So
all right, we did not finish this yet. We still have 5 decks live, and we are interested in seeing what you at home think will be the deck that wins the entire tournament. Obviously, we've seen Charizard moved on past the Inteleon VMAX. Mew VMAX with the impressive showing that it had with Xander Perot and Michael Premwat in that one matchup. Obviously was able to take down the Roaring Moon there, which we still have a difficult time on stream just now. Miraidon against Gardevoir. If it was that matchup alone, maybe it would have been this result here. But
yeah.
Miraidon has a lot of fans.
It does, yeah.
Not me.
No?
Nope.
All right, well, what are you a fan of, Kyle?
I like this Giratina V-Star deck. I've heard a lot about it.
Yeah, I've heard a lot about it too, from you.
Yeah, well, this is the matchup that we will be talking about here. The Lost Zone Giratina up against Lost Zone Box. We've seen Lost Zone Box take this interesting form. It doesn't really know where it's at right now in the current meta. It tries to involve Kyogre sometimes. It tries to involve the Roaring Moon to have the potential for the one-hit knockout that it so often desires. But you could just play the Worm, and the Worm knocks out anything.
It does, yeah.
So let's go ahead and potentially see which of these 2 decks will be moving on to the top 4 here.
Yeah, both of these decks have won regional championships this season, although Lost Zone Box doing the first 2.
Boom!
So, all right, Lost Zone Giratina, moving on. This is a pretty good spread of 4 decks here, Kyle.
Yeah, I'm not too sad about these results. Guess we should move on to the next poll in the semifinals at the top of our bracket. See that Charizard EX up against Mew VMAX. We've seen Mew VMAX so many tournaments. It was never really the winner for the entirety of its opening year or so. It had a lot of difficulties trying to establish an identity, and then eventually it found the double turbo engine, which we called the London package. Eventually that started to spread out, and we saw those Fusion Strike Pokemon really start to find a good mixture. I mean, the deck has taken so many forms. Do you think it has enough in it to go to the finals here?
I believe so, especially because looking at the pairings and stuff right now, 2 players, 7-0 with Mew VMAX.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Well,
Yeah.
on the other side, it is Charizard EX. We've seen this so often in the hands of some great players. Azul with that finish in San Antonio as the victor. And looky there,
Wow.
Charizard moving into the finals.
No faith.
I mean,
No faith at all.
It's a large percentage of the field right now. If you were gonna just pick the favorite, you'd think it has to be Charizard. But there's 2 more gunning for that final spot there. Miraidon EX with the addition of the hands helping out, getting those additional prize cards. Or it's going to be the tried and true Giratina V-Star, which we saw in the finals just 2 weeks ago. John Eng coming out victorious there in one of the greatest sets that we've seen in a long time.
Yeah, honestly, the finals for Portland, amazing. Finals for San Antonio, amazing. Charlotte has a lot to live up to.
Yeah, and we've got an opportunity here for sure. A lot of great players already starting to etch out that 7-0, 6-0-1, whatever it may be, and that's really how you start to establish yourself for those final rounds, where you can get a situation where you have 36 match points and you're looking at potentially being crowned the victor.
Yeah,
the matchup itself would be kind of difficult.
Yeah.
Miraidon certainly has some early play, which can be frustrating, but Giratina's just one of those decks that continues to stick around.
Oh,
let's see which one of them makes it to the finals. Oh, yes, sir. This is what I'm looking for.
Listen, there's a common denominator between both of those finals. Giratina V-Star.
Yeah.
If you want good play in your finals, you want Giratina V-Star.
That's right. We love the Worm.
We love the Worm.
It is one of the most interesting deck lists, one of the most it's an issue that we see so often. A lot of players really polarized of if you love this deck or hate it. I don't think we've seen this much discrepancy since like Greninja.
Yeah.
where you have to be on one side of the field. And sure enough, this will be our final matchup. We have the poll ready for you guys. We want to see those community predictions.
Listen, if y'all love Kyle and I, you know the answer.
Don't use your abilities. If they want it to win, then let it happen. But honestly, both of these decks are deserving. We've seen Charizard, iconic Pokemon, throughout all of Pokemon history, ever since base set. And it's always great when we have an opportunity to play with this card at the biggest stages. It's been a while since Charizard has just been the card. Obviously, we've seen Radiant Charizard and other combinations slip into the mix. But Giratina V-Star, I feel like the transition that it had after losing the Scoop Up Nets, moving into the Jet Energy engine, this deck just seems like the most fun that you could have with 60 cards.
Yeah, anytime you get to play 4 Jet Energy, you're always going to have fun. Yeah. My favorite play is Jet Energy, use 3 Flower Selectings in a turn.
What do you say when you use the Jet Energy?
Whee! I was just going to say I'm going to play Jet Energy.
Oh, come on, man. You don't whee all the way up?
All right, let's take a look at the winner here. I think y'all know what it is.
Do we?
Lost Zone, Giratina V-Star. We love y'all at home. We love y'all watching on Twitch. We love the Worm.
Chip in shambles right now, and rightfully so.
Hating life right now backstage.
We love Giratina V-Star, and I would obviously love to see more of that. Maybe we'll be able to see that in some of the future rounds here. We've got some great players still working on getting some additional points with this deck. Haven't seen where Isaiah Bradner was just yet, but I believe he got to 6-0 already.
Yeah, I believe took a tie.
Okay.
So guaranteed into day 2 with 6-0-1. Hoping to close out these last 2 rounds with a couple wins. Get that match point buffer into day 2.
Yeah, well, we'll take a minute and see which of those players are doing well in the tournament. As we do our research, don't go anywhere. Soon we will have some round 8 action coming up, so we'll see you soon.
So usually I really like to use online resources. There are a lot of phenomenal ones for Pokemon Go. And in addition to that, I talk to a lot of my friends, play a lot of practice games with them, and get feedback from them, see how we can improve a team and work towards a team that is difficult to beat.
So the way that I build the best team is just hit hard, hit fast. So you either win fast or you lose fast, but either way, it's quick.
To build the best deck, for me, I play in a lot of locals, including cups and challenges. I also do a lot of play testing with my friends. Shout out to 88 Card House. I also, of course, watch regionals and look at the meta and make changes to my deck to whatever is great. And lastly, I watch YouTube. A lot of YouTube. Just try to learn a lot from there.
When I build teams for an event, I just go with what I like mostly. I mean, I consider the meta, but for example, for this tournament, I really just wanted to bring Charge-a-Bug. It actually does pretty well right now. But it's also just, it's an unstoppable bus.
A lot of times I'll start with what my boyfriend or one of my friends is using, and then I'll play with it, see what I like, see what I don't like, and maybe make some changes based on my own style, since everyone plays a little differently.
I like to listen to podcasts. There's 3 different podcasts I follow: Uncommon Energy, Metapod, Lake of Rage. Do a little bit of reading here and there, seeing what other people are looking at. And then asking my friends what they have of opinions on my deck. Pretty much just staying with what I feel most comfortable with. I like to be able to play what I like and make sure I'm comfortable the whole time competing.
I started liking Pokemon a really long time ago, but competitive cards I started in about 2013. My starter Pokemon would be Totodile, the water type, which is I like, and also he's a crocodile, which there's a lot of in Australia. I would say it's just variance, which means like when you're practicing and something goes not how you thought it would, you can kind of chalk it up as that shouldn't happen. And then if it happens maybe 5 times, maybe it wasn't just variance. I look up to Azul GG. He has been at the top of his game for a really long time, and he makes a whole lot of really good YouTube videos that help people learn. My gym type would be Psychic. I like mental kind of games, and I like Psychic Pokemon. My favorite Pokemon, Milotic. Milotic for sure. It's very similar to my favorite actual fish, which is an oarfish. It's really long and thin, and it just looks really nice. My favorite card of all time is Mewtwo and Mew Tag Team. I played it in a deck at the World Championships in 2019, which I won, and so I'm kind of biased for it. Gives you a lot of options. You used to be able to copy other Pokemon's attacks. Dessert, my favorite dessert is creme brulee. My favorite part about Pokemon events is the competition. It's like you're nervous all the way up to the point that the first round starts, and then it just goes away. You're just concentrated, you're in the zone, and you get to play Pokemon. My main event snack is protein bars. Am I Team Rocket? Yes.
Bumper goes down. That means Elite is your Sacramento Regional Grand Champion.
Undefeated on day number 2 for Elite, not dropping a single set. What impeccable plays from Elite.
I first got involved in middle school. It was Pokemon Gold and Silver. My friend showed it to me, and then I started playing it, and I got hooked to the main series. And ever since then, I've been on and off with Pokemon until about the start of COVID, like 2020. That's when I started getting more into Pokemon Go. And I've just been playing PvP and getting better. I remember I was in a daycare and I was watching the anime, and it was the first season of Indigo Plateau, and I just remember sitting on the couch in the daycare just watching it, and I was enjoying it a lot. So I started playing with my friends, just out and about, just walking around. And it was ever since Go Battle League started. I wanted to be really good at Pokemon, and I wanted to compete in the World Championship. At the time, Pokemon Go wasn't a part of the competitive circuit, but I started playing it, and I enjoyed the game, and I felt like I could get good at it. So I put in more time in practice, and then eventually the game joined the circuit. Then I started taking things even more seriously, and I'm qualified for the World Championship.
And he's going to be the 3rd trainer from North America to have that guaranteed invitation to World Championships.
I want to do well in Worlds. I don't want to put a placing on it, but I want to do really good in Worlds this year, and I'm going to prepare for it. It's just mainly game mechanics for me, just learning and mastering those, counting my opponent's fast moves and knowing exactly when they're going to get to the charge moves, and just keeping that all in my head the whole game.
We're going to see Elite take it.
It was when I played Caleb Hank in the finals, the grand finals, when I went 6-0. It was that whole day, really. Just starting from the losers bracket, going all the way back up into the grand finals, and then ending up winning it all. That's definitely the biggest moment for me. It's not really looking up, because I like to think of myself as a good player, and I think everyone else has a chance to win. But yeah, I would say Wadaj and my friend Pocket as well. I think those two are really good players, and I'd like to stay on par with them. Originally, I had a drive to win, and I still have that drive, right? But it started to become more a drive to just be with friends and hang out with everyone that I've made really good friendships with, and just to play the battles and just enjoy my time here.
Welcome back, Pokemon fans, to Charlotte, North Carolina, home of the Pokemon Regional Championships here this weekend. Over 2,100 Masters in the TCG, and we have had a great tournament so far. Kyle Sablehouse with Jeremy Jallin here, Sayballin'. Whoop! And we had just watched round 7. Looking forward to round 8 coming up shortly. We're gonna have some pretty great players here, some interesting decks, and we'll see how things shape up.
Yeah, a little new school versus the old school, it looks like, and once more those interesting decks starting to appear on stage. It's been certainly interesting for us as we follow along with our caster predictions, trying to figure out which of these decks will not only be making it to day 2, but eventually to the top 8 and potentially winning the whole tournament. I mean, I was picking Roaring Moon from the beginning. It seems like one of those decks that has an opportunity to knock out the Charizards, find ways against the Giratina, and once you have that, 30% of the meta share locked up, it seems like you're probably in a pretty good spot. We've seen the issues with the way that the deck can draw, but that's one that I'm going to continue to keep my eye on.
Yeah, meanwhile, I am just crossing my fingers, hoping the Golden Go makes it through with Palkia V-Star, you know.
There is hope.
There. Yeah, there's a few of them locked up.
There's a 601 Golden Go up against Isaiah Bradner this round, playing the Giratina as well, as one of those players that will continue to follow, as it was crowned the community champion. We'll see if that prediction comes true.
If Giratina wins again, can we see you do the worm in the lounge?
I will not promise that, but sure.
There's a chance.
Yes, there's a chance.
All right.
There's always a chance.
I really want to see that now. Everyone just needs to use hashtag #PlayPokemon. Let us know if you want to see Kyle do that.
I don't know if my body can do that, but I've done stupider, for sure.
Well, let's go ahead and go down to the stage. Take a look at our players for round 8 here in Charlotte, North Carolina. Ross Cawthon with Roaring Moon EX versus Michael Meal with Gardevoir EX. Now, again, Roaring Moon in a hard matchup on paper.
Yeah, this is one that does not line up like you would hope. Obviously, Dark Weakness. That sounds great. You would have knocked this Pokemon out anyways. It doesn't matter. You have to deal with a lot of single prize Pokemon. That is not good for Roaring Moon. And so often, you're trying to close out the game in 3 attacks, maybe even 2 attacks if you're playing against Mew VMAX. Instead, Ross has his work cut out for him. And, I mean, he's certainly smart enough to get the job done, but does he have the tools?
Yep, Dr. Cawthon, astronomer and cosmologist. And it's another fun tidbit, you know, he's qualified for Worlds 19 times.
Yeah.
I think there's been 19 Worlds.
I don't think Michael's been alive for 19 years.
Ooh,
so,
all right.
So definitely a discrepancy there, but going to be counterbalanced by the matchup that we have, as Michael, playing for his first year since the senior division, is going to be piloting the Gardevoir deck, and looking forward to potentially having an opportunity now to move into day 2, maybe continue to add to that placement in round 9. But you gotta focus on what's ahead of you, and it's a very talented player.
One of the most talented, second at Worlds twice, and still eyeing down that big World Championship win. When you're in 19 of them, you got a lot of opportunities.
Yeah, and he certainly has had those opportunities. We've seen the multiple second place finishes that Ross has had, just continuing to find his way into that top 4. We've seen his decks printed time and time again. Staples like the Truth and the Powtar. So many great decks that have just really shaped how we look at Pokemon history. He's responsible for. Do we look back at Roaring Moon and say, thanks, Ross? We'll see.
We'll have to see indeed. Nice little dice tower there. And it does look like Michael is going to go first here. Again, Ross is playing that Roaring Moon EX. Second is usually the choice if you win that flip. And we're going to be eyeing down Morpeko a lot as a big attacker this early game.
It's the only non-V or EX Pokemon that you attack with in the matchup. It's the only one that's in the deck other than the Radiant Greninja when there's no waters featured here.
Yeah, definitely a very bare bones list for Ross. Does have one emergency jelly and a couple of hand disruption in Judge and Iono, which we don't usually see too often. But other than that, is going to rely on that Professor Sada's Vitality and Professor's Research to really get things going.
Yeah, this is pretty familiar place for Ross, as we've seen this before. He's playing the Turbo Dark at some events prior and last year, and even in those would include some of that hand disruption. That wasn't always something that you'd think about in a deck that was just built to be aggressive, but he likes to have those opportunities to fight his way back. You see the emergency jelly and cards like that that can potentially do the job.
Looks like Cresselia is going to be the start for Michael here. But let's go ahead and take a look at the prize cards for both of our players.
Uh-oh.
Psychic Energies, Mew,
That's
Reversal
not a trend
Energy.
you want to see. Oh.
Curlia, Boss. These are really bad prizes for Michael here. Meanwhile, for Ross, not too bad.
Yeah, you
4
don't.
Sealstone.
All of these are ones that you don't really complain about.
It does
Not
have
too
2
bad.
copies.
But I mean, losing the Mew, one of your Refinement Curlia obviously can be a big issue, and then seeing those 2 Psychic Energies, occasionally that can be the difference. Finding those Psychic Energies, getting those in the discard pile early, that's the way to knock out some of these higher hit point Pokemon, as Ross likely isn't going to be damaging himself to take knockouts here.
At least you'd hope not.
That would be a choice that you don't want to make.
All right, there is the fist bump. This game is getting started. Round 8. Both our players are 5-0 and 2.
Dude,
oh,
that's not real.
No.
That's not real. The opening hand was draw pass, and there was nothing to work with there. I don't even know if there's anything for the next turn.
I don't even know if there's going to be a next turn. Ross has a pretty stellar hand here.
Shoes into the Dark Energy. One of the best discards you can
Drawing
find.
into the moon.
Into the
has the
moon!
Battle VIP pass. Professor Sada's Vitality.
You want to just call it?
It's rough. Is there an energy in hand as well?
I believe so.
So you can go ahead and Battle VIP pass for Radiant Greninja, see a couple more cards.
Yep, guaranteed 2 Dark Energies will be in the discard pile. If you have the Sada and the attachment, I think you're there.
Oh, yeah,
Is there-
attachment.
Yeah, with the Radiant Greninja, you're...
Well, no, you can only attach to one of each, so you need an energy switch.
You're right.
Ross does have a very good chance to finish things off. Does more Pekko get there? Is Cresselia weak to dark, right? Yeah.
You're gonna make me pull this up again.
No. yeah. Cresselia's weak to dark.
Yes.
There we go. So more Pekko could even get there, needing just an energy switch. And finding that Squawkabilly EX with its Squawk and Seize could be a great way to do just that.
Yep, still obviously plenty ways to draw. Not only the supporter to draw, but the Squawkabilly can do that. If you can play the hand down even lower, you have the ability on your Mew to draw some additional cards, up to 3.
Ancient Booster Energy Capsule on that Roaring Moon. But we're going to see the Professor's Research here. Ross going the old-fashioned way with Dark Patch, maybe.
Not found yet, but there is a Pokestop to go along with this.
Found a bunch of energy switch.
You have to consider if you're able to play your hand down any further before this, but ultimately just looking to find the patch.
Palpad, Battle VIP pass.
You get to keep them all.
Draw 3, not bad.
And not only does this find some additional Pokemon, but the thinning is so important here. You can...
Oh, well, this just gets it. Glaring Moltres V.
Yes.
Go ahead and Dire Flame Wings. Get that Dark Energy from the discard. Energy switch to Morpeko. Retreat with that Mew EX. And just like that, Ross wins game 1 in a very hard matchup with just after a pass from Michael.
All right. I see you. The fates definitely not aligning over there for Michael, and wow, I mean, you get the matchup you're looking for. You're in a great spot. You get to play on stream. It's your first year in Masters. You have this big opportunity, and then you see that hand. That can rattle a player.
Yeah. Michael Meal was trying to cook, but the stove wasn't on.
I mean, he had no food, no nothing.
Yeah.
There's just pebbles in a pan. it was looking rough.
All right. What do you think Michael's trying to find this game too, Kyle?
Well, they have this new thing in the game called Basic Pokemon. And,
that's new?
At least one of those would be great to go on that bench that we have over here.
It would help out a little bit, yeah.
I think there's something about just shaking off the fact that you're occasionally going to get hands like that with Gardevoir. It's known to potentially give up one of the 3 games like this, but you do need to be familiar with the amount of time that you have to work with. Yes, this only took, what, 3-4 minutes, but Gardevoir takes its time winning games, so I would like to see the pace of play from Michael be quick. Obviously, it hasn't been up to him. He's played 4 seconds of Pokemon so far, but something to look out for here in Game 2.
Yeah, I would have loved to see the actual hand that Michael had. That he just passed with.
I can't remember all the cards, but I saw like Counter Catcher and Sadness, and I was like, oh yeah, we're doomed.
Now, with this game, it does look like Ross is going first here. Trying to prevent that turn 1 knockout. Ooh, this hand is almost, again, just Sadness from Michael here. That's a level ball in hand, but it's just Gardevoir and energy.
It's the Counter Catcher Sadness again. No.
Meanwhile, Ross starts that Battle VIP Pass, such a powerful item in this format. Pretty much anytime you get to play it, you're going to have a good time.
Yeah, and a lot of players are looking forward to that card going away. it's been a card that's obviously made so many decks consistent, but when you don't have this resource, you can feel it. It is not good to draw this card turn 2 through 18, and if you don't have it on turn 1, your hand usually stinks.
What deck has 18 turns, Kyle? Snorlax?
Yes. Ask Cal Connor. He's probably played plenty of turns here.
Ross going to take a look through the deck to make sure you know every card that is in the prize cards. And now eyes down that Roaring Moon EX and potentially something else fun to go along with it. Squawkabilly or Radiant Greninja could be the choice. Or just Galarian Moltres V.
Yeah, there's something to say for playing a slower approach, going first in this matchup. Obviously, you don't need the aggression, and you're going to have the ability to accelerate these energies and at least attack with the Morpeko, take a knockout, and then continue to draw later on. So avoiding benching those low hit point 2-prize Pokemon might be beneficial down the road when you know that that's the whole comeback mechanism of Gardevoir.
Energy on the Morpeko for the turn. And I think we're just going to see a pass. Not the best hand from Ross, but does have a judge for his second turn of the game. Meanwhile, Michael draws into Ultra Ball, has that Ralts. So could be setting up a potential Mirage Step angle on the following turn.
Yeah, I think if you didn't have all of this Pokemon search, there'd be some debate to whether you have to search out the Mew and go for a different angle. But when you see the Ultra Ball, this likely means that you could go for another Ralts and then just pass the turnover, let your opponent have that one knockout, and then go for the Mirage Step. Obviously, yes, you're going to lose out on 2 prize cards, but it means that you're going to have the perfect setup to go with. And obviously, you just need to make sure those Curlios are all there.
And they are, Kyle.
Woo! Step 1 complete.
Step 2 is keeping this hand, which might not happen with that judge in Ross's hand.
Yeah, that's not a card you're expecting at all. I wouldn't play around that. I'm not expecting Iono or Judge from Ross at all here. Turn 2 is always going to be either that research or the Sadas, so why not?
There's always the option of grabbing a Pokemon and then teleportation burst to it, kind of save your Ralts from getting knocked out from Morpeko.
Little chip damage?
Little chip Richie damage?
I don't hate it. There's nothing else to do on this turn, really.
Michael does opt for a third Ralts here and still has potential for a good Mirage Step turn.
Yeah, certainly a slower approach from both players. There's not much that you need to do as Ross. You're just going to attach energy, take knockouts, and Your job is to not put too many resources down that Michael can take advantage of here. And I guess we're going to miss out on 10 damage.
No! Ooh, Professor's Research off the top for Ross here. Could be a decision. Would have to get rid of a few resources here. And yep, opts for the judge. Might as well get rid of that ham that Michael was preparing for the big Mirage Step. Had Ultra Ball to be able to find it.
Yeah, this has to be a surprise for Michael to see this judge here in a deck that's built for speed. And I mean, this once more, you've seen 2 hands now that weren't the greatest starts, and you have to think I'm going to see 5 cards if they don't include anything that searches out this Kirlia or the Kirlia itself. Maybe this is the end of me sitting in this chair.
Or if you draw multiple Kirlia.
Oh yeah, that's the worst. Why would you say that? Why would you say that? Well, I guess he's going that strategy. Double refinement in the hand.
I'm sorry, Kyle.
I mean, if you're going to draw 1, at least draw 2, I guess.
Yeah.
You can just go for the super rod approach.
And here we see that Energizer Wheel yet again taking the knockout. This time it's on a Ralts. And Michael draws Iono for the turn.
Now you start to wonder. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. There was even debates if you want to evolve one of them to try to help you draw, because you could see that being potential. But knowing that there's 2 Refinement Kirlias on the bottom of the deck makes you feel pretty good about not drawing into one here.
Level Ball or Ultra Ball will do it.
He draws into one here. No. What is happening?
And we're going to see Radiant Greninja concealed cards.
Do you want to see the Fog Crystal first? I think I do.
No, you don't want to shuffle those Kirlia.
But I don't know. This is tough.
One last chance here with Refinement to find that Mirage Step Kirlia here.
Oh no.
How about an Artisan Battle VIP Pass?
More ways to find basic Pokemon in that Artisan.
Well, you got to go the old-fashioned route. Fog Crystal here is going to find another Ralts. Is even available to him.
Opportunity to retreat into the Mew. Maybe then find a card like Level Ball. You can evolve this Kirlia, the Ralts into Kirlia, and then continue to draw. And just go the old-fashioned route. Evolve all these Pokemon instead of using the Mirage Step. But I mean, this is nightmare fuel. you don't want to be drawing like this here.
And definitely missed the step here.
Ouch.
All right, retreat into the Mew. Mysterious Tail is going to take a look at the top 6 cards here. Can Michael find that Level Ball or Ultra Ball now? Oh, we got an Ultra Ball.
Okay.
This will help thin the hand out of that Battle VIP Pass. And potentially a boss's orders, maybe Collapse Stadium. I mean, am I just missing something? Is 2 Ralts prized?
I think there's 1, but 1 got knocked out.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. One of the prizes, 1 got knocked out.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to avoid getting frazzled in a spot like this. You can't find any of the right cards in the right order. You continue to draw into the Kirlias, and even when you have an opportunity to get the 3 Ralts / Kirlia into play here, it's not available because of your prize cards.
Well, here is the Ultra Ball for Kirlia. Michael's going to have another refinement available to him. And it's still not looking bad. It would be bad if there's a boss's orders from Ross's side of things on the following turn, but doesn't even use the refinement here. Values those cards in hand too much.
Yeah, I mean, it's boss's orders in
Avery.
That's really got to be sounding the alarms over in Ross's head. Of wait, you have 2 cards in hand. And you're okay.
What do those alarms sound like?
Wee woo.
All right. Trekking Shoes does its best and finds a Dark Energy off the top of the deck after discarding 1 that will enable Dark Patch or Dire Flame Wings. Ross has access to that for Seal Stone as well.
You see the the fanning of the discard pile, you know that the energies are soon to follow.
Well, Ross is going to do a little shopping maybe. That town store stadium being played. Allow you to search your deck for any tool card, put it in your hand. You can see that ancient booster energy capsule.
Yep, once more, just a spot where you continue to apply pressure where you can, but the Pokemon you're attacking with, it feels weird. You don't want to promote this 3 energy Pokemon, taking this knockout and potentially walking into a trap with reversal energies. It seems like a way that you could definitely lose a step here.
But here we see Boss's Orders found off that 4 Sealstone. This is going to enable Ross to bring up that Kirlia with an energy and take a knockout.
Yeah, it seems pretty great. Already down what will be now 2 Ralts. Really needs to find a Super Rod in order to get some additional resources back into the deck. When you have 1 Gardevoir to work with, it's like you have no Gardevoir to work with. Because yes, you can get the EX, and then you can attack with what? Screamtail? That sounds fun. But after that, that Pokemon gets knocked out and you lose. And if you go for the other Gardevoir, Shining Arcana, you have 0 energy acceleration. And you're not going to get the job done.
Well, here is that Boss's Orders. Calamity Storm taking the knockout. No discard of the stadium. And level ball off the top.
Level ball.
Do you know what that finds? A Jirachi right now.
Yeah, there's
a Manaphy.
Mirage Step.
Discards it with the refinement. Super Rod found off the top.
I was about to make that point.
Oh.
You have to play to those unique outs in this spot, and now you don't get to draw into this when you find the Super Rod, the miracle Super Rod here.
Yeah, is there also benefit to using Mysterious Tail before Super Rod? Just because you're shuffling back in 3 Pokemon?
Yeah, definitely. At this point now, the item cards that you will find, it's a slimmer chance regardless, but finding the one that you're looking for specifically is even more difficult. I don't see where Avery or Boss is a bigger resource than those cards right now.
Well, 3 cards off the Avery. Iono, Psychic Energy. This enables concealed cards to dig a little bit further. That'll be up pass and Kirlia. Now Mysterious Tail finishing things off. Top 6. Wow. Counter Catcher, that's not going to do it.
I mean, you played all the outs here. Potential to slow down your opponent in any way, avoid any knockout. Counter Catcher can maybe provide that answer.
One important thing to mention to y'all at home, Ross, we already said he's 19 Worlds invites, looking for that 20th at 357 championship points.
Okay.
A little bit more work to do, but if anyone can do it, it's definitely Ross.
I'm still halfway through the season. I feel like we're still waiting for that breakout once more where he reminds us who he is, as he always does. I feel like we have a couple tournaments a year like that where Ross does just that, but this is all Ross right now. There's nothing going right for Michael. If the other Boss's Orders is found in this situation and you remove that Kirlia from play.
Thankfully for Michael, I don't think that's possible with the hand that Ross has. Already used that Forest Sealstone the previous turn to find that Boss's Orders and is looking to just thin the deck out of the second one here. Has the energy in hand to retreat. And you can go ahead and grab it back with that Dire Flame Wings. You even have a couple Dark Patches to go along with it. It is looking very rough, though.
Yeah, no complaints on Ross's side. You don't need much from this point. You even see the Escape Rope in hand, too, so potential option there to save some of the energies. Obviously, you can get that energy back, so maybe this is an opportunity where you choose to retreat instead. Oh, well, we know where the Boss's Orders is now, and that has to give Michael a glimmer of hope.
Ross only playing 2 copies of Boss's Orders in this list. Does have access to a PAL pad, I believe. Yeah. I think this hand, you even have escape rope. It just depends on if you think taking the knockout on that Screamtail is a little bit better than taking the knockout on the Mew.
Seems like the option here. And Michael immediately identifies which Pokemon he is comfortable losing. Any Pokemon that draws cards needs to stick around here.
I guess you can Energizer wheel yet again with Energy Switch. Take the knockout on Screamtail. It's weak to dark, so more Pekko coming in clutch yet again.
Oh, yeah. Give him a treat.
Give him a tree. Because it's force. Yeah,
yeah, we got there. Nice one, Jeremy. All right.
Speaking of not getting there.
This needs to be a good Iono. We've seen the Super Rod already. It's shuffled in some pieces. Now you need to find all of them off the top.
6 cards, 3 Gardevoir.
Wow.
In the 6. Battle VIP Pass go along with it. Ultra Ball and a Psychic Energy. Countercatcher found yet again. That's not really going to do anything here. Refinement, discard Battle VIP Pass. Gardevoir, Ralts.
Okay. Ralts was found. Can continue to look with the mysterious tail. There's even Pokestop.
Rare Candy's not useful right now, but potentially in the future, if there's a future.
Looking for a future, absolutely.
Well, you got all your evolutions.
Yep. Where do you go from here? Your options, you can evolve into Shining Arcana, draw more cards. You can evolve into the most dangerous target, which is the Gardevoir EX. Sure, there are 2 bosses in the discard pile. You're unsure of the counts, though. It may be 3. We've seen catchers in decks like these before. But what do you even attack with? You can accelerate these energies, but you certainly don't want to attack with Gardevoir EX.
There
You'll
is
be knocked out immediately.
There is a Zacian V in the list.
You'll be knocked out immediately.
Well, yeah, but with a combination of Countercatcher, that Gardevoir EX, bring up that Roaring Moon, take the knockout. That's 300 or 290 HP on that Roaring Moon, though, with that Ancient booster.
Yeah, this seems like that pivotal turn where this pass hurts the most. 3 prize cards for Ross. If you're able to take a knockout here and have 2 fully loaded Pokemon, it seems like you're going to find an answer to close out. And oh, is there strats? Is there Mew copy Greninja stuff we could do? Or
well, with the boss's orders.
Can we pal pad that? That would be the coolest way to close out here.
Energy Switch moves an energy to that new Roaring Moon EX. We're going to see a restart from this Mew EX here. Draw 3 cards.
Give him a pal pad.
I think he drew. Oh, no. Okay. Dark Patch, Professor Sada's Vitality, Ultra Ball are the cards for Ross. Still has access to the Pokestop. All right. Well, that's just not helpful.
I mean, you're throwing away Dark Energy. Yeah. Sign me up.
This allows Professor Sada's Vitality to be a full use here.
Absolutely no complaints. If you have 2 Roaring Moon ready to go, even the Galarian Moltres, which will soon be charged up too, how do you close out in a situation like this? You need 6 prize cards. Sure, you're trying to incorporate the Shiny Arcana Gardevoir into the mix, but you think that there would have to be some insane stall with Countercatcher, Screamtail, something.
And everything on Ross's board can just retreat easily.
Yeah. Yep. He is prepared for all of these. When you've been playing as long as he has, he knows all of the win conditions, and he's not going to leave any of those windows open.
Again, just playing the cards to thin out as best as possible, because when your opponent's playing 4 Iono and hasn't really played one other than that opening turn, kind of expect it to come.
Well, looks like we're not going to see any more energies. Not seeing those 9 in the list.
Yeah, it's interesting seeing Ross playing just the dark energies, going straight consistent Roaring Moon. We have seen lists try to utilize Moonlight Shuriken from Radiant Greninja with its water energies, utilize Ampu very much with Iron Hands EX, sometimes even both.
I mean, it starts to take on many different forms, and ultimately all of those forms leave it slightly less consistent, even though you do have more reach. And Ross tends to enjoy the consistency. That's how you get to potentially 20 World Championships.
Dark Patch is going to charge up that Roaring Moon EX with the third energy, and now Ross has a pretty commanding board here. He's able to Calamity Storm, take a knockout yet again, going down to 2 prize cards. And Michael is up against the world here.
Yep, obviously Rare Candy Gardevoir, Shiny Arcana Gardevoir as well. The attack, the knockout should be lined up. I don't know how many Psychic Energies we've thrown away in this mix, but it feels like it's gotten closer.
Yeah, you also have to worry about that Ancient Booster Energy Capsule as well, increasing the HP for that Roaring Moon. Something that this Shining Arcana Gardevoir struggles to get to without Reversal Energy.
Option to pull an additional Pokemon if you like with the Ultra Ball before the Iono. Doesn't seem to be that important here though, so throw those cards to the bottom. At this point, probably going to be looking for the one of those 2 copies of Reversal Energy.
Well, here's 6 cards for this Iono and a couple of Battle VIP Pass found. Does grab that Reversal Energy though.
Ooh, finds the Psychic Energy too.
That's pretty good.
An additional energy to accelerate, or you could also keep that in the hand and throw that away with the Radiant Greninja if you value the card draw more.
I think there's only 5 in the discard, so with this discard from the concealed cards, you get to that 6th number, which is perfect for this Gardevoir, along with that Reversal Energy. We'll be able to take the knockout on Roaring Moon. And here we go, Psychic Embrace. There's 8.
Building your way up at this point.
Able to do 300 damage at the cost of 100 damage on yourself. So normally be a pretty good position, except you're down 2 to 6 prize cards right now.
Yep. And, I mean, you see Michael playing to all the outs, even use the Lost Vacuum, remove the Pokestop. Potentially, that would be a way to slow down Ross, avoid these energies being accelerated or whatever it may be. But the issue that we have is inevitability. That Galarian Moltres will continue to fuel these energies. In the hand, we see Ultra Ball. So you could play all these cards down, the hand down to 0, and use your restart ability.
Going to take a quick look at Emergency Jelly. Not really going to be doing too much on that Mew, but again, we've seen it be a pretty good inclusion in this metagame.
It's only familiar with Emergency Peanut Butter.
Yeah.
You never know when you're going to need to make a sandwich. If Miraidon and Koraidon have taught us anything, it's that.
I love you, Kyle. All right, we have quick shuffle after what I believe was an Ultra Ball.
Yep, burn the hand at this point. You can refresh that hand up to 3 now. And ultimately, it's mainly just an energy at this point. Makes you feel pretty strong about your spot.
Do you even need an energy?
Well, the energy for the Galarian Moltres means that you have 2 fully charged attackers that go unchecked at this point.
Well, you just Dire Flame Wings, but Ross finds the Dark Patch anyway. Here's Professor's research to go along with it, and yeah, you could see the writing on the wall in Michael's face here.
Yep, still some thinning that could be done. You can play that Pokestop. This is going to act as an additional way to find some resources after a likely Iono that you would expect in a situation like this. Sees the 2 bosses orders. Maybe the POW pad. Yep, the POW pad in hand. So not only worried about maybe knocking out the active Pokemon, but maybe if you need to take one of those cheaper prizes down the road, that boss's orders would be an easy way to close out. This is just increasing those percentages ever more.
Now, I like attacking with the Galarian Moltres V this turn.
Yes.
Save that Frenzied Gouging just for an auto KO next turn.
Yep, seems like the strongest play here. And in those situations, it would have to be an additional counter catcher, boss's orders, whatever it may be, in order to take the knockout. Ross disagrees, takes the knockout there.
I mean, I don't think there's any Pokemon in Michael's list that can survive a 190 from this Galarian Moltres V.
Correct, yeah. The acceleration of these energies to knock out the Roaring Moon is going to be too much damage for any Pokemon here. Zacian would be the highest hit points. Michael now has to consider the strategy of just trying to work the Scream Tail counter catcher thing in, realizes there's no Pokemon that you could trap, and that is going to be the game there.
And just like that, Ross Cawthon moving on to 6-0-2, locking up his day 2 spot in the largest regionals ever, trying to lock up that World's invite as well.
Yeah, worked out great there. The matchup seemed scarier than it was.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's how it always works. Those were really unfortunate draws from Michael. Obviously, just aged up, trying to start to work on that Masters resume and doing very well already with that 5-0-2 start here. But this was the hand in game 1. Yes, that's right. It was Cresselia. Go. And Ross definitely knows what to do there.
You would hope so, and with this second Battle VIP pass, finds the Galarian Moltres V, Dire Flame Wings, Energy Switch to the Morpeko, and we're cleaning things up with that Energizer Wheel on that Dark Weak Cresselia. Moving on to a quick game 2. Michael had an option for Mirage Step, but just unfortunately was not able to find it off that Judge, and then Iono. And here is where things started to fall apart. Boss's orders taking down that Curlia after a Waltz KO. And just not very many resources left for Michael here. You see here, Morpeko cleaning up yet again. Able to take KO, charge up that Moltres V on the bench. And here, just too many Pokemon powered up with so many energies. Michael was finally able to attack for the first time in the entire match. Just, it was not enough. Way too late.
Yep, there was just nothing that you could do in a situation like this. Basically, checkmate locked in play here for Ross. Takes the second to last prize card from there. You already know the deal. Yeah, that's a Morpeko. It can retreat. It can do whatever it needs to. That's going to be the game. And now you get to focus on round 9. You have an opportunity, of course, still at 5-1-2 as Michael. So to win and make that opening day 2 that you're looking for in the Masters division. Haven't followed the rest of the year, but maybe that's something that he's used to. We'll have to check in and see how that goes for him. And obviously for Ross, this is a spot you're pretty familiar with.
Yeah, and doing it with Roaring Moon, a deck that we've kind of like put on the wayside, you know, kind of saying, yeah, it's good-ish, but is it good enough?
Who's we?
Listen, okay.
Check the predictions.
Listen. For a while, I was putting Roaring Moon on the predictions, and it just was not doing it for me, all right? And I finally switched off, and now all y'all decide it's good?
Yep.
It's a little biased.
You got to stick with the times, Jeremy. You're falling off. It's those deep reads. But yeah, no, it's a deck that just, it's starting to make more sense. Like, with the rise of Giratina, that's a matchup that is pretty difficult. And you don't get to say that too often for Tina. Almost everything feels like at least 50-50. Now, obviously, the Gardevoir matchup, it's not one that I love. I don't know if we saw the best with that exhibition match, because it doesn't really show how the actual match goes. Avery's and Deoxys V-Stars, that's not really what to expect. Gardevoir into that is a little different.
Yeah, it's definitely something you have to be worried about. Even that Charizard EX matchup. But Ross
I love that matchup. Don't be talking about that matchup. I know everyone still talks about Azul and Azul playing against that. That's Azul playing Charizard. Everyone else, Giratina's going to win that one. Don't worry.
All right. Yeah, it's really, this format is all about the matchups you have. There's so many different decks and so many different players that really can make or break your run in this tournament. And especially with over 2,100 players in this division, there's a lot of variance.
Yeah, and that's something that everyone's expecting. That's when you take a look at the 60 that you're going to sign up for with the tournament. You need to make sure that every card is helping you not only towards specific matchups, if that's what you're focused on, but the consistency. Don't beat yourself. And we've seen that so often happening on stream, unfortunately. Just not drawing into the right cards. Maybe it's a mix of not having enough of these resources. We've seen cuts on fog crystals, level balls, whatever it may be, and it leads to situations like this where you can say, yes, I got unlucky, but also you made choices that led to this just unfortunate circumstance.
All right, well, let's go ahead and hear from Day 2 competitor Ross Cawthon. Let's go ahead and take it down to the lounge.
Hello there, everyone. This is Adam Watson in the lounge, and I'm joined by a winner we just saw on stream, Dr. Cawthon. How are you doing, sir?
Great. I'm thrilled to be in Day 2 for the second straight tournament. I'm feeling great right now.
I know that Roaring Moon versus Gardevoir, typically a more difficult matchup. You had a pretty easy time. Did you have a lot of dread going into it, or did you at least have a game plan?
I definitely had a game plan, but definitely some dread. It's the hardest matchup of the biggest decks. I've done quite well against it, both in Portland and here. Gotten a little lucky, got a little lucky there, but I played to my outs. And, you know, you say it's easy, but, you know, I needed him to brick just as long as he did. Like, if he kind of sets up one turn earlier that game 2, he could definitely have won that. So it was closer than it may have appeared.
That is really terrifying that your opponent can have such a slow start, but still have the potential to come back and take the game from you.
Yeah, it's happened many times. 6-3 comebacks from Guardy.
Yeah, it's a deck that comes from behind, and even though Gardevoir is really popular, were you just hoping that you weren't going to hit it while you're out in the field, or is it just Roaring Moon's a comfort deck and you want to just go with your best pick?
A little of both. I mean, Roaring Moon's been the main deck I've been playing the last few weeks, and I know the Guardy matchup, you know, isn't great, but you know, it's Guardy's not the biggest deck right now, so I felt like I can take that risk. Maybe I'll face a Guardy. We'll see what happens. But sometimes I'll pull it out, just like on that match. So it's worked out well.
Yeah, and hopefully, you know, the Gardevoirs might not convert as well as the other Roaring Moons for Day 2. Were there any other matchups that you were hoping to hit, or do you like Roaring Moon because it's just kind of solid against the board versus everything else?
Yeah, I feel pretty good against pretty much everything, I would say, except Guardy, although I've beaten it twice today. So I'm feeling a little more comfortable with Guardy, but I know that is the hardest matchup. But everything else, I feel like I've got a 50-50 or better chance.
Now, one more thing I wanted to ask you, too. You've been playing Roaring Moon recently over the last few weeks, as you said, at the last few regionals. Were you one of the early Roaring Moon enjoyers when it was first revealed? You were so hyped for the card, or did the deck slowly win you over?
Yeah, so I was really hyped for the card once I saw it. Kind of reminded me of my NAIC deck from last summer with the Darkrai V-Star, a very aggressive deck. And once I saw Roaring Moon, I was like, oh, this is even more aggressive. I can KO anything and do it turn 1. So I was really on board Roaring Moon. I got scared off, to be honest, by the Latin American International Championship, where Guardy was the most played deck, so I didn't play Roaring Moon at San Antonio. But when Guardy kind of died down a bit, I brought back my Roaring Moon list. As viewers can see, it's kind of different from a lot of the other lists. It's not a four-SADA list. It's research and so on, and that's why I was testing even before Paradox Rift came out.
Okay.
Again, shelved it for a bit because Guardy was so popular, but that core of that list I had from way back in November.
And do you have testing partners that kind of help you evaluate these deck lists and matchups, or you do a lot of your own research regarding what you want to put in the list?
A little of both. I have a few friends I still share ideas with, and we share our testing results. But I do a lot of it on my own, kind of just playing on live or playing on my computer, and it's easier to find a game. I'm pretty busy with my job, so
absolutely.
That's often the easiest thing to do, and it actually can really. Sometimes I even play both sides of games, and that can really help you understand the matchups from both sides. There's some benefits of doing testing yourself too.
Okay, yeah, because I know you're, of course, pretty neck deep in some heavy research, and so being more efficient with that testing time is certainly important.
Yeah, I definitely don't have the time to be like playing a lot of decks, so I tend to try to find a deck I like that I think can be good enough and then play that a lot. So I've just been playing a lot of Roaring Moon since I kind of switched back to that about a month ago, and really haven't been tinkering with anything else. Just trying to get the best Roaring Moon list and get as good as I can at those matchups and really focus on that.
Yeah, and a lot of the other high-level players that we talk to do advocate for that style of just finding a deck that you like, a deck you're comfortable with, as long as it's a pseudo, at least agreed-upon top deck.
Yes.
You can see a lot of success with it there.
It's got to be good enough. But once you're there, there's a lot of good decks, as we see, and knowing how to play your deck the best can be a real edge.
And as you've been kind of playing at these regionals, trying to find success with your favorite deck, has the numbers, the swelling of the player count really started to affect your testing or the way you feel about these tournaments, or has it just been down to business focusing on your own game?
I wouldn't say the testing, because it's the meta game is the meta game, whether it's 1,000 players or 2,100 players. But it is a little intimidating. 2,100 players. I mean, the regionals were half the size of this like a few years ago. So, and that's why it's especially important to make day 2. I'm so excited to make day 2. I mean, a few years ago, if you went 6-3, 5-2-2, you might get like 40 points or something, and those build up trying to get the Worlds invite. But that's where the bigger numbers have really hurt. Like if you don't make day 2, you're not making top 256. You're getting like 20 points at most. So
yeah, very true.
You really gotta make day 2 to make points with the tournament so big these days.
Yeah, and I am happy to hear that your philosophy on the game is really adapted to account for these larger numbers, and you're sticking in it, getting the day 2, because of course you're trying to qualify for your 20th. Is it consecutive Worlds invite now?
It's consecutive. It would be my 20th consecutive. It's been all 20 Worlds, so it has to be consecutive. There's only been 19 so far. So
yeah, definitely. I can't have you in the lounge without bringing up that fact. I mean, having a player with such a long history with the game, I think, is very important. And as somebody who's been part of Pokemon for such a long time, do you have maybe any tips for someone who might just be starting out, especially with the rotation coming up?
Yeah, I mean, tips for starting out, or even anyone kind of new to the competitive scene. You're gonna lose a lot of games. 1 out of 2,000 people is gonna walk home with a champion, and that's just reality. No matter if you're a big name player or you're starting out. So you need to, if you want to sort of build your strength in the Pokemon TCG and stick in the game and one day become a top player who can make day 2s or win events, you gotta be resilient. You gotta, ride with the bumps, because you're gonna have some bad losses just about every tournament, and you gotta learn from them. Sometimes you lose because you made a mistake. Sometimes you lose because just the cards didn't fall your way. And if you want to be good, you gotta keep your head high and keep coming back.
Yeah, that's very well said. I know that, keeping consistent and positive is so big for any competitive endeavor. And especially yourself, as you've kind of grown along with the game, right? Rising up and keeping your competitive, preparation and your competitive edge there amongst all of your studies. I know there's probably a lot of students right now probably watching the program, and they've got some big research, right, to kind of take advantage of while still trying to play competitively. So
yeah, I know that there's a lot of it's kind of fun now, as I'm a physics professor now. I enjoy talking with kind of younger players, and a lot of people are in college, a lot of people from STEM fields or other interesting things. So it's it's definitely cool to sort of see how people are kind of juggling some interesting studies or interesting job, and also coming to enough tournaments to try to be competitive and make Worlds or win an event. And
and your passion for physics and just things that are completely beyond my ken, do you think that was growing alongside your love of Pokemon, or was it Pokemon that really kind of drove you towards this sort of analytical approach that maybe helped in your studies?
It's a good question. I think you know, I like sort of figuring out puzzles and kind of understanding things, and you know, I think that's something a lot of players can relate to. That's you know, people in physics and astronomy, we're often trying to kind of figure out how these pieces of evidence work together and crunching numbers and trying to think of a new way of doing things. You know, a lot of problem solving, critical thinking, and the Pokemon TCG is all those things as well. So I do think, I don't know if one led to the other necessarily, but I think sort of that key enjoyment of trying to solve puzzles, especially ones that haven't been figured out by other people, whether that's a big question in astronomy or some new deck, new way to play a certain Pokemon deck. I think there's definitely parallels there.
I love it. I absolutely love it. And I'm, again, so happy that you continue to see success. And before I let you go, Ross, is there any final thoughts you have for the folks or anybody specific you wanted to shout out while I've got you here?
Shout out Team X-Files. A lot of them have retired now, but a lot of them have been my best friends for 20 plus years. And yeah, I think that's all. Shout out to anyone rooting for me or watching at home. Hope you enjoyed the match.
I know they did. I know we have a lot of Roaring Moon enjoyers here in the audience, and that is, again, Ross Cawthon, the winner we just saw make day 2 here at the Charlotte Regional Championships. We're going to kick things back over the caster desk and continue to prep for the final round of the day. So don't go anywhere.
Thank you, Skarzig. Always great to hear from Ross Cawthon. One of the best minds in the Pokemon TCG, and you have to be when you've made 19 consecutive Worlds.
Yeah, he was solving puzzles that we didn't even know existed when he came up with some of the most incredible deck lists that we've seen over the last 2 decades. And I mean, I don't know if this is the masterpiece. Obviously, this is a deck that he enjoys, but it is really fun to watch him continue to have these consistent results, and it's definitely a good deck.
Yeah, and I believe only played in 2 tournaments and has day 2'd both of them so far.
Yep.
So,
and I mean,
or I guess probably more. You know, 357.
He's been playing, but he was playing like Giratina
and
stuff. So, I mean, Roaring Moon, Giratina, 2 incredible cards. Maybe some cards you should include in a prediction. We're thinking the same.
All right. Well, that does it for our round 8. We're still waiting on our round 9. We got a little bit of time. Let's go ahead and play some of our favorite game.
Oh?
Who's that, Pokedex?
Okay.
All right.
I'm
not prepared.
I can almost guarantee I will be terrible.
It gathers static electricity from its surroundings. The beams it launches when down on all 4s are tremendously powerful.
Lightning Dog. Bolt and Raikou.
Yeah.
Those are the only things that my mind can go to.
Let's.
I think I want to go Raikou. I don't know. Does it do cool stuff like that?
But it's the way it sounded. It's like it's not on all 4s a majority of the time.
Okay. Ooh. Well, that doesn't help me.
All right, we're going Raikou.
Come on. What?
we're TCG.
Yeah.
Kyle does not know this Pokemon yet. It's Arcturalodon.
Oh,
something
okay.
like that. Yep.
Okay. Yeah.
Arcturadon.
So now
it's a staple remover. That's basically what it is.
like a supercharged refrigerator. Good for it.
Yep. Arcaludon.
Oh, thank you. Wow. Yeah. I can't wait to forget that.
It sprinkles some of its powdery body onto food and drains the life force from those who so much as lick it.
What? So it's a Pokemon that you would want to eat? Is it Alcremie or one of the ice cream ones?
But it drains the life force, so maybe like part ghost?
Alcremie is like, I don't know. Dude, what? Why are we licking it?
And powdery body, like, all right, Alcremie, is that where we're going with?
I mean, why are we going with my guess every time? You got anything better over there?
No.
I feel like my guess isn't going to be great. That's what I got.
All right, Alcremie. Let's go.
Dude, stop. I don't.
This is targeted hate by the production line for us. Poltergeist.
Oh, great.
Because like matcha, polter. Yep.
Have they made a good card of it yet?
Nope.
I can already tell you the answer's no.
All right, I think we got the VGC ones. Let's go ahead and switch to the TCG, please. We need some more like Jianpao. Or
It's rosy red cheeks.
This Pokemon is a ruffian with a short temper. It can pulverize anything by swinging around the chain on its neck. Andrew Mahone?
Ooh, yeah, his chain is crazy.
Oh, wow. Short temper, chain around its neck.
What? Is it a dog?
Oh, we got a hint. We got to think Brower.
Think Brower? What does that mean? All I've got is he played Charizard. I mean, I don't know if he knows that Brower also raises some dogs on the side. Like he like grooms dogs for like shows and stuff. If he knew all that, that'd be very impressive. I'm still thinking dog. But there's there's
a chain around its neck. I can't even think of a Pokemon with chain around its neck.
Mastiff or whatever. That's all I've got.
All right.
Stop picking my answers though, because my answers always lose.
Well, yeah. Mastiff. Yeah, let's go with Mastiff. It sounds good. It's Okie Doggy.
Oh, it's the Okie Dokie Dog. Oh, that was a great clue.
That was a great clue.
Oh,
yeah.
Man, we really fumbled that. That's tough.
These are all new Pokemon.
I'm learning them though.
We are.
Yeah.
Do you remember the second one?
Something.
When it flies to this land from across the sea, the bitter winter comes to an end. According to legend, this Pokemon's love gives rise to the budding of fresh life across Hisui. All right, I think I know this one. Not really, but Enamorous? That's my guess.
I don't know what that is. You know?
I was right. I was right. Yeah,
All right.
that's Enamorous.
Good job.
The love gave it away. This Pokemon's love.
Okay.
You know?
I'm enamored.
Which no one loves that Pokemon.
Ooh. Because it's not a good card yet.
Nope, not yet.
That's the rules. If it's not a good card, it's not here.
Any more to torture us with? It's rumored that this Pokemon was born deep underground in the planet's mantle and that it emerged onto the surface 10,000 years ago.
Landorus.
Heatran.
Groudon.
I'm going Heatran.
I mean, is that good in VGC right now? I think Landorus is good in VGC right
now. Is that where you're
We've
going?
got
Landorus?
a hint that it's one of the Reggies. Now I want to go Regirock, which if I'm wrong there, I'm very sad.
All right, you're going Regirock, I'm going Heatran.
If it's Landorus and you guys took me off of this answer, I'll be so mad. All right, Regirock.
Spin the wheel.
Registeel! No! Why is he doing the crust? No!
I guess there's metal under the mantle.
I guess.
I was thinking liquid hot magma.
I mean, you were there.
Yeah.
I don't know if it. Yeah. Man, tough.
Yeah.
These are tough.
All right, we got one more for y'all. Let's see what it is. Some say an additional program made this Pokemon evolve, but even academics can't agree on whether this Pokemon is really an evolution. This has to be some sort of Porygon line, right? A program made it evolve.
Uh-huh.
But
so is it Z?
It's either Porygon or Porygon 2.
Or Z.
No, because Porygon Z can't evolve. Made this Pokemon evolve.
Oh, so it'd be Porygon. Or would it? Or would it?
Okay, you're going Porygon, I'm going Porygon 2.
Whether it's really an evolution. So the question is if it's an evolution, it has to be Porygon 2 then. The last part of the sentence is if it's really an evolution. Not if it really evolves. So I want to go
Pokemon evolved.
I want to go Porygon 2 now. And then the question would be if Porygon Z was the evolution of 2, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, Porygon 2.
Oh, we did everything we could right there.
How does Porygon Z evolve? I want to know that.
This wording doesn't make sense. We grammared it. Oh, man. That was the closest we were going to get.
I know.
Yep. Until they give us It's Rosy Cheeks. That's all I've got.
Well, I got some rosy cheeks right now from laughing at how bad we did.
Yeah. Embarrassment definitely flowing through. We tried.
Yeah, we tried, and maybe we'll be back. Who knows? They might let us go.
Yeah. That was difficult. I learned some new Pokemon. I've already forgotten said Pokemon.
All of them?
There was a stapler. Enamorous.
Staple remover.
Oh, it's not. I can't even get that right.
All right, let's go ahead and look at some social media posts from all of y'all out there in the Twitter sphere. Let's see if there's anything fun. Hello, Charlotte. Having the best time today. Happy day one. Always great to see some Pokemon players having fun.
Yep. I mean, there's so many of them out there. We want to see all of your smiling faces as you get to progress through whichever game you are playing this weekend, or if you're following along at home, seeing some of your favorite familiar faces.
Yeah. Now, if they're smiling still after all
Yeah, it's easy to smile before round one. And so
good luck to everyone competing in Charlotte this weekend. I hope that you don't run as cold as it is outside. It is very cold outside.
Yep.
I was walking to the venue, and I was definitely Chen Pao. I was shivery chilling up.
Hashtag Florida boy definitely gives a feel for this. Yeah, you're not used to the weather over here. It is cold. I mean, I flew from Indianapolis. It was snowing there for sure. Obviously, a lot of players had some difficulty.
What's snow?
It's that white powdery stuff that makes you stay inside forever.
Oh, I don't know that. I'm from Arizona.
You've got sand and cactus.
Husband and wife regional round 2, just with a few more friends. The line to get in is electric. Let's do this. That's definitely a Miraidon line if I've seen one.
All right. Yeah. I mean, I'm always obviously a big fan of seeing all the Pokemon couples that we see throughout all of the tournaments, and especially when they do well in their events too. I just think that's so fun. My wife played for so many years, and she was very competitive throughout the TCG, and always had that to bond over.
Yeah, a couple that plays together stays together.
Cool. She can never leave me. I like that. That sounds like a win.
Well, thank y'all for using that hashtag #PlayPokemon and sharing with us your day. Be sure to use it throughout the rest of the weekend. See if we can feature some of your tweets and social media posts on the stream as well. It has been very fun so far. We've seen Roaring Moon 2 rounds in a row.
Yep.
One unfortunate loss against the Charizard, but this time a very quick win against Gardevoir.
I was about to say, the transition that this deck had from the first round to the next, that was 2 completely different tales. And it certainly shows that there's a lot of versatility there. Obviously, when the deck works well, it can beat just about anything, and it certainly did just there.
All right, well, I think we're going to do a little cross-promotion. Let's go ahead and take it down to Sierra Dawn over at the prize wall and check in with how things are going.
All right, it's not just the competition that goes on at a regional, though that is what we focus on a lot of the time. There is so much more to be doing, and I'm at the prize wall here for Charlotte, checking out some of the really cool things that you could be getting. So you can get tickets through these side events. We have them available for all different games, the TCG, VGC, and Pokemon Go. Different ways and a lot of fun times to be earning points for these prizes. And this wall is stacked. We have merch coming from Yokohama Worlds, and so many of them. We have the plushies. We have everything you could ever want. Earrings, if there's something a little bit more style, we got those for you as well. If you're not interested in going through that grueling 9 rounds of Swiss to try and make it to day 2, the side events is definitely such a great way to try and make some friends, have some fun at these events. I got to compete at the Portland Regional Championships, and I got to play the MSS and the PC, and I got enough tickets to take this giant Piplup home. Terrible to try and take through the plane, by the way. I don't recommend that part. But regardless, such a great time. This spans on forever as well. We have plushies of all different kinds for any one of your favorites. Even if you want to get the super cute Plusle, absolutely adorable. So definitely so many different ways you can be spending your time at the event. You could be competing even on day 1, try and make your way to day 2. And if you just miss that mark, well, the side events go all day on day 2 as well. So definitely a lot of opportunities to come on by, play some fun different formats, and try and see what you could win. There's even, out of all things, I think this is amazing. We got the Pikachu with the little felt hat. Absolutely incredible. There is a prize wall and the side events too happening at every regional. So if you weren't able to come make it out to Charlotte, well, you definitely have an opportunity at further events. But of course, for us, we do like to talk about the competition. So we're gonna be sending to a break so we can get started with our next round.
Norwegian Pokemon trainer Tord Reklev has amassed over $120,000 from tournaments, earning a reputation as potentially the best. But his journey started humbly in Oslo. Playing Pokemon on Game Boy and learning the trading card game from his mother, Tord's skill began to blossom, winning 3 Norwegian national championships and a top 32 finish at the 2012 World Championship. Global recognition was limited until the 2017 season with the introduction of the International Championships. EUIC 2017 was the first chance for him to show the whole Pokemon world how great of a TCG player he was, finishing top 4. While he didn't win the tournament, Tord's performance earned him recognition around the globe. Riding this wave, Tord triumphed at the inaugural North American International Championships, the largest Pokemon TCG event at that time, clinching the title and drawing global attention. He continued his streak with another win at the European International Championships in 2018, setting the meta for one of the strongest decks for months. Then, at the Oceania International Championships, he became a 3-time international champion, sparking debates about his status as the greatest player of all time. At the 2019 World Championships, Tord reached the top cut, but lost to former world champion Shintaro Ito, fueling his drive to do better. In the 2023 Latin America International Championships, Tord piloted the newly released Lugia V-Star. After a back-and-forth 3-game set, Tord finally did what no one had ever done before. He won all 4 international championships. Yet the World Championship title has eluded him. In 2023, Tord's Gardevoir EX deck took him all the way to the finals, but Vance Kelly's Mew VMAX deck outplayed him in the closing game, denying him the title, despite his remarkable consistency and a record that outshines any active player. The debate of who is the greatest TCG player ever to play continues alongside Tord's quest for a world champion title.
Welcome back to Charlotte, North Carolina, everyone. The Pokémon Regional Championships are still underway, and we're trying to figure out which of our competitors are going to have a good enough record to make it into day 2 of competition. My name is Adam Skarzig Watson, and I'm on the desk, joined by Chip Ritchie. We're slowly but surely making our way to the next Swiss round, and it's been a long day of competition.
It absolutely has been. One more round remaining today. Our Swiss round 9 players, of course, fighting for those 19 match points necessary to make it into day 2 of the competition. And the tournament is just getting underway because we have 6 more Swiss rounds to come tomorrow.
Yeah, even if you make it to day 2, you know the competition is going to be that much more difficult. And all the players that we've seen win on stream in their interviews have still been pretty calm and pretty confident in their ability to continue to see success. And, you know, that's definitely part of the magic, Chip, is not losing confidence on yourself. Even if you get lucky in a game, or maybe you're able to fight back off after a really rocky start or a lot of tie games, just recognizing that, you know, almost anyone can win a regional if you have put in the time and the work and you're on a good deck. You just got to hope that it's your day.
Yeah, you got to keep your composure for sure. Plenty of rounds remaining. It's easy for players to lose a round, maybe to some bad luck, and then tilt off and just watch the tournament run totally spiral from there. But there are so many rounds every single tournament day. You know, you've got an opportunity to just refresh yourself, reset, focus in, and, you know, get into these last couple of games. Of course, players coming into this round at least a 5-2-1 record or better have a shot at day 2. Tons of players have already locked up a spot into day 2. And there's actually 2 players who are currently sitting at 8-0. So we've got a table 1 matchup that's going to be locked up. It's going to be Alex Kreckler on that Urshifu VMAX Inteleon VMAX deck, something he has just been piloting for months and months and months, and he's done super well with it. And he's going to be having to play against Xander Perot, who we featured earlier on in the day, who is playing Mew VMAX, that fusion build. Definitely a bit of a tougher show for the Urshifu deck in that matchup.
If you want to have success with a deck like that, you know you're going to run into some very high caliber players who are also maintaining a strong record just like that. Alex Kreckler, the specific regional does escape me at this time, but he did have a 9-0 earlier in the season.
He did,
with the
yeah.
Urshifu.
Yeah, it was, I can't remember if it was with the Urshifu or not. Of course, he did get second place at the Arlington Regional Championships last year, last season, with that wacky Vikavolt Aerodactyl deck. You remember that one?
Yeah, he put the Aerodactyl stuff on the map for everyone, and then Mew was like, ooh, don't mind if I do take that tech.
Yes. Ooh, that's an interesting one. I might take note of that. Of course, players back then looking for just about any way they could find to counter the Lugia.
Oh my goodness.
Yes. It looks like players moving to their tables, so we've probably got pairings coming up very, very soon. Can't wait to see what our next match is going to be. Of course, this will be community choice this round for Swiss Round 9, our final win-and-in opportunity, or, you know, potentially some players with higher records as well being thrown into the mix. So be sure whenever that poll goes up, you make your voice heard and cast your vote to see to let us know who you want to see on the stream.
Yeah, it's up to you. Yes, you, to pick the perfect match.
It was a big Uncle Sam moment for you right there.
I want you to vote for the community choice poll. We want to see great matchups, clean play, down to the wire, nail-biting, nitty-gritty Game 3 action here in Charlotte, North Carolina. And it rests all on your shoulders, specific audience member that I'm looking at right now.
Right into their soul, let them know, yes. Up to you entirely, and I'm looking forward to seeing what our match is going to be. Looks like those pairings, like we said, are going up. Players making their way over to the tables. Those green tables as well, that's our senior division players there, I think, playing out their last round currently. Of course, seniors did have a day 2 Swiss at this tournament for the first time ever. Normally they only play 8 rounds of Swiss, but with the Pokemon tournament rules, when you get to over 227 players in your event, that triggers day 2 Swiss, 9 rounds of Swiss day 1, and at least 5 rounds of day 2 Swiss. And that's what they're going to have to play and eventually get to their top 8. Really exciting just to see how much the game is continuing to grow.
Yeah, and it's awesome that they get some exposure to that 2-day format that they're going to be aging up into eventually. And while, Chip, these players are moving into position, finding their opponent, getting settled down, we can take just a quick moment to catch up with Wancho, who actually had a chance to do a couple interviews with some of the people visiting us here in Charlotte. So we can take a look at that right now.
Hello again, Pokemon fans, and I'm here with another player that's made it to day 2 in the biggest regional to date, Jarek Gamilla. How are we feeling today?
Honestly, I'm feeling awesome. No better feeling than knowing you made day 2 already, so pretty good.
No, definitely. Again, do you know that there's almost 2,200 players? Is that intimidating to you?
Not so much intimidating. If anything, I'm really happy the game's growing, but knowing that you have to go through such a large field, it's like, ooh, okay, you really got to be on top of your game.
For sure. And again, congratulations. Tell me, what is the secret to your success?
Well, mine's probably just taking each thing round by round. You don't get too elated on a win, but don't get too down on yourself on a loss. You can't change the outcome of last round, so go into every round, kind of just focus, keep your mind and mental clear, play the best you can. So.
No, I love it. Definitely. It's all about the mindset, right? Can you tell me how you went to prepare for this tournament?
So there was a lot of testing actually going into this tournament, especially with bringing Goldango. That's the deck I brought. So tons of testing. It was probably kind of the same regimen, but getting more of, testing with purpose. So making sure it's the right 60, making sure it's the right card. Kind of just a lot of, testing with my friends, teammates.
Yeah, testing with purpose. That's the word that I haven't heard as often, but definitely as really, really important. How do we get to the Goldango, though? Why the deck choice?
So with impending rotation coming up, it was the format's pretty solved. Is there anything unexplored? And it was Goldango has a good Charizard matchup. Charizard's been doing well. If you tech it correctly, you can protect yourself against Tina, which we figured would see a lot of play here as well. And then just against some other decks, like the big VMAX decks like Mew or Rapid Strike Urshi, you take big one-shots, trade 3 for 2. So it's seems like a pretty good call. Let's roll with it.
No, for sure. I think Goldango has what it takes to go for gold, right? No, but yeah, it's I think it has a great matchup across the board. And I'm very curious about your techs, but we'll have to save that for day 2. Before I let you go, anyone you want to shout out? Any last words?
Yeah, so first and foremost, obviously, shout out to my girlfriend, Amanda. Thank you for always supporting me, letting me do what I love. And then, of course, shout out to the Shuffle Squad. Also, Juancho, Shuffle Squad. Best team, best sponsors, best teammates, and honestly, just all great people. So thank you for everything they do, too.
For sure. Thank you so much. Great interview. And again, best of luck tomorrow, Jarek. All right. Thank you so much. Hello, Pokemon fans. Juancho Saldana here, and I'm here with someone who just made day 2 at the biggest regional to date, Sackett Bremer. Sack, how are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling good. This tournament's large. I'm glad to be in day 2.
Yeah, the fact that there's 2,200 almost players, is that intimidating to you?
A little bit. There's going to be a lot of people to play, a lot of good players here, so definitely.
For sure. And now I need to know, Sack, what is the secret to your success, to making it to day 2?
Well, with so many people here, I just want to be consistent. I know I can't predict any of the matchups. I can't metagame. I can't predict any of that. So I just want to make sure my deck does the same thing every round, day in, day out, and see what I hit.
Can we spill the secret? What are we playing?
I'm playing Snorlax.
And how do we get to this deck choice?
So I showed up with Gardevoir, Charizard, and Snorlax. Those are the only 3 decks I brought. My friends decided to play Guardy. They're not doing so hot right now. They're getting dinner. I decided to play Snorlax because I like Snorlax. I think it's very good. I think not everyone can be prepared for it, so decided on Snorlax, and here we are. So turned out well.
Amazing. And now that you made it to day 2, I need to know, how are you preparing for day 2?
I'm going to get a good meal, and I'm going to get some rest for tonight. I'm super hungry, and I want to go to bed as soon as round 9 is done.
For sure. Gotta rest up. Again, big day tomorrow. Before I let you go, anyone you want to shout out?
I'd like to shout out the Guardy players that came with me, Dill and Chris. Thank you for having me pick Snorlax. Thank you. And I like to shout out all of KDR, the whole testing team, and those guys. Mello and his pod, you know.
For sure, for sure. All right, thank you so much, Zach. And best of luck in day 2. All right, thank you so much. Hello again, Pokemon fans. Juancho Saldana here, and I am joined by the one and only Tricky Jim, or Andrew Mahone, who just made it to day 2 of one of the biggest regionals of all time. Andrew, how are we feeling right now?
Oh, I am ecstatic. I haven't done too well at any of the regionals so far this year. Just things have been kind of missed. Some of my friends have been doing amazing though, so I've been cheering them on. But it feels so good to kind of just be back, have those 6 wins under my belt, 602, feeling good. Haven't dropped a set yet, wow. And it's all thanks to Mew VMAX, baby.
So you're undefeated right now. Oh, no, technically undefeated. And all it took was, it had to be the biggest regional of all time.
I know, right? Well, going into an event like this, I just wanted to play a deck that I knew really well. I could operate in 50-minute best-of-3 situation, with ease. If I need to play a 10-minute game, I can, and I don't have to, really stress too much about the little micro decisions that I'm making because I'm comfortable with the deck. Me and Mew, we were on fire last year, and then we took a long break, but happy to say that we're back.
For just a little bit longer.
A little bit longer. There's just a few more events.
Just a final goodbye for sure. And now I have to ask you though, now that you're into day 2, what's your mindset? How are you preparing yourself for the day 2?
For day 2, try to get as many wins day 1 as possible because it's rough out there. There's a lot of players. There's a lot of dark decks too. So I'm trying to just pile up those wins so that hopefully I could make a run for top 8. I don't know. It's gonna be really hard. So just trying to get as many wins as I can early. So no IDing, anything like that. I'm gonna go into round 9, try to win, and whatever. We'll just see how it goes. I'm not really stressing too much about how tomorrow's gonna go. I'm just amped that today's going well so far.
For sure, great to hear. Any plans for the dark decks though? What's the plan?
The plan? Okay, so first, it's really complicated. Okay, so first we're gonna start out by using Judge. And then, get this, you put Path to the Peak in play, and they don't really do too much.
You heard it here first. Judge and Path. Take notes, everyone.
Yes.
All right, well, thank you so much. And before I let you go, anyone you want to shout out?
Yes, huge shout outs to my wife, Natalie. Love her. Shout out to Full Grip Games, the booth over here. They're doing an awesome job representing Akron. Shout out to the Baltimore Ravens. Hopefully they're winning. And also, shout out to my buddies JW, Mike Zealy, Riley Hulbert, Jesse Parker, my testing group. So,
for sure. Again, thank you so much for the interview, Andrew, and congratulations to making it day 2.
Yep,
congratulations to everyone, all the players that made it day 2 here at the biggest regional to date. With that, don't forget to tune in to see all these players tomorrow. With that, back to you, casters.
Welcome back to the desk, everyone. Those were several important interviews coming from Juancho because those are some of the big names you have to keep an eye on for day 2. They've locked in their spots, Chip, and they are going to continue to try to build that record and make top 8 and so on.
Yeah, good news for Andrew Mahone as well. He's shouting out the Baltimore Ravens. I'm pretty sure that they did get the win, or they're working in on the win, so any NFL fans out there following along as well this weekend, playoff weekend. But yeah, we're focused on the tournament at hand. Great to hear from some of those competitors who have already locked up a day 2 spot, and we'll see if they can keep it rolling, keep that luck going here. Get a win in that 9th round, try to get as many match points as they can in day number 1, so you have to work a little less hard in day 2.
Right, and of course that community choice poll did go live during the middle of those interview segments, so hopefully you didn't get too sucked into that discussion and you kept your eyes on the prize chat. And of course this was all going down while players were shuffling back and forth trying to find their seats and find their opponents at tables, so it will still be a few minutes while we get our ducks in a row and make sure that we, find the players that need to play on stream.
For sure. We'll get that all sorted shortly. But in the meantime, let's take a look at our current Swiss standings heading into round number 9. See which players are doing the best at this event thus far. We mentioned Xander Perot and Alex Kreckler. They're going to be facing off at table number 1. Wow. Alex Kreckler is going to have a tough battle ahead of him as the Mew VMAX matchup is pretty tough for Urshifu to defeat.
We'll see if he's got something cooked up, though. Alex is usually someone who likes to give himself plenty of outs in those bad situations.
Yeah, you know what's really bizarre, too? If you go all the way back in time, right, like Rapid Strike Urshifu was one of the top decks before Mew came out, and once that big Psychic Attacker released, it was the original thing that kind of made this deck go into hibernation for such a long time. And now this climactic, top table showdown is finally happening. Any other names jumping out at you, Chip? Cal Connor, 701, pretty impressive after such a tiresome start, to say the least.
Yeah, got in at 6:30 a.m. this morning, basically came straight to the venue to start playing in the tournament. 701 is a pretty incredible record when you consider that. And Cal is on one heck of a tournament run, to be honest. He got top 8 at San Antonio, and then was just outside the top 8 recently in Portland. He lost a win-and-in match, otherwise he would have made it in there, and then now finds himself 701 here in Charlotte, really relying on that block Snorlax to get him to this point. Isaiah Bradner, another one who's really standing out to me, of course, 701 as well. I mean, just tons of great names on this list. Grant Hayes recently got second place at the San Antonio Regional Championships. Michael Pramawat, we saw on the stream earlier on today. He is 7-1, his only loss being that stream game, and he's, of course, coming off a top 4 finish at the World Championships not too long ago.
Yeah, to have Mew have such a strong representation here at the top tables in day one definitely spells a great outcome for them, possibly heading into day 2 and, potentially into top 8, because a lot of players that we've seen are really got their eyes focused on Charizard and not actually teching towards Mew, even though there are so many options with the Spiritomb, the Drapion, etc., etc.
Yeah, and tons of other names here. We've got Christian Labella. He's been a solid placer at a lot of these regional championships. Darren O'Meara, another name that stands out to me. Darren actually did just lose last round to Xander Perot as a Mew VMAX mirror match. Little back and forth action there. And then Grant Shen,
of course,
someone who had an incredible start to the season. His earnings amount is really high. I think he's like 5th on the earnings board as far as how much cash he's earned so far this season, just because he's had so many top 8 and top 16 finishes. He's right now 7-1, playing Miraidon this weekend, which is definitely a change of pace from what we've seen from him in the past. So,
well, we know that Chen Pao, Miraidon, they're interchangeable, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, depending on who you ask.
But it's great that, of course, the heightened competition and the size of these regionals has also been met by an increase in prize pool, and the players that are able to consistently take the top spots in these highly competitive, incredibly vast tournament environments can, reap the rewards.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing what else we have from these players moving forward in this event. Of course, just wrapping up day 1 here. We've got one more round still incoming, but we'll see plenty from these players in day number 2. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, and then we'll have a much stronger idea of, what the archetypes are looking like. Seeing the change from day 1 match data to day 2 is always so enticing. But the community choice matches were picked, offered to the community, and we're going to have those results, hashed out soon, Chip. I know that the community is really excited to see any of these big names up on the stream for certain.
Yeah, really looking forward to this one. It looks like it's going to be Sam Chen going up against Leopoldo Narciso. Looking forward to this. We'll see exactly what these players have in store for us.
Yeah, Sam Chen versus Leopoldo Narciso, and one of the other matches that was selected by the community was Michel Lesage versus Jacob Vitung. But what had happened is they had started their match immediately. They sat down and started playing, and because their game was underway, the judges didn't feel comfortable trying to migrate that game state over to the stream table to have them kind of reset. They wanted to let the competitors stay in the groove and keep playing out their game in peace.
Yeah, definitely unfortunate that it's how it plays out, but, Pokemon tournament, these are how things go every once in a while. Regardless, though, I'm sure Sam Chen is going to give us a great game. He is someone who I always love watching play up on the big stage, and we'll see what he has in store for us here shortly.
Yeah, I was actually able to catch up with Sam Chen right towards the end of the Portland Regional Championships. Great guy. Didn't have such a strong tournament for, of course, that particular event, but was very excited to show up here in Charlotte with kind of a renewed vigor, and has just been trying to balance his Pokemon life and his family life. And I think that he's done a pretty good job of it to make it this far.
Yeah, I see a lot of people out there setting up, playing their games currently. Looks like Grant Shin up against Darren O'Meara right over there. Recognize a few people out there. I see Isaiah Bradner.
If only we could draw on this screen.
Yeah,
right,
I don't
Chip?
think it works like that.
Do the world, Where's Waldo?
I'm seeing Grant Hayes out there playing at his table. Looks like he's playing up against Cal Connor at the moment. Xander Perot. Of course, Alex Kreckler facing off at table 1 at the moment. We see them right there in the bottom right corner of your screens.
Yeah, and Alex Kreckler is really in the zone. He's always been so impressive with his ability to play these kind of off-kilter decks, right? The sort of list you wouldn't expect, or, you know, I don't think it's any secret that Inteleon Urshifu is a strong deck, especially when the meta favors it, but you have to be able to execute on it. And a lot of players just, it's similar to Giratina, where even if the meta is good for it, if it's a good pick, if you don't have the reps on that list, if you aren't confident in your ability to pilot it well, you aren't going to see the results. You aren't going to be able to reap those benefits. But Alex Kreckler has been on this deck for a long time, so we'll have to see which one of these two players remains undefeated.
Yep, he certainly knows the ins and outs of the archetype, and even though he knows Mew VMAX is a bad matchup, you know, it's not like he's just going to scoop his cards up and move on to the next day. You see they're playing the game out as we speak. He knows what his outs are. He knows what his opportunity is to capitalize, even if it is a bad matchup. And you never know. You know, Xander could open up with a really clunky hand, and you know, Urshifu gets a turn 2 one-hit KO for 150 damage on something like a Meloetta. These things can happen. Yeah.
And who knows if it's going to be some weird double Inteleon thing where it's just ping, 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 ping. You have to find your path to the peak outs, but we're talking about a completely different matchup, Chip, and that's okay because we're still waiting for our players to get set up. My eye, of course, is drawn to Andrew Mahone's big gold chain, literal chain.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on there.
You got to stand out amongst this sea of players, and he's certainly a personality in the community that knows how to do that.
Yeah, without a doubt, making yet another day 2 with the Mew VMAX. Like he mentioned in his interview, you know, it's a deck that he played plenty of last season, and no surprise that he wanted to give it one last ride before the rotation.
Yeah, absolutely. The players that have loved Mew, you know, through thick and thin have been, you know, just really glad that the deck was able to remain strong all the way into the end, and at least we know Andrew has some other decks in his back pocket that he can pivot to. There's a lot of other Mew players that might be left high and dry when their favorite archetype rotates.
Yeah, we'll see how those players adjust and what becomes their new favorite archetype as we move into a brand new rotation very, very soon. Of course, we still have this event this weekend. Next weekend is Liverpool over in the UK.
True.
Going to be a big impact over there based on what happens here at this tournament. And then just the week after Liverpool, we've got the Knoxville Regional Championships coming up very soon.
Yeah, Liverpool is going to be so interesting because EU tends to develop its own like bubble meta as well that's slightly influenced by the other regions.
Each region kind of does have their own tendencies.
And so I wonder how they're going to be able to, you know, reconcile those two forces.
I mean, honestly, EU has definitely been known as the region of Mew for quite some time. It's done really well at the European tournaments, and this is going to be their last regional championships with Mew VMAX legal, so not going to be surprised to watch some players give that one last try for that event.
Yeah, just pulled in two directions. Do I try to tech against Mew or tech against Snorlax?
Yeah,
like, what's going on there?
If only there was a card that could do both. Spiritomb.
Yeah,
does
you know,
pretty
pay
good
attention.
against both of those decks.
And just to give a quick update as well to our audience, we do have our players at the table. They're still getting set up, getting their deck shuffled, getting everything plugged in and ready to go, making sure they get their headsets up and running. I know it's a long process, folks. It's been a long day of Pokemon competition, and you know the real test of endurance is waiting for this final stream match. I honestly, it's just going to make it all the sweeter.
Yes, hopefully. No guarantees there. You know, after, you know, the last couple of rounds, we've seen some, you know, unfortunate draws from players and stuff like that. It always is something that can happen, but I'm really looking forward to seeing two players who are hopefully going to give us an excellent game.
Yeah, but we are able now to head down to the stage finally, Chip. I've bought enough time. You fell for my nefarious scheme, tricked you into talking about Europe with me. But we're going to head down to the table now and get this next match underway.
And looking forward to this one. Of course, we've got Sam Chen on the left, playing the Giratina V-Star, going up against Leopoldo, playing that Inteleon Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX deck.
Wow, now this is interesting, right? Because the Rapid Strike Urshifu, the Medicham, very strong against the Comfey side of the deck, but when you apply the Giratina, having the ability to take that Star Requiem, 3 prizes off of a VMAX Pokemon, Giratina still has a lot of play in this matchup.
Yeah, Sam Chin is someone who has been around for quite some time. We can see he was the winner of the New York Super Battle Zone tournament way back in 2003. That was before the very first 2004 World Championships that were held by the Pokemon Company International. So Sam has been around for as basically long as the game has existed. I've actually played some retro Pokemon with Sam in the past, rocked out with some Neo Genesis era decks for Alligator, Typhlosion, those type of things, and it's always fun to see just how much the game has grown and changed and how far we have come.
And across the table, his opponent, Leopoldo Narciso, is trying to get another accolade on top of his single League Cup win. You got to start somewhere, Chip, and League Cups have gotten a little bit more competitive recently, right?
Oh,
Some
absolutely.
of our high-level players that normally would focus mostly on regionals are coming to the League Cups now that they've returned and just getting those points piecemeal.
Yeah, you're going to see the top players, for the most part, are all going to be participating in their local League Cups and League Challenges because they're trying to earn points for travel stipends and travel awards to future international championships. Of course, fighting for those Tier 1 and Tier 2 World Championship invitations. You need to maximize those locals points as much as you can if you want to achieve both of those things.
And now we've got prizes coming out. Medicham V and Squawkabilly in the prizes, really going to hurt the early threat potential and stabilization of the list.
Luckily, does have 2 copies of the Squawkabilly. That's something we see every once in a while just because of how vital that card is to the early game setup for so many of these decks. So Leopoldo will at least have that second Squawk and Seize to try to bail him out. But yeah, Medicham being in the prizes is really not ideal. And over on Sam's side, 3 energy cards. So certainly something that is pretty annoying with the Giratina V-Star deck, especially when some of those energy cards share the same typing. 2 Psychic Energies being there could make for some awkward flower selecting decisions.
Yeah, and every once in a while, when you're playing a Lost Zone deck, you have to go for a blind flower selecting or something, and you don't have enough information to make the right choice. But Urshifu V going to get a Rapid Strike Energy attached and an Ultra Ball to get the next piece of the puzzle. It could just be an Inteleon V, could be a Remoraid, Squawkabilly number 2, very strong choice as well. Didn't see the rest of the hand though, Chip.
Yeah, it feels bad to have to discard a Clara and an energy retrieval right away. Super important to be able to recover your energy cards with this deck so that you can use as many double gunner abilities as possible. But if you're going to discard the hand with a Squawk and Seize anyway, you might as well just get rid of those recovery cards because they're going down to the discard pile shortly.
Yeah, it is certainly rare, right? The double Squawkabilly, you know that you're just going to discard your opening hand most of the time. We've seen some players go for the Squawkabilly and reconsider that, but just going to be a Squawk and Seize for 6 fresh cards. Let's see what Leopoldo can pull off here from the top of the deck.
It looks like there is a Nest Ball. I think there is an Inteleon V in this hand as well. He did discard a couple of supporter cards with that Squawk and Seize, 1 Iono and 1 Melanie going down. That is something that's a little unfortunate to see those hit the discard pile without getting much use. And right away, Forest Sealstone will be utilized and search his deck for any one single card.
But the Forest Sealstone and the Squawkabilly, this goes to show like how important it is for this deck to get its foundation. It needs to get established to begin threatening attacks as quickly as possible, to begin threatening the double gunners as quickly as possible. And now that Leopoldo has discarded so many supporters, used all of these resources, this is a match that if Giratina is able to draw it out, could spell a lot of very hard times going forward.
Yeah, the early game is going to be really important here for Sam Chen. He's going to want to get established, get a few cards in the Lost Zone, probably go for an Abyss Seeking to close out his turn so that he can set up for, as quickly as possible, a Lost Impact to start getting some damage into play.
Yeah, with 2 Inteleon V, very nice setup. The threat of starting to rain down those damage counters is certainly present, but with the Medicham in the prizes, it can't really capitalize, but we'll see how it goes from here.
How about this Skarzig, a pair of Battle VIP pass in this opening hand for Sam Chen, and a Colress's Experiment as well.
And when you're able to open with the Battle VIP pass, rather than having to go for Comfey to search for it, you have a much better understanding of what is in the deck, so you can make those informed decisions. Sam Chen, just with 4 ties, I think is already having a mind towards playing a bit quickly. Hopefully can still scoop up the energy counts into his brain.
I like that Sam is playing with the old classic base set energy cards and the base set switch in his deck. I think those are probably cards that he has had since they came out.
I think that those cards in particular have a place in everyone's heart, certainly.
Iconic, for sure. This Battle VIP Pass can grab 2 basic Pokemon. I'd definitely like to see a Comfey or 2 be established. There's a few routes you can try to go with this deck in this matchup. Sometimes we'll see players really only putting 1 Comfey in play, trying to limit their opponent's ability to go for the G-Max Rapid Flow. You don't always want to put your Manaphy down because then it's an easy Yoga Loop target. Sam, however, will just go with the double Comfey. He does have the Manaphy in hand. We'll see where else this turn leads.
Cramorant in the active spot does give you a little bit of aggressive potential. Try to put some damage down. These, Rapid Strike decks used to get a little silly, with Cheryl and all that, trying to scoop up those damaged Pokemon. But this one is just going much more turbo aggressive, getting established with the Squawk ability and trying to play your own game.
You're choosing to hold off on this second Battle VIP Pass here. Sam not exactly sure how he wants to end up filling out this board. Going to go with the Colress Experiment here before this VIP Pass.
Yeah, very smart indeed. Have a better idea of maybe I can just grab some other Pokemon, maybe save this VIP Pass as discard fodder down the road.
Ooh, that's a lot of Pokemon.
Ooh, Spiritomb going to the Lost Zone.
And I think another Comfey most likely. I do believe the other cards in hand are the Super Rod, Giratina V, and a Jet Energy. The Jet Energy is certainly really nice to find.
And, with Giratina V found, I don't know if Sam Chen cares about this second VIP, just grabs Radiant Greninja or something. Some versions of Giratina V have been going for double Cramorant, but Sam Chen's build just has the one.
Yeah, we'll see what he decides to do. You also may want to get down a second Giratina V. We know there's one in the hand. And actually, yeah, can just thin one out even if he just wants to go with one Giratina. It's kind of interesting here, though. Does he go with just the single Tina? Leopoldo's deck is not one that's going to be super aggressive. It's not going to one-hit KO a Tina V-Star by any means. But Sam wants to try to leave bench space for that second Giratina V and V-Star eventually, if he can. His bench is going to get pretty clogged up here. He's got the Greninja and Giratina coming down, and now only one bench space available either for the second Giratina or the Manaphy. He's going to have to choose which one is more valuable.
If your bench is filled up as well, there's no threat of Sableye. That also changes Leopoldo, how he's responding and allocating those damage counters.
Draw 2 off that concealed cards. Looks like it's a Tina V-Star and a Boss's Orders. No switch in the hand, so he'll have to use the Jet Energy to try to get some Flower Selectings in here.
Yep, Jet Energy to bring Comfey into the active for a Flower Selecting, then you can retreat off of that Jet Energy in order to bring up the second Comfey for another Flower Selecting. Maybe another switch card is found amongst all of this.
Yeah, that's probably what Sam is hoping
the Tina.
For.
Well, actually, after the attached return, no Beseeching, obviously.
Yeah, but would like to, ideally, I think, pull off a Spit Innocently here, at least to get some damage into play. We'll go for the second Flower Selecting, looking for a switch card, and does not find one. And I believe one of the two cards off this Flower Selecting was a Psychic Energy, and we know 2 are in the prize cards.
Oh, no. It's so awkward right from the get-go. It feels terrible when you're going second with Lost Zone, especially Sableye just going to the discard pile. Sam Chen knows that Giratina V-Star is going to be the late-game carry for this deck.
Yeah, only one Sableye in Sam's list, so he will now no longer have the option to go for Lost Mine in this game.
And Leopoldo, when you've been studying Giratina lists, potentially, especially in preparation for this tournament, might be very cognizant of that fact. Has the evolution now into Rapid Strike Urshifu V Max. Rapid Strike energy already attached to this Pokemon. Just needs one more energy to pull off that G-Max Rapid Flow again. No, there is still the Manaphy, but you can still, deal that damage, start taking prizes. It's still important to keep your pressure up.
Yeah, and honestly, for Leopoldo, you might just be fine with the amount of Pokemon that Sam has in play here. No threat of that second Giratina, so we could see Leopoldo go for a situation where he doesn't really want to take a knockout. He wants these 6 Pokemon to be in play for Sam Chen. He has that ability to try to control that type of setup. Double Gunner #1 coming out here.
Yeah. the Octillery evolution is so important. It's like Baxcalibur for Chen Pao. It seems to be that evolution Pokemon that makes the rest of the deck go. Picks up Korrina's Focus, draw some more cards after the rest of this is said and done. Another Inteleon V hitting the bench, and this is going to be an, double gunner.
Yeah, pretty interesting to see that Inteleon come down. That means there's no bench space available for something like that Radiant Alakazam. Of course, we know that the Medicham V is in the prizes, but Sam Chen does not. So now Sam knows that Leopoldo does not have any way to use that Yoga Loop until potentially a knockout is taken.
And that can get pretty awkward, right? Because if that first knockout for Sam Chen is 3 prizes, then suddenly Leopoldo might not be in a position to have Medicham be able to cover that spread. So after just taking that quick knockout, it's over to Sam Chen, promotes the other Comfey, needs to keep looking in the deck. Draw for turn is a Roxanne, not quite there yet, Sam. And the only kept the Psychic Energy from the other. But, now if you need to discard this with Radiant Greninja, you have to get it back with the Super Rod. It gets very awkward from here because of those 2 Psychic Energy in the prizes.
Yeah, it's certainly something Sam is going to have to keep track of as he tries to get into the Lost Impact here before too long. A Spit Innocently this turn can be fine. Of course, Inteleon VMAX 320 hit points. It's not going to go down to 1 single Lost Impact. So if you can just soften it up with something like the Cramorant on the bench, make it so that a Lost Impact in the future can close out the KO for you.
Right. This has kind of been the strategy against a lot of these Rapid Strike Urshifu decks. Once you get a little bit of chip damage on the big VMAX Pokemon, it really puts them in awkward spots about what can be promoted and what remains a threat without giving up too many prizes. And Giratina, a deck that specializes in these sort of comeback victories, can very much take advantage of, these early Spit Innocentlies.
Now, Sam here could choose to bench another Giratina V. There is one in the hand. He's also playing a Nest Ball here, but I don't notice a Giratina V remaining in the deck. He does have Switch Cart in hand, which is pretty nice. It's going to allow him to get rid of the 20 damage that is on this Comfey right now, effectively wasting half of one of Leopoldo's double gunner abilities from the last turn.
Yeah, and Sam Chen, just taking a quick look, decides to fail the Nest Ball. That other Giratina V that maybe he was fishing for is still in the prizes. And already 40 minutes left on the clock, and this is going to be a grind. Giratina V, there's so many decisions to make, so many actions to take every turn, and there's so much weight behind every decision. Players love this deck because it feels like everything is winnable, but you've got to expend a lot of time and energy to make those impossible wins possible. After the Switch Cart removes the damage from Comfey, Cramorant finally finds its place in the active spot to get some damage on the Inteleon VMAX.
There's also a Boss's Orders in the hand for Sam Chen. He did not find Colress Experiment this turn, so we could see Boss targeting down something like the Octillery.
Okay.
Sam recognizing how important this Rapid Strike Search ability is for Leopoldo's deck. If he can take that card out right now, it's going to make things a little bit more difficult for Leopoldo to piece together what he wants to do on this next turn.
Yeah, and Leopoldo, especially after discarding all of those supporters early on in the game, already having to use the Forest Seal Stone, doesn't have a lot of outs here to find the needed cards. Things could get very dicey. Again, Sam Chen already working on the line where the game is extended for a very long time and Leopoldo just runs out of pressure and resources. There's going to be a big research here looking for some other Inteleon VMAXs to keep the double gunner train up and running.
He does find one, but no basic energy in this hand immediately. I think there is an Earthen Vessel at least, so that can grab a couple of basic energy cards out of the deck.
Gets the discarded Battle VIP Pass, always nice.
Yeah, past the first turn, those are pretty useless cards, so Leopoldo happy to get rid of that option, something that's not going to clunk up his deck and hand moving forward in this game.
The Earthen Vessel, definitely one of the big factors into the recent renaissance of Rapid Strike Urshifu being able to get the consistent access to the basic water energies means that your damage output is just that much better.
Yeah, one thing that Leopoldo did have to discard is that Professor Turo's Scenario. Pretty powerful card from Paradox Rift, allowing you to pick up one of your Pokemon in play, discard all the cards attached to it, but return it to your hand. That could have been a way that he could heal one of these VMAX Pokemon so that they take, a hit, pick it back up, and then just reset and erase a turn of damage from Sam Chen effectively.
And it's important as well. We talk about the decision-making from Giratina V-Star for the Urshifu deck, the Inteleon, all this damage that you're dropping down here and there also has to be very specific. You have to think several turns in advance to a pseudo late game scenario. You know, when is Radiant Alakazam going to hit the bench? Is there a way to maybe get the Medicham V out of the prizes? Has Leopoldo completely given up on Yoga Loop this game? Or is maybe banking on being a bit more aggressive, looking in the prizes to find that key Pokemon?
Yeah, there's no Hisuian Heavy Ball in Leopoldo's list, so it feels like you probably do have to abandon the Yoga Loop plan whenever you realize that that Medicham is prized, because you just have no way of knowing if you're going to take it out on an early prize or if it's going to be one of those last few prizes remaining.
And now that things are back over to Sam Chen, with Leopoldo taking 2 prizes to 1. It's going to be a concealed cards now to discard a Jet Energy to draw 2. Sam Chen has, you know, a handful of cards in the Lost Zone, not quite towards that Mirage Gate just yet, but almost there. Hasn't evolved this Giratina V either, but is probably just waiting to do the evolution and the Star Requiem all at once with the Mirage Gate play.
Yeah, just 5 cards in the Lost Zone at this time. Sam would really like to find a Colress here, and I don't see it in this hand. I think he does have a Pokegear, so he can dig a little bit deeper to try to find it.
It's a Giratina V-Star in the Lost Zone. I wonder if Sam Chen's trying to just do like an in-between, where you're trying to get to the Mirage Gate but not use it right away. That way you've got the Star Requiem kind of all in tandem for one turn. Pokegear now looking for hopefully a Colress.
And I do see one, so he will find that Colress. Really nice to see. Whew. We'll have to watch which direction he decides to go from here as far as what attacker he wants to use. Something he could try to utilize now that that Professor Turo scenario has gone down. We could see the Radiant Greninja work in as a potential attacker, soften up a couple of VMAX Pokemon, or maybe one VMAX Pokemon plus something like the Squawkabilly on Leopoldo's bench. If that Squawkabilly takes 2 Moonlight Shurikens, it would be KO'd.
And I gotta get fresh eyes on Sam Chen's hand. As any Lost Zone deck wants to do, the hand size has just gotten massive at this point. There's a lot of options from this position, and there's 2 Water Energy in the deck. He has to get that one back from the discard piles. We're seeing now Leopoldo looking through it.
Yeah, it doesn't look like a Water Energy was found on the Colress, so is not going to be able to pull off that Radiant Greninja play this turn, unfortunately, unless he was willing to commit 2 Mirage Gate to that attack, which it's a big commitment to pull off, but it might be what he has to do here. You could attack with the Giratina V and just hit for 180 with a Lost Impact, or, you know, attack with Shred or something like that, hit for 160. You know, he does have a fresh Giratina V that he could put into play, so that could be an option.
Yeah, the Giratina V deck, it looks so bizarre because it seems like you're behind and things are awkward and things are clunky, and then suddenly you win the game, Chip. So I can't count Sam Chen out as yet. We know that his prep time has been a little bit limited going into this tournament, but he was very excited to play this deck. And again, as a long-time player, is very confident in his ability to kind of navigate these complex scenarios.
Now, I do have to expect that Sam will not bench any more Pokemon probably for the rest of the game, unless it's like the very, very last turn and he needs to dig for something with a Comfey, or he puts down like a 3rd Giratina V or something like that. And the reason for that is because Leopoldo only has 4 prize cards remaining. If you put another Comfey into play, you very easily could set Leopoldo up for a play where the Double Gunner hits like the Radiant Greninja and something else on the bench. Alakazam moves 1 damage counter from the Radiant Greninja to the Manaphy to KO it, and then all of a sudden G-Max Rapid Flow is online, dealing 120 to the Radiant Greninja that would have 1 damage counter on it, and then 120 to this Comfey that would, you know, have 70 HP remaining. So that's a quick 3 prizes, 1 prize remaining for Leopoldo. In that scenario, it's pretty easy to KO something like a Comfey.
Yeah, the sort of play and counterplay, the threat versus kind of trying to diffuse that threat ahead of time, there's a completely different game that's going on underneath the current board state as players are trying to sculpt and envision the perfect board state to checkmate their opponent. And with Leopoldo, not having access to our Octillery is still going to find a lot of difficulty to make some of these miraculous combinations happen.
We are going to see another Mirage Gate being utilized here from Sam. The second one of this turn as 2 energy have been placed onto the brand new Giratina V, which we know is going to come to the active and most likely hit with the Shred. Could go for the Abyss Seeking, but have to imagine Shred is more than likely going to be the choice. And I actually like this decision as well. Put this energy on the active, save it as a retreat option for later. That way you can keep your switch cart hanging around, use that to try to heal some damage off of something at some point.
And we've seen that before, decks that are relying on Yoga Loop or Sableye Pings, all those sorts of ideas. When you stack 2 or 3 switch carts all in one turn, you've completely blown out your opponent's plan. They've spent so much time and energy trying to set up. And there's the retreat from the Comfey, getting that into the discard pile. And we'll see if Shred is going to be the attack of choice finally coming into the active.
Yeah, we could see Sam actually retreat into the Manaphy right now and switch cart to heal it immediately. This could be the time that it's worth doing. Instead is going to maybe try to hold off for a future turn.
All right.
160 damage. Oh, yeah, is going to play the Path to the Peak and then attack with the Shred. 160 into this Intellium VMAX.
Yeah, Path to the Peak is also pretty devastating for this deck. Have to find a way to bump that. There might be one more way to get the Tower of Waters, but without Octillery, it's just pure top decks from this position. One Professor's Research had already been used earlier. There's 3 in the deck. There's some just clarification around whether the path is allowed to be in play or if the attack was announced.
Yeah, Sam just kind of trying to realize exactly how things went down. I think he may have announced his attack before the path came out. At least that's what his body language looked like. Of course, we can't exactly hear what the players are saying at the table, but it does look like that path is going to remain in play, which is huge.
All right, so the path will be in the play, but Leopoldo's got the Tower of Waters in hand. So.
Yeah, it's all going to work out, but, you know, Leopoldo wouldn't mind being able to hold on to that Tower of Waters for a future turn. Right?
Absolutely. You've got to bump this stadium first and foremost to turn the rest of your abilities on, but Leopoldo's just going to go for the Earthen Vessel first. Kind of takes, not only do you get those basic water energies, but just kind of takes stock about what is remaining in the deck. There's actually no water energies in there.
Yeah, no water energy remaining. I think there were a couple of them prized this game, so that could be coming up here at this point. Leopoldo, of course, has already discarded quite a few of his energy recovery cards, which is a big deal.
And then both players now have experienced the devastation of having key energies prized. If you don't have those basic water energies, your double gunners are drying up, and without those, additional pings, your combinations and your threat just is not there either. So after an energy retrieval, just the basic version, not the superior version, Chip, going to grab 2 basic energy cards.
Just regular old energy retrieval here.
And now the double gunners are coming through, setting up for these combo turns, these multi-prize turns that you were warning us against, Chip.
Leopoldo will attach the energy for turn to the Intellion on the bench, and an Iono is pretty solid here. Going to disrupt Sam's hand right after he took a prize card. Place that on the bottom, and Leopoldo will just get 4 cards to work with.
Yeah, fortunately, Sam Chen was able to use those Mirage Gates, get this energy in play, and now it's just going to be hopefully top deck of the Giratina V-Star to still make use of this active that has all of the energies attached with 8 cards in the Lost Zone. Just a stone's throw away from the Star Requiem to take 3 prizes and then go down to only 2 remaining. Leopoldo finds a second Remoraid as well to potentially establish the second Octillery. It is a 2-2 line, and that means that any missing piece as part of this final combination he's building towards can be found.
Yeah, both Octillery are in the discard pile right now. One got discarded, of course, being KO'd, and one of them got discarded for research. So Leopoldo will have to play his final copy of Clara if he wants to get that back. But that's a card he probably wants to play anyway to get water energies into his hand to utilize double gunner.
Yeah, and so it is beautiful. Again, this is another deck that seems like it's not going to be able to take the win, and then suddenly rips, 4 prizes in one go, and that sort of flashy finishing potential is, one of the things that certainly drew me to the deck initially.
Sam with quite a few options. He does have a Pokegear in hand, so that could be utilized to try to search out another Colress, something along those lines, maybe a Boss's Orders, try to target down the Inteleon VMAX on the bench that is heavily damaged at this point. Set yourself up so that a Star Requiem could just close out the game on the next turn.
This matchup has been so volatile where it seems like one player is favored, then the other is suddenly favored. And that's just because of the early expenditure of resources, right? Leopoldo discarding a lot of key supporters, having to make a big sacrifice for the early Squawkabilly, recognizing I just want to get up and ahead. Sam Chen very expertly taking into account those two missing Psychic Energy, still keeping a potential threat of the Radiant Greninja, but now pivoting into the Giratinas as we get closer and closer to this game ending.
Yeah, it's going to be a really close down to the wire game here. To be honest, there's a decent shot that Leopoldo can just take 4 prizes on the next turn with so much damage already being put into play. We'll see exactly what happens, though.
After another Mirage Gate, the Giratina V-Star is ready to go on the bench. And now the Pokegear 3.0 finding a Chorus.
And a Boss's Orders, so he has the choice of either of those 2 cards.
The Chorus gets you the 10 in the Lost Zone, but you probably don't need the Requiem this turn, obviously.
Not
if you
this
just boss
turn.
up the damage Inteleon VMAX, Sam Chen just has to evaluate, will I still be able to get 2 more cards in the Lost Zone if I give up on the Chorus right now? But takes the boss. It's 3 prizes, way too juicy to give up.
Yeah, this is going to be really difficult, though, for Sam. I mean, taking the double gunner out of play is pretty good as well, which is, I think, what Sam is thinking about at this point. But Leopoldo has a decent setup if he can find his Radiant Alakazam. He can move a damage counter off of something onto the Manaphy with just 10 HP remaining, take that out, take 1 prize, and then you just need to G-Max Rapid Flow this Giratina V. Even if it becomes a V-Star, it still would be KO'd, and then something like this Comfey on the bench.
Yeah, the Manaphy has been damaged this entire game. It's so fortunate that that Metacham V has been in the prizes. And, you know, the switch cards just haven't been there. Sam Chen's been focusing so much on just getting the Giratinas powered up with the Mirage Gates. Hasn't been trying to dig deep for the switch cards or try to play around that scenario at all. It's just really appreciating the game state as it's happened right now. And finally, with the switch, can bring Comfey into the active for 1 more flower selecting, and then a hard retreat off thanks to that early energy attachment you talked about, Chip.
I think he'd really like to find Switch Cart here if it's still available. He does at least find the Giratina V-Star. That'll give this Giratina V a little bit more HP, but with a double gunner potentially working in, maybe something like the Alakazam, I guess the math is going to be pretty close here. 140 damage on that currently, so that does mean that it will not go down to a G-Max Rapid Flow unless 2 damage counters are moved to it. So still a decent shot for Leopoldo to close out this game. We'll see what happens.
All right, and Sam Chen just taking a final count of the Lost Zones. Knows that there's 9, so no Requiem yet. You need 10. Stabilize in the Lost Zone, those Lost Mine threat, which is very important as well. This matchup has gone a completely different direction than I was anticipating when we first got into the game, Chip, thanks to these awkward prizes and, you know, what needed to be sacrificed to the Lost Zone.
Sam's really having a tough call here of what he wants to bring up. It will be that VMAX, however, and he brings up the Giratina V with a little bit less damage on it in order to take this KO. He will play the Path to the Peak, no question about it this time. Lost Impact will boost his Lost Zone and take a 3-prize KO. Does Leopoldo have the pieces necessary to take all 4 of his remaining prize cards this turn?
Metacham V still in the prizes. Remoraid was placed down. Hopefully that Octillery can be reclaimed thanks to Clara to find another piece. The Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX is also on the bench. Trying to also needs to find Radiant Alakazam to get rid of Manaphy, so G-Max
also
Rapid
needs
Flow.
a few energy cards. There's
so
quite a few things that he needs here.
And this ain't Mew. This is not a miracle going on. It's got to be Clara or bust, I think.
Melanie being found does allow Leopoldo to draw some cards and also bring back an energy. I don't think he has another energy retrieval. I'm pretty sure one was discarded early and we saw one utilized last turn.
So it's going to be Melanie attaching a water energy from the discard pile, fully powering up the Urshifu to draw 3 from the top. There's the Clara. Radiant Alakazam is in the hand. Is there still a little bit of math that can be done here? Sam Chen has the Star Requiem sitting in his back pocket, ready to go to take the final prizes, and this is what Giratina wants to do. This is its endgame checkmate. And it's up to Leopoldo to take this victory from the jaws of defeat.
Yeah, I don't think Leopoldo's quite going to have it here, and what we're going to see is he's going to have to go for a defensive retreat. More than likely, we're going to see the Rapid Strike energy with this extra attachment being here. He's going to move this Urshifu probably to the bench, and that means that the Remoraid or Alakazam is going to have to come into the active spot.
Right, and thanks to Path to the Peak, the Radiant Alakazam is still turned off.
Yep.
So there's no manipulation there of trying to get the knockout on the Manaphy to dig for one more prize. And it's just going to be the retreat into Radiant Alakazam.
Sam can win the game with the boss's orders right here. He does not find it, however. And I actually don't know if he has a great way to search his deck. He does have a Jet Energy that could move this Comfey into the active spot. We could see a Flower selecting. I'm not 1,000% sure that I saw that second boss's orders in his deck last turn, though. I don't know if he even has access to it.
Yeah, and because Leopoldo's at 4 prizes, you know, Roxanne is still off. You can't just go for a Hail Mary trying to find some way to maybe escape rope to, then the Remoraid just comes up, I suppose. So I'm just digging deep, Chip, trying to find a scenario here.
If he finds boss, he wins the game instantly. And if he doesn't, there's a decent shot Leopoldo is going to be able to close things out.
Ooh, tough call. Jet Energy on the Comfey to go for a Flower selecting to find a boss. Is there maybe a Lost Vacuum? Bump your own path, draw a card off of Radiant Greninja.
No Lost Vacuum in this list. The path is just going to stay in play until Leopoldo bumps it.
And so this is so tough. There's the attach of the Jet Energy for turn. Just going to be another Lost Impact to take 1 prize on the Radiant Alakazam.
Always feels bad to Lost Impact for 1 single prize because that is way more damage than is necessary, but it's what Sam had to do here. Now does Leopoldo have the game-winning combo of cards?
There's a draw for a turn. We know that Clara's in the hand from last turn, so this is going to be Octillery and basic Water Energy grab from the discard pile.
Yeah, and can get back the Radiant Alakazam, which is an important piece of this puzzle.
And there's 3 Tower of Water, so Rapid Strike Search can grab the Path Bump. Radiant Alakazam is also gone, though, can be grabbed back with the Clara.
Yes, yep, and that's exactly what we see here. 2 Water Energy as well being added to the hand, and I think Leopoldo should just about have it here.
All right, so has all the pieces necessary, just needs to execute.
Yep.
4 prizes now. Again, Radiant Alakazam moving the damage counters over, knocks out the Manaphy.
As long as this Tower of Waters is in the deck or in the hand, it's not in the deck actually, will be yet another double gunner. No, it is going to be the Tower of Waters. He's got it.
Okay.
All right, he should have the game-winning play here. Tower of Waters comes into play. Double gunner puts damage counters onto the Manaphy and the... This puts damage counters onto the Manaphy and to the Giratina. Takes out the Manaphy, and then G-Max Rapid Flow can target both the Comfey and the Giratina V-Star to take all 4 prizes in 1 single turn.
Absolutely beautiful. That stalling play to bring up the Radiant Alakazam. He had to cross his fingers and hope that Sam Chen didn't have the boss's orders, and finally came to fruition. I think the numbers all check out. This is a lot of cards and a lot of dice being slung back and forth, Chip. Going to make sure that everything adds up.
Yeah, figuring out exactly what's happening here. I'm pretty sure Leopoldo just has game on board. 160 damage on that benched Giratina V-Star. 120 damage would KO both it and the Comfey. We'll move the damage counters over just to be sure. And there we go.
So with the Manaphy knocked out and the G-Max Rapid Flow, that is 4 prizes in 1 turn for Leopoldo. Gonna take a very long, very grueling game 1.
Yeah, coming out on top, showing us exactly how to navigate this difficult and complicated Rapid Strike deck. And Sam Chen, with only 18 minutes remaining, he's going to have a tough time pulling out a win in this set.
And he was already playing pretty rapid fire in that first game, if I must say so. And it just came down to how awkward the choices ended up being. That's what really slows you down with this game chip. Every game is winnable, but you've got to dig so deep and really predict the future. Leopoldo not having access to Metacham V, being very awkward with the early Octilleries, and it was just too difficult to find those big mid-game combos he was looking for. So really had to play out a full, longer game than he would have liked as well.
The Lost Impact being so powerful, taking a 3-prize knockout, but 3 prizes is nothing for Leopoldo. Able to do that in one single attack as well. G-Max Rapid Flow KOing both the Comfey and that Giratina V-Star.
And now the players are shuffling up, getting prepared for game number 2. Sam Chen, I think, certainly can be proud of how clean that game was, how close it came, despite, you know, the 2 Psychic Energy being prized. It was very difficult to get that early idea up and running, but once again, Leopoldo's playing on hard mode. No Metacham V and down a Tower of Waters to try to make this happen.
And looking at Sam Chen's side of the prize cards, that Manaphy being in there is really tough as well. That means that Leopoldo's going to have free reign to utilize that G-Max Rapid Flow basically as often as he'd like.
And Sam Chen, of course, just going to go second in this scenario. You don't want turn 2 you know, nonsense happening to you, of course. But Leopoldo, starting with Remoraid in the active and a Battle VIP pass, picking up the Inteleon V, the Urshifu VMAX, and another Inteleon.
Honestly, this Remoraid is a pretty annoying starter. Can you figure out why, Skarzig? It is not a Rapid Strike Pokemon. There are 2 options of Remoraid you could play in the format right now. Leopoldo choosing to play a split, the Rapid Strike Remoraid, so you can have that free retreat when the Tower of Waters is out and running around. But this one with 70 HP is really strong into decks like Iron Valiant, so that you can withstand and get that Octillery into play and make it less likely your opponent can pull off something like their own Yoga Loop. So really going to come back to bite Leopoldo here, as he's going to have to commit an energy card to this Remoraid in order to retreat.
Right, and we saw how much of a premium those were in game number 1, but just going to pass over. It's over to Sam Chen. Giratina V in the active is nice. If all else fails this turn, you've got your Abyss Seeking ready to go. First, it's going to be a Nest Ball.
And this is looking like a pretty difficult hand to work with here. I think this Nest Ball is basically going to have to find the Radiant Greninja, and Sam's going to be crossing his fingers for a Battle VIP pass, I think.
Radiant Greninja, draw 2 cards. There's 2 Grass Energy, so not really a difficult choice to be made there. Fortunately, Sam does have the opportunity to, once again, take stock of what the rest of the list is looking like and what's in the prizes.
Yeah, you're always checking for your energy counts. You also are always checking for your Pokemon counts in this deck. You know, you never want to find yourself in a situation where you flower selecting and you see a Grass and a Psychic Energy, for example, or, you know, say like Giratina V and a V-Star, and you have to make a decision without totally knowing for sure exactly what resources you have available and what's in your prizes.
And what Sam Chen is going to be setting up here from the get-go is trying to get cards in the Lost Zone while not playing into Leopoldo's combinations, right? The Radiant Alakazam, the Metacham, the Double Gunners. When you're sitting across from a Rapid Strike Urshifu player, you kind of also need to know their deck as well. You need to know what combinations and damage output they are capable of, and it puts an additional mental strain on Sam Chen when he's making these difficult choices not to accidentally overbench or play into this potential threat of G-Max Rapid Flow that's about to happen.
That was a pretty 2 good cards to see off of that concealed cards. Comfey and a Switch cart.
Okay.
Not too
I like
bad.
it.
Sam maybe is going to go for a different route this game and just go aggro Abyss Seeking. That's something you can do whenever you have your Manaphy prized. And honestly, it's not a bad strategy in this matchup altogether. Just go with this Abyss Seeking. Your opponent's deck is not one that's always capable of applying early pressure.
Yeah.
Just see what happens.
Yeah, and with Leopoldo, you know, not getting the Squawk ability turn 1, just maybe this Remoraid is really stuck in the active for a longer time, and he's just going to try to capitalize on the potential fish stranded on dry land to get the Abyss Seekings down and running. There's the Tower of Waters. Don't forget now, that's not the Rapid Strike. Going to be Professor's Research for 7 new cards. Once again, Clara going to the discard pile.
Yep, always an annoying one to have in the opening hand when you know you're just probably going to have to
water
research it
energy.
away. And that is going to be able to move this active Remoraid, but no Urshifu VMAX in order to pull off the Gale Thrust for 150 on turn 2.
Yeah, I do wonder what the idea could be, because once you, even when they're in Pokemon V, and they haven't evolved into VMAXs, you still don't want them to take a lot of chip damage, because then it's so easy for Sam Chen to capitalize on that later on in the game to grab 3 prizes.
We're going to see, is that sprinkle water?
Sprinkle water. This is a first for me.
10 damage being placed onto the Giratina V. Hey, whenever you're playing a spread deck like the Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX, every little bit of damage matters.
He's playing the long game, Chip. Sprinkle water on the Giratina V. This is going to be another Abyss Seeking, but Jet Energy first.
And I think the big reason Sam chose to hold off on using the Switch Cart last turn into the Comfey is because he wants to utilize those Switch Carts to heal his Pokemon. Doesn't want to get no value from that valuable resource, as we see another one now being added to the handoff this Flower Selecting.
It's going to be great to hold on to these. Again, there's only 2 in the deck, but it's a great way to really throw off the math. Sam Chen, after this Flower Selecting, can just retreat right back into the Giratina V, go for another Abyss Seeking. And there it is.
Most used attack in the deck. Top 4 cards, gets to keep 2 of them, and Lost Zone's another 2.
Yeah, so Mirage Gate's going to be active. Leopoldo needs to respond to this now. The Remoraid has been attached to already. Didn't want to immediately retreat into another Pokemon because there is no Urshifu VMAX. Having to take over the attachment return means there's no threat of Gmax Rapid Flow. No Octillery as of yet either. So it's still very awkward for Leopoldo as it goes back over to his turn.
We're going to see the retreat into the Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX and a Melanie, so retreating to discard the energy card, Melanie to accelerate those additional energies, and looking for an Urshifu VMAX does find Ultra Ball. That can find the big bear for him.
Ultra Ball gets rid of Battle VIP Pass and the Technical Machine Devolution. So this is going to find the Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX. Or Octillery, and then into the VMAX.
Yeah, that's usually the route you'd like to go with a deck like this. You just want to get that Octillery into play as quickly as possible anyway, and then if you can combine your Rapid Strike Search to go get the Pokemon you need, you might as well do it.
Yeah, perfect sequencing. I almost missed the step, Chip. I almost threw. And having the 2 Remoraid is also nice because you're constantly going to be able to pivot to the next Octillery. We saw Sam Chen immediately hunt down Octillery in game number 1, and how awkward that was for Leopoldo across the rest of the game.
Yeah, probably not something Sam's going to worry about in this game, now that Leopoldo has established the second Remoraid, right? Because it's much lower value to go boss's orders after an Octillery if your opponent just can get another Octillery on the next turn. So Leopoldo will be committing an extra bench space, however, so it ends up being, you know, a little annoying still to deal with.
All right, Comfey goes down. Giratina V now heavily damaged thanks to that sprinkle water. Wow, that extra 10 just makes it look so juicy right there in the active.
You never know when that extra 10 damage could pop up.
We've seen games, you know, where Scratch or Rain Splash does matter.
Yeah, it absolutely can happen. Sam just having so many cards to work with here, but still no Colress, I think, in this hand. Let's see if he can find one off this Concealed Cards.
The Concealed Cards has been pretty kind to Sam Chen on average. A couple more Giratina Vs hoping to be established. Plenty of cards in the Lost Zone thanks to double Abyss Seeking. Just needs a little bit more help.
Yeah, needs just 2 more cards in the Lost Zone. He does have a Nest Ball to get a
Colress that
Comfey.
we're trying to give you your cue, buddy. Where are you?
Hiding out in the deck, it seems.
He's in the lab, but he locked the door behind him. Oh, there it is.
Oh, there's 3 Colress.
No!
And the other one's hiding in the deck as well. Still no Colress found for Sam at any point in this game. And these are the types of games where, as a Lost Box player, you really question your decision-making to choose to play this deck. It's like, I'm so reliant on this one single supporter. Why, oh, why can I not find it earlier on?
And every deck looks like, you know, absolute dog water when you can't get your key cards. And it's just Giratina V does it in spectacular fashion.
Reminds me of the Welder decks from a little while ago, back in like 2019, 2018. Those decks were so reliant on finding that one key supporter. Sam is going to play the Flower Selecting, looking for another chance at a Colress, and does not find it. There's also Pokegear in his deck as well, let's not forget. So he has tons of outs to have potentially seen a Colress at this point in the game, and it just has not come through.
Yeah, no Sableye this game either. Sam Chen knows that Giratina V is going to be the answer, the be-all, end-all of this game. But without the Chorus, he's now a step behind. And this is after sacrificing his early game for just the double Abyss Seeking.
We will see the escape rope be the play, and another Abyss Seeking. 3 turns in a row of Abyss Seeking is not really what you draw up with this deck.
All right, well, 3 Abyss Seeking, it's a recipe for success. We just have to believe. If you put enough cards in the Lost Zone, eventually it just loops back around and becomes a big brain play. We just have to believe, Chip.
Yeah, I think you're being too generous by saying this is what Sam's trying to go for here. I mean, it's
thinning
just,
down even more cards, Chorus, maybe the Requiem just...
He does finally find one. Does finally find a Chorus. So next turn we can finally see that be played. It does come at a cost, though. Both Path to the Peak and Jet Energy being such strong cards going to the Lost Zone.
And what's important, too, is, you know, this also means that Cramorant hasn't been part of this early equation. There's no early damage on one of these VMAX Pokemon where the Lost Impact and then the Star Requiem become the 1-2 punch to take 6 prizes.
So Leopoldo could take a 2-prize knockout on this Giratina V in the active spot this turn, either with the G-Max Spiral of the Inteleon VMAX or with yet another G-Max Rapid Flow.
And after the double gunner establishes some more damage, Sam Chen, again, does have switch cards, but, you know, is still living under the constant threat of that Medicham V showing up. Melanie for the turn, attaching to the Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX, drawing 3 more cards. Radiant Alakazam is now picked up alongside the Inteleon VMAX.
Yeah, and an Earthen Vessel. Honestly, I don't know if Leopoldo could have picked 3 better cards to draw into, as now he's able to search out up to 2 more basic water energies, which he will choose to take both, and that's yet another double gunner online this turn. And don't forget, he still has access to the Rapid Strike Search, which is being utilized right now to grab a Rapid Strike energy.
So many important resources grabbed out of the deck this turn, Chip, means that any sort of buffer Sam Chen was hoping for Leopoldo to have a sort of weaker turn or a slower setup turn has gone completely out of the window. Here's another double gunner, even more damage coming through. Comfey now in range of just the Radiant Alakazam plus Yoga Loop combo. Here he comes.
Yeah, we're moving 20 from the Comfey to the active Giratina, it looks like.
Ooh.
So probably not going to see the G-Max Rapid Flow more than likely. Or if we do see it, it's going to be on the benched Pokemon. And I think this is smart from Leopoldo as well. He doesn't want to play into being Roxanne. That's a card that he really does not like seeing, so he's fine to take 1 additional prize card here if he wants to. But it looks like he's just going to set up the damage on both of these Pokemon.
So Giratina V is going to take some damage here, and then Radiant Greninja going to take a little bit more as well.
Yeah, setting that up so that it can be easily KO'd by another double gunner. We might see Leopoldo trying to set up for a 5-prize turn. If you thought 4 prizes was a lot, wait till you see what Leopoldo has in store.
Will this pay off, Chip, or is he flying too close to the sun? Sam Chen has 1 more chance to put some attacks down, get some pressure going, remove these threats from play. And after 2 Melanies, maybe the Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX is no longer the big threat. Needs to be... Still needs 10 in the Lost Zone, right? So has to somehow play Colress, has it from last turn, but can't boss up this Inteleon, which I think he really wants to take down.
Yeah, he really wants to also evolve these Giratina Vs. Give them the
That's
V-Star, make it so they have a lot more HP, make it more difficult for Leopoldo to pull off some crazy play next turn.
And both of these decks share that same, strategy where they need very key cards to function. It's just that Leopoldo with Rapid Strike Search and Forest Seal Stone can get those individual, incredibly specific cards more aggressively, whereas Sam Chen just has to draw through the deck as much as possible with Colress and Abyss Seeking and just kind of hope everything is in the top part of the deck where it's needed.
Now, Sam has got 10 cards in the Lost Zone now, so that means Star Requiem is potentially online. We could see that being utilized this turn to 1-hit KO the Urshifu VMAX in Leopoldo's active, which would take G-Max Rapid Flow off the table next turn.
And a Jet Energy being offered up alongside Counter Catcher, Chip.
That's pretty tough. The Counter Catcher can be really, really strong, but at this point in the game, I think Sam really wants to focus on the Urshifu. Get that out of the active spot. You know, and by get it out of the active spot, I mean, you know, out of the active spot and into the discard pile. KO that thing. Get rid of it, because that is what is potentially threatening you, especially with your Manaphy being prized.
Oh, this is a tough choice, yeah, because the Jet Energy is such a great pivot to bring that Giratina V up into the active, not have to worry about it. And by getting rid of the Jet Energy, keeping the counter catcher, Sam Chen is prepping to have that final turn where he lost game 1 because there was no boss's orders, wants to have that item card ready to bring things full circle. Now it's going to be Mirage Gate.
Going to Super Rod first, put back those energy cards. And then now able to accelerate 2 of them from the deck into play. A Psychic and a Grass Energy being potential choices. Also, Water Energy to the active to retreat could be an option.
Yeah, just reevaluating. There's a lot of energy to choose from. A lot of damage in play. It's so hard to read the Rapid Strike Urshifu. You know what they could do, but it's nebulous on when they could do it. And because Sam Chen didn't have the capability of, you know, heading off the Octillery before things got too out of hand, just has to trust that the double Giratina V can take 3 prizes and 3 more.
So pretty interesting here. It looks like Sam is going for a Radiant Greninja play. Can take 1 prize on the Remoraid or just set up damage onto 2 VMAX so that all he has to do is Star Requiem once and Lost Impact once to close out the game.
Yeah, it's very difficult to set that up, right, Chip? Because if you go for Lost Impact or something like that to set up that chip damage, there's always the threat of... I think the Professor Turos was discarded again this game. It was kind of out of the running pretty early on in game 1, but that is also a card that can be very devastating to deny that big hit.
Yeah, it would be a really strong card for Leopoldo to be able to find. Not sure if it is available or not, or if it has been discarded. And Sam, going for this play, is going to also bring up this Radiant Alakazam, try to stick it in the active spot. And we talked about how annoying it is to potentially retreat the Remoraid. Radiant Alakazam is that, but multiplied magnitudes as well.
The 2 retreat cost is an immovable object. There's 1 escape rope in the deck. There's still potential for a Seal Stone to find that retreat. Yep. Professor Turo's Scenario can also scoop this up, get it out of the active. But Sam Chen is playing towards his out, and this is probably the strongest line he has from this position, is for Radiant Alakazam to be stranded, and then the chip damage from the Radiant Greninja translating into big prizes.
We will see some damage being placed from the double gunner. Now, Leopoldo, I do believe, is down both of his Melanie thus far in this game.
Yes, they were used for the G-Max Rapid Flows.
Right, back-to-back turns. So that means that G-Max Rapid Flow is off the table for this turn, but a potential option in the future.
So now Leopoldo's doing some math. Has the energy retrieval, grabbing 2 water energy, uses 1 double gunner to distribute the energy. The Giratina Vs are very heavily damaged now, and he just has to figure out a way to kind of go through and clean this up. There's always a chance, right, that if he extends to get 1 knockout, Medicham V comes out of the prizes, and you can set up a Yoga Loop on top of everything. Wait, he already...
What's up?
No, I see. My mistake. I thought he had used the Painful Spoons already, but it was the first double gunner.
Right,
then second double gunner, then Painful Spoons.
Yeah, and it looks like it will be 2 damage counters moved from the Comfey to the Giratina V, and that will take it out. That will be a KO. So 2 prizes now for Leopoldo.
And Leopoldo does not get the Medicham V. I think that maybe he was hoping to extend into that just a little bit to make this final, sequence a little bit cleaner. But now I'm just going to go for Octillery and keep on trucking. And when you're this far ahead, I think that you aren't too worried now, especially when the Giratina V is going down. And this is the part of the game where if you're Leopoldo, if things aren't going your way, you start to look through the loss zone in your opponent's discard pile, try to evaluate what the Mirage Gate, Super Rod, energy count situation is, how they might be able to respond.
Now, I believe time should have been called at this point, so Leopoldo should be turn 0, which means that Sam Chen is only going to have 2 turns left, and he has 5 prize cards remaining. It is entirely possible he could take those 5 prize cards in 2 turns, of course, with the 3 VMAX Pokemon being in play. What Leopoldo could do, and this would require you to really analyze and recognize the situation, and that would be if Leopoldo literally just played the Professor Turo and picked up this Intellion. Just pick it up, put it into your hand, and then pass. Sam can, you know, take 3 prizes potentially on one of the other VMAX Pokemon, and then on your next turn, all you would have to do is pass once again. Sam has no way to take his last 2 prizes in one hit, and all of a sudden Leopoldo gets the 1-0 victory in round number 9.
But when you are playing Rapid Strike Urshifu, it's the siren's call, Chip, of needing to take all these prizes and be flashy. But has the Rapid Strike Energy attached return into the Iono. All of these cards in hand for Sam Chen going to go down to the bottom of the deck, and he's going to have to draw back up just 5 in hand.
Yeah, honestly, I think a pretty decent shot for Leopoldo to find either the Escape Rope or the Forest Sealstone here.
Escape Rope is picked up. Now Radiant Alakazam can get out of the active spot, and now we're once again cooking with gas, Chip.
And now Sam has a decision to make. What does he promote into the active spot here?
It all seems pretty difficult. This has been the theme of this best of 3 is Sam Chen makes awkward decisions for 50 minutes.
Yeah, that's not the movie that Sam Chen really wants to go see, but it's the one we're watching at this point.
I brought the popcorn, Chip.
You're not sharing?
And Comfey is coming into the active.
That will be the choice. It will be KO'd here by a G-Max Spiral. But Leopoldo has done something in this game that we didn't see him do in game number 1, and it looked like he was going to try to play around here in this game as well, and that is having taken 3 prize cards. He is now able to be potentially Roxanne, and now he's only getting 2. Now he's going to have 2 prize cards remaining, so he can potentially close out the game on the next turn. Let's see what Sam Chen has in response.
And I think that if there was more time, of course, in this game, there is the, okay, I've got Roxanne, Counter Catcher, trying to bring up the Octillery and just really shut down Leopoldo's access to all of those resources and abilities to keep up the threat. But because Sam Chen now has 2 turns of I need to take 5 prizes, those sort of defensive plays are kind of out of the window.
Ooh, and that's a pretty good top deck for the turn. Colress's Experiment being found by Sam Chen. He also does have Radiant Greninja to utilize concealed cards. We'll find him 2 more.
And a Mirage Gate. This is a great way to get the Giratina V powered up. Do we have access to V-Star, however, Chip?
No V-Star just yet. I'm not sure, actually, even if there's any energy cards in the deck. And sure enough, no energy cards in the deck. Sam drew the rest of his energy.
Oh, so not being able to accelerate those into play is very detrimental.
He does have a Psychic Energy in the hand still. All he needs at this point is a Colress's Experiment. And I think that's why Sam played this Mirage Gate, probably knowing that there's no energy in the deck, but he needed to shuffle his deck so that he could have a better shot to hit the Giratina V-Star off this Colress's Experiment.
All right, let's go. Needs the Giratina V-Star in order to get the Requiem.
Okay. He did find it. 1 single Giratina V-Star found at least.
All right, Cramorant and VIP Pass sent to the Lost Zone. And now with the Psychic Energy attached from the hand, and then the Giratina V-Star entering play, can Requiem to take 3 prizes this turn.
That's exactly what we're going to see. And then Sam Chen is setting up for a win on the next turn with one of the 2 boss's orders he has waiting in hand.
Absolutely beautiful. Also has Path to the Peak.
Very strong.
Bump this Tower of Waters. And now it's going to be Star Requiem. It's up to Leopoldo. After taking 3 prizes, though, in that last turn, still no Metacham V.
3 prizes for Sam Chen, and now both players with just 2 prizes remaining. Leopoldo's draw is the Squawk ability. That's not useful.
It's going to be a Spiritomb. Get it out of the hand. Rapid Strike Energy attached. No Melanie.
It's going to be the Karina's Focus, so no Iono as well. Sam Chen should have the game locked up next turn.
See, there's TMD Evolution. I think I see a Forest Sealstone.
Yeah, there is the Forest Sealstone, so Leopoldo can get any 1 card out of his deck. But at this point, I don't know that there's anything that really helps him. He doesn't have a way to remove this Intellium VMAX from play. He doesn't have a way to heal it. He's already played his supporter card, so Professor Turo is not online. Rapid Strike Search can get the Counter Stadium so that he can give this Pokemon free retreat. He can bring up the Urshifu so we can see that Gale Thrust for the boosted 150 damage. But all Sam Chen is going to need is a basic energy card or a Jet Energy and a Boss's Orders, and that'll seal it up for him here in game number 2. And I just got to say, if Leopoldo had only seen the line to use the Professor Turo, pick up this Inteleon VMAX, it takes his lose condition out of play.
Yeah, and I was thinking as well, right, if you can bump the path to the peak, then the Radiant Alakazam could knock out the Radiant Greninja.
It could, but that's just one prize card, right?
And then you're hoping for the Medicham V so that you can attach to your energy return to it.
Right, but there's not enough damage on either of these Giratina for you to Yoga Loop for that extra turn.
True, true. Yeah, no Echoing Horn in this build.
Yeah, and we see that energy. We see the boss, Sam Chen, able to bring up that damaged Inteleon VMAX, taking the 2 prizes needed to win game number 2, which means this match ends in a tie.
Unbelievable. Sam Chen able to bring this all the way back to be another tie, 4-0-5.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing what the players are doing here. I mean, there is a tie. There's no room for a gentleman's agreement at this point because, you know, no game 3 happened. There's no way to know who would have won our game number 3. So it looks like it is going to be a tie here on the stage.
Yeah, the Medicham V being in the prizes 2 games in a row really took a lot of wind out of Leopoldo's sails. Both players got to do what they wanted to do for the most part, but Rapid Strike Urshifu, you know, when it's missing 1 or 2 key cards, it's just difficult to get those multi-prize turns when you need them. And because Giratina is such a methodical deck, taking a lot of actions, taking a lot of time, especially considering how awkward the draws were for Sam Chen, he had to take all the time in order to make sure he was making the correct play.
Yeah, really tough, really annoying for both of these players to see this last game end in a tie. You know, it doesn't really do either of them any good. They'll get top 5-12 most likely to earn some championship points.
And, you know, there are players that are going to say, you know, Chip saw the line as well. Professor Turo's scenario, scoop up that Pokemon and just get your win, homie. Don't try to take those prizes. Just take your W, and, you know, that'll just be something that maybe Leopoldo will learn from in the future.
Yeah, it's definitely not a common play.
Yeah, it's certainly an oddball win condition.
It's the type of things that really only come up when you're in time, and just players practice the game so much. If you're playing on PTCG or you're playing with friends, you're never really considering the +3 turns type of scenarios that could come up. And you really have to adjust your thinking in those situations. You have to think, okay, if I don't lose this game, you know, if this ends and nobody has taken all 6 of their prize cards, I won game number 1, that means I win the match. It's really difficult to adjust that line of thinking until you've just had a lot of practice doing it.
And this is a matchup where, you know, are you going to practice that scenario of, okay, but what if I didn't have Medicham V 2 games in a row and I'm playing against Giratina V-Star? And because of, as we talked about in game number 1, right, if the game goes long, the further and further the turns advance and the time advances, Giratina becomes more and more favored because that deck gets so thin. And just the power of Star Requiem to take 3 prizes is just something that Urshifu runs out of resources to even stop from happening to them.
It was pretty close. Leopoldo had a chance to close things out. Sam Chen, however, fighting back in game number 2 in order to close it out and lock up a tie, lock up the top 5-12 finish, and earn a little bit of championship points towards your World's Invitation.
Yeah, and as you said, Chip, the players certainly want a winner to be decided, but that was a match that went down a completely different path in the Labyrinth that I had never expected and I did not think we were going to see. So all things considered, it was a pretty dynamic and interesting best of 3.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, that's what you expect from Urshifu, honestly. You know, yeah, best of 3, right? Yeah, that's what you kind of expect from Urshifu. There's so many different options that I love watching the spread decks like that, you know, just kind of lay out their game plan. So many different routes you could possibly take. It feels like every single game with the Rapid Strike box deck is unique and different.
And the players that have put in the time and effort to explore those different lines might find kindred spirits in the Giratina V-Star players that have done the same. But that is going to be our final round of Swiss for today's broadcast. We're going to kick things over to the lounge so we can recap what we saw and prepare for tomorrow's stream. So let's head right over there to the lounge, Chip.
Thank you so much, casters. Juancho Saldana here, joined by Kyle Sablehouse and Jeremy Jalen, or Saballin. How are we feeling about the day one of the biggest regional to date?
I mean, that was a great closeout. Not only just showing off two decks that continue to find ways to make it into the day two, but I mean, did anyone have Sam winning that game? That looked ridiculous at the end. Sure enough, he's able to at least find a tie, give himself a little pride victory within that last game.
Yeah, 4-0-5, kind of the opposite record of what you want to do to make day two, but able to give us a good showing there.
No, definitely. I wasn't expecting, I honestly believe the Urshifu to take the game. It just felt so uphill for Sam, but yeah, definitely cool. A couple of games I also just loved watching was Sander Perot's Mew Mirror. Definitely took a couple of notes there. While we can use Mew, I feel like we can master it for the last two regionals or whatnot. But yeah, with that, let's go ahead and check out the players that have made day two. I know there's a couple of big names, like I mentioned earlier. Xander Perot, Alex Kreckler, Calvin Connor. What name stands out for you guys?
All of them.
so many.
Like a ton of regional winners, IC winners, world champions I know are in there, so it's going to be good. Not specific, but day two in general.
No, definitely. I mean, when you have 2,200 players, you just get the cream of the crop here to be able to make it to day two. But yeah, I like seeing Isaiah Bradner and Jake Gearhart there right next to each other. Maybe we can get that rematch sometime day two. Something we have to watch out for. Yeah. That's definitely something I'm going to be watching out for. And again, don't forget, guys, don't forget to tune in tomorrow. Day two tomorrow is at 8 a.m. PT or 11 a.m. Eastern. Same right here on this channel. I cannot wait. I have so many games I still want to watch. I still want to watch more Pokemon right now, to be honest.
Well, you're in luck. There's a lot more to come tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, for those who weren't watching the final game and got that opportunity to walk around, there were 181 tables that were playing to potentially make it into the second day. So there was a lot of win and ins, a lot of stress out there, and it was really fun to watch.
No, it was a struggle to pick the win and ins to feature on stream. Yeah, because there were a ton indeed. With that, of course, this isn't our only tournament for the season. We still have a lot more for our road to Worlds. According to everyone backstage, we are 51.6% done with the season. But yeah, again, we have a lot more: Knoxville, Vancouver, London, Orlando, Indianapolis, Los Angeles, New Orleans, and of course, Honolulu. A lot more Pokemon, a lot more tournaments. I'm definitely excited. And with that, again, don't forget to follow on all our socials. Use the hashtag #PlayPokemon, and we'll definitely try to feature all our tweets. That's one of my favorite things to see on the stream for sure. Again, I didn't quite see too many pet pictures.
I need Frank Powell, yeah.
We need Frank Powell back. Maybe a few more tweets from me. Who knows?
No, definitely. But yeah, don't forget, use the hashtag #PlayPokemon. Definitely follow us on our YouTube and Twitch. And yeah, again, of course, don't forget to follow on Twitter, on X, excuse me. With that, that was day one of the biggest regional to date. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll see y'all tomorrow.
Day two.
Comeback. Wow. I like to walk hard. I like to hit hard. Nothing hits harder than Giratina and Goldengo.
Trekking shoes.
Oh, we love to see those in pairs.
It's going to be a great weekend of action here.
Into the active. Thank you very much for 2 prizes on the Raj Chef Curlia.
Starting to feel the competitive juices flowing once more. This hand stinks.
I am feeling absolutely amazing.
Oh no! What? The Iridas, no! We need those chips to get this.
To make day twos or win events, you gotta be resilient.
Your aim is to win.
Spin the wheel.
Oh, there's the heavy ball.
This could be the time.
This is a master class here. Maybe we
yes.
Double turbo energy is found